At age 1, I was in the chi absorption state, and by 2, I had successfully built my foundation. By 7, I was the youngest sword immortal in this part of the world. All because my system arrived 18 years early. Just now, still a 1-year-old, my mind suddenly filled with a new memory. In that first year, at the xien recording ceremony, I was sabotaged by the Han family with a hunger pill, which made me very hungry. I grabbed a chicken leg during the ceremony, missing the best chance to cleanse my marrow and veins. At 5, you couldn't even absorb chi, hope for cultivation was lost, and the people of Luofeng City called you useless. At 13, your father, Xiao accidentally severely injured the lesser talents of the Xiao family. The Han family took advantage and seized the Xiao family's assets. At 15, the Han family, together with the Wang family, killed the only 2 strong members left in the Xiao family, erasing the Xiao family from Luofeng City. Your birth mother, Guo Wanting, died right in front of you, captured by the Han family. The head of the Han family deemed you a complete failure, sparing your life only to have you tend horses for the Han. Your only close relation, your sister Xiaoyan, was humiliated by a Han family scion. Then, a blue and white screen appeared before me, detecting that the host had been secretly poisoned by swallowing the hunger pill, its toxicity minimal, already absorbed. The family's counterattack, system loading complete. I stared at the text on the screen, stunned. The system continued, you have failed in life, now 18, remembering the start at Jixien Road where the Han family's young master Han Li began to bully you. Host, please return to the Han family, defeat Han Li, and avenge the years of humiliation. Reward, entry-level talisman script, for Han Li's power has reached the 5th level of spirit transformation, very powerful, thus giving the host 1 year to complete the task. I rely on myself, having to undertake a system task at just 1 year old, to defeat Han Li in spirit transformation realm. I might bang my head, wait, the Han boy at the ceremony with me, seems to be Han Li. If I cannot beat Han Li in spirit transformation realm, can't I beat him at 1 year old? Thinking this, I couldn't help but swing my little fists. Soon, the Xian Road ceremony officially started. Former Emperor above, please bless and restore the glory of our human descendants. The priest, dressed in complex garments, completed the ceremony and then used his power to activate the Xian platform, lighting up one pattern after another. Spiritual swords, instruments, brushes, stamps, common foods, and other items also appeared on the Xian platform. When the ceremony started, Han family's young master Han Li made the first move. He scanned around and quickly set his sights on a small flying sword, crawling towards it using his hands and feet. Just as Han Li was about to grab the flying sword's spiritual energy, I stood up and pushed him away, also kicking him in the face. Take that, and with my kick, Han Li fell on the platform, tumbling over, crying out loud. The onlookers were immediately puzzled, having attended many such ceremonies, this was a first. The head of the Han family, Han Lin, furious, pointed at Xiao Wei shouting, is this the child you raised? If something happens to me, I will make sure you are killed on the spot today. Xiao Wei was amused by the situation on the platform, but thinking he had the upper hand, he joked, Mr. Han must be joking, what can I teach a 1-year-old, everything on the Xian platform is destined by heaven, you can only blame the former emperor, dare you? Han Lin gnashed his teeth in anger. After knocking down Han Li, I scanned the Xian platform for various spiritual treasures, seeing no aura higher than the spiritual sword, I decisively grabbed the flying sword. Still not feeling vindicated, I crazily stabbed Han Li with the flying sword, his cries echoing across the Xian platform, task completed. Reward, entry-level talisman script. I glanced at the screen, indeed this family counterattack had a bug. Seeing his son bullied, Han Lin, the head of the Han family, shouted at the ritual technician, what are you waiting for, end the ceremony, to save my son from being bullied. The technician, expressionless, said the Han family's young master had not yet grabbed an item, no one should interfere with the ceremony. I crawled to the other side, grabbed a woman's scarf, and in a ghost-seeing expression from everyone, stuffed the woman's scarf into Han Li's hands, even pretending to help him wipe his tears. Everyone's eyes widened, young Master Li got the scarf, doesn't that mean the Xian Road ceremony is over? Han Ling, the head of the Han family, was also furiously pointing at Xiao Wei shouting, this Xian Road ceremony doesn't count, it must be that scoundrel Xiao Wei's teaching. Xiao Wei hadn't had a chance to retort when a lifetime technician standing by the Xian platform sternly said, the Han family can eat messily, but can't talk messily. Since the Xian Road was established by the former emperor, when has there ever been an uncountable say? Your young master got the scarf, this ceremony is over, no one can change the outcome. After Xiao Wei and others returned home, the news of the spiritual energy flying sword I drew from the Xian Road ceremony spread rapidly, the Xiao family was overjoyed. Lying on the couch, I crossed my legs like an adult, Han Li, oh Han Li, you think you're so great at over 20? I couldn't beat you then, but now we're both babies, while you're weak, I'll take your life. While no one was in the room, I opened the system to receive the reward. Congratulations host, mission completed, reward, entry-level talismanic technique, a set of basic talismanic records, flashing through my mind, breaking down alone, finally morphing into my memory. A thought crossed my mind, I picked up the short flying sword hanging on my chest, and in just a few seconds, I completed the drawing of the talisman. The palm-sized flying sword trembled slightly, gradually floating in the air, shooting forward. Just as I showed a pleased expression, the flying sword suddenly fell with a snap. I was speechless, it seems with my current power, I still can't fully control this force. Time flashed by, a year had passed, now 2 years old. I was indeed getting impatient, scratching my head at the unresponsive system panel. What's the situation? How to trigger a new counterattack mission, as everything kept changing over the year. Even the flying sword, a spiritual artifact hanging around his neck, had lost much of its luster. But his family counterattack system showed no change at all. Not even a new counterattack mission. Damn. Not far away, 2 servants standing outside the pavilion lifted their chests higher and became even more obedient upon hearing young Master Luo's curse. They didn't know who young Master Luo learned this from, but they often heard such foul language. At first, they thought it was a sign of young Master Luo's intelligence. But ever since the family head, Xiao found out, he increased control over Xiao Luo and even invited the most renowned scholar from Luofeng City to teach him personally. In this world, children can gain wisdom at the age of 2 or 3, they can run and speak, and this period is also the best time for them to feel the spiritual energy around them. It was rumored that many gifted children, blessed with noble blood, could harness the surrounding spiritual energy at the age of 3 or 4, stepping into the realm of energy absorption, thus progressing rapidly in cultivation. However, the Xiao family took away this best time for Xiao Luo to perceive spiritual energy and instead forced him to learn cultural etiquette. Etiquette, behavior, historical anecdotes, everything had to be mastered by Xiao Luo. Even the servants were filled with dread, fearing that one day, their salty language would be overheard by the family head and they would face a scolding. Family head. At that moment, the 2 vigilant servants spotted Xiao Wui's figure and hurriedly paid their respects. Xiao Wui glanced at Xiao Luo, who was sitting upright in the pavilion, and quietly asked, "How long has Luo Heir been meditating here?" Replying to the family head, "It's been over an hour." "Has he slacked off at any point?" "No." Only then did Xiao Wui nod in satisfaction and command, "I will be out these days dealing with family matters, and I won't have time to supervise Luo Heir's training. Any situation regarding Luo Heir during these days must be reported to Madam one by one." Understood? Hearing that the family head wouldn't come frequently these days, the 2 servants exchanged glances and sighed in relief. "Yes, family head." Xiao Wui nodded and then turned to leave. Seeing his father leave, Xiao Luo also breathed a sigh of relief and continued to idly rest his head on the table. But just then, the system panel that had not responded for a year finally came to life again, startling Xiao Luo. The Han family has been scheming against the Xiao family for a long time. The funding chain to the mine has been cut, leading to the Xiao family's unbearable spiritual stone income. At the age of 18, you realize the importance of the mine and decide to reclaim the Qiushan mine to revive the Xiao family. Mission: help the Xiao family reclaim the Qiushan mine. Note, the Qiushan mine is rich in spiritual resources, and the Han family has stationed heavy troops to guard it, hence the host is given a 2-year mission deadline. If the mission fails, the Xiao family will never have a chance to turn things around. Xiao Luo gazed at the glowing panel in front of him, a slight smile curving his lips. Finally, it's here. But in the next moment, when he saw the mission objective on the panel, his brows gradually knitted together. This mission was nearly several times more difficult compared to the last one. Reclaiming a mine, it's so hard. Wait, Qiushan mine? Realizing this, Xiao Luo felt a wave of confusion. Qiushan mine? How come he had never heard of it? Even though he had only crossed over for 2 years and hadn't specifically gathered intel, he had still learned quite a bit about the Xiao family's matters from his parents and the servants. Logically speaking, such an important resource point as Qiushan mine was something he couldn't be completely unaware of, let alone the mine business. However, just as Xiao Luo was still sorting through the information, a gentle call interrupted his thoughts. Luo Heir. Hearing the voice, Xiao Luo quickly put away his laziness, replacing it with a naive yet slightly weary expression, and turned to face Guo Wanting. "Mother, why are you here?" Guo Wanting held a plate of pastries and walked to Xiao Luo's side. Instead of scolding him for leaning on the table, she immediately placed the fruit platter on the cool table of the pavilion. Gently stroking Xiao Luo's tender cheek. "Mama is here to see you, Luo Heir must be tired." Since Xiao Luo obtained the spiritual flying sword at the Point Immortal platform, Xiao Wui had undoubtedly decided that Xiao Luo would bear the future of the entire Xiao family. He even directly invited many teachers to teach Xiao Luo various cultural etiquette. This made Guo Wanting, as a mother, feel heartbroken. After all, Xiao Luo was only 2 years old and already had to shoulder the heavy burden of the entire Xiao family's future. "Mama, it's okay, I'm not tired." Xiao Luo smiled at Guo Wanting, but this smile appeared a bit haggard in Guo Wanting's eyes due to fatigue, which made her feel even more heartache. "Luo Heir, come, rest a bit, Mama made some pastries for you," Guo Wanting said as she picked up a piece of pastry just brought over and held it to Xiao Luo's mouth. She could almost be said to spoil Xiao Luo. Compared to the burden of the Xiao family's future, Guo Wanting hoped more that Xiao Luo could live a peaceful life. "Luo Heir, if you are tired from training, just take a break. Even if you can't gather energy for a short time, it's okay. Mama and Papa will protect you." Compared to Xiao Wuyi's sternness, Xiao Luo naturally preferred Guo Wanting's affection. At this moment, looking at the pastries made by his mother, Xiao Luo unhesitatingly took a big bite, and the rich fragrance of osmanthus instantly filled his mouth. So delicious. Xiao Luo smiled at Guo Wanting. Seeing her son's happy face, Guo Wanting felt joyful inside, and her gaze toward Xiao Luo grew softer. Just moments ago, upon learning that the visitor was Guo Wanting, Xiao Luo was overjoyed. Not only because of Guo Wanting's pampering, but also because of his aimless task. When it comes to the major affairs of the Xiao family, besides the clan leader Xiao Wui, it was Guo Wanting who understood everything clearly. At that moment, looking at Guo Wanting in front of him, Xiao Luo subtly asked. "All right, Mama, why don't we see Papa? Your Papa is busy handling clan affairs. He won't be here for a few days. If Luo Heir is tired, just come to Mama, I will make you something delicious." Guo Wanting lovingly touched Xiao Luo's forehead, speaking softly to him. "Is he dealing with our Xiao family's businesses?" Xiao Luo swallowed the last bite of osmanthus cake, feeling the warmth on his forehead, and leaned into Guo Wanting's embrace. Yes, Luo Heir is now caring about the family. Hearing Xiao Luo actively inquire about the Xiao family and Xiao Wui, Guo Wanting, who had initially worried Xiao Luo might feel resentful towards the family, felt relieved. Looking at Xiao Luo, her eyes filled with more tenderness. Luo Heir was growing up. Papa will be gone for several days, so our Xiao family's business must be quite big, right? Xiao Luo leaned in Guo Wanting's arms, tilting his head to look at her. Of course, as one of the 4 great families in Luofeng City, our business is spread throughout the entire Luofeng City. Guo Wanting affectionately held Xiao Luo, speaking softly. It was rare for her precious son to be interested in family matters, so she certainly would not hide anything from him. Then does our family also have a spiritual mine business? I saw in books that spiritual mines are very profitable. Guo Wanting looked at Xiao Luo's innocent eyes and smiled lovingly. Spiritual mines are rare and hard to find. Currently, no spiritual mine veins have been discovered in the entire Luofeng city. No spiritual mine veins. Xiao Luo kept a pure expression upon hearing Guo Wanting's words, but his mind began to stir. His task was clearly to help the Xiao family reclaim the mining business from the Han family, but now Guo Wanting said there wasn't a single mine in the entire Luofeng city. Xiao Luo naturally didn't think his mother was intentionally hiding this from him, but according to the existing information, there is only one conclusion: the mine is located near Chiu Mountain, but it has not been discovered yet. I see. Then I must practice hard, so I can help Dad and Mom manage the family in the future. With important news in hand, it's time to stop while ahead. Asking too much will only raise suspicion. Guo Wanting looked at Xiao Luo, who was constantly waving his small fists, and lovingly patted his forehead again. Good. When Luor grows up, he will come to help Dad and Mom. Luor will soon become a strong person like your father. Guo Wanting didn't stay long. She came to visit her son and planned to leave after having some pastries with Xiao Luo. The servants outside the pavilion bowed to see her off. If Luor has any needs, try to meet them. If there are other matters, report to me immediately. Yes. After sending Guo Wanting away, the 2 servants exchanged glances, both showing helplessness. The mistress and the master certainly treated the young master very differently. Once Guo Wanting had confirmed her departure, Xiao Luo's innocent face gradually faded, returning to a composure not fitting for his age. He slightly squinted his eyes as he looked toward the calm lake outside the pavilion, organizing the information about this task again. It can now be confirmed that the mining vein in Luofeng City has not been discovered, and according to the system-simulated timeline, this vein will ultimately fall into the hands of the Xiao family. Without his own genius, the Xiao family could still acquire the mining vein, which leaves only one possibility. The mining vein is located within the territory of the Xiao family, and the appearance of this vein is not far from now. As Xiao Luo thought deeply, his gaze fixed ahead, a snowflake danced in the sky and landed delicately in his tender palm. Get the first move. Since the Han family wants to harm the Xiao family, they must seize the initiative and not let things develop freely. Entering the symbol path is just the beginning, but Xiao Luo has already mastered all the symbols in the world. He just currently lacks the spiritual energy to use high-level symbols. In all the symbols in the world, there is one symbol that suits the current need perfectly, the vein-seeking symbol, which can locate nearby spiritual stone mines through spiritual vein resonance. At this moment, he only needs to find the location of Chiu Mountain. He can use the vein-seeking symbol to scout the mine early, allowing the Xiao family to claim it before other families intervene, preventing future complications. With this thought, Xiao Luo immediately pulled out a piece of symbol paper from the book on the table, held the pen in his right hand, and focused his energy as he moved the pen, producing a symbol that was perfectly formed. However, as Xiao Luo finished his last stroke, his face suddenly turned pale, and the symbol vanished. The world of symbols is divided into 1st to 9th ranks. This vein-seeking symbol is merely a 2nd rank symbol, not considered high level, but it is still too much for me to use without being in the chi gathering stage. Xiao Luo sighed softly and casually set down the pen. I still need to reach the chi gathering stage as soon as possible. Now, even forcibly drawing an unstable vein-seeking symbol holds no significance. The task deadline is long enough, so to be safe, Xiao Luo decided to prioritize entering the qi gathering stage. A year passed in the blink of an eye. The pavilion by the lake had already become the place where Xiao Luo spent most of his time. Master. The servant standing here bowed deeply to Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei stood at a distance, watching Xiao Luo inside the pavilion, with a satisfied look on his face. During this year, Xiao Luo's cultivation progressed rapidly, and just a month ago, he reached the early qi gathering stage. At the age of 3, he already gathered qi into his body, a rarity even in all of Luofeng City. At this moment inside the pavilion, Xiao Luo sat upright on a cushion, and the surrounding spiritual energy was visibly gathering towards him at a remarkable speed. Beside him, spirit tools and flying swords circled around, constantly radiating a halo that drew back the spiritual power that leaked out of Xiao Luo's body. Has Luo'er been lazy? Although satisfied, Xiao Wei still often came to check on Xiao Luo's studies, to prevent any arrogance from causing negligence. After all, at Xiao Wei's age, having seen too many geniuses fall, he did not want his son to fade into the crowd. Report to the family master, the young master has not been lazy, he has been sitting in meditation for 3 hours here. The servant lowered his head, his eyes filled with guilt. Did they not know whether Xiao Luo had been lazy? But the matriarch had instructed them not to tell the family master about these matters, leaving them in a difficult position between the family master and the matriarch. Fortunately, Xiao Luo was talented, even if he was occasionally negligent, his realm continued to rise, which gave the servants on duty a bit more confidence. That's good. Xiao Wei nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, he believed it wouldn't be long before Xiao Luo successfully stepped into the gathering essence realm and might even become the youngest person in Luofeng City to reach this level. The rise of the Xiao family was just around the corner. After standing and watching for a while, Xiao Wei did not choose to approach but turned to leave. Recently, there had been many clan affairs, which left Xiao Wei with little time to accompany Xiao Luo. Every time he came here, he would merely observe from afar before turning to leave. The servants guarding the gazebo once again bowed as they saw Xiao Wei leave, feeling a slight sense of relief, afraid that if the family master walked slowly, he would hear the young master curse. We respectfully send off the family master. Chapter 7, Birthday Fun. Xiao Luo's ears twitched. After confirming his father had left, he completely relaxed. Damn, this is way too much like prison. He was only 3 years old. Every day, apart from sleeping, he was in class or meditating, living a life that was not worth living. If it weren't for the fact that meditating could genuinely improve his strength, Xiao Luo would have long given up. Not far from the gazebo, 2 servants who had just sent off the family master were still feeling tense when they suddenly heard Xiao Luo cursing, instantly turning pale with fear. They quickly stood straight, eyes focused, pretending not to hear what the young master just said. The family master hadn't walked far. If he turned back and heard the young master's curse, they would certainly face punishment. Fortunately, Xiao Wei did not turn back, which allowed them to relax again. Xiao Luo got up from the mat and stretched his muscles. Although he had officially entered the gathering energy realm, greatly improving his physical qualities, sitting for too long still made him feel uncomfortable. It was now gradually entering summer, and the lotus flowers on the lake had begun to bloom. Xiao Luo gazed at the soon-to-bloom lotus flowers, his expression gradually growing serious. It's been more than a year since I last took a task. Calculating the time, there isn't much left in the task deadline. I must find an opportunity to go out and complete it. Thinking of this, Xiao Luo took out a finished pulse-seeking talisman from his bosom and sighed softly. He had successfully gathered energy into his body a month ago, and this pulse-seeking talisman had also been completed a few days ago. With the pulse-seeking talisman, as long as he found an opportunity to search the Xiao family's territory, it shouldn't be hard to discover the location of the spirit mine. However, after Xiao Wei learned that he had successfully gathered energy, he greatly extended the time for his meditation, and all the expenses for food, clothing, and living were prepared by the house servants in advance, leaving him no chance to go out. In Xiao Wei's words, he didn't need to expend mental energy on such trivial matters, he only needed to focus entirely on his cultivation. Every time Xiao Luo thought back to Xiao Wei patting his shoulder, speaking of the future of the Xiao family, he felt a heavy weight on his heart. There is always a feeling of young man, go save the world. This makes him want to complain, but he doesn't know where to begin. If he doesn't find a chance to go out and complete the task soon, his life will really be spent in darkness. Next month is the best opportunity, I can use my birthday to go out and have some fun. Xiao Luo put the pulse-seeking talisman back into his bosom and looked again at the lotus flower in the center of the lake, about to bloom. Although Xiao Wu was undoubtedly very strict with himself, his mother, while wanting, spoiled him greatly. If he asked to go out for half a day on his birthday, it might just work. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The weather in June is always unpredictable. It had been rainy for days, but today the sky was clear and bright. This made Xiao Luo, who was meditating in the pavilion, feel very happy because tomorrow was his birthday. Madam! Not far from the pavilion, 2 servants bowed to Guo Wanting, who was walking over slowly. Guo Wanting didn't say anything, just nodded and walked towards the pavilion in the center of the lake. Seeing Guo Wanting arrive, Xiao Luo, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He knew the opportunity had come. Mother! Xiao Luo immediately put on his signature innocent and naive face and got up to greet Guo Wanting. Luo, look at what mother has brought you. Guo Wanting held a plate of fruits, which contained several varieties Xiao Luo had never seen before. Their appearances were quite unusual, and the fragrance of the fruits reached Xiao Luo before he got close. Needless to say, these must have been specially brought back by his mother from other places. It's fruit. Xiao Luo immediately revealed an excited expression. A year ago, Guo Wanting brought some rare fruits to Xiao Luo that weren't available in their local area. Having never tasted such unusual fruits, Xiao Luo had shown a look of wonder. These things were quite tasty. Seeing this scene, Guo Wanting immediately confirmed that Xiao Luo liked to eat fruits. Although she couldn't change the fact that Xiao Luo sacrificed his childhood for the family, Guo Wanting still wanted to do her best to make it up to him. So since that time, she frequently had someone bring back local specialty fruits for Xiao Luo to eat. In this year, Xiao Luo often saw Guo Wanting bringing different kinds of fruits to him. Come, try it, is it delicious? After Xiao Luo got closer, Guo Wanting gently held his still childish hand and brought him to the stone table in the pavilion, forking a piece of fruit and bringing it to Xiao Luo's mouth. So sweet. Xiao Luo's eyes lit up slightly. He usually hid himself behind various expressions, but at this moment, his feelings were genuine because this fruit was truly delicious. Mother should also try some. Xiao Luo said as he reached out his hand, forking a piece of fruit and bringing it to Guo Wanting's mouth. Luo is so understanding. Guo Wanting lovingly touched Xiao Luo's forehead, her eyes filled with joy as she opened her mouth to eat the fruit Xiao Luo offered. Ever since Xiao Luo returned from the path of the immortal finger, the time they spent together every day was limited to mealtime and this kind of visit. Even this little time had greatly reduced after Xiao Luo successfully absorbed Qi a month ago. According to Xiao Wu's words, he should try not to disturb Xiao Luo's training. Guo Wanting felt unhappy about this, but for the future of the Xiao family, she had no choice but to compromise. She was very worried that her precious son would develop resentment towards her, but now it seemed that Luo understood more than she had imagined, which brought her great comfort. Luo, tomorrow is your birthday. What gift do you want? At this moment, Guo Wanting was still immersed in the emotion of Xiao Luo being so understanding, gently stroking Xiao Luo's cheek. Mother, I want to go out and play. Xiao Luo immediately voiced his request. Of course, he wanted to ask if he could reduce his homework and meditation time, but he knew that wasn't realistic, especially since he needed the chance to go out to complete his tasks. Hearing Xiao Luo's innocent and somewhat wrong tone, Guo Wanting's heart softened instantly. Although Luo was the hope of the entire Xiao family, he was still just a child, coming back from the path of the enlightened. He was confined at home to practice. Let alone friends to play with, even going out was a luxury, and this made Guo Wanting feel very heartbroken. After Xiao Luo expressed his desire to go outside, Guo Wanting's eyes became gradually redder. After all, she was Xiao Luo's mother and could not bear to see her precious son so wronged. At that moment, her husband was away on business and had just happened to be gone these 2 days. Secretly taking her son out to play for half a day wouldn't be a problem. Where would Luo like to go play? Mother will accompany you, okay? Guo Wanting gently stroked Xiao Luo with eyes full of love and softly inquired. Xiao Luo hugged Guo Wanting in response, burying his head in her embrace, and said, Luo wants to stroll around the nearby mountains. Chapter 8, Seeking the Pulse. The nearby mountains? Guo Wanting was slightly taken aback. She had thought Luo would choose a more bustling area to play, but instead, he suggested going to the forest. Luo doesn't like places that are too lively, as they would cause mother unnecessary troubles. I just want to go out and clear my mind. Xiao Luo nestled in Guo Wanting's arms and softly spoke. Luo. Guo Wanting's eyes reddened even more. She opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. She only felt that she owed Luo too much. The burden of the Xiao family's future had robbed her 3-year-old son of his childhood, as he spent every day in tedious training. Even so, Luo was still so sensible, which made Guo Wanting feel both grateful and heartbroken. Mother, I'm fine. I will grow up quickly and help my parents support the Xiao family. Xiao Luo's tender cheeks tried hard to lift a determined look, a show of expression he had practiced for a long time. Alright, mother will wait for Luo to grow up. Guo Wanting forced out a small smile and gently held Xiao Luo in her arms. The next morning. The clear weather from yesterday now wore a thin veil, making the whole sky appear slightly dim. An exquisite and luxurious carriage drove out from the Xiao residence straight towards the outskirts of the city, surrounded by dozens of family servants. The lowest among them was at the condensing Yuan realm, with 2 at the spirit connecting realm, and the highest even being at the spirit transformation realm. Whose family's carriage is this? The surrounding servants are so terrifying. Did you see the symbol on the carriage? That's the Xiao family. Only the Han and Xiao families among the 4 great families can have such a grand display. With so many masters protecting it, the person in the carriage seems to have a high status. On the street, passers-by quickly made way, whispering to one another. The grandeur attracted everyone's attention. However, no one noticed that a pancake vendor in the corner, upon seeing this, darkened his expression and quietly vanished into a nearby alleyway. Within the Xiao family's territory, there were 3 mountains, and the one closest to the Xiao residence was Jiu Mountain. Recent continuous rain had left the mountain air moist, making it a great place for a stroll. At that moment, a carriage smoothly stopped on the mountain path, surrounded by numerous family servants. "Madam, we have arrived." The driver opened the thin curtain of the carriage and respectfully stood to the side, while the other servants immediately spread out around, firmly protecting the carriage. A small figure promptly jumped down from the carriage, landing steadily on the ground. "Luor, be careful, don't fall." Guo Wanting, dressed in silk, gracefully stepped down from the carriage. "Mother! It's so comfortable here." Xiao Luo stretched lazily, took a deep breath, and had a look of ecstasy on his face. This expression was not something he faked. He had been cooped up in the Xiao residence without stepping out for days, and he was almost suffocating. Now, standing here, breathing in the unique aroma of the mountains and forests, he felt completely at ease. Seeing her precious son so happy, Guo Wanting smiled gently and approached Xiao Luo, lightly taking his hand. "As long as Luo Air likes it, that's good. Mom, Luo Air wants to wander around." When Xiao Luo saw Guo Wanting come to his side, he turned and gently hugged her thigh, whispering. It was comfortable here, but he hadn't forgotten his true purpose. He needed to find a way to slip away alone without being noticed to complete his task. Although the Seeking Pulse talisman was only a second-grade talisman, it still had slight fluctuations of spiritual energy when activated. And at that moment, there were experts from the Xiao family surrounding them, with his mother being at the peak of the spirit-seeking realm. If he used the Seeking Pulse talisman nearby, it would surely be detected. "Let's go, Mom will accompany Luo Air," Guo Wanting said softly, gently taking Xiao Luo's small hand. To her, this was a good opportunity to get closer to her beloved son. Xiao Luo felt a bit troubled inside. What to do? Even so, he continued to show great joy on his face. It seemed he could only look for another opportunity. Guo Wanting held Xiao Luo's small hand, walking slowly through the woods, softly telling him about Xiao Wui's bravery in the past, hoping to help Xiao Luo become more familiar with his father. Xiao Luo listened to Guo Wanting's stories, constantly playing along. But deep down, he was thinking about how to escape from this situation. His bright eyes casually scanned the surroundings, only to find that no matter how he and Guo Wanting moved, the Xiao family experts spread around them remained like shadows, keeping them protected in the center area. It seemed he needed a reasonable excuse to leave on his own. "Mom, Luo Air wants to use the restroom." Xiao Luo suddenly lifted his head, looking embarrassed as he softly spoke to Guo Wanting. "Mom will go with you." Guo Wanting chuckled lightly and prepared to hold Xiao Luo's hand, heading toward a nearby thicket. "Luo Air has grown up, Luo Air wants to go by himself." Xiao Luo hurriedly spoke up. If Guo Wanting followed him, then his plan would be ruined. The best way now was to find a way to send Guo Wanting away. Guo Wanting looked at Xiao Luo in surprise. After a moment of pause, she finally realized that Luo Air had grown up and understood shyness. She gently touched Xiao Luo's forehead and spoke softly. "Alright, then Mom will wait for Luo Air here. Luo Air will be back soon." Xiao Luo nodded and quickly walked towards the nearby thicket. He felt a slight sigh of relief inside. Finally, he had his own space. Arriving at the thicket, Xiao Luo pulled out a talisman from his pocket. It wasn't the Seeking Pulse talisman but the second-grade concealment talisman. The reason for not using the Seeking Pulse talisman immediately was that it required spiritual energy resonance to locate the mine, which would alert the surrounding experts. So Xiao Luo needed to find a way to get further away before secretly using the Seeking Pulse talisman. The concealment talisman was drawn specifically for this situation. It could hide the user's aura and form for a short time. In theory, this talisman was quite powerful, but it had a fatal flaw: the higher the cultivation level, the shorter the effect duration, which was why it was classified as second grade. However, at that moment, Xiao Luo's situation fit this seemingly useless talisman perfectly. Xiao Luo pinched the concealment talisman with his fingers, channeling the spiritual energy within him. The talisman, under the rush of spiritual energy, gradually transformed into spiritual gas, dispersing at his fingertips. Surrounded by a veil of energy. "It's done." Xiao Luo looked at the faint aura around him and knew that the effect of the talisman had been activated. He quietly began to move toward the outer edge of the circle formed by the Xiao family's servants. As he passed by the servants, Xiao Luo took special note of their expressions. They seemed to show no change, indicating they had indeed not noticed him. It looks like the talisman is quite effective. Chapter 9, Letting That Kid Escape. Xiao Luo slowed down his pace, stealthily walking past the servants of the Xiao family. Though the concealment talisman could hide one's form and presence, the sound of footsteps and the marks left behind could not be erased, so he had to be cautious to successfully avoid being seen. "I hope I can sneak back without my mother getting angry." Xiao Luo successfully avoided his family's servants and walked deeper into the dense forest, talking to himself along the way. The air in the mountains was slightly damp, and as Xiao Luo walked on the moist ground, he made no noise, only hearing his own voice and the occasional chirping of insects and birds. This should be far enough. After walking for a while, Xiao Luo took out a talisman from his clothes, twisting it between his fingers. It was the vein-seeking talisman. If he stayed away too long and was discovered by Guo Wanting, she would definitely send the servants to search the mountains, and there was no way he could hide from them. Although the vein-seeking talisman emitted a fluctuation of spiritual energy, it was a low-grade talisman of the second rank, so as long as he was a certain distance away, it wouldn't be sensed. At that moment, Xiao Luo twisted the talisman, held it before him, and channeled his spiritual energy into it. He noticed the naturally formed runes on the vein-seeking talisman tremble slightly, suddenly glowing with a faint light. In the next instant, the talisman slipped from his fingers and quickly flew in a certain direction. Found it! Xiao Luo recognized that the vein-seeking talisman had found the mine, and he immediately drew on the spiritual energy within him to enhance himself, blinking and quickly following it. Now he just needed to follow the vein-seeking talisman to locate the mine, and that would allow the Xiao family to secretly acquire the Qiushan mine, without anyone realizing it. With his genius status and the constraints of the city lord's mansion, the Han family wouldn't dare to cause trouble again. The vein-seeking talisman flew swiftly, and Xiao Luo had to exert all his spiritual energy just to barely keep up. I didn't expect this thing to be so fast. Xiao Luo furrowed his youthful brow. He understood all the functions and crafting methods of the talismans, but he had never actually used them before. For example, he was discovering the flight speed of the vein-seeking talisman for the first time, and it left him feeling a bit caught off guard. The Qiushan mountain range stretched for thousands of miles. If the mine were too far away, he definitely wouldn't reach it with the remaining spiritual energy he had. At that point, he would have to give up this opportunity. Xiao Luo didn't have confidence that he could find another chance as perfect as this one, especially since sneaking out now would surely mean facing stricter restrictions upon returning. But if his spiritual energy ran out, even if he didn't want to give up, he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Fortunately, just as Xiao Luo's spiritual energy was about to run dry, the flying speed of the vein-seeking talisman began to gradually slow down, causing him to let out a sigh of relief, his tense nerves easing. It seemed they were almost there. Moments later, the vein-seeking talisman hovered in midair, no longer moving, after arriving at an open space. Is it here? Xiao Luo stopped, looking around before reaching out toward the vein-seeking talisman, but the talisman suddenly vanished just as he was about to touch it, as if its spiritual energy had completely depleted. Well, the vein-seeking talisman was a one-time use. Now that it had vanished, it ought to mean he had found the location of the mine. Thinking this, Xiao Luo bent down and scooped up some dirt from the ground, and before he could carefully sense it, he saw strands of spiritual energy wafting out from the dirt. What a rich concentration of spiritual energy! It seems this is where the spiritual vein resides. Although Xiao Luo felt delighted in his heart, he was suddenly filled with doubt. Logically speaking, he should have completed the task by finding the vein, so why was the system completely silent? Could it be that the others from the Xiao family must find this vein as well? At this moment, Xiao Luo kept organizing the information he had received, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt his earlier idea made sense. Having not completed the task until now, there was almost only this possibility left. However, just as Xiao Luo lowered his head in contemplation, a whistling sound suddenly came from the air. Xiao Luo's hair stood on end, and he activated his spiritual power to dodge, as an arrow whizzed past his cheek and lodged itself in the trunk behind him. He was being followed. Xiao Luo reacted immediately. If it was someone from the Xiao family who found him, they certainly wouldn't have attacked so ruthlessly. That arrow clearly aimed to take his life. So the attacker must not be from the Xiao family, but someone bold with a direct interest conflict, which could only be the other three great families. Among them, the one who viewed him as a thorn in their side, and even held grudges against him, could only be the Han family. As Xiao Luo pondered, his figure flickered and he fully activated his spiritual power, hiding behind a tree that two people could embrace. Of course, this was just his preliminary guess. The specifics were not the time to think about, and if he didn't find a way to escape soon, he might never get the chance to uncover who wanted him dead. Then Xiao Luo decisively took out another concealment talisman from his pocket, quickly activating it between his fingers, causing his presence to suddenly vanish. In the next moment, two figures clad in black, with masks covering their faces, appeared on the empty ground where Xiao Luo had just stood. Damn it, that kid got away. With his meager cultivation, he can't run far. Chase after him. After a brief exchange, the two black-clad men scanned the area and then vanished from the spot. When those two appeared, Xiao Luo felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, and it was clear that those trying to kill him were at least in the condensation realm, perhaps even the transformation realm. At this moment, Xiao Luo remained hidden behind the tree, not making any moves. 2 breaths later, the black-clad figures, who had seemingly left, suddenly reappeared, silent, and after scanning the area again, frowned slightly. Did that kid really escape? He probably used some secret technique from the Xiao family. Let's look around a bit more. The two men in black exchanged glances, then dispersed to search around. As expected, they hadn't left at all, they were just pretending for their own sake. Xiao Luo sneered in his heart, such petty tricks were still too naive to play in front of him. Feeling the remaining 3 concealment talismans in his pocket, Xiao Luo felt even more certain. Fortunately, last night he had thought it was not safe enough and drew a few more concealment talismans, otherwise, today's situation could have led to a real disaster. Seeing the black-clad men start to spread out for their search, Xiao Luo immediately left the cover of the tree and called upon his spiritual power to fly towards the direction of the Xiao family. Now he just needed to get back to Guowanting's side, and these people wouldn't pose any more threat to him. Whoosh! However, just as Xiao Luo began to dash away, an arrow suddenly shot into the place where he had just landed. Clearly right around here, but why can't I sense anything? One of the black-clad men suddenly appeared on a tree branch, frowning as he gazed down below. As a professional killer, he was extremely sensitive to all sounds and presences. The reason he had shot just now was that he sensed something unusual. But upon arriving, he found he could sense nothing. The black-clad man furrowed his brows tightly, constantly searching with his eyes. In his hearing, something clearly rushed past, but in terms of spiritual power perception, he found nothing at all. What kind of technique did this Xiao family boy use? Chapter 10, Aren't you afraid? Where is he? Another man in black appeared, standing beside the first one, his voice low and deep. Can't sense him, can only hear his general direction. He must be using some strange magical artifact. Chase him. The two exchanged a few words briefly and then immediately rushed toward Xiao Luo's direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Xiao Luo was running wildly while dodging and weaving, avoiding the arrows that were shot at him. If he slowed down a bit and walked slowly, these men in black might not be able to find his trail. But even though Xiao Luo was using the tracking charm, its effect only lasted less than half a stick of incense. With only 3 tracking charms left on him, he simply couldn't escape their search range. The only option now was to use the tracking charm to mostly conceal his figure, making it so the enemy couldn't catch him in a short period of time. Then he would quickly return to the vicinity of the Xiao family members, and this crisis could be resolved. However, the enemy's perception exceeded Xiao Luo's expectations. They could even hear his movements and almost pinpoint his location with precision. Although Xiao Luo could avoid their attacks by randomly dodging, this greatly slowed down his pace. At this rate, the duration of the tracking charm wouldn't last. This chase had lasted nearly a stick of incense, and in order to conserve the tracking charms, Xiao Luo only used a new one after the effect of the previous one wore off. Though this would expose his location for a moment, it gave him a little more time to get closer to the Xiao family. Xiao Luo furrowed his brows, pinching the last tracking charm between his fingers, and activated it in an instant. As spiritual energy surrounded him, Xiao Luo's figure disappeared from the sight of the men in black once again. Kid, your charms are indeed extraordinary, but this is just a dying struggle. Although Xiao Luo's figure only appeared for a moment before vanishing again, the men in black clearly saw it from behind. It was the charm. They hadn't expected such a rare thing to appear on a child, and it seemed that the Xiao family must have bought it to protect him. The 2 men in black leisurely followed behind. They could clearly feel Xiao Luo's speed slowing down more and more, which was a clear sign of depleting spiritual energy. At this moment, Xiao Luo was indeed facing spiritual exhaustion, which made him feel somewhat helpless. He had never imagined that coming up the mountain to search for veins would result in an assassination. From now on, he would have to be more cautious. Xiao Luo sighed lightly and took out another charm from his chest. He pinched it between his fingers. This charm, like the tracking charm, was a second-grade charm, but it was Xiao Luo's proudest creation. This charm was called the Wind Riding Cloud Walking Charm. Originally a 4th-grade charm, it could greatly increase the speed of the user, as if riding the wind and drifting among the clouds. According to Xiao Luo's cultivation level, he shouldn't be able to draw a 4th-grade charm, but this charm was somewhat special. It required very high-quality paper and materials, but the cultivation requirement was actually quite low. Xiao Luo relied on his perfect mastery of basic charms to draw it on regular yellow paper. However, due to the ordinary materials, the effect was greatly reduced, so Xiao Luo rated it as a 2nd-grade charm. Still, even among 2nd-grade charms, this one was incomparable. Xiao Luo estimated the remaining time on the tracking charm, and just as it was about to expire, he poured all the remaining spiritual energy into the Wind Riding Cloud Walking Charm. In the next moment, the charm in his fingers instantly turned into a breeze and flowing clouds, enveloping Xiao Luo. At the same time, Xiao Luo, who had been drained both physically and spiritually, suddenly became nimble and agile. Kid, surrender. The man in black who was closely pursuing Xiao Luo had seen his figure reappear. They began to mock him, wanting to put some psychological pressure on him. They could also see that Xiao Luo was now at the end of his rope, completely out of options. After all, he was just a chi-gathering realm. No matter how talented he was still just a fledgling eagle. Before he could grow into a mighty eagle, he was merely a fragile cub. Just as they had only said half of their taunts, they saw Xiao Luo's figure suddenly wrapped in clear wind and flowing clouds, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from their sight. This left them dumbfounded. What was going on? How could a chi-gathering realm have such speed? However, the figure in black did not seem too nervous. They had just sensed Xiao Luo's overdrawn physical condition. This sudden burst of speed was likely just a last struggle. Immediately, the two men in black quickly used their spiritual power and pursued at full speed. No wonder it's the wind control cloud symbol, its effect is indeed astonishing. As Xiao Luo ran wildly, he marveled at the brilliance of this symbol in his heart. Through the chase, Xiao Luo had basically figured out that the two behind him were likely at the full circle stage of the condensed origin realm. Now, they were desperately chasing him but couldn't close the gap for the moment. Having crossed nearly 2 tiers, his speed could still match theirs. It seemed that the higher the level of the symbol, the more terrifying its effects became. However, a symbol was ultimately just an external force, and besides, Xiao Luo was using a flawed version of the wind control cloud symbol. Its effect would soon start to fade, and the men in black behind him now wore grim smiles on their faces. They knew that Xiao Luo was already at the end of his rope. Kid, I have to say, your methods are indeed impressive, but the world has never lacked talented individuals who fell unexpectedly. You will be no exception. As Xiao Luo's speed slowed down, the men in black immediately surrounded him, one in front and one behind, walking toward Xiao Luo with sinister smiles. At this moment, Xiao Luo's forehead was covered in sweat, and his breath was quite chaotic due to overexertion. But he did not panic, he merely glanced indifferently at the two men in black and asked in his childish voice. You saw it too, I have no strength to run anymore. Why not let me die clearly? Who wants to kill me? The men in black looked at Xiao Luo with astonished expressions. They did not expect that even in such a dire situation, the 3-year-old Xiao Luo would show no sign of fear in his eyes. Originally, we were worried that you staying near the Xiao family would make it hard to act, but we didn't expect you to come out on your own. That saved us a lot of trouble. The man in black took off his mask, revealing a terrifying face. Alright, let you die clearly today. You shouldn't have offended the Han family, even more so, you shouldn't have made an enemy of Han Li. Oh, so it's him. Xiao Luo nodded, looking very calm, as if he had already guessed the answer. This made the black-clothed man frown. Xiao Luo was surprisingly mature for his age. Even if he was a genius, he was only 3, why was he so calm in the face of this crisis? Aren't you afraid? Xiao Luo chuckled lightly in his childish voice, there's no need to be afraid now. Oh no. The black-clothed man's face changed drastically as he immediately reacted and flew toward Xiao Luo. In the blink of an eye, he reached Xiao Luo's front. He only needed to move a little closer to tightly grasp Xiao Luo's neck. Xiao Luo's earlier reaction had almost already told them that the Xiao family members were coming. They had been tracking all the way up the mountain, and they had naturally noticed the many experts from the Xiao family. There was no way they could win in a head-on fight. Now, the Xiao family members had probably surrounded them here. To survive, controlling Xiao Luo was their only way out. And at this moment, the black-clothed man, who had now appeared in front of Xiao Luo, found that Xiao Luo showed no sign of fear in the face of his attack. In that innocent gaze, there was actually a hint of mockery. For no reason, a wave of chill surged from the bottom of the black-clad man's heart, and fear silently crawled up his mind. In the next moment, his hand, which was about to catch Xiao Luo, disappeared without a trace. It was a disappearance in the physical sense. Ah! The excruciating pain made the black-clad man unable to hold back his cries. As a killer, the black-clad man's skill was beyond doubt. He wouldn't make a sound even if he lost a hand or foot, let alone his head. Yet now, he truly felt what it meant to be in excruciating pain. At some unknown moment, an ice spike had risen from the ground, piercing directly through the black-clad man's heart, while the part that exited his back instantly bloomed into a flower of ice. At the same time, the air around began to sparkle. Upon closer inspection, one could find that this was actually the water vapor in the surroundings condensing into ice. Feeling life slipping away, the black-clad man's vision gradually blurred, leaving only the sound of wind and that cold female voice in his ears. Dare to harm my son, seek death. Guo Wanting descended like an immortal from the heavens, stepping down from the air on steps of ice crystals formed from the condensed water vapor. The gap between an ordinary killer in the condensation realm and one in the spirit transformation realm was as vast as a chasm, impossible to cross. In the eyes of the black-clad man, Guo Wanting at this moment was no different from a deity. This was the first time Xiao Luo saw his mother make a move, and he was momentarily stunned. Before today, Xiao Luo only knew that Guo Wanting was a peak spirit transformation realm, and nothing more. When spending time with him, Guo Wanting was completely just a loving mother, having nothing to do with the powerful figure in Xiao Luo's mind, even making Xiao Luo gradually forget that his mother was actually a super strong warrior. Now, watching the scene of her like a celestial descending from the heavens, the longing in Xiao Luo's eyes could not be hidden. After all, he had a system. One day, he would surely surpass his mother, reach the peak, and look down upon countless beings. However, Xiao Luo quickly regained his senses and looked at the surviving black-clad man. Although the crisis was averted, there was still one killer left unresolved. He could see that Guo Wanting wanted to leave one alive to extract information about the mastermind, hence she did not go for the kill. If her only intent was to kill the black-clad man, he would have been killed instantly like his companion, without any chance to breathe. Damn it! The black-clad man cursed furiously and immediately turned to run. He was hired by a killer organization, but he was not one of the Han family's death warriors. There was no need to sell his life for this. The Han family only said there were experts in the condensation realm on the Xiao family's side, which was why they took this job. But now, what the hell is a condensation realm? This was clearly a peak spirit transformation realm. A mere finger could kill him 10 times over. This made the killer feel like he wanted to die. If he could survive and return, he would certainly make the Han family pay. With that thought, the black-clad man hesitated not, urging all his spiritual power, preparing to escape into the woods. As long as he could gain some distance and use his hiding techniques as a killer, he would have a chance to escape from Zhao's family. This was also his only opportunity for survival at that moment. But before the black-clad man could make his move, 2 plainclothed servants suddenly appeared beside him, each gently resting a hand on his shoulder. At that moment, the black-clad man felt his calves cramping. These 2 seemed like ordinary servants, looking somewhat older, but the aura they emitted was that of a peak spirit communication realm and an early spirit transformation realm. What the hell? These are just servants. Although the 2 servants merely placed their hands gently on the black-clad man's shoulders. However, the spiritual power within him, for some reason, in this moment, was no longer under his control. No matter how he urged it, the spiritual power was like a stagnant pool, showing no ripples at all. What kind of trick is this? You harm our young master, and you think we will let you go? One of the higher-trained servants spoke, his aged voice resonating with an undeniable aura. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them instantly moved in front of Guo Wanting. At this moment, Guo Wanting did not have the time to look at them. Instead, she bent down and tightly hugged Xiao Luo in her arms, softly asking, "Luo, are you hurt anywhere?" "Mother, don't worry, Luo is fine." Xiao Luo gently shook his head, his face showing an expression of fright but trying to pretend to be calm. This made Guo Wanting feel very distressed. She even began to use her spiritual power to carefully check Xiao Luo's body. Only after a thorough examination did she slightly put her heart at ease, gently stroking Xiao Luo's forehead. "Luo, wait for mother, we will go home soon." "Okay." Xiao Luo obediently nodded in response. Although he needed to let Guo Wanting know about the mine, it was clearly not the right time now. After all, there was still one black-clad person left to deal with. Once Guo Wanting completely dealt with the matters at hand, he could find a chance to speak without hurry. Master, I don't know." The black-clad person now felt his hands and feet turning cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He regretted it terribly. If it weren't for his moment of greed, how could he have fallen into such a situation? Now, all he hoped for was to honestly confess everything he knew, then kneel and beg for mercy to leave alive after paying some price. But reality was harsh. Guo Wanting clearly had no intention of using torture, instead walking straight towards the black-clad man. The black-clad person stared in terror as Guo Wanting walked towards him step by step. The tenderness in his eyes while looking at Xiao Luo had long vanished, leaving only indifference and depth. Suddenly, he realized that Guo Wanting was not planning to ask him anything. This was the rhythm of soul-searching. Soul-searching was not a secret technique. Almost everyone in the cultivation world could do it, but generally, no one used it because it was extremely vicious, consuming one's cultivation and shattering the soul. If used recklessly, and if the other party's forces found out, it would inevitably lead to a situation where neither side could survive. However, at this moment, Guo Wanting seemed completely unconcerned about this. She only wanted to know who dared to harm her precious son. Chapter 12, Mission Accomplished. Soul-searching required a significant disparity in cultivation to successfully cast it. Guo Wanting and the black-clad person's cultivation levels differed by 2 ranks, which happened to meet the conditions. Guo Wanting extended her right hand, hovering above the black-clad man's head, while her left hand formed seals, constantly changing. In an instant, strands of breath were drawn from the top of the black-clad man's head. That was the shattered soul. The black-clad man, who was still struggling moments ago, now had lifeless eyes, standing still like a puppet, without moving. Xiao Luo knew about soul-searching, but it was his first time witnessing it. He couldn't help but feel curious, staring intently at the scene before him. Guo Wanting showed no intention of hiding this from Xiao Luo. In this world, the strong prey on the weak, and encountering these things earlier was actually good for Xiao Luo. Moments later, Guo Wanting completed the soul search, waved her hand, and no longer looked at the black-clad man. At this point, the black-clad man had already turned into an ice statue, and in the next moment, he turned to dust and vanished into the world. Han family. Guo Wanting's eyes were ablaze with fury. Through the soul search, she had already learned that the Han family was the one pulling the strings from behind. Although she was very angry, this matter was of great importance, and she also found it hard to make a decision, so she prepared to go home immediately and discuss things thoroughly with Xiao Wei. "Mother?" Seeing that the timing was right, Xiao Luo quickly ran to Guo Wanting's side, gently wrapping her arms around Guo Wanting's legs and softly speaking. "Luo, you weren't scared, were you?" The anger on Guo Wanting's face vanished in an instant the moment Xiao Luo approached her, as if the decisive female immortal just moments ago was not her at all. And she did not pursue the matter of Xiao Luo running off on her own. No, mother is so amazing. Luo wants to be just as strong as you in the future. Xiao Luo was certainly not afraid of Guo Wanting. She had known from the beginning that Guo Wanting was no ordinary person. After all, how could someone who became the matriarch of one of the four great families be simple? However, Guo Wanting, due to her love for her child, would not display the authority of a matriarch in front of Xiao Luo. Luo will be even more amazing than mother in the future. Guo Wanting gently stroked Xiao Luo's forehead and spoke softly. Shall we go home now? Mother has something to discuss with your father. What she mentioned was naturally about the issues concerning the Han family. Moreover, now that Xiao Luo had been attacked, staying outside would surely be extremely dangerous, so Guo Wanting immediately made the decision to return home. But mother, there is a place over there with really magical land, with spiritual energies spilling out from the soil. Luo wants to go see it. Xiao Luo gently shook Guo Wanting's hand, acting cute as she spoke. Telling Guo Wanting directly that there was a spiritual vein over there was obviously not allowed, so even though it felt a bit awkward, Xiao Luo had to use this method to hint at Guo Wanting. However, with Guo Wanting's intelligence, Xiao Luo was not worried that she wouldn't understand her meaning. Sure enough, after hearing Xiao Luo's words, Guo Wanting's eyes widened slightly. Others may not know, but she was very clear about what it meant for the land to emit spiritual energy, which indicated that there was a huge spiritual vein underground, capable of saturating the ground with spiritual energy. Luo didn't see it wrong, did you? Guo Wanting gently touched Xiao Luo's tender little hand and quietly asked. Luo won't be mistaken. Can mother come with me to take another look? Xiao Luo shook Guo Wanting's hand again, acting adorably. Okay, mother will go with Luo, but you must not run off by yourself again, you must stay with mother. Guo Wanting certainly had no reason to refuse. After all, if they could really discover a vein here, the rise of the Xiao family could be imminent. However, compared to the spiritual vein, Guo Wanting was more concerned about Xiao Luo's safety, because nothing in this world was more important than her precious son. So she needed to ensure Xiao Luo's complete safety before doing anything else. This time, Luo will be good and won't run around. Xiao Luo immediately assured her. Anyway, she had already accomplished what she wanted to do and did not need to run off on her own anymore. Now she only needed to let Guo Wanting go with her to confirm the spiritual vein, and her system task would likely be completed. Seeing that Xiao Luo had agreed, Guo Wanting slowly stood up, holding Xiao Luo's little hand, scanning the surroundings as she spoke, with the aura of. On the ground, only the icy sculpture of the black-cloaked figure, still in a sprinting pose, was left to crumble into powder with the wind. Mother, this is the place. Xiao Luo held Guo Wanting's hand, arriving right above the spiritual vein, and spoke softly. Okay, let mother take a look. At this moment, Guo Wanting was in a very good mood. She could sense the thick spiritual energy beneath the ground without needing to examine it closely. Her delicate fingers gently scooped up the earth, releasing visible spiritual energy that flowed out. This underground spiritual vein must be extraordinarily powerful to endow such rich spiritual energy to the ground. Guo Wanting turned her head, gently picked up Xiao Luo, and said softly. Luo is so impressive, you actually found the spiritual vein for your parents. Although Guo Wanting had long mastered the ability to hide her emotions, she could not contain her joy in front of her precious son. Happiness was written all over her face at that moment. Earlier, the Xiao family had gradually declined among the four great families, but thankfully her precious son was outstanding, performing remarkably on the road to immortality, possessing the talent of a sword immortal. This also gave the Xiao family a chance to rise again and gain the support of the city lord. Now, Xiao Luo had unexpectedly found a large spiritual vein for the Xiao family. This would give the Xiao family the resources to successfully elevate themselves to a super family. Her precious son was indeed the little lucky star of the Xiao family. If I can help mother and father, Luo will be very happy. Xiao Luo's face was also filled with joy, and he sweetly hugged Guo Wanting back, deeply moving her heart. However, no one knew that in front of Xiao Luo, a transparent prompt box had appeared. The task that had been quiet for so long had finally been completed. Task completed, reward, minor talisman mastery. Please check the rewards, host. Chapter 13, definitely not a coincidence. The entry into talismans was already so extraordinary, isn't the minor talisman mastery reward even more powerful? Xiao Luo was very excited at this moment, but since he was still in Guo Wanting's embrace, he needed to appear calm to avoid arousing suspicion. Anyway, the task was already complete, and he could receive the reward later once they were settled at home. Mother, Luo is a bit tired. Can we go home? Seeing that everything was managed, Xiao Luo felt that there was no reason to stay here any longer, especially as he was still being hunted by the Han family, so he gently hugged Guo Wanting back and said softly. Alright, mother will take Luo home now. Guo Wanting gently intertwined her fingers with Xiao Luo's small hand and walked toward the Xiao family's carriage. On the way back, Xiao Luo took advantage of his tiredness to lie down in Guo Wanting's arms. Guo Wanting looked at Xiao Luo lovingly, her eyes full of tenderness. She gently massaged the top of Xiao Luo's head to help him sleep more comfortably. Although they had almost encountered danger during the outing, thankfully nothing major happened. Moreover, they found a mine, which would bring tremendous help to the Xiao family, and there was no doubt that the position of clan leader for Xiao Wui would become much more secure. It seemed that everything was unconsciously aiding the Xiao family, and all of this had happened since Xiao Luo was born. It seems that our Luo really is our little lucky star. Guo Wanting's voice was very gentle, afraid of waking her precious son. Perhaps Xiao Luo was the greatest opportunity that heaven had given her in Xiao Wui. No one knew that Xiao Luo was actually not tired at all, not really asleep, but simply closing his eyes to conveniently receive the reward. The system reward that wasn't collected earlier is just right to receive now. Xiao Luo silently muttered a few words in his heart and quietly opened the system interface. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, Minor Talisman Mastery. Minor Talisman Mastery. The cultivation of talismans is further advanced, the effects of the talismans drawn have greatly increased, and the spiritual energy spent on drawing talismans is significantly reduced. The system's explanation was quite simple and easy to understand, and Xiao Luo just glanced at it to grasp the improvements brought by Fu Xiaocheng. The improvement of talismans is entirely a regular upgrade, which I had anticipated. However, spending less spiritual power to draw talismans makes a significant difference. Moreover, perhaps I can even draw advanced talismans at a higher level. Xiao Luo was in awe in his heart. Talismans are divine arts that seize the creation of heaven and earth, drawing on the power of gods and spirits. Their might is extraordinary. If one could draw those top-tier talismans, even with only the cultivation of qi gathering, one could contend with immortals. But precisely because of this, the difficulty of practicing talismans is immense. Most people spend their whole lives unable to even glimpse the threshold. This indirectly leads to talismans being extremely rare in this world, and many people even hold prejudices against them. After all, in any world, there are always those who can't get the grapes and claim they're sour. Right now, being able to draw all talismans as soon as you enter the field means that as long as you methodically improve your own cultivation, you can draw corresponding grade talismans. Fu Xiaocheng even enabled Xiao Luo to have the capital to fight at a higher level. Xiao Luo felt that after receiving the system's reward, his understanding of talismans deepened further. The characters that were originally a bit obscure suddenly became clear and coherent. It seemed that all he needed to do was pick up the brush to effortlessly draw them. Same grade talismans already crush most techniques, and now being able to draw talismans at a higher level, I fear that no one at the same level will be my opponent in the future. Xiao family's ancestral home. Luor, do you know your mistake? Xiao Wui looked at Xiao Luo, who was kneeling on the ground, with a solemn expression, his eyes burning with anger as if they had become solid. Xiao Luo was the future of the Xiao family, and he had high hopes for him, but now, due to playing around, he had almost cut off the family's future. How could this not make him angry? Husband! What did you promise me? Guo Wanting stood to the side, looking at Xiao Luo, whose eyes were red with tears, and then turned to glare at Xiao Wui. Madam, if we do not discipline him severely, how will Luo manage the Xiao family in the future? Xiao Wui's firm voice instantly softened upon hearing Guo Wanting's accusations. As Xiao Luo's father, he naturally did not want to treat his son this way. However, Xiao Wui was not only Xiao Luo's father but also the head of the Xiao family. Everything must be considered for the family. Besides, this time was merely due to good luck. If the opponent had a deeper cultivation and his wife had not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In the face of such a situation, Xiao Wui could only be stern and give Xiao Luo a good lesson. Luo has found a spiritual vein for us, the merits and demerits offset each other, so I think we should end it here today. Guo Wanting did not care how Xiao Wui considered it. She immediately glared at him, then helped Xiao Luo off the ground. Madam! Such indulgence will only harm Luo in the future. Xiao Wui understood his wife's feelings for their child, but if this kind of mischief was not addressed, it would lead to endless troubles in the future. Let's discuss when you have dealt with the ones who truly wish to harm Luo. Guo Wanting gave no face to Xiao Wui at all, gently rubbing Xiao Luo's knees, which were red and swollen from kneeling for too long. Xiao Luo then raised his head to look at Guo Wanting, then at Xiao Wui, who looked like he wanted to scold him for not being good enough, and sighed silently in his heart. Although his father was strict, from a normal person's perspective, his worries were not without reason. Unfortunately, he was not someone who could be measured by common sense. However, there was no good way out of this situation. He could only pretend to be a good boy to avoid this punishment. Madam, don't worry, I will make sure to deal with the Han family's people. Xiao Wui's tone, which was somewhat hesitant, became icy cold the moment he mentioned the Han family. He did not release any spiritual energy, but Xiao Luo could feel a chilling aura that pierced through to his bones. He knew that his cheap old man was truly angry. Forget it, both you and I know the situation with the Han family. Right now, it's not wise to fight hard, we need to plan carefully. Guo Wanting sighed softly, slowly stood up, and glanced at Xiao Wui. Although Luo made a mistake this time, you have already punished him. Let's put this matter to rest. Sigh, fine. Xiao Wui seemed to want to say something more, but seeing his wife's expression, he swallowed the words back down. The Chiao Mountain mining vein has a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, but it hasn't leaked out in large quantities. I only sensed it slightly when I got nearby. Suddenly turning back after preparing to leave with Xiao Luo, Xiao Wui paused at his wife's words, as if he thought of something. His pupils widened instantly. We are not very close to the mining vein, yet Luor could find it. This is probably not a coincidence. Chapter 14, Storm. His wife, being at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, was only one opportunity away from breaking through the barrier to become an immortal. Her power was undeniable. With great power comes great perception ability. It was terrifying that while his powerful wife could not sense it, Luor could know the location of the mining vein. This might mean that Luor held terrifying talents hidden within. Xiao Wui's pupils widened as he looked at Xiao Luo, momentarily speechless. Luor is tired now, I will take him back to rest. Guo Wanning gave Xiao Wui a deep look, then turned to lead Xiao Luo out of his sight. He certainly understood his wife's meaning. Even if Luor had greater potential, pressing him too hard would not be a good plan. It might even backfire and hinder growth. The last look his wife gave him warned him. Do I really look that foolish? Realizing this, Xiao Wui chuckled bitterly, shook his head, and turned to leave. The interruption was over, and plenty of family matters still awaited his attention. Finally, it's done. Xiao Luo lay on the bed, reflecting on what had just happened, finally able to exhale with relief. After discovering the mining vein, he deliberately created an illusion that he still had great potential undiscovered. This could perfectly cover his future powerful abilities gained from rewards. Everything could be explained by mysterious potential. This way, whether it's the new abilities he gains in the future or his current talent, he could gradually reveal them. Though this result was carefully planned, the process was full of uncertainties. Thankfully, everything was heading in a good direction. It was time to show his true colors. After completely relaxing, an overwhelming and intense fatigue washed over him, and the exhaustion from depleting his spiritual and physical energy quickly pulled Xiao Luo into a deep sleep. The Han family. What did you say? Han Ling smashed the cup in his hand into pieces, glaring at the messenger who brought the news. The servant of the Han family was now kneeling on the ground, his forehead pressed tightly against the floor, trembling uncontrollably, fearing that any movement might provoke the furious family head into annihilating him. Everyone knew about Han Ling's brutality. Han Ling's right hand trembled with anger, shards of the cup had already turned to dust, streaming through his fingers. Just now, he learned that the Xiao family's people had returned safely, not a single person missing. Someone even claimed that Xiao Luo was still bouncing around when he got out of the carriage, showing no signs of an attack at all. These useless things. Han Ling's power in the immortal realm was evident, and dark clouds gradually gathered above the Han family mansion, with a low rumble of thunder in the distance. Seeing this odd phenomenon in the sky, everyone in the Han family trembled. They knew the family head was furious once again. Dad! Han Li, sensing the strange noise, immediately headed to the conference hall. As he entered, he cast a faint glance at the servant lying on the ground, trembling slightly, and walked straight towards Han Ling's direction. Lear, why are you here? In the previous moment, Han Ling had burst into anger, but upon seeing Han Li, he regained his composure, and his expression gradually turned kinder. Dad, what happened? Han Li stepped forward, gently embraced Han Ling, and asked softly. It's nothing, Dad is just dealing with some trivial matters, you don't need to worry. Han Ling patted Han Li's head, smiling brightly as he spoke. Lear, are you adapting to the new spirit treasure? Everything is fine, Dad. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard and crush the Xiao family. At this moment, Han Li's youthful face looked incredibly cold, and a hint of fierceness flickered in his eyes. He could not forget what Xiao Luo had done to him on the path of guiding immortals, not only embarrassing him publicly but also ruining his future in cultivating immortality. If it weren't for his father using great powers to replace his spirit treasure, how could he ever lift his head up in the future? Since Han Li was humiliated by Xiao Luo with a silk scarf on the path of guiding immortals, Han Ling had been searching for a way to help Han Li replace his spirit treasure. Although the spirit treasures obtained on the path of guiding immortals were only the starting keys, they played a decisive role. After all, Han Li was the legitimate eldest son of the Han family and the heart's darling of Han Ling. How could he bear to see his son lag behind others? Now, although he had successfully replaced the spirit treasure, this acquired spirit treasure was always a bit lacking, and the replacement had cost the Han family a significant price, all of which Han Ling attributed to the Xiao family. That was why he had commissioned the assassin organization to carry out assassination activities. Han Ling raised his head and looked towards the direction of the Xiao family, an aura of harshness almost visibly pouring from his eyes. Xiao family, Xiao Luo, don't rush, this is just the beginning, the good show is still to come. Dad, last time you mentioned there was something that could help me with my cultivation, what is it? Han Li seemed to think of something and immediately looked up at Han Ling. To say what his dad was doing, it was actually just a side action. Han Li's real purpose was to inquire when the treasure promised by Han Ling could be obtained. Don't worry, Lear, I have already sent someone to find the pill formula, and the key medicinal ingredient will appear at the auction in a month. At that time, Dad will buy it for you, refining it into a pill, which will help you stabilize your foundation, making your future cultivation smooth. Han Ling immediately switched to a kind expression, smiling as he patted Han Li's head. Auction? This was the first time Han Li had heard this unfamiliar term. That's right, the annual auction of Luofeng City, where various techniques, treasures, and spiritual medicines are auctioned off. What you need this time will be at this auction. Han Ling patiently explained to Han Li. With Han Li's status in the Han family, he would sooner or later be exposed to such things, and early exposure would not be a bad thing for him. I want to go too. Upon hearing about the auction, Han Li's eyes lit up immediately. Although he had never heard of an auction before, through Han Ling's gaze, Han Li knew how important this so-called auction was, and he definitely couldn't miss it. Alright, let's go together. Han Ling smiled as he patted Han Li's head. The auction in Luofeng City is the grand event of the year. Now, with a little over a month to go, many people have already started bustling about. There is actually no strict limit on the number of participants for the auction, ranging from wealthy merchants to outside cultivators. Anyone can enter for auction as long as they have enough spirit stones to take away the treasures. However, despite that, the entire auction is actually the turf of the four major families of Luofeng City. After all, no one would offend such a powerful presence for treasures. It could easily lead to losing both wealth and safety. Besides this annual grand event, the most talked about recently is Xiao Luo of the Xiao family, who seized the spirit weapon flying sword on the immortal path at the age of 3, rumored to even possess the potential of a sword immortal. These dazzling titles made Xiao Luo a person of great attention. Shi Hanhai stood on the city lord's mansion wall, overlooking the myriad lives in the city, and after a long while, sighed softly. This falling wind city is about to change. Chapter 15, Mixed Element Dao Body. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. The hot summer weather always brings an inexplicable restlessness, the cicadas continuously chirping in the treetops, and the lotus flowers in the lake have fully bloomed. At the center of the lake in a pavilion, Xiao Luo is currently sitting on a mat meditating. Wanting, it has really been hard on you lately. Xiao Wei stood not far from the pavilion, gazing at Xiao Luo who was meditating inside. His face still showed no joy or anger, yet even so, it couldn't hide the hint of fatigue in his eyes. Husband, don't say such things. You have been managing family affairs outside, especially exhausting yourself for the Qiushan mine recently. If anyone has worked hard, it is you. Guo Wanning looked at Xiao Wei gently, extending her hand to gently smooth out the wrinkles on his clothes. Since Xiao Luo discovered the Qiushan spiritual vein a month ago, Xiao Wei immediately sealed off the entire Qiushan mountain range and began taking people to explore the spiritual vein. Although this work did not require Xiao Wei to do it personally, he still supervised the site himself to ensure everything went perfectly. To speed up the progress, he even personally used spiritual energy to carry out the preliminary work for mining the vein, and for that, he hadn't returned home for a whole month. During this period, family affairs could be temporarily discussed at the mine, but Xiao Wei had no time to manage matters at home, leaving almost everything for Guo Wanting to handle. Xiao Wei always felt guilty towards Guo Wanting and Xiao Luo, as he had been busy with family matters and neglected the needs of his wife and son, and now for the sake of speeding up the mining, he hadn't come home for a month. Wanting, I will make it up to you and Luo properly afterwards. Seeing his wife so virtuous, Xiao Wei couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache, gently reaching out to help Guo Wanting tidy the strands of hair at her temple. Husband, will there be enough time? Guo Wanting seemed to recall something, looking at Xiao Wei with a hint of worry in her eyes. What she meant was naturally about the mining progress at Qiushan. The annual auction in Falling Wind City was approaching, and if the Xiao family wanted to gain something from it, they needed a large reserve of spiritual stones as support. However, 6 months ago, the previously peaceful Xiao family suddenly had some rifts, even leading to considerable disputes. The turmoil at the upper levels severely affected the lower development of the Xiao family, which is also why Xiao Wei had been frequently dealing with family matters since that time. Now, although the internal turmoil has calmed down a lot, the current reserve of spiritual stones in the Xiao family is still absolutely insufficient to compete with the other 3 great families at the auction. This is why Xiao Wei decided to begin mining the spiritual vein early. If all went smoothly, it would ensure the Xiao family's competitiveness at the Falling Wind City auction. Your husband has personally taken action, how could it possibly fail? Xiao Wei smiled, gently wrapping his arms around Guo Wanting's shoulders. In fact, the Qiushan mine had already officially started operating yesterday, but to prevent any unforeseen events, Xiao Wei stayed there for an extra night and only returned home today after confirming that everything was fine. Finally finished just in time before the auction starts. This way, we can help Luo obtain some cultivation resources at the auction. Guo Wanting gently leaned on Xiao Wei's shoulder, her tone soft. Husband, how far do you think Luo can go in the future? On the immortal path, she will certainly stand out. She began gathering energy at the age of 3 and has even sensed spiritual veins that we have not discovered. Our Luo must be extraordinarily lucky, and her future achievements may be limitless. Xiao Wei gazed at the pavilion in the lake where Xiao Luo stood, his eyes filled with tenderness. After all, he was his precious son. Although he could be strict at times, he truly only wished for Luo to go further on the path of cultivation. No matter where you are, the hope of a son becoming successful is an eternal topic. Your insight is pretty good. Xiao Luo slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. He casually tore off a talisman stuck in front of him, transforming it into a wisp of spiritual energy that dissipated into the air. After being intercepted by Xiao Luo's flying sword, it returned and melded into his body. This talisman was called the Listening Talisman, a first-level talisman used to eavesdrop on subtle sounds around him by gathering energy through his ears. In fact, most advanced cultivators can achieve similar effects by controlling their own energy, but since Xiao Luo's cultivation was still shallow, he could only use external items. Sitting in meditation could be quite boring, so Xiao Luo often snuck in some distractions. This listening talisman was specially drawn to prevent being caught while goofing off. He never expected to overhear the heartfelt words of his cheap old dad. What a steal! In 2 days, the auction requires the ore veins to be mined in advance. It seems there must be many good items in this. Xiao Luo thought to himself, realizing his cultivation speed was still a bit slow. Although his aptitude was decent, he was far from being a true top genius. Right now, he was cheating with the talisman to make his parents believe he had terrifying potential. But the truth was that Xiao Luo knew better than anyone that to truly become strong, he needed some genuine rare treasures to assist him. I need to think of a way to go to the auction myself. If I encounter any treasures, I can ask my cheap old dad to bid for me. Xiao Luo gazed at the blooming lotus in the lake, his eyes becoming increasingly determined. He had to go to this auction. But saying that, how could he persuade Xiao Wui to take him? At least from the conversation between Xiao Wui and Guo Wanting, they clearly did not plan to take him along, likely to avoid disturbing his cultivation. He scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled. If he just directly asked, he would probably be refused with reasons such as disturbing his training or that it would be useless to go anyway, and he might even be scolded by his cheap old dad. Thinking of his cheap old dad made Xiao Luo want to roll his eyes. He was clearly a proud individual with a strong sense of righteousness, yet he acted so serious every day. If only his system could give him more tasks. You have suffered from the Han family's bullying. At 18, you suddenly recall that Han Li rose to fame after obtaining the Lingui pill at an auction and decide to change your life starting from there. Please enter the auction, seize the treasures coveted by the Han family, cut off their chances, and take revenge for years of humiliation. Reward, Primordial Dao Body. Note, the auction time is limited, and this task must be completed by the end of the auction. If the mission fails, you will have no chance for redemption. Still grumbling about the system, Xiao Luo stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with astonishment. Why had this system become so diligent recently? And this reward made him widen his eyes. The Supreme Body, the Primordial Dao Body. Chapter 16, Spiritual Treasures Calling for Lure. The ancient texts recorded that innate physiques have various categories. The strongest thing is this Hunyuan Dao Body. The Hunyuan Dao Body does not possess any heaven-defying abilities, on the contrary, compared to other innately gifted physiques, this is the only one without any special powers. Its strength lies in its ability to accommodate all things. In the world, martial arts are interdependent. If one cultivates a conflicting attribute, they may lightly fall into madness or severely have their internal spiritual power clash, resulting in an explosive death. Not just martial arts, even some magic tools and spiritual artifacts have attributes, only by matching can they be successfully used to exert their maximum power. There are even rumors that some powerful artifacts with spirits choose their masters based on the cultivator's physique, selecting the most suitable owner. And this Hunyuan Dao Body can perfectly accommodate all types and attributes of martial arts, ignoring any attributes of spiritual tools for free usage. In theory, the Hunyuan Dao Body has no limits, as long as a path for improvement can be found, one can cultivate without conditions. Xiao Luo looked at his system rewards, his eyes suddenly brightened. This really was a match made in heaven, exactly what he wished for. This Hunyuan Dao Body, he must have it. But right now, how can he manage to enter the auction house became a problem. Should he directly look for his cheap old man to try? Perhaps his old man would show a kind heart, and he could go? Trying is better than never trying. At worst, he would just get a scolding, and this task has a tight deadline. If he missed this auction, there would be no next opportunity. Thinking of this, Xiao Luo immediately stood up from the cushion, stretched his body, and pretended to look like he had been cultivating for a long time. Then, he casually looked back and coincidentally locked eyes with Xiao Wui and Guo Wanting, who were standing by the lake looking at him. Joy instantly filled his face, and he jogged over to the two. Dad, Mom, why are you here? Using his Oscar-winning acting skills, Xiao Luo easily put on a surprised expression as he approached Xiao Wui and Guo Wanting. Of course, Dad and Mom came to see how Luo is cultivating. Guo Wanting immediately wriggled out of Xiao Wui's arms, crouched down, and embraced the little Xiao Luo who had jogged over. Oh. Xiao Wui looked at Guo Wanting, who had forgotten her husband now that she had a son, wanting to say something, but ultimately dared not speak. Because at that moment, Guo Wanting was staring back at him, and seeing his hesitant look, she gently asked. Does my husband have something to say? No, no. Xiao Wui shook his head repeatedly, fearing that if he was slow to respond, he would receive a glare from his wife. All of this fell into Xiao Luo's eyes, and he could not help but sigh in his heart. It is hard for outsiders to imagine that the head of the Xiao family, who commands power and has a great reputation outside, would be so careful in front of his wife. Of course, Xiao Luo would not think that this was Xiao Wui being scared of his wife. This was just their little flirtation, even Xiao Wui respecting his wife's normal reaction. Seeing Xiao Wui so sensible, Guo Wanting no longer looked at Xiao Wui but turned to Xiao Luo and reached out to touch his forehead. Luo must be tired from cultivating. Luo is not tired. Luo wants to become strong quickly to help dad and mom. Xiao Luo waved his little hands forcefully in the air a couple of times. This one scene made Xiao Wui's heart happy. Although his expression still remained poker-faced. Xiao Luo glanced at the pretentious Xiao Wui and tentatively spoke. Dad, Mom, Luo wants to go to the auction in a few days. Is that a place you should go? Stay at home and cultivate well. If you come across any treasures, Dad and Mom will bring them back for you. Xiao Wui's face immediately darkened as he scolded Xiao Luo. The attack from some time ago was still fresh in Xiao Wui's memory. If anything happened to his precious son, he would definitely not forgive himself. At this moment, the auction house is filled with all kinds of people, and dark currents are surging. If he took Luo there, it might lead to an assassination. So staying in the Xiao mansion is undoubtedly the safest choice. Husband. Guo Wanting was very dissatisfied with Xiao Wui's attitude. She turned back and shot him a hard glare, causing him to wilt instantly. However, Guo Wanting did not continue to pay attention to Xiao Wui. She turned to Xiao Luo and quietly asked. How did Luo find out about the auction? Luo recently overheard the servants in the mansion discussing it. Xiao Luo replied calmly, but he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. He was scared to death. He almost revealed everything. Fortunately, he was clever. He almost forgot that his parents had never directly mentioned the auction to him. Luo, what you need to focus on right now is to practice well and make full use of your advantages. Don't slack off over trivial matters. Xiao Wui leaned down, his expression softening a little. Your father is right. You should stay in the mansion and practice well during this auction, and when we return, I'll make you delicious pastries. Is that okay? Guo Wanting didn't support Xiao Luo this time either. After all, just a month ago, her taking her precious son out resulted in a life-threatening situation for him. Sure enough, this was still a reason to keep him from going. Xiao Luo felt a bit troubled inside. His fabricated talent sometimes really was a hindrance. It would be great if he could find a reasonable excuse. Wait, talent? Yes. Why not use the talent angle? A spark flashed in Xiao Luo's eyes. He was really getting confused by himself. He clearly had such high talent as a backing. Using the talent as an excuse would be perfect. Thinking of this, Xiao Luo put on an innocent expression and slowly said. But Luo feels that there is something in this city calling out to her. Xiao Wui and Guo Wanting's eyes widened slightly at Xiao Luo's words. They knew about Xiao Luo's terrifying perception ability, but now he sensed something calling him? Could it be that some rare treasure resonated with Luo's extraordinary talent? Xiao Wui and Guo Wanting almost simultaneously thought of this possibility and exchanged glances. Luo, is what you said true? Gently placing a hand on Xiao Luo's shoulder, Guo Wanting looked at him seriously, seemingly confirming something. If something truly resonated with Xiao Luo, it must be an incredible treasure. However, their perception ability was not as strong as Luo's. If they didn't take her with them, they might miss out on such a treasure. But taking Luo with them could once again put her in danger, which is why Guo Wanting needed to confirm with Xiao Luo seriously. What Luo said is all true. Xiao Luo replied earnestly. Husband. Guo Wanting gently hugged Xiao Luo, turning back to look at Xiao Wui. Her meaning was very clear. Alright, I will go and tell the clan to send more people over to ensure Luo's safety. After hearing Xiao Luo's words, Xiao Wui's eyes gradually became firmer as he spoke softly. Luo is his cherished one. Since they decided to go, they must ensure absolutely safety. Chapter 17, The Two Elders of the Xiao Family. Xiao Wui has always acted decisively. After leaving Xiao Luo's pavilion by the lake, he headed straight to the elders' courtyard. Although the Xiao family has many masters, these masters are usually affiliated with various elders, and under normal circumstances, even clan leader Xiao Wui cannot call upon them all. Right now, since Xiao Luo was going to the auction, he naturally needed a considerable number of strong fighters for protection. Otherwise, if he faced another assassination, it would be troublesome. Go notify the elders to come to the elders' courtyard. I have important matters to discuss with them. Xiao Wui spoke indifferently to the steward of the elders' hall. Yes, Patriarch. The steward immediately bowed and turned to leave after receiving Xiao Wui's command. Luofeng City is located on the border of the Xia Kingdom, and it is an important border city, with an extremely vast city area. The four major families in the city are some of the few prominent families in the Xia Kingdom. with complex relationships that cannot be easily controlled by the words of a single family head. The Xiao family is no exception. Besides the patriarch Xiao Wui, there is also the Elders' Hall. The Xiao family has 5 elders, each of whom controls one of the family's vital lines, while also serving the important role of balancing and supervising the patriarch. Among them, the voice of the eldest elder is on par with that of the patriarch, making the position very powerful. In extreme cases, the Elders' Hall even has the power to hold an internal vote to remove the patriarch. Xiao Wui looked at the steward who was gradually leaving, feeling quite complicated. Not long ago, a conflict occurred between the second elder and the eldest elder in the Elders' Hall. Even though other elders and the patriarch Xiao Wui tried to mediate, the situation still ended in a heated argument. The second elder became extremely angry and refused to handle any family matters, which directly caused Xiao Wui's workload to increase significantly. According to the rules, the patriarch could have the second elder dismissed by the Elders' Hall. But rules are just rules. The second elder was a senior who had made great contributions to the Xiao family. To remove him over such a small matter would surely discourage other members of the family. So, Xiao Wui could only temporarily tolerate the second elder's position and wait for an opportunity in the future to have a talk with him. Now, when wanting to call upon the family's strong experts, the second elder's side was still an important hurdle to overcome, as the second elder controlled the strongest and largest group of experts, with 5 in the spirit transformation realm alone. I wonder how that old man is doing now. Xiao Wui sighed lightly and shook his head as he walked toward the Elders' Hall's council hall. Although the Xiao family is not a dictatorship under Xiao Wui's rule, Xiao Wui is still the patriarch of the Xiao family and a powerful figure in the immortal realm, second only to the eldest elder. Even though the Xiao family had been gradually declining, the elders still dared not offend Xiao Wui easily. After all, in this world, the one with the biggest fist has the final say. After a while, the elders quickly arrived at the council hall after receiving the steward's orders, but the second elder was nowhere to be seen. Where is the second elder? Xiao Wui sat at the main seat, frowning as he looked at the steward in front of him, who had an awkward expression. The second elder says he is unwell and unable to attend the council. Xiao Wui naturally didn't believe such an obviously made-up excuse. Yesterday, he had seen the second elder walking around, enjoying the flowers, and today, he was supposedly bedridden with illness? This is clearly nonsense. The second elder is probably just trying to annoy people on purpose. Xiao Luo sat on the wall, surrounded by the spiritual energy of the concealment talismans, with a listening talisman on him, carefully listening to the conversation in the council hall. Although Xiao Luo originally didn't want to come, this matter concerned whether or not he could go to the auction house. After thinking it over, he used the excuse of needing to cultivate to send Guo wanting away, and then he used talismans to avoid the Xiao family members, coming to the nearby wall close to the council hall. Xiao Wui did not make things difficult for the steward but just waved his hand, signaling him to leave. The eldest elder furrowed his brow slightly, seeming to want to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak and closed his eyes to rest again. The other elders exchanged glances and remained silent. After all, if the eldest elder didn't speak, they naturally didn't dare to say anything. Forget it, I will go personally. After a moment of silence, Xiao Wui sighed lightly and prepared to leave to find the second elder. Although the second elder was being unreasonable, he was still needed right now, so it was not the time to act aggressively. Before Xiao Wui could rise, a cheerful laugh rang out from the doorway. Old man arrives late, I hope the clan leader can forgive me. The second elder strode in holding his birdcage, settling calmly into his seat, forcing a smile at Xiao Wui while cupping his hands in a greeting. The second elder walks steadily, with abundant energy, not at all as if he is ill. Why pretend to be bedridden? Xiao Wui narrowed his eyes, staring at the second elder, his brow slightly furrowing. Though he needed something from others, even a clay figure could get angry. Ever since the last conflict with the first elder, the second elder had become increasingly disrespectful. Now, daring to slack off in such a grand occasion made Xiao Wui quite furious inside. I'm merely feeling a slight chill, nothing serious. The person in charge must have misheard, please don't mind it, clan leader. The second elder claimed this, but his tone was exceedingly flippant, even teasing the bird in its cage after speaking. On the wall outside the council hall. Is this old man perhaps crazy? Xiao Luo's youthful brows knitted slightly. Though his cheap old father was strict, he was generally good to him. Thinking back, even when busy, he would always find ways to visit him, sometimes even personally guiding him on the secrets of cultivating his techniques. But half a year ago, Xiao Wui had rarely come, and Xiao Luo hadn't seen him for quite a while. The reason was said to be a rift among the higher-ups of the Xiao family, which made his father's duties heavy, often resulting in late nights away from home. It seems that old man was causing trouble back then. What exactly does he want? Xiao Luo stared at the outer wall of the council hall, seemingly wanting to see what kind of arrogant face the second elder truly had. If it were merely rudeness, then why had there been peace before? Now why the uproar? This made no sense at all. A person who changes so drastically, unless faced with a huge upheaval, is likely harboring ulterior motives. This old man seems problematic. Xiao Luo fell into thought. Though Luofeng City seemed peaceful and harmonious, it likely had undercurrents surging. His talent might have long been seen as a thorn in the side by the Han family, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent assassins to kill him. From now on, he would need to be more cautious. Even the Xiao family couldn't be an exception. After a moment, Xiao Luo sighed softly. Looks like I need to pay attention to the second elder from now on. Inside the council hall. Poof. Upon hearing the second elder arrive, the first elder frowned, and upon hearing the second elder's absurd remarks, he let out a cold grunt. Then slowly opened his eyes, staring coldly at the second elder, remaining silent. The second elder, who had previously appeared nonchalant, slowly retracted his smile upon seeing the first elder's expression, staring intensely at him with a half-smile. The other elders looked at each other, unsure of what to do in the face of this tense atmosphere. As the tension escalated, Xiao Wui furrowed his brow and shouted lightly. Enough! His voice was not loud, but it succeeded in intimidating both men. Poof! Xiao Wui, as the clan leader, still had to maintain some face. After the second elder snorted coldly, he shifted his focus away from the first elder and Xiao Wui, instead starting to play with his bird. The first elder, still frowning, exhaled forcefully, his beard blown into disarray by the sudden gust. Speak, what do you want from us? The first elder's voice was unfriendly, but Xiao Wui didn't mind it at all. In 3 days, there will be an auction in Luofeng City. Perhaps there is some opportunity for Luo Air, so I want to ask the elders to send experts for protection, so that Luo Air won't suffer another attack. Xiao Wui's tone softened a bit. After all, he was asking for help. Even the clan leader shouldn't be too forceful. Luo Air is still young, and going to such an auction might not make sense to him. I think it's better not to let him go. The third elder, who had been silent, suddenly spoke and waved his hand at Xiao Wui. He didn't quite understand. It was a troubled time, with so many family matters still at hand. Now Xiao Wui wanted to take his son to an auction? Did he think he had too much free time? Third brother makes sense. Wui, I think there's no need to discuss this further. You should hurry and let Luo Air go back to his training. The elder shook his beard and slowly spoke to Subai. Outside the conference hall, on the wall. These old men are quite full of themselves. Xiao Luo, listening to the conversation inside the hall, couldn't help but complain. Most of these elders, just like his cheap old dad, thought they didn't need to go. Xiao Luo didn't see any problem with that. After all, he was still young. Without the system, going would truly be a waste of time. However, he was no ordinary person anymore. Xiao Luo was curious about what expression these elders would have if they knew he possessed terrifying potential. Inside the conference hall. Luo Air has outstanding talent and possesses strong spiritual power perception from birth. Now that he resonates with the auction items, he is bound to have some opportunities at this auction. Xiao Wui patiently explained to the surrounding elders. Ever since the Xiao family obtained the Qiushan ore vein, Xiao Wui had almost been living at the ore mining site. Forget about coming here to communicate with the elders, even going home had become a luxury. So these elders did not know what kind of terrifying potential Luo Air actually had. Luo Air is still young. Even if he has spiritual perception, how much can he truly utilize it? I suppose it's just your precious son wanting you to take him to the auction for some fun. The second elder teased a bird and spoke in a low voice. The grand elder glanced at the second elder, blew his mustache, but didn't say anything. Ever since the grand elder and the second elder fell out 6 months ago, they had always been at odds. Whenever there was an opportunity to discuss matters together, they would undermine each other without exception. Yet just now, the grand elder rarely failed to refute the second elder, suggesting that he shared the same opinion. I second that. The other elders also expressed their agreement. Luo Air is the future hope of our Xiao family, and we cannot afford any mistakes. The grand elder was silent for a moment. Perhaps feeling he should say something, he spoke again. Xiao Wui silently scanned the 5 elders and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, things were not that simple. Recently, the Xiao family had not been peaceful. He didn't want to reveal too much about Xiao Luo here, but if he wanted to gain the support of the elders, he had to put forth something convincing. Xiao Wui took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. Actually, the Qiushan ore vein was not discovered by me by chance. His words instantly drew the attention of all the elders, who looked at Xiao Wui in unison. A month ago, Xiao Wui suddenly held a meeting in the Elders' Council and announced that the Xiao family had discovered a huge spiritual stone vein, claiming it was a chance discovery while passing by. But now, Xiao Wui said it wasn't discovered by him. What was going on? The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes as if he thought of something but wasn't sure, waiting for Xiao Wui to speak again. Luo Air's spiritual perception is extremely powerful, even surpassing ours. That spiritual stone vein. It was what Xiao Luo perceived while playing at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Wui's voice was not loud, but it stunned everyone present. A 3-year-old child, with spiritual awareness that surpasses the realm of transcending the fairyland? Unbelievable. Wui, do you know what you're saying? The great elder spoke solemnly after a moment of silence. A month ago, everyone knew about the attack on Xiao Luo while she was playing in the Qiushan mountain range, and it was also when they discovered the Qiushan mineral vein, which they all thought was a coincidence. Xiao Wui had not elaborated on it. But now, Xiao Wui said the mineral vein was sensed by Luo during her playtime. If this is true, then there may indeed be an extraordinary treasure at this auction that resonates with Luo. But all of this depends on whether Xiao Luo truly has such terrifying talent. When have I ever deceived anyone? Xiao Wui said this without further elaboration, only speaking in a deep voice. Once those words were spoken, the discussion hall immediately fell into a brief silence. After a moment, the great elder was the first to speak again. Forget it, I believe in Wui. I will send my spirit transformation realm experts to your side tomorrow for you to command. The great elder expressed his stance, and the other elders naturally would not make it difficult for Xiao Wui, immediately saying they were willing to have their own experts assist Xiao Wui as well. Xiao Wui looked at the second elder, who was still teasing the bird and had not spoken. For now, he was the only one who had not expressed his stance. And his weight was the heaviest in this matter. After all, aside from the matriarch Guowanting, the entire Xiao family had only a little over 10 spirit transformation realm members, the second elder alone had 5. He hesitated, unsure if he should prompt the second elder to state his opinion. If the other party did not agree, then he could make other plans. However, just as Xiao Wui was about to speak, the second elder suddenly raised his head, glanced calmly at Xiao Wui, then picked up the birdcage and turned to leave the discussion hall, leaving behind just one sentence echoing in the hall. Tomorrow, I will have them report to you. Chapter 19, The Occasion. Xiao Wui watched the second elder's departing back with lingering confusion in his eyes. The second elder's previous internal conflict with the great elder had caused him great headache, and now the second elder's behavior was hard for him to understand. Forget it, Xiao Wui shook his head, deciding not to think about it for now. At least, in major matters, the second elder does not seem confused, which relieved him a lot. Outside the discussion hall, on the wall, Xiao Luo thoughtfully looked at the second elder's back, his eyes shining with inexplicable light. Earlier, he could guess some of what had happened by observing how the second elder looked at his father and the great elder, but now it seemed that the situation was not that simple. It's almost time, I must hurry back. Otherwise, it will be trouble if mother catches me sneaking out again. Feeling the fading power of his concealment talisman, Xiao Luo immediately got up, jumped off the wall, and walked towards his courtyard. 3 days later, a splendid and luxurious carriage left the Xiao family estate, followed by dozens of dressed-down servants. They seemed to be just an ordinary noble family going out. People on the street hurriedly avoided it, whispering about the origin of the carriage. Among them were some cultivators. But when their gazes swept over those seemingly ordinary servants, their faces suddenly showed astonishment. These servants were all in the spirit transformation realm. Not a single exception. The Xiao family must have gathered all their spirit transformation realm members together. After all, even the coachman was at the spirit transformation realm. Why such a grand occasion? Were they preparing to attack a nearby small family? To know that with this kind of lineup, ordinary families could hardly resist. If attacked, they could only kneel on the ground begging for mercy. But now these people were tightly guarding that carriage in the center. This couldn't help but make one wonder who the person in the carriage was, worthy of such protection from the Xiao family. Luo, you must not leave your parents today, do you understand? Guo Wanning gently stroked Xiao Luo's cheek, her eyes serious. Luo understands. Xiao Luo immediately expressed his agreement. Xiao Wui glanced lightly at Xiao Luo and Guo Wanting, then turned his gaze outside, his brow seemingly holding a hint of a smile. Guo Wanting knew it was her husband showing happiness, but he was just not good at expressing it in front of Luo, so she didn't point it out. Xiao Luo could see it too. After all, he was a master of facial expression management. How could those subtle expressions on Xiao Wui's face escape his eyes? But he didn't mention it, as his father was quite sensitive about such matters. The person hiding the best in the carriage was probably only Xiao Wui himself. Although they were in a bustling city, today was the annual auction in Luofeng City, and the streets had already been controlled, so the Xiao family's carriage traveled at a good pace. In just a short incense stick's time, they arrived at the auction's entrance. Along with them arrived another carriage, glaringly engraved with a family crest, the Han family crest. You really came early. Xiao Luo casually glanced at the Han family's carriage, secretly scolding them in his heart. Husband. Guo Wanting's eyes held some anxiety, and Xiao Luo knew it was because of the Han family. It's fine, I'll get out first. Xiao Wui lightly patted Guo Wanting's shoulder, then turned and got out of the carriage. From the Han family's carriage, the coachman lifted the curtain, and a middle-aged man stepped down with a smile. Sizing up the Xiao family side, it was Han Ling. Xiao family head, your Xiao family sure makes a grand showing. Han family head, your Han family showing is surprisingly small. After getting out of the carriage, Xiao Wei immediately stepped forward, wearing a fake smile as he stood in front of Han Ling, confronting him head-on. I heard that the Xiao family's young master was attacked by some ill-intentioned people the other day. As your uncle, I really should have visited. I hope the Xiao family head won't blame me. Han Ling sneered, slowly speaking, without a hint of apology. Luo is a child of destiny, protected by the immortal emperor on the path to immortality. He is fortunate and blessed, so he is fine. It's really thoughtful of the Han family head to worry. Seeing Han Ling's expression as if he had eaten something foul, Xiao Wei's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly, revealing his deep-seated disdain. My old dad is really good with words. At that moment, Xiao Luo got down from the carriage with Guo Wanting and just happened to see Han Ling's expression as if he had swallowed a fly. The auction is a mix of fish and dragons. I think the Xiao family head should be more cautious. After a cold grunt, Han Ling turned and walked directly into the auction venue with Han Li. Seeing the frowning Han Ling, the staff at the venue didn't dare to be negligent and immediately bowed to welcome him, fearing that this big shot would vent his anger on them. Get lost, do I need you to lead the way? After turning around, Han Ling no longer suppressed his anger. The incident on the path to immortality had become a thorn in his heart. Now that Xiao Wei brought it up, he felt even more enraged, his gaze becoming much harsher. Yes. The staff member bowed but was shoved to the ground by Han Ling, interrupted mid-sentence. This scene caused passers-by around to look over, but no one dared to step forward. After all, the head of the Han family was someone they couldn't provoke. And at this moment, the staff member, lying on the ground, didn't know whether he should get up or not. After all, Han Ling was known in Luofeng City for being unreasonable. Relying on his status and strength, he acted recklessly, only slightly restrained by the city lord Qi Hanhai. If he rashly got up, it would only provoke Han Ling's wrath. It can't be helped, but I will have to be beaten by Han Ling again. At that moment, a surge of spiritual power gently lifted the staff member on the ground. It was Xiao Wei who made the move. Thank you, Master Xiao. The staff member immediately bowed in respect. No need. Xiao Wei simply waved his hand and turned to walk towards his family's carriage. Han Ling naturally noticed that Xiao Wei had helped the person he knocked down and coldly snorted. Xiao Wei, today I want to see how you can still laugh. He immediately flicked his sleeve and led the Han family away. The crowd that initially wanted to watch the drama also dispersed upon seeing this. There was no good show to watch, and naturally no one wanted to stand here and become a target for the Xiao family. Luo, let's go over there. Guo Wanting gently held Xiao Luo's hand and walked towards Xiao Wei. Husband, what about the Han family? Guo Wanting and Xiao Luo arrived at Xiao Wei's side surrounded by the Xiao family's servants. No worries, they shouldn't make a move here. Xiao Wei smiled and reached out to pat Xiao Luo's head. After all, this was a major annual event in Luofeng City, and the city lord Qi Hanhai would also be here overseeing it. Even the Han family wouldn't dare to act on such an occasion. Let's go inside. Chapter 20, Wanting to Craft Symbols. The auction in Luofeng City is held in the central area, at the largest commercial business. Xiao Luo, on his second life, was visiting an auction house for the first time and seemed a bit curious. As the largest business in Luofeng City, it occupied a vast area and was decorated with various wooden carvings shaped like mythical beasts. At first glance, it appeared quite ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one could feel the spiritual power emanating from it. On these wooden platforms, various antique-like ornaments were placed. Although Xiao Luo couldn't recognize them, from the amazed expressions of the surrounding people, he could tell these were likely famous antiques. In one of the alleys, objects radiated strong spiritual power. These were clearly spirit treasures. However, Xiao Luo's current cultivation was insufficient to discern their mysteries. Luo, when the auction is over, Mother will take you to explore this place properly. Seeing that Xiao Luo seemed interested in the spiritual weapon area, Guo Wanting gently stroked Xiao Luo's forehead and said, Thank you, Mother. Xiao Luo showed two little tiger teeth while hugging Guo Wanting's arm. He was indeed quite interested. After all, the only spiritual weapon he had come into contact with was the one he had brought from the Xian road. To better understand the spiritual weapons of this world, he naturally needed to have more personal experiences. Luo, Wanting, the auction will start soon, let's hurry over. Xiao Wei gently reminded. He didn't see any issue with Xiao Luo wanting to visit the spiritual weapon area since having a spiritual weapon by one side is always necessary on the path of cultivation. And the spiritual weapons that Luo earned on the Xian road would slowly dissipate over time. If he could find a suitable spiritual weapon here, it would be wonderful. Moreover, the Xiao family already owned the Qiushan mine now, so financial worries were the least of their concerns. Luo, let's go. Guo Wanting gently took Xiao Luo's small hand, and the three of them continued towards the main venue, surrounded by the servants. Creak. The heavy wooden door was slowly pushed open, revealing the second floor, which was specially set up for VIP seats, with 5 areas corresponding to the 4 great families of Luofeng City and the City Lord. The area below on the first floor was for other merchants or scattered cultivators. This place is quite big. Xiao Luo couldn't help but widen his eyes when he entered the main hall. It was ridiculously large, even bigger than a complete football field. The owner of this auction house is very secretive. It is said that the people from the Imperial City possess heaven's ways, and within this auction, there is a spatial formation drawn by them, so it appears much larger than it does outside. Xiao Wui saw his precious son shocked by the scene before him and gently explained patiently. When he first came here, his expression was not much different from Luo Heir's. Xiao Luo immediately showed an expression of sudden realization upon hearing this. Although his reaction was a bit exaggerated, his feelings were genuine. He had learned about the profession of formation masters during his studies, but he had never seen one for real, only knowing they were as rare as charm masters. It seems that this formation master is quite interesting. Xiao Luo looked around the venue, and although he couldn't discern its principles, he could still feel the wonders of this formation. If Luo Heir is interested, once this event is over, Mother will invite a formation master to guide you. Perhaps Luo Heir has exceptional talent for formations. Guo Wanting saw her precious son examining the venue and mistakenly thought Xiao Luo wanted to practice formations. Luo Heir is more interested in charms. Luo Heir wants to study charms. Xiao Luo immediately turned to Guo Wanting and spoke. This was a great opportunity to legitimize his ability. If he had studied charms, then in the future, no matter how incredible his charms were, he would only be seen as having extraordinary talent in charms. Luo Heir, cultivation requires being grounded and cannot be overly ambitious. Do you know that studying charms is more difficult than formations? Most people spend their whole lives unable to even glimpse the doorway. Xiao Wui's voice was somewhat heavy, as if he wanted to firmly advise Xiao Luo. In his eyes, Xiao Luo had exceptional talent, but because of this, he could easily become overconfident and thus may stray onto a wrong path. Husband. Guo Wanting shot a glare at Xiao Wui and then gently caressed Xiao Luo's forehead. If Luo Heir likes it, once this event is over, Mother will find a charm master to teach you some knowledge. Who knows, you might truly have a talent for studying charms. Xiao Wui helplessly glanced at Guo Wanting, quietly sighing. His son was becoming increasingly close to his mother. But for the sake of the Xiao family, he could only bear the pain and be stricter with Luo Heir. He naturally understood what his wife meant. She wanted Luo Heir to experience it and then withdraw upon realizing its difficulty, so he could cultivate steadily. Thank you, mother. Xiao Luo joyfully hugged Guo Wanting and kissed her. This made Xiao Wui feel a bit sour inside, though he masked it well, showing not a hint of it. Xiao Luo could guess a thing or two about his parents' thoughts, but it didn't matter to him. After all, he just needed an excuse to use his charms. As the interlude ended, people gradually took their seats in the venue, and some familiar faces exchanged greetings. Head of the Xiao family, it's good to see you. Headley, good to see you. Xiao Wui stood up and cupped his fists in response. The Li family and the Xiao family were not particularly close but also not estranged. They even had some business dealings, often greeting each other when they met. I heard that the young master of the Xiao family recently has already gathered qi into his body. It is a privilege to witness the birth of a genius from Falling Wind City today. Headley is over-exaggerating. My son merely has a bit of talent and good luck. Here we go again with this boring commercial flattery. Xiao Luo listened for a couple of sentences, then lost interest, his eyes starting to wander around looking for interesting people. Just as Xiao Luo's gaze passed by the Han family, a sharp gaze caused him to stop his search. Meeting the gaze, he saw Han Li glaring with wide eyes, staring intently at Xiao Luo. It seems as if he wants to rip muscles and peel skin. This guy really holds a grudge. Xiao Luo helplessly glanced at Han Li, not taking it to heart. However, Xiao Luo's indifferent expression only angered Han Li further, as the veins on his forehead bulged, seemingly suppressing his rage extremely. Lear, you must not be impulsive. There will be plenty of times to deal with him slowly. Han Ling naturally noticed his son's change and opened his mouth to remind him. Hearing his father's words, Han Li had no choice but to retract his gaze. Nevertheless, before that, he still made a gesture across his neck, with a clear meaning of threat. Chapter 21, 7th rank purple weaving star symbol. Is this person a fool? Xiao Luo gave Han Li a look of caring for the mentally challenged and then turned away, leaving Han Li to jump anxiously in place. Have you heard? This auction has the rumored high-grade mysterious spirit treasure. If we could get one, our cultivation would surely soar. What a pipe dream. Such a precious treasure is under the control of those old men above, how could we possibly get involved? That's true, we can only see if we can snatch a bit from those big shots. Downstairs, similar conversations flowed intermittently. Although due to distance, only fragments of words could be heard, Xiao Luo gradually pieced together the situation of the auction through these snippets. The spirit treasures they spoke of, Xiao Luo also understood slightly from his studies. The spirit sword he wore was a type of spirit treasure. Spirit treasures are divided into 4 major ranks: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with each rank further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The lowest yellow rank is not considered rare across the continent. Even some slightly experienced weapon refiners can create yellow rank spirit treasures. However, since the difficulty of refining increases exponentially with each rank, mysterious rank spirit treasures are much rarer. Most sects or cultivation families only possess a few mysterious rank spirit treasures. Earth rank spirit treasures possess terrifying power, immensely strong, and are rumored to have the ability to move mountains and fill seas, to shift the stars in the sky. Not all spirit treasures are that powerful, but it illustrates just how rare Earth rank spirit treasures are. Only high-level families or sects with schools are likely to possess such treasures. Among the 4 major families in Falling Wind City, only the Han and Xiao families possess lower-grade spirit treasures. The Han family has 1, while the Xiao family has 2. As for heaven rank spirit treasures, it is said that only celestials possess them. The specific powers are not even detailed in books, so Xiao Luo has no way of knowing. In the timeline of the system, my Xiao family was suppressed by the Han family and the other 2 families in Falling Wind City, which led to the destruction of the entire Xiao family. It seems their motive for making a move back then was to divide this Earth rank spirit treasure. Xiao Luo thought for a moment and clarified the interest relations of the original timeline. Although the other 2 families were coveting the Xiao family's spirit treasures, Xiao Luo was not worried. The reason they dared to take action in the system timeline was because the Han family was overwhelmingly dominant, while the Xiao family was gradually declining. Under the double effects of interests and coercion, they would take advantage of the situation. However, now the Xiao family has me, and the city lord's mansion will support the Xiao family to suppress Han family. With the ebb and flow of this situation, the Han family will pose no threat to the Xiao family, and the other 2 families will naturally have no opportunity to act. After all, acting without reason would only lead to mutual destruction, benefiting others instead. I just wonder when the spirit wisdom pill will appear at this auction. Xiao Luo squinted his eyes, for he knew that Han Li's rapid rise in achieving the 5th grade of spirit transformation at such a young age was due to the coincidence of obtaining the spirit wisdom pill at this auction. The grade of pills ranges from 1 to 9, with this Linghui Dan being the rumored 6th grade pill. Such pills require materials worth their weight in gold. Even high-grade alchemists have only a 30% success rate in refining them. Though it is unknown how this pill came to Luofeng City, Xiao Luo knew this was the opportunity for the Han family. And his task was to cut off the Han family's chance. Luor, have you sensed anything? Xiao Luo was still secretly planning how to deal with the Han family when he heard Guo Wanting's voice from behind. Mother, Luor can sense that this item is in the auction house, but its exact position is unknown. Xiao Luo spoke very euphemistically and ambiguously. After all, his extraordinary sensing ability was fabricated. How could there be any actual sensing? He said this because if nothing came of it, he could always say that the sensed item wasn't actually up for auction. Moreover, not to mention, the 6th grade Linghui Dan is indeed a real treasure. If worst comes to worst, he could claim that the Linghui Dan was the treasure he sensed, which probably wouldn't raise any suspicion. The auction will start soon. If you sense anything, just tell your mother. Guo Wanting gently caressed Xiao Luo's forehead. Xiao Luo suddenly had the feeling of tell your mother if you want something, and she will buy it for you, but he didn't mind. As the auction hall gradually filled, the noise of discussion lessened, and almost everyone knew the auction was about to begin. Welcome everyone to the annual auction of Luofeng City. A charming woman in a red dress appeared on the auction stage without anyone noticing. The previously noisy crowd suddenly fell silent, and the entire venue was as quiet as a mouse. Anyone who had ever attended the Luofeng City auction would barely not recognize her. She hosted almost every auction here. Though familiar with her, they merely knew she had a close relationship with the owner of the auction house, while other details remained a mystery. Her appearance marked the official start of the auction. You should all be aware of my habit. I don't like wasting words, so let's get straight to the point. The woman in red chuckled lightly, her voice enchanting and charming, showing no politeness to the numerous wealthy families present. Xiao Luo, sitting on the high platform, narrowed his eyes and carefully observed. From the city lord to ordinary nobles, no one showed discontent towards her. It seemed her identity was not simple at all. The first auction item is the extremely rare Millennium Blood Ginseng. Its effects. Just 2 minutes into the red-dressed woman's introduction, Xiao Luo began to feel drowsy. These items might seem invaluable to ordinary people, but to practitioners like them, they were like chicken ribs, utterly useless. This made Xiao Luo feel exceedingly bored. His goal was still quite clear, just for that Linghui Dan. Unfortunately, this auction was not exclusive to practitioners. Many items meant for ordinary nobles were prepared to extend life, and some antiques and paintings. However, no practitioner showed dissatisfaction. Everyone quietly waited for their desired auction items. In the past, a practitioner had actually lost his temper over the slow pace of the auction. This person was highly skilled, comparable to the city lord, Qi Hanhai. This was also why he acted so arrogantly. But just when he prepared to explode in anger, he suddenly flew out of the auction house and then, like smoke, he vanished from the world. No one ever saw him again. Only then did everyone realize that the background of this auction house might be unfathomably deep. This was why everyone remained quiet and waited. However, just as Xiao Luo still felt drowsy, the woman in red smiled brightly. A silver bell-like voice rang out. The next item for auction may interest everyone. It is rumored to be crafted by a master of the 9-tiered talismans, and is greatly beneficial for cultivation. As the woman in red explained, a maid walked up holding a glass dome, inside which floated a talisman radiating a faint purple glow. Its mysterious symbols made one feel dizzy with just a glance. A 7-tiered talisman, the Ziwei Star Talismans. Chapter 22, Competing for the Talisman. A 7-tiered talisman. Almost all cultivators revealed a frenzied look in their eyes. Regardless of its effects, the mere name of this 7-tiered talisman was enough to drive people wild. Xiao Luo tightened his gaze on the Ziwei Star Talisman, slightly furrowing his brows. He was well versed in all talismans, but due to his cultivation level limitation, he was temporarily unable to draw high-level talismans. Yet he could instantly see the characteristics and quality of all talismans at a glance. However, the Ziwei Star Talisman on the auction stage seemed different from his memories. The Ziwei Star Talisman, a 7-tiered talisman, could summon the power of the Ziwei Star, enhancing one's fortune, and aiding in increasing a cultivator's spiritual power and comprehension. Yet normally, a Ziwei Star Talisman would not leak any spiritual power to completely summon the Ziwei Star's energy, but this one before him was clearly radiating the aura of the Ziwei Star's power. It was likely that this talisman had already been used by someone. It was just unclear why it was taken out for auction when it was no longer needed. To say this talisman was useless was not necessarily true, but judging by the current situation with the spiritual power leaking, it seemed the remaining enhancement time would probably dissipate in just a few days. Whoever bought it would surely be at a significant loss. However, talismans were rare items, and 7-tiered talismans were things only heard of but never seen, so naturally no one recognized it. Xiao Luo thought silently for a moment, feeling it was necessary to remind his dear old dad, otherwise, spending a high price on this item would really make him spit blood. Husband. Guo Wanting gently nudged Xiao Wui. Madam, don't worry, I know. Xiao Wui nodded. Noticing the small gestures between the couple, a warmth surged in Xiao Luo's heart. Actually, thinking about it, his dear old dad was really quite good to him. Although he always appeared stern on the surface, regarding such important matters, he was never vague. It was clear that his attitude toward him differed slightly, but his love for him was by no means less than that for Guo Wanting. They want to buy this Ziwei Star Talisman, they must also want to use it for me. Xiao Luo pondered slightly, constantly thinking about how to persuade them to dismiss the idea of buying garbage. But after thinking it over, he couldn't come up with a two-sided solution for the moment. Now, in their eyes, he hadn't come into contact with talismans, so many things could only be communicated indirectly. He couldn't just directly say he could draw this Ziwei Star Talisman. 7-tiered talisman, I believe everyone has heard of it. I won't waste time. The starting price is 1,000 spirit stones. The cold voice of the woman in red rang out, signaling the start of a new round of bidding. 2,000 spirit stones. 3,000. 5,000. Listening to the rising bids, Xiao Luo was momentarily stunned. Wow, these people sure had money. 10,000 spirit stones. Xiao Wui's voice suddenly rang out from behind Xiao Luo, pulling him back to reality. Realizing his father had begun bidding, Xiao Luo knew he had little time left. He must communicate with them quickly to avoid spending a high price on garbage at home. Meanwhile, the nobility down below ceased their bids upon hearing voices from the upper tier. The 4 great families above were the largest powers in the entire Luofeng city, others could only survive in their cracks. What these big shots wanted. They certainly didn't have the courage to continue robbing. Not only did they lack the capital to fight them, but they were also easily targeted. Master Xiao, what a grand display! I heard that your Xiao family faced an internal strife not long ago, perhaps consuming quite a number of spirit stones to calm things down. Is there still so many spirit stones left? Would you like me to lend you some? Han Ling smiled with his lips but not with his eyes as he looked at Xiao Wui. There's no need for Master Han to trouble himself, my Xiao family is doing just fine. Xiao Wui could not be bothered to respond to Han Ling, not even bothering to look at him. Han Ling sneered, 15,000 spirit stones. Hiss. Downstairs, there were continuous sounds of people gasping. Is this the method of competition among great families? Suddenly jumping by more than 10,000 spirit stones, such a move is not something an ordinary family can afford. 17,000 spirit stones. The head of the Li family silently made a bid. 20,000 spirit stones. Han Ling frowned, the value of this divine object in his eyes far exceeded 20,000 spirit stones, but even their 4 great families couldn't squander so many spirit stones. 23,000 spirit stones. Xiao Wui's face remained expressionless as he made another bid. Although the Han family had money, they certainly couldn't compare with the Xiao family. The value of the Qiushan mine vein was immeasurable. Han Ling glanced sideways at the expressionless Xiao Wui, his calmness finally cracking. At this moment, he was grinding his teeth in hatred. The Xiao family was determined to fight him to the end. No, our Han family cannot fall behind. Lil Air must also obtain this Ziwei Star Talisman. 25,000 Spirit Stones. This was almost the largest amount of spirit stones he could allocate at the moment. There were reports saying that the core material for the Spirit Wisdom Pill was involved in this auction, so he needed to reserve a considerable amount of spirit stones. Xiao Luo silently watched as the Han family made another bid, glancing at Han Ling's pained expression. It seemed the time was almost right. If they continued to raise the price, the Han family might not continue, and he had just thought of a pretty good reason. Immediately, he reached out his tender little hand and grabbed Xiao Wui's hand, who wanted to raise the price again. Luo? Don't be silly. Xiao Wui thought Xiao Luo was just playing and softly scolded him. Husband, Luo seems to have something to say. Guo Wanning knew Xiao Luo much better than Xiao Wui. Seeing Xiao Luo like this, she realized her precious son must have sensed something. Upon hearing his wife's words, Xiao Wui remembered that terrifying spiritual power perception of Luo might indeed sense something. He immediately reached out to gently hold Xiao Luo in his arms, softly asking, Luo, did you sense something? Father, Luo can feel that the Ziwei Star Talisman hardly has any spiritual power left. I'm afraid it's a fake grade 7 talisman. Xiao Luo spoke with innocent sincerity, his big eyes blinking, showing no signs of lying. He knew he couldn't elaborate too much, otherwise, Xiao Wui would doubt him. So, he directly utilized his perception ability, claiming the talisman was likely fake, which would yield better results. Sure enough, upon hearing Xiao Luo's words, Xiao Wui's face suddenly became much more serious. Luo, is this true? Luo would never lie. Xiao Luo's tender little face was serious. Husband, trust Luo. Guo Wanning spoke gently. She had seen Luo find the spiritual vein with her own eyes and trusted his sense of spiritual power greatly. Upon hearing what his wife said, Xiao Wui no longer hesitated and stopped raising the bid. At this amount, it had already exceeded most people's budgets. Only the 4 great families could afford such a sum. But clearly, the other 2 families were not prepared to continue raising the price, and the Xiao family's withdrawal brought the fate of the Ziwei Star Talisman to a close. 25,000 once. 25,000 twice. 25,000 3 times. Congratulations to the Han family for acquiring the Ziwei Star Talisman. Chapter 23, Dragon Pattern Grass. Master Xiao, your family's financial power is not as strong as before. It seems that Master Xiao manages well. After successfully bidding for the Ziwei Xingqian Talisman, Han Ling appeared quite pleased, his eyes filled with disdain. Master Han has kindly exaggerated, I only understand a bit more than you. Xiao Wui forced a smile as he glanced at Han Ling. Father, this Ziwei Xingqian Talisman is for me. Han Ling, like Xiao Luo, began studying knowledge from a young age and had a clear understanding of the 7th grade talisman. With this talisman, plus the 6th grade elixir father promised to give him, combined with his outstanding talent, Han Li felt he was about to stand at the peak of the world and become a true immortal. Naturally, our Lear is destined to be a true immortal, his future achievements will be limitless. Han Ling smiled as he patted Han Li's forehead, seemingly casually glancing at Xiao Luo. Unlike some lowly creatures, who secretly plot against us and almost harmed our Lear. His eyes were extremely unfriendly, almost wanting to stick the words lowly creatures directly on Xiao Luo's forehead. But this lasted only a moment before he turned his gaze away. After all, Xiao Wui was also not an easy target, and the Han family wasn't ready to clash with the Xiao family yet. Thank you, father. Han Li had the mind of a child. He was already dizzy with joy after hearing the first half of the sentence and completely ignored the second half. However, Xiao Luo noticed Han Li's foolish expression and looked at him with sympathy. The Han family just bought some trash, yet they are so pleased. I really want to see his face when he learns the truth. Xiao Luo looked at Han Li, who was also beaming, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch, secretly cursing in his heart. Suddenly, Han Li seemed to sense something and turned to look at Xiao Luo. At that moment, Han Li's demeanor was full of pride. He was already imagining how, with the Ziwei Xingqian Talisman and the Hui Lingdan boosting him, his cultivation would soar, far surpassing his peers, and he would crush Xiao Luo beneath his feet. Xiao Luo disdainfully glanced at Han Li and then looked away. It wasn't that he looked down on Han Li, but he was afraid that he would burst into laughter and be discovered by the Han family. The auction continued, but unfortunately, the next item up for bid was something that didn't interest Xiao Luo, putting him back into a drowsy state. Luo, are you tired? Would you like to nestle in your mother's arms for a little nap? Guo Wanning's gentle voice suddenly rang out, instantly waking up Xiao Luo, who was gradually being covered by drowsiness. No need, mother, Luo is not tired. Xiao Luo quickly denied it. Though the entire process of this auction was tedious and boring, it wasn't enough for him to fall asleep. After all, the young ladies on stage were still quite beautiful. Luo doesn't need to force yourself. If you're tired, you can come and sleep with mother anytime. Guo Wanning's tenderness warmed Xiao Luo's heart, but at that moment, even if he wanted to sleep, he couldn't, as he was here to complete a task. If he missed his task due to oversleeping, he would probably be so frustrated that he would spit blood. Understood, mother, if Luor gets tired, I'll come find you. Xiao Luo immediately put on a spirited expression, showing off his two cute little tiger teeth as he smiled at Guo Wanting. Seeing Xiao Luo like this, Guo Wanting naturally didn't insist, only reaching out to affectionately stroke Xiao Luo's forehead. Luor, if you sense anything, speak up immediately. Xiao Wui reminded Xiao Luo. Just now, Xiao Luo's drowsy expression could not escape Xiao Wui's keen eyes. He was also worried that if Xiao Luo fell asleep, the Xiao family would miss such an opportunity. Fortunately, Luo Er did not choose to sleep in Wan Ting's arms, otherwise, he would definitely have spoken up to stop her. Got it, Dad. Xiao Luo immediately nodded obediently in response. His old dad really can't stand flattery, he just praised in his heart that his dad actually liked him, and then immediately treated him as a tool. Mother is still better. The next auction item is quite interesting, I wonder if there are any alchemists among you. The woman in red smiled coyly as she teased the crowd. Alchemist? Xiao Luo, who had just regained his spirits, instantly felt a hint of doubt. Could it be that the Hui Ling pill was going to appear? Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Luo immediately got extremely focused. And among the crowd below, the expressions of some people also changed slightly. Obviously, these people were all alchemists. Although alchemists also have their standards, they are not as rare as talisman masters and formation masters. I am not knowledgeable about medicine, I only know that the dragon pattern grass is a material for refining high-level pills. I'm sure you alchemists know its value. The woman in red cast a flirtatious glance and chuckled lightly. Starting bid, 1,000 spirit stones. This starting price is comparable to that 7th grade talisman. Xiao Luo secretly complained. Of course, the true value of the 7th grade talisman far exceeds that of the dragon pattern grass, it's just that the previous Ziwei star talisman was basically in a wasted state, which is why it was auctioned at such a low price. What a pity, this group of people has no knowledge, and they still seem blissfully unaware even when they get scammed. As Xiao Luo's inner thoughts continued, the crowd below gradually began to stir, and most of the excited ones were the alchemists. Others may not know, but as alchemists, they understand the true value of this dragon pattern grass. This dragon pattern grass is said to be the divine herb that can only grow in soil soaked with the blood of ancient divine beasts. Although this legend may not be true, it is indeed an essential material for refining high-level pills. Its value is immeasurable. I bid 2,000. I bid 2,500. I bid 4,000. I bid 5,000. The bids from below rose and fell, and it was clear that many people were determined to obtain this dragon pattern grass. However, this thing was of little use to Xiao Luo, he only glanced at it curiously a few times before losing interest. After all, his task was simply to cut off the Han family's opportunities, anything else he wanted to buy was just a bonus and not important. Moreover, he was not an alchemist, even if he bought this dragon pattern grass, it would be of no use to him. On the high platform, the other families clearly had no intention of competing. After all, their clans did not have high-level alchemists, so taking this dragon pattern grass would just be a waste. However, just when Xiao Luo thought this was just a usual auction competition, his peripheral vision caught sight of Han Ling, whose eyes were particularly bright. He saw Han Ling quietly rise and extend his hand to make a bid. 10,000 spirit stones. Chapter 24, The Xiao Family Takes Action. As soon as Han Ling spoke, the entire auction hall fell into silence. The Han family has entered the bidding. How could the Han family bid for this herb? Does the Han family have a high-level alchemist? I've never heard of that. Gradually, the crowd below reacted, with intermittent discussions rising again. Does the Han family not have an alchemist? Why would they suddenly bid for this medicinal material? Xiao Luo's big, watery eyes were filled with confusion. He couldn't understand why the Han family would bid for something like this without having a high-level alchemist. It can't be that Han Li wants to be an alchemist, and his father is bidding for the overpriced herb just to please him. Xiao Luo lightly shook his head, casting aside this absurd thought. Forget it, thinking too much is useless, let's just wait and see. As the Han family spoke, the lively bidding voices downstairs suddenly came to a halt. Although alchemists usually have wide connections, no one would willingly be foolish enough to provoke Han Ling unless absolutely necessary. After all, Han Ling's infamous reputation is well known in Fallen Wind City. The woman in red furrowed her brows slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the current bid, as it was still far from their estimated price. However, with so many alchemists present, no one dared to continue bidding, leaving the woman in red in a bit of a difficult position. 10,000 spirit stones for the first time. The woman in red sighed to herself, realizing that in this situation, what good was being unhappy about the price? The rules of the auction house must not be broken. Moreover, the auction house only takes a small cut, most of the spirit stones must still be returned to the original owner of the items. In comparison, the auction house is only losing a bit, so the impact isn't big at all. 10,000 spirit stones for the second time. 10,000. 12,000 spirit stones. Just as the woman in red was about to knock the hammer down, a thick-browed strongman suddenly called out a bid. This action caused an uproar among the crowd. In an instant, admiration, surprise, and ridicule all mixed as they stared at the strongman. No one could understand why someone would dare challenge the Han family on their own territory. Not only the people downstairs did not understand, but Han Ling was also confused, making him momentarily shocked. Who is this person? Han Ling quickly regained his composure, frowned, and immediately turned to ask the steward beside him. I've already sent someone to investigate, news should arrive shortly. The steward bowed deeply, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He knew very well what kind of temperament his master had. If things went smoothly, that would be fine. But if something went wrong, he would directly vent his anger on the servants beside him. Fortunately, this was an auction house, and Han Ling would always save some face. Even if he was furious inside, he wouldn't display it immediately. Poof. Han Ling snorted coldly, his abyss-like pupils glanced slightly at the steward before turning away, continuing to raise his hand to bid. 15,000 spirit stones. Seeing his master's reaction, the steward's back was already soaked with cold sweat. He was too familiar with his master's reactions, that glare almost felt like it was choking him. If he didn't get information about the other party within 15 minutes, he might not see the sun tomorrow. Thinking of this, the steward dared not stay any longer and quickly turned to rush for information. Xiao Luo silently observed everything, his brow furrowing slightly. He had no interest in Han Ling's brutality, but he was very concerned about Han Ling's intense interest in this herb. Clearly, there's not a single competent alchemist in his family, yet he's so focused on the dragon pattern grass, there must be something going on. Yet even though he found it strange, Xiao Luo did not act hastily. Below the stage, the strongman seemed unfazed by the attention around him. He merely glanced disdainfully at the direction of the Han family, a smirk dancing on his lips. Others fear your Han family, but I do not. 17,000 spirit stones. The crowd erupted in another wave of uproar. How dare he continue bidding? This person must be crazy. The head of the Han family must be furious right now. Han Ling glared at the strong man below. At this moment, his gaze was cold, fixating on that man. If it weren't a public place, he would have long since destroyed that audacious brat. 20,000 spirit stones. His voice revealed no emotion, but those familiar with him knew that Han Ling was furious. 22,000 spirit stones. 25,000 spirit stones. 26,000 spiritual stones. 27,000 spiritual stones. Looking at the stands below, the big man furrowed his brows into a shape. He couldn't understand why the Han family was so determined to get the dragon pattern grass. Could it be that the Han family has a 6th-grade alchemist? And the spiritual stones he had were only this many. Even if he wanted to sell something on him, he would need time. But right now, there was no time for him to gather spiritual stones. After hesitating for a long while, the big man could only weakly lower his head. He had reached the end of his road. Though he wanted this dragon pattern grass, right now, he could only give it up. Master, I found out. This person seems to be from the Imperial City, but his exact identity is unclear. At this moment, the Han family's butler had already returned and immediately bowed to report to Han Ling. No matter what identity, anyone who dares to cause trouble on my Han family's land deserves death. Han Ling's cold voice echoed in the butler's ears. Knowing the master well, the butler immediately understood. The master had already made up his mind to kill. Xiao Luo quietly watched everything unfold, and the confusion in his eyes gradually faded. So that's how it is. Watching all of this, Xiao Luo finally understood. The reason why the Han family desperately wanted the dragon pattern grass was probably because it was the main ingredient of the Huiling pill. After all, even the 4 great families had limited spending each year. If Han Ling counted in this dragon pattern grass, he had already spent more than 50,000 spiritual stones. He definitely wouldn't have the strength to fight for the remaining items. But the Huiling pill would definitely appear around this auction, so the truth could only be one. The Han family wanted to use this dragon pattern grass to invite someone to refine pills. Father, Luor senses that the dragon pattern grass is the one that resonates with Luor. After figuring it out, Xiao Luo immediately turned around and whispered to Xiao Wui, holding his sleeve. Resonance with dragon pattern grass? Xiao Wui furrowed his brow slightly. Luor, are you sure? Luor is sure. Xiao Luo nodded without hesitation. Now, in this situation, he had to be sure. After all, his task was to cut off the Han family's opportunity. This. Xiao Wui clearly hesitated. Though the Xiao family now had a mind, to resonate with a single medicinal herb seemed a bit too unbelievable. Husband, it is said that the dragon pattern grass is nurtured by dragon blood. Do you think Luor might be resonating with the dragon blood? Wu Wanning spoke, her eyes shining as if she had thought of something. What the lady says makes sense. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wui's eyes instantly brightened. Though the legend that dragon pattern grass was nurtured by dragon blood was just a rumor, now that Luo resonated with it, only this reason could explain it. Thinking that his own son might awaken dragon blood, Xiao Wui couldn't help but feel excited and immediately raised his hand to bid. 30,000 spiritual stones. Chapter 25, Humiliation. Hiss. The entire hall once again let out a sharp breath as everyone gasped. The head of the Xiao family actually raised the bid to 30,000? This was simply ridiculous wealth. And why was the Xiao family here to snatch the dragon pattern grass? The big man who had been fighting with the Han family for the dragon pattern grass earlier now cast a strange glance toward the Xiao family's direction. Could it be that the Xiao family also has a high-level alchemist? He scratched his head in confusion, then shook it. Forget it, this isn't my concern anymore. He had already lost his qualification to compete due to financial reasons, so whether the Xiao family joined the bidding battle no longer mattered to him. In fact, he even hoped that the Xiao family would win it. Other alchemists around them started whispering as well. The Han family suddenly trying to snatch the dragon pattern grass had already made them feel it was strange, and now the Xiao family was inserting themselves, which made them even more puzzled. When did the four great families start focusing on cultivating alchemists? In the stands, the Li family and Zhao family made no visible moves. They were never interested in this thing. At this moment, watching the Han family and the Xiao family fight fiercely over a medicinal herb, they found it quite satisfying. In contrast, Shi Hanhai's expression was quite remarkable as he watched the Xiao family facing off against the Han family not far away with great interest. Although even he could not tell what the Xiao family was trying to do, he was pleased to see them rising up to balance the currently flourishing Han family. Xiao Wui. What are you doing? Han Ling could no longer maintain his calm demeanor and looked darkly at Xiao Wui not far away. Why do you speak like this, Han family head? Auctions go to the highest bidder. If your Han family wins, is my Xiao family not allowed to compete? Xiao Wui felt no fear at Han Ling's anger, even sporting a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. While others feared the Han family, the Xiao family did not. Besides, with Luo doing so well and having the mind to guarantee their finances, it wouldn't be long before the Han family would be firmly under the Xiao family's feet. Good, good, good. Han Ling, now visibly frustrated, repeated good 3 times before falling silent. At this moment, his face had turned the color of pig liver, showing that he was ready to charge into a fight at any moment. The servants around him, who initially wanted to advise the head of the family to relax, were now stunned into silence by this scene. To intervene now would likely lead them to run into a gun barrel, suffering a little beating would be mild, and they might even lose their lives. At the auction stage, the woman in red looked at everything before her with a beaming smile. She did not care who could win the dragon-patterned herb, as their neutral organization did not involve itself in family disputes. As long as the price was high enough, they would gladly hand it over. At this moment, the price offered by the Xiao family had already far exceeded their estimated price, which instantly lifted the mood of the woman in red. 30,000 spirit stones once. The countdown began, snapping the furious Han Ling back to reality. They originally intended to win this dragon-patterned herb, as only the other 3 big families dared to challenge the Han family in Luofeng City. And each of the other families knew each other well. Han Ling knew they had no high-level alchemists, so under normal circumstances, they would never compete with him for this dragon-patterned herb. Unfortunately, in life, things rarely go as planned. During the auction, not only did an inexplicable person inexplicably raise the price, but now the Xiao family had also barged in. This made Han Ling very uncomfortable. 30,000 spirit stones twice. The woman in red would not pause for the Han family's hesitation, and the countdown continued to decrease. Damn it! Han Ling was now on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust. The Han family had prepared quite a bit of funds for this auction, and even though they had spent a lot of money to buy the Ziwei Star talismans previously, it did not affect their subsequent plans. After all, who would be crazy enough to spend 30,000 on a single herb? But now the Xiao family was going mad. They were even crazier than Han Ling could bear. If he continued to bid, anything else afterwards would be completely out of the Han family's reach, which upset Han Ling greatly. But the Han family had to have this dragon-patterned herb. It was not only crucial to Han Li's elixir but also involved the people behind the Han family. 30,000 spirit stones. 31,000. At the last moment, Han Ling chose to continue bidding. Losing this herb would be too great a blow for the Han family, he had to obtain it. But currently, the funds he had on hand were dwindling, and he could not continue to raise the price significantly, only incrementally. 31,001. Xiao Wui suddenly changed tactics, looking at Han Ling with a half-smile, half-tease. The audience below, including the woman in red, were momentarily stunned at this ridiculous bid. What kind of pricing format is this? Han Ling was also a bit caught off guard at this moment, but in the next second, it seemed like he had thought of something and suddenly grinned. Master Xiao, it seems your house doesn't have much funds either, is this the end? In his view, Xiao Wui's sudden bid was nothing more than a sign of a lack of funds, unable to continue fighting against him. It was just a struggle of no power. And the reason Xiao Wui raised the price to 30,000 in one go was probably just to make him give up. Thinking of this possibility, Han Ling's smile grew even wider. He was now almost certain that Xiao Wui was definitely running low on money, which is why he acted this way. 30,200. After quoting his price, Han Ling looked at Xiao Wui smugly. At this moment, he held the posture of a victor, completely ignoring Xiao Wui. In his view, Xiao Wui had already been defeated, and he was even starting to imagine how he would humiliate Xiao Wui later. 30,201. Xiao Wui didn't respond to Han Ling, only smiling as he made his bid. Many people had similar thoughts as Han Ling just now, but now Xiao Wui's calm and unhurried demeanor made it seem like things were not so simple. Xiao Wui's mysterious expression was quite puzzling, and everyone in the auction hall, including Qi Hanhai, was unable to understand what Xiao Wui was trying to do. Only Xiao Luo, with a helpless glance at his cheap old dad, muttered to himself. A bunch of idiots, they can't even see this, my dad is clearly humiliating the Han family. Every time he adds one spirit stone, he's clearly playing with the Han family. Each time, his bid is always one higher than the Han family's. My cheap old dad is bad, but I really like it. But Han Ling didn't react right away. His brain was a bit foggy, and he just looked at Xiao Wui in confusion, then made another bid. 33,000. 33,001. 34,000. 34,001. 35,000. 35,001. Each time, Xiao Wui's bid was calm and unhurried, still wearing a faint smile as he looked at Han Ling. At this point, even Han Ling, as foolish as he was, had finally realized that Xiao Wui was clearly humiliating him. And at this moment, the others in the hall also started to understand, holding back laughter, and some even couldn't stop themselves and laughed softly. The faint sound of laughter further stimulated Han Ling's nerves. Xiao Wui, what exactly are you trying to do? Master Han, still the same thing, the highest bidder wins. Xiao Wui smiled at Han Ling, his eyes full of disdain. I'm just a little better at managing the Xiao family than the Han family, what's wrong with that? At this moment, Han Ling's forehead veins were popping out, and his entire face was contorted with anger. But he couldn't explode here, after all, there was more than just the Xiao family here. He couldn't bear the wrath of Qi Hanhai alone. The feeling of frustration made Han Ling furious, but he was helpless. The Han family's funds were limited, and continuing to add a few more spirit stones would only make him more embarrassed. The woman in red below silently watched all of this, knowing that it was time for this matter to come to an end, so she began the countdown again. 35,001, once. 35,001, twice. 35,001, 3 times. Congratulations to the Xiao family for obtaining this dragon pattern herb. Chapter 26, Crossing Tribulations? The bidding was settled. In the end, the Xiao family won the dragon pattern herb. Almost everyone's gaze shifted back and forth between Xiao Wui and Han Ling. They were both from the 4 great families, and it was well known that they were not on good terms. But no one could have imagined that the Han family and the Xiao family would clash so sharply. The auction continued, and soon, everyone's attention returned to the stage. At this moment, Han Ling seemed to have regained his calm, simply staring silently in the direction of the Xiao family, without saying a word. However, those who knew him well understood that Han Ling had clearly harbored murderous intent at this moment. Those eyes, cold as if plunged into an ice pit, were a sign that he wanted to kill. Master, you really don't have to be so troubled. The butler quietly approached Han Ling's side and spoke softly. What do you mean? Han Ling's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing just a slit as he stared intently at the butler, his whole being like a dangerous poisonous snake, ready to expose its deadly fangs at any moment. This scene made the butler break out in a sweat instantly. He certainly knew the master's brutality, but as the saying goes, risks always accompany opportunities. His ability to stay in the Han family and hold the position of butler was due to offering strategies and reading the room for the master. Now that the master had calmed down slightly, feeling troubled and chaotic inside, it was the perfect opportunity for him to offer advice. Master, actually, the Xiao family just saved us a large sum of spirit stones. The butler wore a strange smile. As Han Ling's advisor, he certainly knew what to say in what situations. So he did not make the content clear. But that was enough for Han Ling to understand the meaning of those words. The danger and coldness in his eyes immediately diminished. In fact, Han Ling quite liked this butler. After all, he had been with him for so long and could always offer good advice at the right moments. And now, once again, he had spoken what was in his heart. All right, let you handle this matter. Han Ling's voice remained cold, though it had lost some of its dangerous edge compared to before. I will take care of it right away. The butler immediately saluted and turned to leave. Xiao Wui quietly watched as the butler left Han's family, his eyes flickering, seemingly deep in thought. Husband, the Han family. Wu Wanting's brows were knitted with a hint of worry. As old rivals of the Xiao family, they were well aware of what methods Han Ling might employ. "Madam, rest assured, I will handle this matter." Xiao Wui smiled at Guo Wanting. Hearing her husband's words, Guo Wanting gradually felt at ease. As long as her husband was aware, Han Ling probably wouldn't stir up too much trouble. After all, if it came down to a fight, the Xiao family wouldn't necessarily lose to the Han family. Meanwhile, the other two families among the four great families were quietly watching the Xiao and Han families, their eyes full of thoughts. Qi Hanhai was also quite interested, constantly observing the Xiao and Han families. The whole auction seemed to be calm on the surface, and the auction continued normally. However, anyone with sharp eyes could see that dark currents were already surging beneath the surface. It was likely that after this auction ended, Luofeng City would face a wave of turmoil. Almost everyone had their own thoughts in their hearts. Xiao Luo was no exception. Only at this moment, his attention was completely captured by the information on the light screen before him. Task completed, reward, mixed Yuan Dao body. Since this reward is a physical type, the system has automatically claimed it for the host. Physical fusion, starting. Xiao Luo stared blankly at the information on the light screen, and by the time he reacted, it seemed to be too late. Wait a minute? What do you mean by automatically claiming it for me? I'm at the auction right now. If there's some dragon and phoenix presenting a supernatural phenomenon during the fusion of my physical body, wouldn't I become famous? He understood very well that being famous carries risks. Awakening a super physique in front of so many people is just like telling everyone, "Come, kill me." One must know that jealousy exists everywhere. And in this world where the strong prey on the weak, jealousy is the most serious. After all, no one would want someone destined to climb over their heads. But now, it's too late to say anything. The system has already begun to merge automatically. One cannot just stop the system and discard this constitution, right? After a not too intense internal struggle, Xiao Luo decided to accept it calmly. Although he might become a thorn in the side of the entire Falling Wind City, their Xiao family was not to be trifled with. At worst, he could stay at home and develop, and go out for leisure after reaching the spirit transformation realm or even the immortal unraveling realm. No matter how strong others were, they couldn't just charge into the Xiao family to kill him, right? Coming back to his senses, Xiao Luo immediately started to look around cautiously. His primordial Dao body had already begun to merge with his own body, and his bloodline constitution was gradually awakening, so he needed to know what kind of earthly signs he would trigger. But no matter how Xiao Luo looked around, it seemed that apart from his own feelings, there was nothing striking happening in the outside world. Fortunately, nothing happened. It seems the system has suppressed it for me. Seeing this, the stone in Xiao Luo's heart finally settled. According to ancient records, when cultivators awaken their divine-grade physiques, earthly signs will accompany the awakening, and the more powerful the physique, the more exaggerated the signs. And this primordial Dao body is the top-tier one among all physiques. It would be impossible for no signs to appear. Naturally, Xiao Luo attributed this to the system's help. Now that there were no worries behind him, Xiao Luo began to seriously feel the changes in his body. However, no one noticed. At that moment above the auction house, the originally clear sky turned dark with thick clouds in just a few breaths, stretching for thousands of miles. Among them, thunder could be faintly heard rolling. In the center of these dark clouds, a vortex gradually formed. Everyone outside noticed that in the middle of this vortex was the auction house in Falling Wind City, where the annual auction was taking place. The passing cultivators around all stopped, gazing at the huge vortex in the sky, their eyes filled with horror. Because at this moment, several lightning tribulations seemed to be brewing in the vortex. Who is going through tribulation? Going through tribulation in the auction house? Are they crazy? The ordinary citizens around had never seen such a scene before, and they began to flee in panic towards their homes. At this moment, inside the auction house, everyone was still engaged in the auction process when a massive and terrifying pressure suddenly descended, making it hard for them to breathe. Every person above the spirit connection realm instantly changed their expressions. They were all too familiar with this terrifying aura. This is the lightning tribulation. Who is going through tribulation at the auction? Chapter 27, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. The moment the calamity clouds appeared, Qi Hanhai instantly vanished from his spot. Only his voice echoed throughout the venue. Everyone, please remain calm. The four family heads will accompany me to investigate. Madam, take good care of Luor, I will be back soon. Xiao Wui had a somber expression, softly advising Guo Wanning before he instantly disappeared. The other three family heads also hurriedly instructed before leaving the auction venue. The four major families of Falling Wind City are different from ordinary noble families in other cities. Since Falling Wind City is a crucial border city, the four families enjoy the dazzling halo brought by it while also shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting the city. This is also the reason why Qi Hanhai allowed the four families to continuously develop. Over the years, the four major families have indeed played a vital role in various border battles. In the high sky, Qi Hanhai and the heads of the four families appeared in an instant. split up to find the source of the lightning tribulation. Upon hearing this, the 4 family heads immediately scattered, releasing their divine senses to begin detailed searches. Shi Hanhai looked up at the gathering disaster clouds, a hint of worry displayed in his eyes. The cultivation realms are divided into 9 large stages: gathering qi, accumulating yuan, condensing yuan, communicating with spirits, transforming spirits, enlightened immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, and saint immortal. Entering the stage of communicating with spirits and subsequent grades would attract the thunder tribulation. Only after being baptized by the thunder tribulation can one successfully elevate their realm. Right now, according to his senses, the thunder tribulation was likely far beyond the scale of an ordinary thunder disaster. The strength of the one crossing the tribulation might be very close to their own. Xiao Wui searched while looking up at the thunder tribulation, an uneasy feeling growing in his heart. Typically, the disaster clouds for thunder tribulations are only about 100 miles wide, and even the stronger ones barely reach 1,000 miles. Yet, this cloud extended for tens of thousands of miles, something they had never heard of. Although through spiritual power, they could sense that this thunder tribulation was comparable to his entry into enlightened immortal, this strange thundercloud almost suggested that things were definitely not so simple. In just half a cup of tea's time, the 4 family heads had already returned. Did any of you find something? Upon seeing them, Shi Hanhai immediately asked. Xiao Wui bowed respectfully. Lord City Master, we did not find anyone crossing tribulation within the Xiao family's domain. The other 3 family heads frowned and bowed as well, shaking their heads one by one. Shi Hanhai was not surprised by this result. In most cases, disaster clouds usually gather directly above the person crossing the tribulation, and if the tribulation bearer moves, the clouds will follow. So by conventional standards, the person crossing the tribulation must be present at the auction site. However, the moment the disaster clouds appeared, Shi Hanhai had already released his consciousness to search within 100 miles but found nothing. He only had the 4 family heads patrol as a precaution. City Master, what should we do now? The head of the Li family had worry written all over his face as he asked. The other family heads did not speak, but their faces were also filled with concern. At this moment, not being able to find the person crossing the tribulation meant that once the thunder tribulation fell, the entire Luofeng city would surely face calamity. Shi Hanhai frowned, staring intently at the bizarre disaster clouds, unsure of what to do. Normally, outsiders cannot interfere with the thunder tribulation, otherwise, anyone who gets involved will face even more severe heavenly punishment. I ask the family heads to continue searching. If none are found, I will face the tribulation. Shi Hanhai sighed softly. Before the 4 family heads could respond, the pressure in the sky suddenly increased, even making those in enlightened immortal feel a great weight. What is this? The head of the Li family looked at the already gathered thunder in the sky, his eyes filled with fear. Purple cloud divine thunder. Shi Hanhai murmured, his eyes slightly dazed with shock. It was rumored that once you enter Earth Immortal, you must overcome this purple cloud divine thunder. Could it be that the strength of the tribulation bearer has already reached the peak of enlightened immortal and is preparing to step into Earth Immortal? Which fellow Daoist is crossing tribulation here? I hope you can step outside the city. I am willing to assist you in overcoming this tribulation. Shi Hanhai gathered his spiritual power, and his voice instantly echoed for thousands of miles. At this moment, he had no concern for whether he would incur karma. If the purple cloud divine thunder fell, Luofeng city would surely be turned to ashes. The reason they could not find this tribulation bearer was likely that the other party was adept at concealing their presence and was at a level far above them, explaining why they did not find anyone. Now, they could only wait for the response from the other party. Imperial City. Qianyuan Palace. As if sensing something, a figure in a dragon robe suddenly appeared in mid-air, gazing into the distance. His eyes were deep, as if they penetrated space, observing everything within Luofeng city. Xiao Luo felt the changes within his own body. It seems that the whole person is constantly sublimating, whether it is spiritual perception or refinement, both have already received extremely terrifying enhancement. The current me is no longer the same as before. It's just a pity that if this primordial Dao body could add some more abilities, that would be even better. Feeling his completely merged primordial Dao body, Xiao Luo couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, the moment he opened his eyes, the immense sense of pressure made him freeze in an instant. What is this? Thunder tribulation? Is it the purple sky divine thunder? During his free time, he had flipped through ancient books, and this purple sky divine thunder could only be encountered when entering the Earth Immortal realm. He actually encountered thunder tribulation? No wonder no one has been able to awaken this primordial Dao body for thousands of years. I'm afraid that even if they did awaken, they'd have long been struck to pieces by this purple sky divine thunder. At this moment, Xiao Luo finally realized that his awakening of the primordial Dao body was not without earthly phenomena, but because this thunder tribulation needed quite a long time to brew, which is why it hadn't appeared at the beginning. And at this moment, the thunder tribulation is probably about to finish brewing, and it won't be long before it strikes down. I have the system, so I will most likely be fine, but right now I'm in the auction house. It's not that he was worried about the safety of those around him, it's just that the thunder tribulation would lock onto him, and once exposed here, it would probably cause endless trouble in the future. No, I must find a chance to slip out and cross the tribulation. Thinking of this, Xiao Luo immediately began to think quickly about what strategy he could use to sneak out in this situation. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he turned around to hug Guo Wanting, whispering softly. Mother, Luo wants to go to the restroom. Everyone has urgent matters, one cannot just hold it, right? Facing Xiao Luo's words, Guo Wanting helplessly stroked his forehead. Luo, be good. This moment is unusual, could you wait just a moment longer? But Luo really can't hold it anymore. Xiao Luo blinked his cute big eyes, his voice slightly choked with tears. No joke, he can wait, but the thunder tribulation can't wait. Seeing her son's anxious expression, Guo Wanting bit her lip, seeming a bit conflicted, then seeming to make a decision, she spoke gently to Xiao Luo. Mother will accompany you. Xiao Luo quickly nodded. This was the most perfect outcome for him, after all, only Guo Wanting was with him now. He just needed to use the concealment talisman to sneak away in the restroom, and no one would suspect him. Soon, Guo Wanting brought Xiao Luo to the restroom, and without hesitation, Xiao Luo dashed inside. He could sense that the purple sky divine thunder was about to fall, time was running out. Immediately, he pulled out the concealment talisman from his pocket, ready to use it, but just as he made a move, a line of text appeared again on the light screen in front of him. Detected that the host is encountering thunder tribulation, the system has automatically helped the host resolve it. Question mark. Xiao Luo's hand holding the talisman froze in midair, looking bewildered at the light screen, taking a long time to recover. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. This useless system, why didn't you say you could resolve it earlier? He immediately turned around and left the restroom, returning to the hall with Guo Wanting. Above the auction house. The purple sky divine thunder revolved as if it had a will of its own, swirling in the sky, bringing endless pressure like an ancient dragon. The four family heads gathered again, this was their fourth investigation, yet they still found nothing. Looking at the four family heads returning empty-handed, Qi Hanhai's tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed, and he let out a light laugh. Forget it, However, before Qi Hanhai finished his sentence, the thunderclouds in the sky changed again. That purple sky divine thunder that was originally about to fall seemed to have encountered something terrifying, and began to scatter and flee, vanishing into thin air in the blink of an eye. Thus, the catastrophic cloud dissipated. The sky returned to a clear state. The four family heads and Qi Hanhai looked at each other, bewildered and unsure of what had just happened. Did the purple cloud divine thunder come and go just like that? Is this a joke? Chapter 28, Mysterious Dissipation. The thundercloud has disappeared? The head of the Li family raised his head, looking at the clear sky once again, his tone mixed with confusion and bewilderment. Just moments ago, he was certain that the purple cloud divine thunder was gathering, and the overwhelming pressure that felt like it could shatter his very soul was still fresh in his mind. But the sudden dissipation gave him a sense of disillusionment. Could it be that the person undergoing the tribulation has died, leading to the dissipation of the thunder tribulation? Xiao Wui thought for a moment before speaking slowly. To be honest, he was just guessing, he had never heard of or seen a situation where thunder tribulation dissipated. Cultivating and gathering energy into one's body for power is already defying the heavens, so reaching a certain level would inevitably cause the thunder tribulation to bring down divine punishment. Successfully overcoming it allows one to ascend further, but failure leads to the soul scattering and death. Therefore, almost everyone prepares thoroughly when undergoing tribulation, it is not easy to kill them. Anyone with some knowledge of cultivation would never choose to kill during someone else's tribulation. After all, if it goes wrong, it could leave them entangled in karmic retribution and face heavenly punishment. There is that possibility, but it is also possible that the person undergoing the tribulation used a secret method for a quick escape, causing the thunder tribulation to vanish. Qi Hanhai, being learned and experienced, had some insights on this matter. Although the thunder tribulation follows the person undergoing the tribulation, it does not move very quickly. If the person undergoing the tribulation escaped in an instant, the original thunder tribulation would dissipate, and new formations would gather above them. Regardless of which case it is a fortunate event for them. Although the thunder tribulation appeared terrifying, it turned out to be just a false alarm, and Windfall City has not suffered any damage. Let's just go back for now, and we can investigate in detail after the auction concludes. Qi Hanhai searched the area again with his divine sense, but still found nothing, so he spoke. Currently, searching yielded no results, and it would not do to keep wasting time like this. The auction in Windfall City is not merely a trading event, it is the annual grand event of the city. Although there has been an unexpected incident, since it turned out to be just a false alarm, there is no need to halt the auction. Yes. The heads of the four families had no objections, bowing respectfully before returning with Qi Hanhai to the auction venue.
Husband, how is the situation? Guo Wanting asked immediately upon seeing Xiao Wui return.
Although it seemed calm now, the overwhelming pressure that made one's soul ache still worried her greatly. The aura of the thunder tribulation left her in a state of unease. If someone underwent tribulation within Windfall City, it would spell disaster for the entire city.
Madam.
Xiao Wui returned to his place and softly began to explain the situation outside to his wife.
Xiao Luo lay quietly in Guo Wanting's embrace, silently listening to Xiao Wui's words, his gaze flickering.
Fortunately, the system helped conceal the aura. If they found out I triggered the thunder tribulation, it would be a huge problem. He felt a slight fear in his heart.
I see.
Xiao Wui quickly recounted the whole story, and Guo Wanting sighed in relief, though still feeling a lingering fear. If the purple cloud divine thunder had truly struck, Windfall City would have likely vanished from the map of the Xia Kingdom in an instant.
However, the appearance of the thunder tribulation was strange, and its disappearance was equally baffling.
Although City Lord Qi had made a preliminary judgment, this matter was likely not as simple as it seemed. It must be noted that to escape the joint search of City Lord Qi and the four family heads simultaneously.
During the tribulation, completely concealing one's aura is something only an extraordinary person can achieve.
If such a person becomes an enemy of Falling Wind City, it is likely to lead to endless troubles. Guo Wanting still wore a hint of worry on her face.
Madam, don't worry.
Once the auction ends, City Lord Qi will definitely investigate the matter.
Xiao Wui gently squeezed Guo Wanting's hand and pretended to be relaxed.
The other party's motive for undergoing the tribulation in the city was unclear, and their sudden departure left everyone puzzled. Even Xiao Wui was confused. However, as the mainstay of the Xiao family, he could not panic here, especially in front of his wife and Luor.
Guo Wanting was meticulous and had been with Xiao Wui day and night. How could she not understand his thoughts?
Yet she never called him out. Instead, she trusted him deeply, only responding softly before no longer worrying. Xiao Luo silently listened to their conversation, feeling a bit guilty in her heart. She even hesitated whether to secretly tell her father and mother that this lightning tribulation was actually triggered by her. But thinking again, while it might be simple to confess about the lightning tribulation, how to escape the investigation of City Lord Qi and the other family heads was impossible to explain.
After thinking it over, she chose to stay silent.
After all, this matter would likely be glossed over after seeking for a result, as time always dulls these inconsequential issues.
At the auction venue. Nothing has happened, the auction will continue as usual. Qi Hanhai's voice once again echoed throughout the auction venue. Though there were various murmurs of confusion from the crowd, they quickly faded away.
After all, City Lord Qi and the four great family heads had returned, and personally announced that nothing was wrong, so there was no reason for them to keep worrying. The woman in red glanced at Qi Hanhai. Although she had doubts in her heart, she knew it was not her turn to worry at this moment, so she suppressed her concerns. Clearing her throat, she spoke again.
Since there is nothing wrong, the auction will continue. The next item up for bid is...
As her words came out, the previously scattered discussions among the audience gradually ceased. For these ordinary folks at the bottom, this was merely a small interlude. After all, even if the sky were to fall, there would be important figures above to brace the situation. They had no need to worry at all. The auction continued as usual, while the four great families on the high stage had various expressions. Regardless of which family, none of them had the heart to pay attention to the auction any longer.
Head of the family, will the original arrangements still proceed after the auction ends?
Upon seeing family head Han Ling return, the steward immediately stepped forward to bow respectfully. Given the occurrence of this unexpected event, he was conflicted about whether to continue with the original plans. After much thought, he decided to come and ask Han Ling, as this sudden event would likely not lead to any blame from the head.
If he acted on his own accord, he might mess up Han Ling's new arrangements instead. No need, let this matter rest for now.
Han Ling's mood was quite complex at the moment. He simply waved his hand. The steward understood immediately and bowed to retreat. He knew Han Ling had new plans, and prepared to withdraw the arrangements. But just as he was about to leave, a figure in a black robe appeared silently beside him.
Chapter 29, At All Costs.
This person's appearance did not cause any disturbance. In fact, if the steward had not seen him, he might not have realized someone was standing behind him. Not just the steward, everyone in the auction venue, including family head Han Ling, failed to notice the black-robed figure, who had appeared at some unknown time. As if he were always meant to be there, even if someone saw him, they would not feel any sense of incongruity. His black robe enveloped his entire body, making it impossible to discern any of his features. It was impossible to recognize his identity. At this moment, the butler saw the man in the black robe and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He had seen this black-robed figure before. Although he did not know the person's true identity, he happened to overhear his master refer to the individual as Sir, when they left. This matter had weighed on the butler's mind, and now seeing this person again, he did not make a sound but instead slightly bowed and retreated. Anyone who could hold the position of a butler was not simple-minded.
If the master called him sir, it meant that this level of existence was beyond what he could question, so he wisely kept silent. Your butler is not bad. The voice of the black-robed man suddenly appeared behind Han Ling, instantly sending chills down his back. He immediately waved a hand, signaling his subordinate to take Han Li away from the scene. Sir! Han Ling was about to rise but was abruptly held in place by a strong pressure from spiritual power. Others were unaware, but he knew exactly who the black-robed man was. The Han family owed all their achievements today to such beings. There are too many people here, you don't need to stand. The black-robed man spoke calmly, merely glancing at Chi Hanhai with a hint of confusion. Yes. Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, Han Ling remained seated in his main position, yet his voice remained exceptionally respectful. May I ask, sir, what brings you here? In the past, he had always sought out these people to handle matters, as they would not approach him unless there was a reason. But now, they suddenly sought him out, which inevitably made Han Ling suspicious. Is there anyone here who is crossing the tribulation to become an earth immortal? The black-robed man's tone was cold, yet deep inside, he was quite puzzled. He had already scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, finding that the highest cultivation level present was Chi Hanhai at the peak of the xie immortal realm, so there was no earth immortal at all. Sir, there was indeed a divine thunder just now, but we did not find anyone crossing the tribulation. At this moment, Han Ling felt somewhat uneasy. He was not lying, but explaining this in any way seemed like nonsense. If the black-robed man got the wrong idea, it would be troublesome. Hearing this, the black-robed man did not respond immediately, which made Han Ling even more anxious, constantly calculating how to explain himself to avoid misunderstanding. After a moment of silence, the black-robed man finally nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. In reality, he had not been in Falling Wind City earlier but had flown over upon noticing the divine thunder, arriving just as the clouds of tribulation dissipated. At that time, he had already swept his divine sense around but found nothing unusual at all. His inquiry was merely to see if they had discovered anything before he did. At this moment, upon hearing Han Ling's response, he was not surprised. With his gaze lowered, the black-robed man began to ponder internally. If it was not a tribulation crossing, then it was likely there was a treasure emerging in the world. Just to be safe, it was best for him to stay here a little longer. Han Ling used his peripheral vision to glance at the black-robed man standing silently beside him. Yet he could not understand why the other party did not leave, so he could only sit upright, waiting for the others' instructions. However, no one noticed that a pair of innocent eyes was now sweeping back and forth at the black-robed man. When did this guy come? What is his connection to the Han family? Xiao Luo pondered internally while raising questions. But for now, he had no way to understand the situation, and all he could do was pay attention to everything a bit more before retracting his gaze. The black-robed man seemed to sense something, and with a puzzled expression, glanced over toward the Xiao family. But he found nothing unusual. Just now, he clearly felt the gaze upon him. Could it be that he was mistaken? Thinking of this, the black-robed man couldn't help but crack a grin. He was indeed a genuine celestial being, mastering the art of breath concealment. Unless one's cultivation was higher than his, it was impossible for anyone to see him. Forget it, it seems I was overthinking. The person in the black robe chuckled self-deprecatingly and did not take it to heart. At this moment, the auction was finally reaching its end. On the auction stage, a woman in red stood, her voice still enchanting and seductive. Ladies and gentlemen, the last item of this auction is very special. It was snatched from an ancient ruin by a cultivator. As the woman in red spoke, a delicately dressed maid slowly appeared holding a tray. On that tray lay a piece of parchment that looked quite old, with corners that appeared somewhat blackened due to the erosion of time. I'm ashamed to say that our auction house has not figured out the use of this parchment. Its owner just hopes to sell it, so there is no starting bid for this item. The woman in red chuckled lightly. Let me remind you all, once an item is sold at our auction house, there are no returns or exchanges. If you take it home and find it's just a regular piece of parchment, don't blame me for not warning you. Now, let's start the final round of bidding. The crowd below carefully examined the parchment, but no matter how they looked at it, it just seemed like an ordinary piece of parchment. Ha ha ha. I bid 100 spirit stones, just to make the beauty smile. 150 spirit stones. We're bidding this much for an ordinary parchment? 150 would buy countless pieces of parchment. What do you know? As long as I can win a smile from the beauty on stage, I'll bid 200. The atmosphere below gradually became lively, but nearly everyone ignored the parchment, merely enjoying the thrill of bidding. On the high platform. Husband, can you see any clues about this parchment? Guo Wanting stared at the parchment on the tray and gently spoke. Though this parchment comes from an ancient ruin, it shows no signs of spiritual energy, and it seems to contain no recorded text. It's likely just a common burial item from that time. Xiao Wui released his spiritual sense to observe the parchment carefully when it appeared, but he noticed nothing unusual. Hearing his wife's question, he shared his inference. Guo Wanting nodded silently. Xiao Wui's judgment was the same as hers, so there was no need to continue caring about the last auction item. At this moment, however, Xiao Luo frowned slightly. He could clearly feel a mysterious wave emanating from the parchment, even resonating faintly with his mixed-element Dao body. This parchment was indeed far from simple. Just at that moment, not far away, the Han family. The black-robed man's eyes suddenly lit up as he spoke to Han Ling in a deep voice. Spare no effort, secure that piece of parchment. Chapter 30, The Priceless Parchment? Secure that piece of parchment? Han Ling was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the black-robed man's words. He had just carefully inspected the parchment with his spiritual sense, and it appeared to be a worthless item, the kind that no one would even pick up if it were thrown on the ground. But now, the adult behind him specifically pointed out that he wanted him to bid for it? Could it be that he had misjudged it? Although he was puzzled, Han Ling didn't dare to utter a single refusal. With the power of the people behind him, they could uplift a Han family and could certainly uplift a second one. If he did not obey, someone else would soon take his place. So when the black-robed man spoke, Han Ling understood he had to do everything he could to secure that parchment. 1,000 spirit stones. Han Ling's bid immediately silenced many of the mocking noble merchants in the crowd. Though they were puzzled why the Han family would be interested in this obviously worthless parchment, not a single person dared to voice their thoughts, nor did anyone dare to continue bidding. After all, it's not worth it to be enemies with the Han family over a piece of trash. Although the people below didn't dare, it didn't mean those on stage were afraid. At this moment, the other three major families noticed Han Ling's bid. Husband, why did the Han family suddenly make a bid? Guo Wanting looked at Han Ling with some confusion. In her impression, Han Ling was someone who wouldn't rise early without profit, let alone buying trash. He would even blush if he suffered a little loss. But now he was spending 1,000 yuan to buy what looked like useless parchment, which inevitably raised her suspicions. You know Han Ling, he definitely wouldn't buy trash. This parchment must have some use for him. Xiao Wui gently stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes to stare at Han Ling, as if trying to read something on Han Ling's face. Sure enough, he quickly captured a hint of tension from Han Ling's expression. Why was Han Ling nervous? From his understanding of Han Ling, even if the four major families gathered, he wouldn't be the least bit nervous, not even if Chi Hanhai stood in front of him. So why was he suddenly showing signs of anxiety? Could it be because of this parchment? At this moment, Xiao Luo quietly lay in Guo Wanting's arms, silently watching her father and Han Ling, his eyes slightly squinting. Why was his cheap father nervous about Han Ling? Wasn't it just that the man in the black robe said something to Han Ling, which made Han Ling ready to bid on this parchment? Clearly, Han Ling was being forced to buy something by the man in the black robe. Perhaps even Han Ling himself didn't know why he was bidding on this parchment. Watching the still Han Ling and the black-robed man, a flash of light crossed Xiao Luo's mind, and his eyes suddenly cleared a bit. He seemed to understand why his cheap father was confused. If his cheap father couldn't see the black-robed man, then everything made sense. Although Xiao Luo didn't know who the black-robed man was, judging by the current situation, his status must be very high, and his skills were profound and unfathomable. Only because of some reason was he unwilling to show himself, making the Han family a puppet. It seemed the situation in Luofeng City was already turbulent beneath the surface. But these were just Xiao Luo's speculations and needed further verification. Mother, why is there no one serving the head of the Han family? Xiao Luo suddenly raised his head and innocently spoke up. Luo, the head of the Han family has such a nature and is very small-minded, you must not argue with him alone in the future. Guo Wanting was puzzled as to why her precious son suddenly questioned this matter, but since he asked, she naturally had no reason not to answer. So she simply introduced Han Ling, giving her precious son a general understanding of Han Ling's character. Luo understands. Xiao Luo nodded seriously. Indeed, he couldn't see it. Because at this moment, the black-robed man was clearly beside Han Ling, yet now it was obvious that his parents couldn't see the black-robed man. If his parents couldn't see it, then he had reason to suspect that everyone present, including the city lord Chi Hanhai, probably couldn't see it either. As for himself, it was likely because of the primordial Dao body he had just awakened that he was not restricted. And now that the black-robed man wanted this parchment, it seemed that this thing was likely a treasure. Father, I can clearly sense the fluctuation of spiritual power from the parchment. Xiao Luo suddenly pointed at the parchment and whispered to Xiao Wui. The parchment can also be sensed? Listening to Xiao Luo's words, Xiao Wui instantly narrowed his eyes. The fluctuation of spiritual power on the parchment is even more intense than that on the dragon pattern grass. Xiao Luo replied without hesitation. Although saying he could sense the fluctuations was a lie. The parchment can truly resonate with its own Hunyuan Dao body. Plus, this man in black is relentlessly pushing the Han family to bid for the parchment, so even a fool can see this item as anything but ordinary. Although my task is already complete, it's always good to take another chance to scam the Han family. 2,000 spirit stones. This time, even before Xiao Wui could speak, the Li family's master spoke up first. At this moment, the master of the Li family squinted his eyes, staring at the parchment on the stage, pondering something unknown. 3,000 spirit stones. The Zhao family, one of the 4 major clans, also began to raise their bid. Although they cannot see through the parchment's origins, they know Han Ling very well. After competing and cooperating for so long, it's not that they understand everything about him, but they are very clear about his character. At the very least, he would never spend money on garbage. Xiao Wui silently watched the other 3 major clans on the high platform begin to bid, not in a hurry to join in. His precious son has said that this parchment has its tricks, and the Han family has specially spent a lot of money to bid for it, thus confirming that what his son said is true. Now he is waiting for the price to stabilize before he joins in. It's not too late. In just the time of a cup of tea, the price of the parchment has already reached 10,000 spirit stones. The ordinary noble merchants below have already gaped in shock. When they made their offer, they thought this item was useless, just spending some money for fun. But they never expected that the big shots upstairs are fighting over this parchment, red-faced and sweating. Could it be that this parchment is truly a treasure? The confusion is not only below, the masters of the Li and Zhao families on the stage also have such doubts. As the price gradually rises, their bidding speed also slows down more and more. Their estimation of the parchment's value is merely based on the Han family's attitude towards it. Now that the price has reached over 10,000 spirit stones, although they can afford it, if this turns out to just be parchment, they would truly be spitting blood. 15,000 spirit stones. Han Ling raised his bid again, eyes slightly squinting, staring fiercely at the masters of the Li and Zhao families. At this moment, the masters of the Li and Zhao families finally began to hesitate. They have no way of knowing what this parchment truly is. If the Han family misjudged it or if this is only useful to the Han family, then purchasing it would mean directly throwing away over 10,000 spirit stones. Even if they can afford the spirit stones, they cannot waste it like this. However, at this moment, Xiao Wui smiled and spoke up. 16,000 spirit stones. Another move from the Xiao family? Almost everyone's gaze gathered on Xiao Wui as he spoke. Xiao Wui. Han Ling was so angry that his teeth were itching. Dragon-patterned grass is exactly what those adults behind him demanded, yet he lost it because of the Xiao family. The adults still don't know about this. So now, no matter how furious Han Ling is, he does not dare to show it. Otherwise, if the adults behind him find out that he lost the dragon-patterned grass, he might as well lose his position as the master of the Han family. At this moment, the masters of the Li and Zhao families silently watched the Xiao family join in, their initial thoughts of giving up showing a slight change. If the Han family might have misjudged it, then what does it mean that the Xiao family is actively bidding? Could it be that Xiao Wui, too, is preparing to bid based on the Han family's attitude towards the parchment? It doesn't make sense. If they wanted to mess up the Han family's deal, wouldn't it have been more effective to bid together from the start? But now they only raised their bid. What does this mean? Could it be that the Xiao family has also noticed that this parchment is truly a treasure? Countless questions appeared in the minds of the masters of the Li and Zhao families. They instantly hesitated again. However, just as they were still indecisive, Han Ling's voice made them gasp sharply. 20,000 spirit stones. Hiss. He directly raised the price by 5,000 spirit stones? Is Han Ling crazy? When Xiao Wui added to the bid, he even added it in increments of 1,000, but Han Ling just raised it by 5,000. This isn't how to use money, right? 21,000. Xiao Wui still spoke with great calmness, his eyes flashing with a hint of mockery. The heads of the Li family and the Zhao family exchanged glances, and in their eyes, there was a touch of helplessness. They had already bought quite a few things before this, and if it were just a few thousand or 10,000 spirit stones, they could still manage. But now the price had soared to 20,000, and with their limited funds, even if they wanted to grab this parchment, they were powerless. At this moment, they could only watch the show from the Han family and the Xiao family. 25,000. Han Ling made another bid, yet deep down, he suddenly had a bad feeling. They had already spent quite a bit snatching the dragon-pattern grass. It was well known that the Xiao family was in turmoil not long ago, and Xiao Wui had spent a lot of spirit stones to smooth things over. But now they could still come up with 20,000 spirit stones. Had the Xiao family suddenly struck it rich overnight? Just how wealthy was the Xiao family? He himself had little spirit stones left. If the Xiao family still had stones, what would he do if they kept raising the bid? Thinking of this, Han Ling glanced at the black-robed figure behind him and couldn't help but retract his neck. Earlier, even if he hadn't gotten the dragon-pattern grass, he could wait until the auction was over to try and snatch it. After all, the big shots behind him weren't present, and he would only need to hand it over on time to avoid any issues. But now, this black-robed person was right beside him. If he couldn't secure the item, the consequences would be unimaginable. 26,000. Xiao Wui still maintained his composure, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Han Ling. 27. 28. 35,000. In the end, Han Ling shouted out his final price. These spirit stones were all that remained after he failed to snatch the dragon pattern grass. He had just this much left. At this moment, he nervously looked at Xiao Wui. Success or failure rested on this bid. If the Xiao family kept raising the price, everything would be over. So now, all hope relied on the Xiao family not having spirit stones left. However, the ideal was beautiful, while reality was often harsh. Xiao Wui spoke again, shattering Han Ling's fantasies. 36,000 spirit stones. It was still that calm and tranquil voice. But at that moment, what Han Ling heard was like a thunderclap in a clear sky. His heart twisted in agony. What should ye do now? Sir, Han Ling, did not expect to spend such a large amount of spirit stones this time. I did not. Han Ling hesitated for a moment and began to explain softly, but halfway through, he was interrupted by the black-robed figure behind him. I said, no matter the cost. The black-robed person's voice was cold, tinged with an undeniable tone. The result was not far from what Han Ling had expected. It was indeed not going to work. Forget it. Han Ling sighed lightly and slowly stood up to go to the side of the Li family head. Brother Li, my Han family must acquire this parchment, but we are running low on funds. May I borrow some spirit stones? I will definitely repay with interest in the future. Han Ling's words were very sincere, but the head of the Li family gently shook his head. My Li family also has no extra spirit stones to spare. I hope Brother Han does not take offense. The head of the Li family cupped his hands in a gesture, and the meaning was very clear. To say they were broke was not entirely true. They still had some spirit stones on hand. But now the Han family was clearly going against the Xiao family, and the Xiao family was like a giant dragon awakening slowly, with the young talent Xiao Luo inside and the support of the city lord Qi Hanhai outside. It is clear to all that given time, the Xiao family will undoubtedly become a great power. To offend the Xiao family over such a trivial matter is not a wise choice. Han Ling saw that the Li family was failing and immediately turned to the Zhao family, only to receive a completely unanimous response. These bastards. Han Ling was so angry that it felt like fire could burst from his eyes. Now both the Li and Zhao families had rejected his request. Weren't they forcing him to seek help from the Xiao family? But he was in competition with the Xiao family. Could they really lend him money? In a hurry, Han Ling prepared to head back to the Han family's territory, but upon looking up he saw the black-cloaked man's calm but deep eyes, like black holes wanting to draw in his very soul. At this moment, Han Ling felt a chill all over and couldn't help but shiver. He understood that this was a warning from the black-robed man. If he couldn't come up with a solution, he would face consequences that he might not be able to bear. Damn it! Han Ling cursed softly, not sure if he was cursing the black-robed man or Xiao Wei. Then he turned and headed towards the Xiao family's direction. Brother Xiao, I have offended you before, please do not hold it against me. This parchment is something that my Han family absolutely needs. I hope Brother Xiao can show mercy. Xiao Luo quietly observed Han Ling, who was clearly unwilling but had to submit and plead for mercy, and couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Old man, you have your day too. Brother Han is too heavy with his words, but this item has its uses for my Xiao family as well. I'm afraid I cannot bear to part with it. Xiao Wui gazed at Han Ling with a half-smile, slowly opening his mouth. Old fox. What do you need this worthless parchment for? If it weren't for that black-robed idiot forcing me, I wouldn't even spare it a glance. Though he thought this, Han Ling didn't dare to say it out loud. Right now, Xiao Wui was unwilling to help, which meant he wanted some benefits. Fine, I'll give you some benefits, and in the future my Han family will definitely reclaim all we are owed plus interest. With this thought, Han Ling squeezed out a smile again. Brother Xiao, may I propose a business deal? What kind of business? Xiao Wui's expression remained unchanged. Could you lend me some spirit stones? I can write an IOU and surely repay double in the future. Han Ling wore a smile, but Xiao Wui understood well what kind of person Han Ling was. Such words were not trustworthy at all. However, just as Xiao Wui was about to continue speaking, Xiao Luo's youthful voice rang out. Uncle Han, since it's a business deal, why not sell all the shops in the east to my Xiao family? Chapter 32, Taking Advantage of the Fire. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Han Ling's face suddenly darkened several shades. The shops in the east within the Han family's domain were an important source of economic income for the Han family. If they were really sold, his position in the clan would be endangered in the future. After all, even in a family like the Han, which was almost a dictatorship, there were still many eyes watching for a chance to take the head position. If a major problem occurred on his side, it was very likely that someone would take this opportunity to shake the head's position. As for those at the top, they simply needed the Han family's identity to act. Who the leader was didn't really matter, as long as they would obey. So at this moment, feeling the threat, Han Ling furrowed his brows, and his face paled slightly from anger and humiliation. Xiao Wui saw all the changes in Han Ling's expression. Although he appeared calm, his heart was anything but peaceful. I used to think Luor was quite obedient. I didn't expect him to be this shrewd when he spoke. As expected of my Xiao Wui's precious son, well done. Xiao Wui desperately suppressed the corners of his mouth that were wanting to rise wildly.
Since his precious son had already spoken, Xiao Wui certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. What Luor said is correct. If the Han family master is willing to hand over the shops in the east to my Xiao family, then the Xiao family will certainly pay a price that the Han family master will be satisfied with. Han Ling stared fiercely at Xiao Wui, his white eyes slightly reddened due to blood, looking almost a bit insane. However, Xiao Wui showed no signs of fear, and he wasn't afraid of Han's family attacking him here. After all, this was the annual grand event of Luofeng City. If the head of one of the four major families initiated a fight here, it would be a slap in the face to Qi Hanhai. At that time, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Han Ling would likely be dragged out and beaten by the furious Qi Hanhai himself. Moreover, even if they weren't at the auction, the Xiao family was not afraid of the Han family. Previously, it was just that the Xiao family had not produced any young talents for a long time, which led to them being somewhat overshadowed by the Han family in the long run. But this did not mean that the Xiao family's strength was now weaker than that of the Han family. In battles between such families, what truly mattered was high-level combat power, and both the Xiao and Han families had one initial stage and one mid-stage of the resolving immortal realm. So if a real fight broke out, it would just be a stalemate. Besides, the Xiao family now had Xiao Luo, the super genius, and in the long term, they wouldn't be weaker than the Han family, they might even be a bit stronger. At this moment, Han Ling was well aware of all this, so even though he was furious inside, he couldn't let it show. Although he had his back to the man in the black robe, he could still sense that cold gaze fixed on him. If he gave up cooperation with the Xiao family in this auction now, he could already imagine how miserable his fate would be after the auction ended. But if he really sold the shops on the east side to the Xiao family, the economic impact on the Han family would be significant. Moreover, these shops were adjacent to the Xiao family. If they were transferred to the Xiao family, their influence would further encroach on the Han family's territory, a situation no one desired to see. At that moment, Han Ling felt a tightness in his chest, and his head began to spin. This suffocating sensation made him feel that living was exhausting. Uncle Han, you can take your time to think, but we, the Xiao family, will graciously accept this parchment. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Han. Xiao Luo sounded very cute, even politely bowing to Han Ling. Although it was quite normal for juniors to bow to their elders, in Han Ling's eyes, this was not a gesture of respect but a clear mockery. It was Xiao Luo's words that instantly pulled Han Ling back to reality. At Xiao Luo's reminder, he suddenly realized he didn't have the time to think slowly, as the woman in red below had already started the final countdown. 36,000 once. As the countdown began, Han Ling's hair stood on end because, at that moment, he clearly felt the icy gaze behind him intensify. If this weren't a crowded auction, he probably would already be a corpse. Thinking of this, Han Ling's expression grew increasingly ugly. He had completely run out of options. If he wanted to survive, he could only reluctantly agree to this little rascal's suggestion from the Xiao family. But if he just handed over the shops in the east to the Xiao family, how would he explain it to everyone in the clan when he got back? He was afraid those who were already eager to move would seize this opportunity to impeach him. At this moment, Han Ling's inner struggle and turmoil were clearly written on his face, which naturally caught the eyes of the father and son from the Xiao family. This old man's expressions are quite varied. Xiao Luo looked at Han Ling's twisted expression with delight because he knew that even if Han Ling wanted to kill him right now, it is impossible. After all, my father and Qi Hanhai would never just let Han Ling run wild. Then, Xiao Luo intentionally and unintentionally glanced at the man in black behind Han Ling. As the only one in the crowd who could see the black-robed man, although he did not know what the black-robed man had said to Han Ling. Based on Han Ling's various behaviors from earlier until now, Xiao Luo could be very sure that the black-robed man was definitely forcing Han Ling to bid for this parchment. Otherwise, with Han Ling's character, how could he possibly be so meek and begging everywhere in such an occasion? This also gave Xiao Luo the confidence to propose that the Han family transfer the shop in the east. At this moment, Xiao Wui's expression was extremely calm, his eyes indifferent, as if he didn't care at all about what decision Han Ling would make. Although he really wasn't too concerned about such matters, after all, the Xiao family now truly had a mine at home, and this little cash flow was not worth mentioning compared to that. But even a little mosquito is still meat, and it could also weaken the Han family's arrogance, so why not do it? 36,000 for the second time. The red-clothed woman's second bid rang out. Han Ling knew he had no choice and no time left. Alright, I'll buy it. A fixed price of 20,000 spirit stones. Before Xiao Wui could think, Xiao Luo had already spoken. Why don't you grab it? Han Ling's eyes were about to pop out. Uncle Han can choose not to sell. Xiao Luo just shrugged, his expression innocent and cute, but in Han Ling's eyes, Xiao Luo was a complete little devil. Xiao Wui silently watched what was happening before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although he was previously worried that Han Ling might turn sour over the price, seeing his precious son grip Han Ling tightly now made his mood suddenly very good. His son had grown up. Sell. There was not much time left. Whether he wanted to sell or not, Han Ling knew he had no choice. Saying this, he took out a stack of land deeds from his auspicious pouch, which were exactly the land deeds for the Han family's eastern shop.
Take it. Give me the spirit stones immediately. Han Ling almost shouted this out.
Nobody knew if it was because the time was too tight or because he was forced to sell the shop, but his face was already completely red. Anyone could see that he was extremely frustrated. Xiao Wui merely took a quick glance with his spiritual sense and knew that the land deeds were genuine, so he generously tossed a bag over, which contained exactly 20,000 spirit stones. As soon as Han Ling received the spirit stones, he interrupted the red-clothed woman, who was about to state the final countdown.
37,000. Chapter 33, Toying. Although the entire process of Han Ling's operation could not be seen clearly from below, the four great families on stage were watching closely.
At this moment, Han Ling only felt pricked by needles on his back, as the gazes of others made him extremely uncomfortable. Usually, Han Ling had regarded himself as a person who was below 1 and above 10,000 in Falling Wind City, relying on the power of the Han family and showing no courtesy toward anyone. But now, he was forced to sell the shop, and even at a very low price to his own rival, which made Han Ling feel like his blood pressure was soaring, and he was dizzy.
On the auction stage.
The red-clothed woman was not surprised at Han Ling's bid increase. After all, she had been watching the entire process of him begging. And the reason Han Ling was able to gather the money in the last moment and successfully raise the bid was that she had deliberately given enough time. After all, whether for giving the Han family some face or for the profits of the entire auction house, she had her reasons to do so. At this moment, the onlookers below were even more astonished, as the price had already exceeded 30,000 and could continue to increase, which was something nobody had expected. Han Ling gradually walked back to the Han family's position, and his flushed face gradually returned to normal. Although the Xiao family father and son had just been very annoying, after calming down, he realized that even if he sold the shop to the Xiao family at a low price, so what? Once he obtained this parchment, the adults behind him would surely grant him appropriate rewards. He could use this to cover a significant amount of the shop's loss, and it might even exceed the shop's value.
Moreover, what could the Xiao family do even if they got their hands on their shop? Just because they got it doesn't mean they can keep it.
When the time is ripe in the future, not to mention a mere shop, even the Xiao family will just be treasures to be taken by his Han family. Besides, the Xiao family had just spent 20,000 spirit stones, so they couldn't continue to bid against him. This parchment was surely his now. Feeling the cold look on him soften a bit, Han Ling knew that for now, everything was fine. As for the matters in the clan, he could worry about them once he returned.
Xiao Luo watched as Han Ling's expression gradually relaxed, and he couldn't help but smile a bit.
He had been trying his best to hold back his laughter. If that old man knew that he sold the shop and couldn't get the parchment, I wonder if he would explode in anger. While Xiao Luo secretly cursed in his heart, he put on an innocent face, looked up, and softly asked Xiao Wui, "Dad, do we still have enough spirit stones to bid for this parchment?" Xiao Wui, who was already prepared to let the parchment go to the Han family, was suddenly taken aback by Xiao Luo's voice. After all, the Han family had already bled heavily by selling the shops on the east side to the Xiao family. It felt a bit unethical to snatch things away, especially since Han Ling was someone who would repay grudges. It wouldn't be good to offend him too far. But now, his precious son suddenly asking him if they had enough spirit stones meant something more? Then he seemed to have thought of something. Does Luo want this parchment? Dad, this parchment should greatly benefit my cultivation in the future.
Xiao Luo spoke without hesitation, trying to persuade.
Although he understood the principle of stopping while ahead, the Han family was an exception.
After all, in the original timeline, how had the Han family ever shown mercy to their Xiao family?
So since there was now a chance to suppress the Han family, he naturally wouldn't let it slip away. Moreover, this parchment could resonate with his Chaos Dao body, and it was very likely to be an incredible treasure. Xiao Wui's heart was somewhat conflicted at this moment. Although he really wanted to continue bidding for the parchment as his son wished, it was undeniably lacking in ethics for Han Ling. Even though he also wanted to take the opportunity to pressure the Han family, the city lord Qi Hanhai was still watching over this place. If his decision led Qi Hanhai to instead support the Han family, it would be quite a loss. Husband, we have all seen how the Han family has been suppressing the Xiao family in recent years.
Moreover, the previous transaction was merely buying their shop. Even if we bid for this parchment, it doesn't mean we are breaking ethics.
Guo Wanting spoke softly. Since their son had already spoken up, she naturally needed to support him.
Not to mention, this was a big matter concerning Luo's future cultivation.
Hearing his wife's words, the originally wavering gaze of Xiao Wui gradually settled down. Currently, the relationship between the Han family and the Xiao family was not good, especially in recent years, as the Han family had gradually exerted pressure on the Xiao family, which had long left Xiao Wui feeling dissatisfied. Furthermore, the Han family had previously sent assassins to kill his precious son, which made him seethe with anger. Now to talk about ethics seemed unreasonable. Even if it meant losing Qi Hanhai's support for the Xiao family, he accepted it. After all, nothing was more important than his wife and son. Having made his decision, Xiao Wui gently caressed Xiao Luo's forehead.
A light chuckle.
Thanks to the mine that Luor found earlier, our Xiao family may not have much to boast about, but we definitely have spirit stones. He then slowly raised his head and spoke loudly to the lively hall. 56,000 spirit stones. Silence. The lively discussions about why the Han family offered such a high price instantly vanished, leaving the entire auction hall in complete stillness. No one could have imagined that the Xiao family would bid again, and not just by 1,000, but with a huge increase of 20,000 all at once. Isn't this price increase a bit too much? Not only others, even Han Ling could not understand why Xiao Wui would bid again. It's important to know that Xiao Wui had just spent 20,000 spirit stones to buy his own shop, but now he turned around and tossed out more than 50,000 spirit stones. When did the Xiao family become this rich? Xiao Wui, what do you mean by this? Are you not afraid of being laughed at by the world for being so unreasonable? Han Ling's face had turned the color of liver. Ignoring his own image, he shouted directly. Master Han, our previous transaction was simply to buy the Han family's shop. We never said we would stop participating in the bidding. Xiao Wui squinted his eyes, giving Han Ling a half-smile, half-blank stare. Good, good, good. At this moment, Han Ling felt blood rising in his chest, his eyes went dark, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face turning pale in an instant. This scene caused the entire auction hall to erupt in a frenzy. Although the audience could not see the events above clearly, many people caught sight of Han family's master spitting blood. At this moment, nearly everyone was quietly discussing how the master of the Han family had been so furious that he bled. The black-robed man behind Han Ling also understood that the Han family seemed to have reached a dead end. Useless. My lord, I still have a way. We have already arranged for the manpower. Please be patient, my lord. Just need to take a short rest with the Han family, and after the auction ends, I will definitely deliver the items to you. Han Ling didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and hurriedly pleaded with the black-robed man. Right now, his only chance was to find a way to snatch the goods from the Xiao family after the auction ended. The black-robed man said nothing more, only snorted coldly before disappearing into thin air. Seeing this, Han Ling let out a slight sigh of relief, his body gradually relaxing. He knew this lord had most likely agreed to his proposal. He then looked darkly at the Xiao family, his eyes filled with resentment. I will make you regret the things you have done today. Chapter 34, There Really Is a Mine. The price of this parchment had already reached over 50,000 spirit stones, and even the Han family had lost the will to continue competing. Clear-eyed people in the hall could tell that this auction had already come to an end. As expected, the Xiao family emerged victorious in the end. Congratulations, Master Xiao, on your abundant harvest. I didn't expect the Xiao family to be so prosperous under your leadership. I hope you will take care of the Li family in the future. As soon as the auction ended, the master of the Li family quickly approached Xiao Wui with a smile and cupped his hands in greeting. He could see clearly that the Xiao family could produce so many spirit stones all at once, definitely due to encountering an extraordinary opportunity. With the terrifying genius Xiao Luo, the achievements of the Xiao family in the future would undoubtedly be limitless. It is always best to build relationships as early as possible. Master Li, you flatter me. If the Xiao family can help in the future, please feel free to ask. Xiao Wui immediately cupped his hands and responded with a smile. This was a standard formula for mutual flattery in business, and while they spoke such words, whether they could actually help depended on their willingness. In reality, Master Li understood this too, but he was just trying to boost his favorability, not expecting to gain any promises or benefits just through casual greetings. Now that the goal was achieved, the Li family head naturally would not continue to entangle himself, otherwise, he would only become a nuisance to others. He immediately prepared to take his leave in farewell. At this moment, the Zhao family head also rushed over, almost repeating what the Li family head had just said. This scene naturally fell into Han Ling's eyes. These should have been the moments he enjoyed the most, but now, they were being used as a scheme by the Xiao family father and son to rob him of what rightfully belonged to him. Han Ling's face fluctuated between dark and light as he stared fiercely at Xiao Wui and Xiao Luo, resentment clearly written on his face. Xiao Wui, I don't believe your Xiao family could suddenly possess so many spirit stones overnight. You must have used some trick to deceive the auction house. Han Ling's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice loud enough to make the Li family head stop in his tracks at the door. The heads of the Li and Zhao families furrowed their brows and glanced toward Han Ling, unsure of what he was really planning. What does the Han family head mean by this? Xiao Wui also squinted his eyes, turning to look at Han Ling with a strange expression. What was Han Ling acting up about? I have made my meaning very clear, your Xiao family is cheating. Seeing Xiao Wui's expression, Han Ling noticed its unnaturalness and took it as a sign of guilt. His heart became more resolute in his thoughts, and a confident expression appeared on his face. As soon as the words came out, the heads of the Li and Zhao families frowned even deeper. Although Han Ling seemed a bit crazy right now, his words were not without reason. The amount of spirit stones used by the Xiao family at this auction was indeed excessive, almost equivalent to their disposable income for 2 or even 3 years. Even if the Xiao family sold off their possessions to raise money, someone must have bought them first. The 4 great families developed separately but also constrained one another. Any movement from one side would not escape the notice of the other 3 families, yet they had never heard of the Xiao family selling off anything. Could it be that the Xiao family, as Han Ling said, really used deceit to fool the asset appraisal of the auction house? But upon further thought, that didn't make sense. Even if they did manage to cheat, they would still have to pay real money to redeem the items after the auction ended. And this auction house had an unfathomable background. If they discovered the cheating, who knew if Fengfeng City could still accommodate such a person in the future? After pondering for a moment, the Li and Zhao family heads decided to observe the situation. Meanwhile, Shi Hanhai, who was about to come over, also stopped in his tracks, his brow slightly furrowing as he looked at the commotion not far away. Has this old man lost his mind from the shock? Xiao Luo blinked her big, sparkling eyes, looking at Han Ling with a gaze full of concern for the seemingly foolish. Even though she had been in this world for less than 2 years, she knew exactly how deep the background of this auction house was. It was not so easy to fool. Moreover, defaming someone on their own territory like this, Han Ling would surely be in big trouble. Han family head, if you have any questions about the auction process, feel free to come and consult us. The woman in red, who had just been hosting the event, walked in smiling, her red boots making a crisp sound as they hit the ground. This was Xiao Luo's first close encounter with the woman, and she felt as if a spring breeze was brushing against her face, enveloping her in a comforting atmosphere. But in the next moment, Xiao Luo suddenly awakened, looking warily at the woman. This woman could influence her consciousness simply with her presence. If it weren't for her own mixed yuan body, she would have probably already fallen into it. What terrifying power! It seemed this auction house was deeper and more enigmatic than she had imagined. The woman in red seemed to sense something, her expression puzzled as she glanced briefly in Xiao Luo's direction, but it was just a moment before she returned to her previous demeanor. Then her lips curled into a slight smile as she bent down closer to Xiao Luo, delicately pinching his cheek with her slender fingers. You are the young master of the Xiao family. The woman's cheerful action of pinching her own son's face stunned Xiao Wei and Guo Wanting for a moment, unsure whether to speak up to stop her. However, seeing that Xiao Luo did not seem to show any sign of impatience, they relaxed their guard. Actually, it was their first time closely interacting with this mysterious woman. All they knew about her came solely from the imperial city. Not far away, Shi Hanhai widened his eyes at the scene before him. Others might be unclear, but he knew how terrifying this woman's identity was. Watching her being so intimate with Xiao Luo, he understood that he would need to be a bit more polite towards the Xiao family in the future. Han Ling gazed at the somewhat absurd scene, his lips twitching involuntarily. You must have problems in your auction house's appraisal department, otherwise, how could the Xiao family set such absurd prices? At this moment, he was already caught in a bind. He couldn't admit that he was just speaking out of jealousy. Master Han, I advise you to speak carefully. The professionalism of the auction house does not require your questioning. The woman in red remained cheerful, pinching Xiao Luo's face, but as she turned her head slightly, Han Ling felt a spiritual shock, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This kind of spiritual pressure only appeared when one's cultivation was far superior to the other. Could it be that the woman in red, whom he always thought of as just a flower vase at the auction house, had a higher cultivation than his? Han Ling trembled in his heart, the words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. He knew that if he continued to speak carelessly, he might face dire consequences. All right, you can handle your family's matters on your own. The woman in red seemed tired of playing and released her grip on Xiao Luo, standing up and walking towards the exit. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she turned her head to speak to Xiao Wei. Master Xiao, if there are no suitable candidates for the mining business, you can consider us. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. Okay, I'll consider it. Xiao Wei cupped his hands in greeting. He did not understand her background and was uncertain if she could represent the entire auction house, so he did not agree right away. However, it seemed the woman in red did not mind. She simply nodded and turned to leave. This seemingly casual conversation left the other 3 families stunned, as if they had turned to stone. The Xiao family really has a mine. Chapter 35, No Returns or Exchanges. Just now, they all heard the woman's words clearly. Mining business, does that not mean the Xiao family has really discovered a mine? Thinking of this, the eyes of the heads of the Li and Zhao families brightened a bit, their gazes towards Xiao Wei becoming increasingly fervent. Master Xiao, coincidentally, my Zhao family has a channel for selling a spiritual stone mine. If you are interested, I can offer you a 3-point discount. The head of the Zhao family proposed to Xiao Wei with a beaming smile, his tone much more enthusiastic than before. Master Xiao, my Li family also has a channel. If you don't mind, I'm willing to offer a 5-point discount. Upon hearing that the Zhao family had started to reach out, the head of the Li family, forgetting about going home, immediately turned around, smiling as he approached Xiao Wei and spoke with enthusiasm. His tone shifted from polite to respectful compared to before.
Xiao Luo observed all of this, maintaining a facade of innocence, but inwardly he couldn't help but curl his lips. As soon as there's money to be made, their faces change so quickly. However, Xiao Luo did not feel any disgust about this. He was well aware that the status of the family head was both an honor and a cage. Even if they were unwilling deep down, they still had to behave in a worldly manner for the sake of the family. Of course, all of this was based on the fact that the other party was stronger than him, otherwise, directly robbing them would be easier. Head Zhao, Headley, this mine has not yet been fully developed. If needed in the future, Xiao will certainly prioritize both of you. Xiao Wui had long experienced the fickleness of the Zhao and Li families and spoke with great calmness at this moment. Alright, since that's the case, I won't disturb Head Xiao any longer. Farewell. Headley knew that Xiao Wui was essentially showing him the door, so he chose to leave immediately. Business matters cannot be resolved in an instant. For now, it was sufficient to express their stance, and they could take their time to study the rest later. Head Zhao also cupped his hands and chose to leave as well. At that moment, a servant approached Xiao Wui, bowing respectfully. Head Xiao, under the command of my master, I am here to take young Master Xiao to Lingbao district to select a suitable spiritual tool as a gesture of sincerity for this cooperation. Xiao Wui was momentarily stunned, instinctively locking eyes with Guo Wanting. He understood that the master they spoke of was most likely the woman in red from earlier, but he and she rarely met, only seeing each other at the start of the annual auction. So why was she treating his family with such kindness today? Husband, go and take a look. Guo Wanting gently caressed Xiao Luo's forehead. Her thoughts were delicate. She quickly realized it was probably because of their son. Moreover, she had promised him when they entered that she would take him to Lingbao district, making this a good opportunity. Seeing his wife's action, Xiao Wui gradually understood, his eyes revealing a dawning realization. Then he looked at his son with increasing satisfaction. Luo's luck had truly exceeded his imagination. In that case, please lead the way. If it were just a common advantage, Xiao Wui certainly wouldn't care or stoop to take it. But this Lingbao was a genuine treasure. He had roughly inspected it when passing by earlier, and the lowest ones were all mysterious great spiritual treasures. Head Xiao, this way please. The servant led Xiao Wui and his group toward the main gate. Looking at everything in front of him, Han Ling felt a suffocating heaviness in his chest, almost spitting out blood again. He couldn't understand why the Xiao family was so favored by heaven. Head. The housekeeper was quick, swiftly stepping forward to support Han Ling. Han Ling silently glanced at the housekeeper. He understood his intent, but the situation at the auction had become much more complex, gradually slipping beyond his control, and acting rashly was not a good strategy. Han Ling sighed lightly and slowly straightened up. Wait for my command. He was currently extremely agitated. The various plans he had made were now almost all in ruins due to the current changes, and within the clan, there was still the dark-robed person requiring an explanation from him. Understood. The housekeeper slowly released his grip once he saw Han Ling stabilize himself. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped up and spoke again to Han Ling. Head, you really do not need to worry so much. The Xiao family's mind has certainly not been fully developed. As the family head, Xiao Wui must frequently go out. Han Ling's eyes flickered as he turned to look at the housekeeper, appearing quite interested in his words. Continue. We just need to mount a large-scale attack when Xiao Wui leaves. We can surely grab back what belongs to the Han family and directly retreat before he returns. This way, we can avoid his edge and take the goods back, as long as we don't touch. Han Ling's face gradually became more pleasant. He still trusted his butler very much, and indeed, it was this trust that had given him a glimmer of hope. Moreover, Master, we have obtained the 7th grade talisman. Even if our actions fail, we can use this talisman to calm the anger above. The butler whispered in Han Ling's ear. This made Han Ling feel much more at ease. Just now, he was so angry that he momentarily forgot they had also obtained the 7th grade Ziwei Star talisman. At this moment, Han Ling saw the Xiao family gradually leaving, and his gaze sharpened again. Let's go, we need to retrieve the Ziwei Star talisman. Inside the auction house, in a secret room. After winning an item at the auction, one must go to the secret room to exchange spiritual stones to obtain the item. And each secret room is independent, so no one will disturb you. At this time, Han Ling sat on the chair here, waiting for the attendant to bring his talisman. Master, is it really wise to let the young master return to the clan? The butler spoke softly, somewhat worried. Although he did not fully understand the identity of that person in the black robe, he could tell from various clues that they were very dangerous. They were a presence that even the master was extremely wary of and dared not provoke. Not long ago, they had just displeased that black-robed person. Now letting the young master return would be equivalent to sending a sheep into a tiger's den. It's fine, we will handle it when I return. Han Ling's brows were tightly knitted, and though he felt restless, he was not worried. Those people behind the Han family, though very domineering, still had some principles. At least they wouldn't harm their own family for no reason. Creak. The door was pushed open, and an attendant entered, holding the 7th grade talisman. After bowing respectfully, he placed the talisman on a tray in front of Han Ling. Master Han, the Ziwei Star Talisman, please take a look. A 7th grade talisman. Even Han Ling was seeing this rumored 7th grade talisman for the first time, which made his hands tremble slightly. However, just as he picked up the Ziwei Star Talisman and carefully felt it, his brows instantly furrowed. Why is the spiritual energy in this 7th grade talisman so thin, and it's even continuously weakening? This is clearly a defective product. The spiritual energy in the entire room began to surge chaotically due to Han Ling's anger, and even the butler felt somewhat unsteady. He had spent a large sum of money to win this item, but it was now a soon-to-be dissipating defective product. How could he be satisfied? At this moment, he recalled everything he had experienced since stepping into the auction house, and the suffocating anger surged in his chest, making him rage like a lion, his gaze seemingly wanting to tear apart the attendant before him. Yet faced with such a scene, the attendant did not panic, merely casting a calm glance at Han Ling. Master Han, please show some restraint. You know the rules of our auction house. Once sold, we do not accept returns or exchanges. The attendant's tone suddenly became colder. If you insist on causing trouble, our auction house won't mind letting your Han family be expelled from now on. This seemingly calm tone was filled with threats, which drove Han Ling into a frenzy, wanting to explode immediately. But when he recalled that terrifying glance from the woman in red, he knew the attendant's words were not empty. After all, for the royal city, his Han family was truly insignificant. In his fury, Han Ling's face had turned so red it looked like it could bleed. Good, good. Before he could even finish saying the third good, his vision darkened, and he collapsed. Chapter 36, People of the Royal Family. Xiao Luo was gently held by Guo Wanting's hand, following behind Xiao Wuyi towards the spiritual treasure area. Who is that woman in red? Why is she interested in me? Is it just because I can exclude her aura's interference? In his heart, it seemed that countless questions intertwined, forming an invisible giant net trapping him within. Xiao Luo did not like this feeling at all. However, just when Xiao Luo was still troubled, a faint fragrance wafted from ahead again. This scent was all too familiar to him. After all, he had just smelled it. Xiao family head, we meet again. The woman in red stood at the entrance of the spirit treasure area, seemingly waiting specifically for Xiao Luo and his group. Although she greeted Xiao Wuyi, her gaze was always intentionally or unintentionally glancing toward Xiao Luo. This naturally did not escape Xiao Luo's eyes. At this moment, Xiao Luo's curiosity deepened. Why was she always so concerned about him? Did she discover the secret on him? But soon, Xiao Luo dismissed this guess. After all, the secret on him was truly astonishing, and if it were really discovered, he would have long been captured as a guinea pig, rather than slowly playing house here. She probably sensed something unusual about me, but does not really know what the anomaly is. Xiao Luo's mind was active now, his eyes gradually narrowing. As long as I control it properly, who knows, I might be able to use this relationship in the future. May I ask for the lady's name? Xiao Wuyi cupped his hands and politely spoke to the woman in red. He had already investigated this auction house earlier, but for some reason, he encountered inexplicable resistance every time during the inquiry, as if some power was secretly protecting the auction house. This was also the reason why the four great families had only known that this auction house came to the imperial city for so many years, but knew nothing else. You can call me Yi Shui. The woman in red spoke softly, then directly bypassed Xiao Wuyi and walked straight towards Xiao Luo. The ample thigh under her skirt was somewhat dazzling, but Xiao Luo still maintained an innocent expression at this moment. He could not show any flaws here. Little brother, would you like to go see the spirit treasures with your sister? Whatever you choose, your sister will give it to you. The value of spirit treasures was quite high in the entire cultivation world, and treasures above the Xien grade were even priceless. However, as the owner of this auction house, she naturally had the confidence to say such things. But before Xiao Luo could respond, a maid rushed over, looking like a close confidant of the woman in red. Xien, cough cough, master, something happened in the secret chamber at the Han family. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Luo's pupils suddenly widened a little. Regarding the Han family's matter, Xiao Luo knew that it was mostly related to the nearly scrapped Ziwei star symbol, which was not beyond his imagination. But the word that the maid had accidentally let slip made Xiao Luo's heart tremble greatly. That was most likely the surname of the woman named Yi Shui. When the teacher came to teach him cultural lessons, he began with the situation of the entire Xia country, among which, the royal family had the surname Xien. It was important to know that the surname Xien was quite rare, and the background of this auction house came from the imperial city, which made it hard not to associate with the Xia royal family. However, this was merely Xiao Luo's speculation, and it was not suitable to verify this matter with her right now. It would be better to wait for another opportunity. Xiao Wuyi and Guo Wanting exchanged a glance. The thoughts that Xiao Luo just had were what they had also considered, and their judgments were the same as Xiao Luo's. Yet after that, the words left the Xiao couple somewhat perplexed. Shouldn't the Han family be in the secret chamber retrieving the items they bid on? How could they encounter an accident? However, at this moment, the maid did not speak immediately, just hesitantly looked at the Xiao family group. No worries, they are my esteemed guests, so it's fine to speak. Yuan Yishui immediately spoke up when she saw this. The head of the Han family was retrieving the Ziwei star symbol, claiming it's defective, and wanted to return it. After our refusal, he fainted from anger. After receiving permission from Xian Yishui, the maid immediately spoke, but her expression was not flustered, as if the lives and deaths of the Han family were of no concern to them, nor were they worried about retaliation from the Han family. Xiao Wui and Guo Wanting exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of understanding. Immediately, they scoffed coldly in their hearts. Han Ling probably could never imagine that his precious daughter, Luor, had already noticed there was a problem with this talisman. Fainting from anger was just a consequence he brought upon himself. Their gaze towards Xiao Luo softened a bit more. Truly worthy of being my Xiao Wui's precious son, the talent is indeed limitless. Is it because of the Ziwei star talisman? Xian Yishui furrowed her brows slightly. She knew this talisman, but she had not anticipated that the head of the Han family would faint from anger. However, she quickly chose to ignore it, nodding to show she understood. The lives of the Han family were of no concern to her, especially since they weren't truly dead, merely fainted. This was even less reason for her to feel sad about it. Seeing this, the maid did not linger and immediately took her leave. Sorry, Xiao family head, for making you laugh at us, let's go in now. Xian Yishui gently took Xiao Luo's hand, as if the matter reported by the maid was truly just a trivial issue. Miss Yishui, there is something I do not understand, and I hope you can enlighten me. Xiao Wui hesitated for a moment but still spoke his thoughts. From Xian Yishui's attitude towards the Han family, he could basically conclude that her status was absolutely not low, at least to the extent of being able to completely ignore the Han family. Yet, despite her noble status, why was she especially kind to Luor? Xian Yishui did not turn her head but continued to hold Xiao Luo's small hand, softly saying, "Go ahead, tell me. I don't know why Miss Yishui wishes to gift such a precious spirit treasure." Not only Xiao Wui but Guo Wanting also appeared particularly puzzled, watching Xian Yishui closely, as if searching for answers in her expression. I should have already mentioned this, I want to build a spirit stone business with the Xiao family, so this is my sincerity. Xian Yishui's gaze looked far away, not looking at the Xiao couple. This was indeed part of her thought. As for more, she actually wanted to test Xiao Luo's potential. After all, the little one could resist the aura of her flower spirit body. If possible, perhaps this little one could help her fight against those people in the future. For now, consider it an investment. Alright, let's go. Xian Yishui did not give the Xiao couple time to ponder, directly leading Xiao Luo into the spirit treasure area. This left Xiao Wui and Guo Wanting exchanging glances, soon revealing a bitter smile as they followed. They could also see that this was Luor's opportunity, also her fate. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, only the future would tell. Upon arriving at the spirit treasure area, Xiao Luo suddenly felt as if he had entered a bustling marketplace, with countless thoughts continuously calling out to him. He knew this was mostly because he had awakened the Han Yuan Dao body. The nearby spirit weapons were showing him goodwill. They were all transmitting one thought to him. Please take me home. However, the spiritual energy emitted by these spirit treasures was not abundant, likely only low-grade spiritual treasures, and the transmitted thoughts were merely vague. Little one, do you see anything you like? Xian Yishui held Xiao Luo's tender little hand, strolling through the spirit treasure area, seemingly casually asking. Not yet, sister. Xiao Luo immediately shook his head. Although he had never been here before, he could instinctively tell that these items placed at the entrance were not good treasures. The really good stuff was still deeper inside. Sure enough, as Xian Yishui and Xiao Luo ventured further in, the thoughts conveyed from around became even more intense and clear. However, just as he was about to enter the innermost area, a powerful wave of spiritual energy appeared in Xiao Luo's perception. Xiao Luo's gaze instantly locked onto the front. There were good things over there. Chapter 37, A Stronger Spiritual Body. Along the way just now, the spiritual treasures they encountered did not emit very strong spiritual energy. Xiao Luo roughly sensed and realized that most of them were low-grade spiritual treasures of the Xian rank. But the powerful wave of spiritual energy he just sensed was far stronger than those earlier. At this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. Maybe that spiritual treasure can reach the mid-grade of the Xian rank. Xian Yishui, who had been watching Xiao Luo's expression, looked at him with a slight smile on her lips. Looks like the little guy has already noticed the best few spiritual treasures. His ability to sense spiritual energy seems to be much stronger than mine. But she didn't speak and silently continued to follow Xiao Luo forward. Soon, they arrived at 3 standalone spiritual treasures. A sword, a painting, and a folding fan. These 3 spiritual treasures were all exuding strong energy, even constantly sending powerful intentions to Xiao Luo, hoping he would take them home. Xiao Luo looked at the 3 treasures before him, his gaze unconsciously drawn to the beautifully crafted long sword. The last time he obtained a sword-shaped spiritual tool on the path of immortality, it was clear that this long sword suited him better among the 3 treasures. Sister, I want this one. Xiao Luo pointed decisively at the long sword, a sweet smile on his face. After all, they were gifting him a spiritual treasure. A sweet word calling her sister was certainly not a loss. You know how to choose. I only have 3 mid-grade spiritual treasures of the Xien rank. Xian Yishui chuckled lightly and gently extended her palm. The long sword flew toward Xiao Luo's front. As he reached out to grasp the sword sheath, Xiao Luo immediately sensed a stronger wave of spiritual energy. This was the first time he touched a Xian rank spiritual treasure, and the terrifying wave of energy felt like a tsunami, making it hard for him to breathe for a moment. However, in the next instant, this wave calmed down. At that moment, the spiritual energy within the treasure was like a tranquil sea, without any ripples. Although the energy was still vast, Xiao Luo could clearly sense the gentle and happy emotions being transmitted from the long sword. It is rumored that high-grade spiritual treasures possess powerful self-awareness. It seems this is not a myth. Thank you, sister. Xiao Luo immediately strapped the long sword to his back and bowed to Xian Yishui. Little guy, remember my kindness in the future. When you succeed, just help your sister a bit. At this moment, Xian Yishui was almost certain that as long as Xiao Luo did not face sudden misfortune, his future achievements would be limitless. The favor delivered today was certainly worthwhile. Soon, the things that Xiao Wui and the others had auctioned also arrived, saving them the step of exchanging in the secret room. With this matter settled, Xiao Wui's group prepared to bid farewell to Xian Yishui and leave. After all, there were other matters within the clan waiting for him to handle, and Xian Yishui did not hold him back. But just as Xiao Luo was about to leave, he suddenly sensed 2 waves of deep sadness. He turned his head slightly and noticed that the other 2 spiritual treasures, which had been shining brightly under the lights, had inexplicably lost their luster, even covered in dense cracks. These things break so easily? Weren't they just fine? However, Xiao Luo quickly realized that it was probably because he only chose the long sword that caused the other 2 spiritual treasures to become like this. Thinking of this, Xiao Luo quickly hid his expression and silently followed Xiao Wui as they swiftly left the place. This thing is so expensive, what if I lose money? Watching the Xiao family leave, Xian Yishui was ready to have a good rest, but just as she turned around, she caught sight of those 2 lifeless spirit treasures, and for a moment, she was frozen in place. Then she became completely disordered. These are the spirit treasures I've saved for a long time. Xian Yishui cast a resentful glance in the direction where Xiao Luo had vanished. She could roughly guess that this was probably related to that little one's terrifying talent. It seemed Xiao Luo's talent was even stronger than she had imagined. Logically speaking, this should be something to be happy about, but at this moment, Xian Yishui couldn't find any happiness at all. I hope he grows up quickly. Once Xiao Luo stepped out of the auction house, his inner guilt eased a little. He had been worried that Xian Yishui would come looking for him to make up for the spirit treasures, and he had even prepared excuses to dodge it. But it seemed he had worried too much. At least that person didn't appear to be as petty as he had imagined. Suddenly, a commotion from the crowd interrupted Xiao Luo's thoughts. Xiao Wui and Guo Wanting, who were with him, also noticed the crowd gathering in the distance, curious yet unable to stop their eyes from looking at the congested people. However, because of his height, Xiao Luo couldn't see anything, but his spiritual perception clearly sensed that familiar aura belonging to Han Ling. But at this moment, Han Ling's aura was extremely unstable. Soon, the chaotic sounds from the crowd reached their ears. Look, isn't that the head of the Han family? What happened? Did someone knock him out? Are there such experts in the city? Could it be the city lord's personal action? What nonsense! I inquired a bit, and it was said he fainted from anger after losing at the auction. Is that true? That's truly heavens opening their eyes. I have disliked him for a long time. Among the crowd were some irritable citizens who had suffered oppression from the Han family for a long time. Seeing Han Ling fainted from anger, they cheered in delight. Some even spat towards the direction where the Han family had left. At this moment, the steward of the Han family had no time to care about these things. The most important thing was to quickly return home to check on the head of the family's health. Soon, the bustling crowd dispersed as Han Ling was carried onto his family's carriage. Xiao Wui quietly watched Han Ling being taken away and then spoke softly to Guo Wanting, "Madam, let's go back too." Guo Wanting silently nodded, tightening her grip on Xiao Luo's hand. She had long disliked the Han family, and the last time they went out with Luo, they had been attacked by the Han family, which only fueled her anger even more. Seeing Han Ling in such a miserable state eased some of her inner dissatisfaction. Then, she took Xiao Luo onto the carriage. On the way back to the city. Luo has made a great contribution this time, ask for whatever reward you like, and your father will fulfill it. Xiao Wui looked at his precious son with great satisfaction. He usually disciplined Xiao Luo sternly out of concern that his son would become arrogant and slack in his cultivation due to his talent. But now that he personally experienced the terrifying talent of his son, he couldn't help but smile broadly. Luo has already received a reward. In the future, Luo will work even harder in his cultivation. Xiao Luo knew the importance of knowing when to stop while he was ahead, and at this moment, he indeed had nothing he needed. Everything he wanted had been successfully bid on at the auction. Hearing Xiao Luo's understanding, Xiao Wui was even more delighted and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Look at you, what kind of face is that? Luo is good, once we get home, your mother will make you delicious pastries by hand. Wu Wanting glared at the grinning Xiao Wui. Gently stroking Xiao Luo's forehead, she softly spoke. Thank you, dear mother. Chapter 38, Master Xia. Han family. At this moment, Han Ling's mind was really in a mess. In fact, he had already woken up in the carriage on the way back. After all, it was the immortal realm, and his physical quality was much stronger than ordinary people. But he was still pretending to be unconscious in his room, because he had no idea how to explain things to the black-robed person behind him. If the other party asked him for the dragon pattern grass first, how should he respond? Moreover, the matter with the Xiao family really troubled him. He couldn't understand why the Xiao family had such great fortune. While Han Ling was still perplexed in bed, he suddenly realized that a huge pressure instantly enveloped him, and he quickly closed his eyes to play dead. He knew that the black-robed person had arrived. Get up! The black-robed person had unknowingly stood before Han Ling's window, while the guards and maids outside were completely unaware. His voice was not loud, but it carried an irresistible authority. Although Han Ling had only met this lord once, he had heard about his temperament from others. If it was usual, it would be fine, but once provoked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Han Ling knew he could no longer pretend to be dead, so he quickly rolled out of bed and knelt down in one motion. I apologize for not welcoming you, my lord, I deserve the death penalty. Han Ling was not clear about what the black-robed person wanted from him, so he could only brace himself and kneel there, waiting for the black-robed person to speak. If it was just a simple request to hurry and steal the sheepskin scroll, that would be fine, but if he asked for the dragon pattern grass, he would truly be exposed. At this moment, Han Ling was already drenched in cold sweat, awaiting the black-robed person's judgment. Do you know what that sheepskin scroll is? To Han Ling's surprise, the black-robed person neither urged him to steal the sheepskin scroll nor began by asking about the dragon pattern grass. What does this mean? Although puzzled, Han Ling could only shake his head and reply, I do not know. It's good that you don't know, just remember that this sheepskin scroll is not something you can touch. Hearing the black-robed person's tone, Han Ling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that his life was safe for now, he just needed to hurry to the Xiao family and take back what originally belonged to them, and everything could still be salvaged. As for what the sheepskin scroll really was, he currently had no intention to know, nor did he want to know. After all, the black-robed person's words were clear, if he knew what it truly was, he would likely bring disaster upon himself. Please rest assured, my lord, I will do my utmost to recover the sheepskin scroll and present it to you. Han Ling expressed his loyalty again. The black-robed person's expression improved slightly upon seeing this. Just then, a hurried knock on the door suddenly rang out, making Han Ling's brows furrow deeply. The existence of the black-robed person was a secret to most people in the Han family. If someone stumbled upon this, it would likely lead to unnecessary trouble. Master, I have urgent news to report. It was the voice of the steward. Han Ling's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. As his absolute confidant, the steward knew there was someone behind him, and he was smart enough to never prying into these matters. Seeing that the black-robed person seemed to have no intention of hiding, Han Ling directly said, Come in. Creak. The door opened, and the steward hurriedly ran to Han Ling's side, but upon lifting his eyes, he was taken aback at the sight of the black-robed person. Speak. Han Ling didn't say much, he had nothing to hide, and if he deliberately avoided the black-robed person, it would likely anger him. Yes, master, that Xiao Wui headed directly to Chiu Mountain after returning. Do you think we should act quickly? The head of the family has already made it clear, so the steward naturally would not hide anything, and immediately reported the matter he wanted to convey truthfully. Is this true? Han Ling's eyes brightened, it was indeed like a pillow coming when one was sleepy. He had just been worrying about when he could get back the parchment, and unexpectedly found such a good opportunity now. The steward nodded repeatedly, absolutely true, the spy just returned after following all the way to the city gate. Good, send down orders. Tonight we will set off for the Xiao family to seize the parchment. Han Ling spoke immediately. However, one does not sit in such a position as the steward without being skilled at reading situations. Moreover, he had been serving Han Ling throughout the entire auction, so he naturally knew that Han Ling was not just looking to seize the parchment, the dragon pattern grass needed to be reclaimed as well. But with that black-robed person present, the head of the family surely could not say much. Recognizing this, the steward immediately understood, bowing in respect. Rest assured, head of the family, I will take care of this right away and guarantee to bring everything that belongs to the Han family back tonight. The black-robed figure silently watched the scene before him, not uttering a word. After the steward took his leave, Han Ling immediately turned to bow. My lord, I will depart for the Xiao family tonight, and by tomorrow morning, I will deliver the parchment to you. In fact, Han Ling rarely made such military pledges, but at this moment, he had no choice but to do so. After all, if he couldn't bring it back, he would surely die, and it was better to give the black-robed figure a good impression with a military order. Considering the powerful background behind him, this black-robed individual certainly held significant status.
Tonight, I will go with you. The black-robed person seemed indifferent to Han Ling's pledge, saying this calmly before vanishing from sight. Yes, my lord. Even though Han Ling watched the black-robed figure leave, he still bowed in the direction of his disappearance. At the city gate of Luofeng City. In midair, 3 figures stood, seemingly waiting for something. Upon closer inspection, it was the city lord of Luofeng, Shi Hanhai, along with 2 personal bodyguards beside him. If it were not for their elevated position, surely they would attract everyone's attention. Who could it be that warranted the city lord to personally come out to receive them? The evening glow painted the sky in an orange-red hue, seemingly heralding that the entire land was about to be shrouded in darkness. At that moment, a shadow swiftly flew toward them from the evening glow. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived at the city gate. When Shi Hanhai saw this, he quickly went along with his guards to bow. Welcome, my lord. A round, festive-looking person appeared before Shi Hanhai. Long time no see, City Lord Shi. This person spoke with a pitchy voice, almost revealing his identity. Lord Summer still remembers me, I am truly honored. Shi Hanhai naturally recognized this esteemed figure. This person was Chief Steward Xia, ranked 2nd among the 4 protectors, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, beside the emperor of the Summer Kingdom, with profound strength and a status that was both noble and prominent. Shi Hanhai immediately stepped aside and spoke to Chief Steward Xia. I have prepared a welcome banquet and hope Lord Summer will do me the honor of attending. Chapter 39, Move Tonight. I wonder why Lord Summer has come here this time. After leading Chief Steward Xia into the royal residence, Shi Hanhai directly arranged the welcome banquet, and at this moment, he raised a wine cup to honor Chief Steward Xia. I have come for the purple cloud divine thunder. Chief Steward Xia took a sip of wine, speaking earnestly. This purple cloud divine thunder is the tribulation one must undergo to enter the earth immortal realm, but I have never heard of such a terrifying might as the 10,000-mile calamity clouds. The entire Summer Kingdom has never encountered such a phenomenon, which is why the Emperor sent me to investigate. He paused, hesitating for a moment before speaking softly. After all, Princess Xien is here, you know the Emperor has always been concerned about her. Upon hearing this, Shi Hanhai revealed a knowing expression. Memory also floats before the eyes. In the early years, Shi Hanhai had just taken the position of city lord, and many small-minded people tried to shake up Luofeng City during this upheaval. At this time, Lord Xia brought the young Xian princess here, hoping to settle her in Luofeng City, and entrusted Shi Hanhai to take care of her. In exchange, the royal family would arrange for someone to eliminate the unstable factors in the city, helping Shi Hanhai secure his position as city lord. Shi Hanhai naturally accepted gladly. Indeed, just as Lord Xia said, the small-minded people who had been lurking in the city were swept away overnight, and Shi Hanhai's governance became extraordinarily smooth. As for the Xian princess, she opened an auction house in Luofeng City. Shi Hanhai even remembered asking the Xian princess back then why she wanted to do this auction business. Because it's fun. These 4 words, Shi Hanhai still remembers to this day. He merely thought back then that the princess was young and ignorant, just playing around. Who would have thought it would continue to this day? City Lord Shi, can you tell this old servant why this purple cloud divine thunder has appeared, and who is crossing the tribulation here? Lord Xia's voice brought Shi Hanhai back to reality. You know very well that His Majesty does not wish for any situation that could threaten the princess to arise here. Shi Hanhai immediately began to recount the events at the auction house to Lord Xia. The sky finally turned dark, but the moonlight could not peek through the heavy clouds. Han family. Master of the house, everything is ready, we are just waiting for your command, and we can march into the Xiao residence. The butler bowed before Han Ling and spoke softly. He did not know where the adult mentioned by the master was at this time, so he was extra careful and cautious in his inquiry, afraid of provoking that adult by mistake. Han Ling frowned, feeling very conflicted inside. The man in the black robe had clearly said he would go with him, yet he could not find him at the time of departure. What should he do? Should he wait a bit longer? Let's set off. But at that moment, the man in the black robe's voice appeared behind Han Ling. His appearance was so stealthy that it caused the other warriors of the Han family to stand on edge. Their levels couldn't be considered low, and although Han Ling only brought those he trusted to avoid exposing the black-robed man, the highest among them was still at the transformation spirit level. Yet even so, when the black-robed man appeared, no one could detect him, not even a hint of sensation. It was as if the black-robed man was meant to be there. The intense sense of disharmony left the Han family members very fearful because they knew there was only one possibility that could cause such an effect. This black-robed man's level was several ranks above theirs. It's fine, let's set off. Faced with the puzzled and terrified gazes of the crowd, Han Ling spoke softly. Seeing that the master had already given the word, they swallowed their doubts and quickly flew toward the Xiao family.
Luor, you've been working hard on your training recently, come try the fish I made for you myself. Guo Wanning said as she placed a piece of fish in Xiao Luo's bowl. Actually, normally mealtime would not be so late, but today Guo Wanning was happy and insisted on showing Xiao Luo her cooking skills. Xiao Luo didn't mind, after all, it was her mother's goodwill. She took a gentle bite. While it couldn't be called out of this world, it could be considered delicious. It's delicious, thank you, Mama. Xiao Luo immediately displayed a happy smile, and her heart began to feel lively. Today's harvest was indeed abundant. Not only did she get the core herb dragon pattern grass for the Hui Lingdan, completing her task, but she also severely humiliated the Han family, whom she had long disliked. She just didn't know why this piece of parchment could resonate with her mixed element Dao body. At this moment, the Han family was trying their best to obtain it. However, just then, the joy on Xiao Luo's face suddenly changed, and he frowned as he looked out the window. Luor, is there something wrong with the fish? Seeing her precious son like this, Guo Wanning immediately got up and went to Xiao Luo's side, concerned to check if he had been pricked by a fishbone or something. However, as she stood up, her expression also turned serious. At this moment, even she could clearly sense the familiar aura rapidly approaching Zhao's residence. It was Han Ling. Xiao Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing into the distance, as if trying to penetrate space to see Han's family arriving here. The figure in the black robe gave a slight sound of surprise, as if sensing something again. My lord? Han Ling came to the side of the figure in the black robe, his eyes full of curiosity, but the black-robed person clearly did not wish to say more. No worries, keep going. At this moment, the Xiao family was already brightly lit. As soon as she learned that someone from the Han family was coming, Guo Wanting had sent someone to inform the elder court to hurry over here. Mother, father just left today, and the Han family came right away, I'm afraid. Xiao Luo held Guo Wanning's hand with his small, tender one and whispered. He inexplicably thought about the strange behavior of the second elder, but now he didn't have time to sort through these clues and could only wait until later to figure it out. Mother understands, Luor, remember to protect yourself. If things go wrong, run to the elder court immediately, I will help you hold them off. Guo Wanning bent down and gently touched Xiao Luo's forehead, managing to squeeze out a faint smile despite her worried face. I understand, mother. Xiao Luo nodded obediently. But deep down, he clearly knew that the Han family's purpose for coming this time was likely that dragon-patterned grass and the sheepskin. If they couldn't obtain those two things, the Han family would definitely not retreat easily. His tender cheeks gradually showed a serious expression, and he felt a vague sense of unease in his heart. Who exactly is that person in the black robe? If that black-robed person came with Han Ling, this time it might not be so easy. At this moment, Xiao Luo was even considering how to notify Qi Hanhai for rescue, because the strength of the black-robed person was the highest he had ever seen. Relying only on the remaining people of the Xiao family, this time it would likely be dire. At that instant, the pressure in the sky suddenly increased. Many low-level servants of the Xiao family turned pale, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. How bold of the Xiao family! You've taken my Han family's things, hand them over quickly. Chapter 40, A Battle in the Earth Immortal Realm. Han Ling, accompanied by a group of Han family masters, appeared in mid-air above the Xiao family residence. The aura of the Earth Immortal Realm was fully manifested at this moment, overwhelming the Xiao family residence to the point where everyone found it hard to breathe. Luor, you stay here, mother will go check what they want. Guo Wanning gently patted Xiao Luo's head and gave a meaningful glance to the surrounding servants. You must take good care of Luor and ensure he isn't harmed in the slightest. Dozens of people immediately surrounded Xiao Luo. Rest assured, madam, we will do our utmost to protect the young master. They were the elite forces borrowed from the elder court and understood what Xiao Luo meant to the Xiao family. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Luo was surrounded by them, leaving only a few gaps to barely see outside. Mother, be careful. Xiao Luo's voice came from behind the elite of the Xiao family because he saw that black-robed person. Although the black-robed person was just standing in the corner of the Han family, seemingly just an unknown minor character. Xiao Luo knew very well that this person was extremely dangerous. Luor, don't worry, mother will be back soon. Guo Wanting forced a smile at Xiao Luo. Suddenly, she flew forward, blocking the sky above the Xiao family residence. She was currently at the peak of the transformation spirit realm, just one step away from breaking through to the immortal realm, but Han Ling had already reached the early stage of the immortal realm. Although it seemed like only a thin line separated them, that line was as vast as a chasm. The aura emanating from Han Ling made Guo Wanting find it difficult to breathe. However, at this moment, Guo Wanting did not retreat. She also knew she could not back down. With Xiao Wui absent and the elders not yet arrived, as the highest authority and matriarch of the Xiao family, she naturally could not show weakness at this time. Han Ling, why have you entered my Xiao family at night? Though Guo Wanting felt some pressure from the difference in their realms, she still furrowed her brows and glared at Han Ling and his group, questioning him. Han Ling sneered, seemingly not taking Guo Wanting seriously. After all, he was in the immortal realm. To him, the people of the Xiao family currently seem like rotten fish and shrimp, not worth fearing at all. Your Xiao family has seized my Han family's treasure. If you do not return it quickly, do not blame me for being ruthless. A faint smile curled at the corner of Han Ling's mouth, while his gaze casually glanced in the direction of Xiao Luo. This scene made Guo Wanting's expression turn ugly in an instant, and her body instinctively leaned towards Xiao Luo. Do not spit blood. When did my Xiao family seize anything from your Han family? The rules of the auction house are that the highest bidder wins. Does the Han family head have any objections? Madam Xiao, you need not bring up the rules of the auction house to pressure me. This Falling Wind city does not belong to that auction house. Here, I make the rules. Han Ling squinted his eyes, baring his teeth in a somewhat ferocious manner. He simply did not regard Guo Wanting as important. I advise you to quickly return the treasure of my Han family, or do not blame me for disregarding the friendship of the same city. Guo Wanting smiled in anger, her eyes flashing with mockery. If you want to rob, then come and rob. Do not speak such grand words that make one laugh. If that is the case, then I must offend. Han Ling's smile gradually faded, his eyes slowly filling with killing intent. Then he signaled to the elite members of the Han family beside him with a wave of his hand. Attack! The elite members of the Han family instantly charged towards the Xiao family, their eyes filled with excitement. Although the Xiao family also had many practitioners at the transformation spirit realm, they were all busy protecting the young master of the Xiao family, completely unable to spare time to manage them. The matriarch of the Xiao family was also restrained by her family's head and could not provide support. Under such circumstances, the remaining low-level servants were simply no match for them. This was a golden opportunity to profit. However, just as they approached the Xiao family residence, an invisible yet terrifying force suddenly struck. The two Han family cultivators running at the front did not react at all before spitting blood and flying out. The others, seeing this, hurriedly stopped their steps and retreated in panic. Han family head, what great power you have! If I didn't know better, I would think you are the lord of Falling Wind City. An elderly and hoarse voice emerged. At the same time, the pressure Han Ling had placed on the people of the Xiao family was instantly lifted. The members of the Xiao family revealed expressions of joy. They knew the elder had arrived. They were saved. Han Ling greets Elder Xiao. Han Ling seemed to have anticipated this situation, showing no signs of panic, still wearing a faint smile as he cupped his hands. Poof. The elder only coldly huffed at Han Ling's pretentiousness, not giving him a good expression. Yet Han Ling did not mind, continuing to smile as he looked at the elder. Considering that there are some ties between your clan's elders and me, I will spare you this time. Withdraw quickly. Han Ling had already perceived his actions on the way here with his divine sense. It was merely an attempt to seize the treasures obtained from the recent auction. Fortunately, Han Ling did not directly unleash a massacre, causing no significant losses to the Xiao family. However, at this moment, looking at Han Ling, the Grand Elder still felt a trace of doubt in his heart. He might not recognize all the members of the Han family, but he was quite clear about their high-level combat power. Like the Xiao family, the Han family also had two experts in the Enlightenment realm, while Han Ling was merely at the early stage of the Enlightenment realm. Currently, aside from Han Ling, the Han family was left with only a few at the Spirit Transformation realm. Could it be that Han Ling intended to face the Xiao family all by himself? Although Han Ling was not considered clever based on past dealings, he should not be foolish enough to strike against a wall with an egg. The Grand Elder furrowed his brows, beginning to scan the rest of the Han family members. Grand Elder Xiao, forgive me, but I cannot comply. Today, either your Xiao family hands over the treasures, or I will take them myself. Han Ling's gaze narrowed slightly, and the subtle smile at the corner of his mouth gradually faded away. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression darkened. Though he hoped his appearance would dispel the Han family's invading thoughts, it was now clear that things were leaning towards the worst-case scenario. The Han family had evidently come prepared. Could it be that the Han family had other experts capable of surpassing him, who was at the mid-level of the Enlightenment realm? Han. The Grand Elder had just begun to speak when a wave of black spiritual energy suddenly enveloped him in an instant. In a panic, the Grand Elder quickly held his breath and focused his mind, his hands forming seals, and his spiritual energy began to spread outward, barely enabling him to escape the black mist. However, when he landed on the ground, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He saw a figure in a black robe slowly walk from behind the Han family members to stand in front of Han Ling with an indifferent expression. I give you 3 breaths, hand it over, or die. Early stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. The Xiao family felt their faces turn pale upon sensing the black-robed individual's realm, with even the Grand Elder's face filled with shock. Guo Wanting's face also turned ashen, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, but she still forced herself to protect Xiao Luo behind her. City Lord's Mansion. Earth Immortal Realm. The still-drinking Duke Xia and Shi Hanhai's faces immediately changed drastically, and they vanished from their spots in an instant. Chapter 41, let's go take a look. May I ask where you come from? There must be some misunderstanding here. My Xiao family should have no grievances with you. The Grand Elder used his skills to channel his spiritual energy to resist the pressure applied to him, flying back to Han Ling's vicinity and cupping his hands toward the black-robed figure. You are not worthy to know my name. The black-robed figure did not intend to explain, remaining indifferent as he spoke, his gaze scanning the Xiao family as if searching for something. 2 breaths remaining. At this moment, the Grand Elder's face was slightly pale. The black-robed man's strength had surpassed his imagination. The strength of the Earth Immortal realm was already beyond what the Xiao family could contend with, and even if Qi Hanhai came, it would probably have limited effect. You come to my Xiao family's territory to cause trouble, isn't that a bit too disrespectful to Luofeng City? It was not the Grand Elder speaking, but the late arriving Third Elder. In fact, he had set out with the Grand Elder, but due to not being as powerful, he had fallen behind a little. Seeing the black-robed figure now, he immediately stood up. What nonsense are you talking? The Grand Elder was startled by the Third Elder's actions. The presence of the Earth Immortal realm was unmistakable, and even Qi Hanhai himself would have to be polite. Now mentioning Luofeng City would not do anything but possibly irritate the opponent further. My Xiao family would rather stand and live than kneel and die. The Third Elder seemed oblivious to the Grand Elder's expression, even standing firmly in front of the Grand Elder against the strong fluctuating spiritual energy. Do you think you can block me? A hint of amusement flickered in the black-robed man's eyes. He looked up and down at the Third Elder. But soon, his gaze returned to indifference. I thought who you were, just a mere person in the spirit transformation realm dares to speak like this? The man in black robes waved his hand in boredom, a powerful black spiritual force transformed into a fierce tiger in the air, crashing violently into the Third Elder's chest. The latter did not react at all, instantly spitting blood like a kite with a broken string, flying backward, his eyes filled with disbelief. Seeing this, Han Ling instinctively reached out his hand to say something, but upon seeing the expression of the man in black, he shrank his neck and chose to remain silent. I see that the Xiao family does not intend to cooperate, then this lord will fulfill you. The expression of the man in black became even colder, and the air around seemed to drop significantly. The Grand Elder frowned tightly upon seeing this. Right now, if the Xiao family wanted to withdraw unscathed, they could only try to satisfy the other party's demands to see if they could be spared. After all, the one with the bigger fist is the true authority. If the other party really attacked, then after tonight, the Xiao family would no longer exist in Falling Wind City. Although the Grand Elder was unwilling, he could only resign himself to fate at this moment. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke to the man in black, saying, What does your honor need? This old man will definitely bring it to you with both hands. I hope you will be merciful. Guo Wanting was far on the ground, but their dialogue in mid-air was not hidden from everyone, so those below could hear it clearly. At this moment, because the Grand Elder had helped withstand most of the pressure, her complexion had gradually returned to normal, but the worry on her face had intensified. Having dealt with the Han family for so many years, they knew too well what kind of person Han Ling was. With this mysterious man in black backing them up, it was unlikely they would let the Xiao family off so easily. Realizing this, Guo Wanting immediately turned back and came to Xiao Luo's side, holding him in her arms. Luor, you must remember what mother is about to say. Seeing Guo Wanting's determined expression, Xiao Luo was suddenly touched inside. He knew that Guo Wanting likely believed the Xiao family would face great difficulties tonight, so she was trying to find a way to protect herself. Mother is useless, it seems I can only accompany you here. In the future, Luor will have to rely on himself to walk the path. Guo Wanting gently stroked Xiao Luo's forehead, her tone still soft but laden with obvious sadness. Luor, you must listen to your father from now on, and when you grow up, do not contradict him. His love for you is no less than that of mother. If you find a girl you like in the future, you can bring her home to show your father. Mother and father's thoughts will surely be the same. Mother does not wish for Luor to seek revenge in the future. Mother also does not want you to carry hatred for your whole life. From now on, Luor must eat well and live a safe life, that is enough. Mother truly wants to see Luor grow up, marry, and have children. At this moment, Guo Wanting was already in tears, her usually dignified makeup gradually smeared by her crying face. She then waved to her trusted confidant next to Xiao Wei. The confidant understood and gently took hold of Xiao Luo's tender hand. Guo Wanting looked at Xiao Luo with a sad expression. Although reluctant, she knew that the presence in this Falling Wind City was an invincible existence. The only thing she could do was to find a way to leave this last spark for the Xiao family. This was for both the Xiao family and for herself. Mother! Suddenly, Xiao Luo reacted from his sadness, immediately breaking free from the confidant's hand and rushing to Guo Wanting's side, burying himself in her arms. Luor must listen. Mother, Luor won't go. Luor wants to stay with mother. Xiao Luo's eyes were resolute, holding Guo Wanting tightly and unwilling to let go. His face was buried in Guo Wanting's embrace, and no one could see Xiao Luo at that moment. A gleam mixed with sharpness flashed in his eyes. Because he could clearly sense that another fairyland and Qi Hanhai were speeding towards the Xiao family. Guo Wanting, holding Xiao Luo in her arms, couldn't stop her tears from flowing.
Slowly, she raised her hand, wanting to knock Xiao Luo unconscious and forcibly take him away. But just as she was about to act, Xiao Luo's voice rang out again. "Mother, the Xiao family will be fine." "What?" Wu Wanting froze for a moment. She never expected that Luo would suddenly say this. In midair, the man in black ignored the Grand Elder's words completely. To him, the Xiao family members were no different from small fish. As long as he wanted, he could slaughter most of them in a few breaths. And now, his patience had run out. The Xiao family had no need to exist anymore. The Grand Elder seemed to sense that the man in black was about to make a move and immediately used all his spiritual power, preparing for a desperate fight. "Han Ling, you have such courage. Do you want to rebel?" Just as the tension reached its peak, Qi Hanhai's voice came from afar, and his figure, along with Elder Xia, quickly appeared not far from the Grand Elder of the Xiao family. The man in black, who had just been ready to strike, changed his expression dramatically when he sensed Elder Xia's aura. In an instant, he gathered all his spiritual power and ran in the opposite direction. "City Lord Qi, I'll leave this to you. I'll go take a look." After briefly instructing Qi Hanhai, Elder Xia turned into a streak of light and chased after him. In midair, Han Ling, looking at the furious Qi Hanhai in front of him and then at the empty surroundings, felt his mind instantly become chaotic. Chapter 42, A Warning. He ran away just like that? Who was that eunuch? At this moment, Han Ling felt his mind gradually begin to shut down. It wasn't that he couldn't accept surprises. He had considered many possibilities before setting out, and even predicted that Qi Hanhai would come to investigate because of the massive spiritual energy they had released. But with the man in black stationed at the Han family, even if Qi Hanhai came, Han family had nothing to fear. However, what he had never expected was that the man in black would simply run away. That was an immortal realm. What kind of person could make the immortal realm flee without looking back? When did Qi Hanhai meet such a person? At this moment, Han Ling felt his blood pressure rise again, and everything in front of him started to turn black. "Master, are you okay, Master?" The Han family's butler, although just as shocked, immediately rushed over and helped support Han Ling when he saw his condition. "I'm fine." Han Ling waved his hand at the butler, but deep inside, he couldn't help but think it would be better if he just passed out. At least he wouldn't have to face the furious Qi Hanhai himself. "Master Han, care to explain?" Qi Hanhai's face was so dark it seemed it could drip water. He was already somewhat aware of the conflict between the Han and Xiao families during the auction, and had expected that Han Ling might retaliate against the Xiao family later. For things like this, as long as they weren't too excessive, Qi Hanhai would typically turn a blind eye. After all, every year, the four great families had such minor skirmishes. And Qi Hanhai personally understood that it's better to overlook them than to stop them, because cutting them off completely might cause even greater trouble. However, he never expected Han Ling to be so bold as to directly bring people to the Xiao family and steal their things. This was too much. It was as if he didn't regard him, the city lord of Falling Wind City, at all. "City Lord Qi, what brings you here?" Even though Han Ling didn't want to, he had no choice but to force a smile and bow to Qi Hanhai. Although he was still extremely flustered inside, he pretended to be surprised. The only thing he could think of right now was to play dumb. "Otherwise, once I admit that I've invaded the Xiao family, Qi Hanhai will definitely not let me go easily." "If I don't come, will the Falling Wind City belong to your Han family?" Qi Hanhai didn't give Han Ling a pleasant look. He had known Han Ling for more than a day. He was very clear about what kind of person Han Ling was. "What do you mean, City Lord Qi?" Han only rushed to the Xiao family to provide aid upon seeing an unidentified black-robed person invade. Han Ling's face did not turn red, nor did his heart race, and his expression seemed genuinely concerned, as if everything he had just done was completely unrelated to him. "City Lord Qi, our four great families help each other, you must have misunderstood." He bowed to Qi Hanhai, speaking with sincerity. Anyway, the black-robed person had already been frightened away by that unfamiliar eunuch, and now was not here, so he could shift all the blame onto him. At this moment on the ground, the crowd that had originally scattered due to the conflict between the two great families soon rushed back after Qi Hanhai appeared. In Falling Wind City, Qi Hanhai was their backbone. As long as he was present, no one felt there would be any danger. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the once empty surroundings were already packed with onlookers. After all, watching a spectacle is human nature. Han Ling. Don't twist black and white. It is clearly your Han family trying to seize my Xiao family's treasures, which is why you called in these black-robed people for help. The elder spoke, a bruise still hanging from the corner of his mouth, his face pale as he angrily addressed Han Ling. "Elder Xiao, when speaking, one must provide evidence. The black-robed person is in the Earth Immortal Realm, and to capture him, we must wait until he lets down his guard." Han Ling frowned and spoke to the elder. "If it weren't for me delaying a lot of time, your Xiao family would have been wiped out by that black-robed person long ago." "You." Faced with Han Ling's shameless behavior, the elder felt a surge of blood, his recent injuries flaring up again, making his face even paler. Xiao Luo had already poked his head out from Guo Wanting's arms, and every word of the conversation in the air reached his ears. Goodness, this Han Ling is truly shameless. How long has it been? He can actually turn black and white upside down. While internally complaining, he glanced at the elder, who seemed to want to speak but didn't know how to open his mouth. No, this can't go on, this matter still has to be handled by me. He immediately whispered to Guo Wanting. Mother, could you take Luor up? Luor, you want to go up? Guo Wanting did not directly refuse but chose to ask for the reason first. Since her precious son returned from the road of guiding immortals, his cultivation talent and calmness in handling matters far surpassed his peers. Though there were occasional moments of playfulness, he was still outstanding enough. So now she was also a bit curious if her son had something in mind. Luor wants to explain the situation to City Lord Qi, the elder is seriously injured, and Luor is worried he can't explain accurately. Xiao Luo blinked, his expression innocent and bright. The elder was not in good shape at this moment, he had already sustained some injuries from confronting the black-robed person, and his wounds had just reopened due to his emotional agitation. His face was already as pale as paper, indeed needing some proper rest. All right, mother will take you over. After thinking for a while, Guo Wanting still agreed to Xiao Luo. Then she formed a gesture with her fingers, and a layer of spirit energy appeared beneath Xiao Luo's feet, gently lifting him as they flew into the sky together with Guo Wanting. Elder, quickly go rest, Luor is here to explain the situation to City Lord Qi. Xiao Luo's tender and adorable voice suddenly rang out, causing the elder to pause slightly. Turning around, he saw Guo Wanting and Xiao Luo already at his side. What are you two doing? The elder was somewhat at a loss, unsure what this mother-son pair was planning to do. Elder, healing is the priority, let me take care of this. Finally, it was Guo Wanting who spoke, and only then did the elder feel at ease. He bowed to Qi Hanhai before stepping back. Seeing Xiao Luo and Guo Wanting approach, Han Ling was still somewhat confused. But just as he was still pondering, Xiao Luo's words left him stunned. Uncle Qi, please take justice for Luor. The head of the Han family not only bullies the weak but wants to kill Luor and even uses Luor to threaten my mother and the elder. Not only Han Ling, but even Guo Wanting and Qi Hanhai were momentarily taken aback. No one expected Xiao Luo's first words would be this? Quickly, Han Ling reacted, this kid is tricking me. Lord Qi, he is just a little brat, how could you? He hurriedly began to explain, if this hat were placed on his head, it would be hard to take off. However, Qi Hanhai did not give Han Ling a chance to explain and immediately interrupted. Head of the Han family, Xiao Luo is only 3 years old, how could he deceive anyone? Qi Hanhai's anger flared again, his eyes nearly shooting fire. In fact, he already knew of Han Ling's actions, but as the city lord, with so many citizens watching, it would be difficult to pacify them without a reasonable explanation. And right now, Xiao Luo had just provided him with a perfect reason. In Luofeng City, it is clearly prohibited for masters of the spirit transformation realm to act violently. Head of the Han family, you should not have forgotten. And no. At this moment, Han Ling visibly began to panic. But he quickly recovered, pointing at Xiao Luo with an agitated expression. Lord Qi, this brat's blood. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed around, making the surrounding crowd instinctively shrink their necks. Xiao Luo is the most outstanding genius in Luofeng City, destined for greatness. As the head of the Han family, how dare you try to kill him, what should be the punishment? Qi Hanhai's voice was even more profound than before, and he began to use spiritual energy to make his voice louder. The crowd around began to whisper and point fingers at Han Ling. This scene made Han Ling's blood pressure soar. Now he understood, Qi Hanhai is clearly protecting the Xiao family, what he said really didn't matter. Qi Hanhai looked around, seeing the timing was right, he spoke again. Considering you haven't caused irreversible harm to the Xiao family, I'll spare you this time. Han Ling breathed a sigh of relief. But while death can be avoided, suffering cannot. Within the next 2 years, the Han family's taxes will increase by 50% as a warning. Han Ling had not fully exhaled the breath of relief when his blood surged up again, causing him to black out. Chapter 43, Catching Rats. The farce between the Xiao family and the Han family came to an end under Qi Hanhai's mediation. Just as Qi Hanhai returned to his residence, a hurried sound of rushing air came from behind. Lord Xia, what is the situation? Qi Hanhai turned around and saw it was Lord Xia returning, immediately asking. Although the issue between the Han and Xiao families was temporarily resolved, the man in the black robe still made Qi Hanhai very concerned. After all, the sudden appearance of a master from a fairy realm in Luofeng City was no small matter. This person was extremely fast, even with my utmost effort to chase, I could only catch a glimpse of his back. Then he used some unknown secret method and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lord Xia sighed lightly. Originally, he came to investigate the reason for the thunder calamity, but now not only had he not found out, but he also encountered a black-robed man from who knows where. Moreover, this black-robed man clearly recognized him, otherwise, he would not have turned and run immediately.
What are your plans now, Lord Xia?
The situation here is strange, I must quickly return to report. Lord Qi, I hope you will take good care of Princess Xien. Elder Xia cupped his hands towards the former. The purpose of this visit was achieved, moreover, this black-cloaked person was most likely someone from the royal city. The royal city is not peaceful either, so he needed to return as soon as possible.
I respectfully send off Elder Xia.
Qi Hanhai bowed in greeting. A streak of light burst from the city lord's manor and vanished into the sky. The next morning, at the Xiao residence. Due to last night's turmoil, the entire Xiao residence was affected, but fortunately, the damage was not severe, and recovery would take just about half a day. Early in the morning, the servants began repairing the house that Elder San had crashed into last night. A figure hurried past them, walking with great urgency, but many sharp-eyed servants still bowed in greeting.
Head of the family.
Xiao Wei merely nodded, without stopping, and walked straight towards the main hall of the Xiao family.
Madam, Luo.
As soon as he entered, Xiao Wei rushed to Guo Wanting and Xiao Luo, who were having breakfast, his anxious eyes revealing no concealment. Last night, he was at the center of the spiritual pulse area, where the external fluctuations of spiritual energy were almost completely isolated from him, so he had no awareness of the events. He had received news this morning and hurried back to the Xiao residence, although he had confirmed several times with the servant who brought the news that the madam and Luo were unharmed, his heart was still uneasy.
Only after personally confirming did he finally relax. Madam, where did the Han family find help from the land immortal realm?
Upon hearing that the Han family had a land immortal, Xiao Wui's brows furrowed tightly. This was certainly not good news for the Xiao family.
Husband, don't worry. The black-cloaked person brought by Lord Qi has already scared them away. They are unlikely to return in the short term. Guo Wanting gently held Xiao Wui's hand and explained softly.
That's good. Xiao Wei listened to Guo Wanting recount the situation from last night, and only after learning that the Han family had retreated entirely did he finally feel at ease. Husband, you don't need to worry about the affairs in the residence. It's better to return to the mine vein area quickly, it still needs you to oversee things. Upon hearing his wife's words, Xiao Wui's gaze was very gentle, and he was deeply moved. Although the residents had faced great trouble, it seemed that there was no major issue at the moment, but there were still many things to resolve. His wife asking him to return to the mine vein was merely to take on these matters alone to alleviate his burden. Xiao Luo, eating a piece of pastry beside them, revealed a helpless look in his eyes.
These old husband and wife, how are they still showing affection?
My cheap old dad just walked in and asked me a question, and now he is directly being affectionate with my mother.
What am I, just an accident?
Although feeling helpless, seeing his parents so loving still warmed Xiao Luo's heart. He reached out, picked up another piece of pastry, and took a bite. Given what happened last night, there must be an insider, otherwise, the other party couldn't have arrived immediately when my cheap old dad was gone. Xiao Luo's mind flashed through various fragments, as if trying to connect it all together. His dad had left last night to the Xiao family's treasure vault, a very secretive location that ordinary servants would not know. So, it could be ruled out that the insider was a servant, as very few people knew the vault's location and could keep track of the head of the family's whereabouts in real time. Madam, don't be anxious, there are still some mice in the Xiao residence that need to be caught before I can feel safe to leave. Xiao Wei reached out and gently tidied Guo Wanting's somewhat disheveled hair tips.
Mice? Guo Wanting paused slightly, then immediately reacted. Last night, the Han family's surprise attack, although they had some immortals stationed, should not fear anyone in Luofeng City.
But the timing was truly too coincidental.
It makes it very difficult not to suspect there are issues within the Xiao family. What does the husband plan to do about this?
Xiao Luo perked up his ears, ready to hear his father's opinion on the matter. Although he already had some clues about the situation, it wasn't appropriate for him to get involved directly, or it would only raise doubts. At present, the Han family is already under special attention from Lord Qichang, so it seems that there won't be any actions in the short term. The only plan now is to strike while the iron is hot and catch the traitor in one go, otherwise, we may not have another chance for a long time. Xiao Wei reached out to take a piece of cake and stuffed it into his mouth, narrowing his eyes slightly. I believe that the cooperation with the Han family yesterday might leave some traces. Today I will hold a clan meeting to see if we can draw this rat out.
Clan meeting? Guo Wanting was slightly startled but quickly came to her senses.
As the matriarch of the Xiao family, she was exceptionally smart. Given the current situation, the traitor would most likely appear at the clan meeting. After all, from the traitor's perspective, the Xiao family holding a clan meeting at this time must be discussing matters related to the Han family. If he had the task of informing the Han family, he would certainly come to the clan meeting to snoop around.
My old dad is quite clever.
Xiao Luo munched on the cake in his hand, blinking his eyes as he secretly thought to himself. Actually, he wanted Xiao Wei to hold the clan meeting to lure out the traitor, he just didn't expect that Xiao Wei had already come up with this solution. This way, it would be much easier for him, as hinting indirectly was somewhat exhausting. As for who the traitor was, Xiao Luo already had some clues and just needed to verify them a little during today's clan meeting to successfully lock in the traitor.
Someone come.
Xiao Wui finished his snack and called to the servant at the door.
Master, what are your orders?
The servant entered and bowed respectfully.
Go inform the Elder Council that a clan meeting will be held at noon today.
Yes.
Chapter 44, Internal Struggle.
At noon, in the Xiao residence. Xiao Luo was holding a piece of cake, munching on it while walking towards the Elder Council. He was muttering to himself.
TCH, I'm still the young master, how come I don't even have the qualification to attend the clan meeting? This is completely unreasonable.
At this time, it was exactly when Xiao Wui was preparing to hold the clan meeting. However, when Xiao Luo mentioned wanting to attend the clan meeting in the morning, he was firmly rejected. The reason given was that he was too young and not suitable for attending the clan meeting. Though he found it unreasonable, he could not outweigh his father's will. If Xiao Wui was determined not to let him go, there was nothing he could do. So at this moment, he could only choose the old method, using the concealment talisman to hide his figure and listen in from the outside. Fortunately, Xiao Luo had experience from before and was quite familiar with the process, quickly finding a comfortable position on the outer wall, sitting down. Then he perked up his ears to listen to the discussions inside the meeting hall. Xiao Wui, as the clan leader, how can you casually use such a large amount of funds for an auction?
You even bid on useless items.
From the voice, it was clear that it was the second elder. Xiao Luo was quite familiar with his voice.
But what was this old man saying to his father now? Was it just spending a bit of money? It's not like they couldn't earn it back.
Second elder, you should know that this auction requires a large amount of funds. Moreover, these items resonate with lure.
How can you say they are useless?
Xiao Wui's voice followed, wanting to argue back with the second elder.
Lure is the future hope of our Xiao family. As long as it benefits Lure's cultivation, it cannot be considered a loss.
The first elder also spoke up in support of Xiao Wui at the right time.
Lure is still young, and his judgment may not be very accurate.
Yet these two items cost our Xiao family almost all of its inventory. How can we justify that? Suddenly, a somewhat unfamiliar voice rang out. But for some reason, this voice sounded a bit weak, as if it had suffered serious internal injury. This made Xiao Luo, who was eavesdropping on the wall, furrow his brow slightly. Although it was unfamiliar, it seemed to have been heard somewhere before.
Who on earth is this?
And clearly, they are speaking on behalf of the second elder.
Third elder, this dragon pattern grass is an ancient spiritual herb. If the alchemy is done properly, its value is immeasurable.
The voice of the first elder came again. First elder, you know our Xiao family has no high-level alchemists. Such items are nothing but tasteless chicken ribs in our hands, so how can there be talk of immeasurable value? The second elder spoke again, his tone directed sharply at the first elder. He continued to tease the parrot in his hand, a mocking expression on his lips, clearly looking down on the first elder and Xiao Wui.
His narrow eyes intentionally and unintentionally glanced at Xiao Wui and the first elder.
This appearance was very much like a petty rogue, but the second elder, as a veteran of the Xiao family, had made significant contributions for the family in the past, and now even so, no one dared to criticize him.
Let's not even talk about this spiritual herb. What about this parchment?
We have sensed it for a whole incense stick time, but cannot detect any spiritual power fluctuations. It is clearly a useless piece of garbage. The third elder glanced at the second elder, who was clearly opposing the first elder beside him, his eyes slightly squinted. He seemed to have already determined that he was on a moral high ground, so even though his face was still pale from his injuries, he seemed unperturbed. Third elder, Luor is a person of great fortune, possessing the talent of a true immortal. It is natural that you, being merely in the spirit transformation realm, cannot recognize treasures. Seeing the third elder speak like this, the first elder looked deeply at him. Then he stroked his beard and slowly said, "You are talking nonsense. The more powerful a spiritual treasure is, the stronger the spiritual energy it emits. This is common knowledge in the cultivation world.
Now this parchment shows no sign of spiritual energy. How can it be called a spiritual treasure?"
The third elder seemed to have been hit on a sore spot by the first elder, and his expression became agitated. Even his pale face from his injuries turned slightly flushed from the surge of blood pressure.
"So, first elder, do you claim you can identify what kind of treasure this is?"
The second elder shot a glance at the third elder and then spoke again to the first elder.
"This."
The first elder was momentarily speechless.
To be honest, even he, being in the mid-stage of the immortal breakthrough realm, couldn't figure out what was special about this parchment. In his view, it was just a piece of normal parchment.
However, given the current situation, he couldn't really admit that. Xiao Wui's expression darkened even further. Now the direction of this clan meeting had almost slipped out of his control.
How could he find the traitor like this? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Wui still spoke. "The Han family came here yesterday precisely to seize this treasure. Doesn't that already demonstrate its preciousness?"
The Han family is likely not concerned about this parchment. but about that dragon pattern grass. The third elder's face gradually eased a bit after a moment. When he heard Xiao Wui's words, he snorted coldly and then spoke again. Since the Han family can invite powerful beings in the immortal realm, they must also be capable of inviting high-level alchemists. Thus, the spiritual herb, which is useless in our Xiao family's hands, can unleash great power in their hands. The first elder lightly stroked his beard, his eyes narrowed. The third elder understands the Han family well. It's just a reasonable guess. The third elder's expression did not change in the slightest. He simply glanced at Xiao Wui and spoke again. This auction has caused the patriarch to exhaust the Xiao family's spiritual stones too much, which has not benefited the Xiao family at all. For the future of the Xiao family, I propose to reduce the patriarch's control over the spiritual stone mines. At these words, the entire council chamber fell silent. The other elders were initially reluctant to join this pointless argument, but at this moment, they exchanged glances, unsure whether to voice their opinions. The Grand Elder frowned, seemingly wanting to say something, but for some reason, he did not speak. Xiao Wui's expression grew increasingly ugly. The clan meeting had exceeded his expectations, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Xiao Luo frowned as he sat on the wall, listening to the chaotic arguing inside the hall, feeling somewhat puzzled in his heart. He roughly understood the current situation. The third elder and the second elder were questioning the two items bought at the auction. But wasn't this clan meeting called by his father to uncover the traitor? How had it turned into a struggle session in an instant? Forget it, at least the situation hasn't spun out of control. I initially thought I could take it easy, but didn't expect this unreliable old man would need me to step in. Xiao Luo mumbled to himself, swallowing a piece of pastry, tearing off the concealment talisman, and jumping down from the wall. He swaggered toward the council hall. Chapter 45, Drawing the Snake Out of Its Hole. Father, Grand Elder, you are all here? Just as the stalemate in the council hall persisted, Xiao Luo's youthful voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Immediately, everyone saw Xiao Luo enter, stepping in with the unique likeness of youth. Luo, how did you find this place? Xiao Wui was somewhat puzzled. The council hall was far from the private quarters, and there were servants guarding the path. Why was Luo here? Not only Xiao Wui, but the other elders, including the Grand Elder, shared the same doubt, looking toward Xiao Luo as if wanting to know how he arrived here. Luo sensed treasure within the estate and followed the spiritual energy all the way here. Xiao Luo smiled innocently. Luo, how could you sense what this parchment is? The Grand Elder's eyes widened slightly as he asked. The other elders also looked at Xiao Luo with curiosity. After all, Luo was a young genius they had only heard about, never witnessed firsthand. Only the third elder, at this moment, had an inexplicably dark expression, but all eyes were on Xiao Luo, and no one noticed him. Luo only vaguely sensed there was treasure here, but what exactly it is, I do not know. Xiao Luo blinked his big, bright eyes and responded. He was also curious about what this parchment really was, but since returning, he hadn't even touched it. However, at this moment, Xiao Luo wasn't in a hurry to know the parchment's use. After all, it would definitely not be lost in the Xiao family. His purpose for appearing here was for another goal. Xiao Luo's gaze intentionally glanced at the third elder, causing the latter's darkening expression to tighten slightly. But it was only a moment before he looked away to Xiao Wui. Father, Mother wants Luo to tell you something, which is why I came to find you. Xiao Luo still held his bright, watery eyes, telling a lie with a calm face, without showing a hint of guilt. Xiao Luo's answer left Xiao Wui momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected his precious son would come all this way just to convey a message. What does Mother want to say? Luo forgot, so Father needs to go with Luo to find Mother. Xiao Luo replied with righteous logic. This. But he was currently in the middle of a clan meeting. How could he leave because of personal matters? Just as he was about to refuse, the Grand Elder interrupted him. Clan head, since it is so, you can go and see what your wife wants. But Grand Elder. Xiao Wui was somewhat dumbfounded. Why was the Grand Elder saying this as well? Wouldn't this give the second elder a chance to attack? However, the expected accusations from the second elder did not come. At this moment, the second elder seemed not to have heard the earlier conversation, simply lowering his head and playing with the bird in his cage. The third elder wanted to say something, but when he saw the gaze of the first elder, he suddenly lost his words. The other elders all lowered their heads and said nothing. The second elder could be so arrogant without repercussions simply because he was a veteran of the Xiao family, having made great contributions to the family in the past. It is no exaggeration to say that the Xiao family's current success owed much to the second elder. But they were not like him. If they acted like the second elder, they would probably lose their elder title the next day just for stepping into the door with the wrong foot. Very well, esteemed elders, please forgive me, I will return shortly. Having come to this point, Xiao Wui also deemed it inappropriate to continue being pretentious, so he immediately stood up and walked to Xiao Luo's side, taking her hand as they headed towards their courtyard. However, halfway there, Xiao Luo suddenly spoke. Father, Luo suddenly remembered what Mother told me. At these words, Xiao Wui's steps instantly halted, and he bent down.
Luor, then tell me, what did mother want from father? His face was filled with helplessness, but he still spoke patiently. If his precious son were just a spoiled child, he naturally would not indulge him like this. But Luor happened to be a genius, not only terrifyingly gifted but also exceptionally well behaved, which made Xiao Wui unwilling to punish him. Mother said, the Han family is making such a big deal, they must really value that parchment. Although the operation last night failed, there is definitely still an insider who wants to forcibly regain the parchment today. We might as well draw the snake out of its hole and use this to lure out the insider. Xiao Luo said this as she looked upwards, contemplating as if reciting a lesson. And Guo Wanting was already wise, so these words did not arouse Xiao Wui's suspicion. That's wonderful, thank you mother on my behalf. After hearing what Xiao Luo had relayed, Xiao Wui's eyes instantly brightened a few degrees. He had been worried about how to lure out the insider since the current clan meeting was no longer under his control. But this statement from Luor instantly woke him up. Since he could not steer the topic back, why not go with the flow and simply admit that the parchment was useless and choose to destroy it? In that instant, the insider would definitely be unable to bear it and would jump out. Though the actions of the second and third elders were quite intriguing, they also believed that the parchment was worthless, and most likely would not disrupt their scheme. At this moment, only this approach of burning the boats would be able to turn the situation around. Thinking of this, Xiao Wui instantly vanished from the spot. In the end, it still relies on me. Watching Xiao Wui disappear, Xiao Luo took out a piece of pastry from his pocket, nibbling on it while walking towards the elder hall. Although he had nearly conveyed the method to Xiao Wui, there was still some unease without hearing it directly. So, he decided to continue eavesdropping. These pastries from mother are getting better and better, I'll have to act cute later to get her to make more. In the discussion hall. Master, what did the mistress say? The third elder saw Xiao Wui return in just a short span, and immediately inquired. My wife reminded me of something, making me realize that perhaps I trusted Luor too much, resulting in buying worthless items. As Xiao Wui spoke, he walked toward the tray holding the parchment. After much thought, I've decided to hand over the management rights of the mine to the first elder. This parchment is indeed useless, so I will destroy it to show my sincerity. The first elder's expression shifted upon hearing this, but after a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth and said, that would be acceptable. The second elder at this point also stopped fiddling with his bird, casting a cold glance at Xiao Wui. The other elders also watched Xiao Wui's actions, remaining silent. Xiao Wui slowly picked up the parchment, and, touching the patterns above, his heart was in turmoil for a moment. According to reason, this traitor should have jumped out to stop it immediately. Why was there no movement? Did he really have to destroy this parchment? Just as he was in a dilemma, the voice of the third elder suddenly rang out. Master, why not let this useless thing be handled by me? Chapter 46, The Struggle. Xiao Wui looked at the third elder, his eyes a bit strange. Just now he said he wanted to destroy it, and the third elder came out saying he wanted this parchment. Could it be that the third elder is the traitor? As if sensing the suspicion in Xiao Wui's gaze, the third elder immediately spoke up. As you all know, I have always loved calligraphy and paintings. Recently, I have been worried because I couldn't find suitable parchment, and this piece happens to meet the standard. The many strange looks directed at the third elder, after hearing this, revealed expressions of understanding. Even Xiao Wui's original suspicions began to waver. The third elder's love for calligraphy and paintings was not a secret in the Xiao family. He often liked to collect some special paper for painting, so his desire for this parchment seemed reasonable. On the wall of the discussion hall. Ha, the fish is hooked. Just didn't see that this old man had this trick up his sleeve, quite impressive indeed. Xiao Luo chewed on a pastry, his eyes narrowing slightly. Without a doubt, this old man probably wants to stay quiet for now, waiting for the storm to pass. By then, even if someone asks, he can say the parchment was useless and was destroyed. This is truly a good scheme. Should I go take a look myself? However, just as Xiao Luo was pondering, the voice of the second elder came out. Unfortunately, I also need this parchment. The second elder, who was previously teasing the caged bird, now raised his head and addressed Xiao Wui. Second elder, what do you need this parchment for? It was not Xiao Wui who responded to the second elder, but the first elder. At this moment, the first elder's expression was grave, seemingly very concerned about the second elder wanting to take the parchment. This is a private matter, no need to disclose. Besides, what's wrong with me using it to wipe? The second elder's expression was disdainful, showing no respect for the first elder. In the entire Xiao family's elder court, only the second elder dared to speak so disrespectfully to the first elder. Including the master, Xiao Wui, the other elders also turned their gaze to the second elder, expressing confusion over his words. After all, the second elder's statement was truly hard to comprehend. Second elder, this is a clan meeting, how can you speak such filthy words again? The third elder glared at the second elder beside him, the mockery in his eyes fleeting. The other elders, though silent, also nodded in agreement. Humph, when I was fighting for the Xiao family, you didn't even know where you were, and now you dare to criticize me?
The second elder snorted coldly, glancing at the third elder, his eyes filled with disdain. You! The third elder wanted to explode but finally controlled his impulse, glaring at the second elder before falling silent. Xiao Wui felt the gunpowder smell reappearing in the discussion hall, causing him a headache. After hesitating for a moment, he still spoke up. Second elder, it's better to explain clearly to avoid unnecessary suspicion. He gazed intently at the second elder, but his heart was a bit anxious. The second elder was both an elder of the Xiao family and a meritorious person. If he most didn't want anyone to be a traitor, it was the second elder first. But now, the second elder's comments were indeed suspicious. This parchment was scrap for ordinary people, yet he specifically wanted it, which made him feel rather perplexed. If the second elder was truly the traitor, what should he do? Humph. The old man wants to do things you all are not worthy to question. Hearing Xiao Wui's words, the second elder's face suddenly darkened a few shades, and he immediately reached out to grab the parchment on the table. But just as his hand reached out, it was tightly caught by another hand. Second elder, don't be anxious, it's better to clarify things. The first elder gripped the second elder's arm, his gaze fixed firmly on the latter. The entire council chamber was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, as if everyone was feeling increasingly uneasy. The Xiao family had previously experienced an internal turmoil, led by the first and second elders. Now that the two were once again at odds, could the tragedy from last time repeat itself? Xiao Wui looked at the two who were at a standoff, feeling a turmoil in his heart. He initially thought he only needed to bring out the parchment as bait to easily expose the traitor, but he never expected things would escalate to this point. His gaze swept across the third elder and the second elder, and Xiao Wui's heart grew more conflicted. The one who spoke first was the third elder, who should be the most suspicious. But now the second elder also wanted the parchment, and he couldn't even provide a reasonable explanation. Could it be that the traitor really is the second elder? Outside the council chamber. The second elder and the first elder are really acting, they've almost tricked my old man into a limp. Xiao Luo had already figured it out in his heart. Before, he was worried that his father wouldn't be able to find the true traitor, and the ongoing conflict between the second elder and the first elder for the past 6 months also made him anxious. But just now, Xiao Luo finally confirmed the truth of the matter. Looks like I don't need to intervene, now I just need to watch calmly. Inside the council chamber. Humph. Since that's the case, this family meeting I will not attend anymore, and the life or death of the Xiao family has nothing to do with me. The second elder, whose arm was tightly held by the first elder, turned red and became agitated. Then, his internal spiritual power surged, instantly shaking the first elder's hand away. What do you want to do? The first elder frowned tightly, glaring at the second elder. However, the second elder ignored the first elder and walked straight towards the door. The other elders stared at this scene in shock, their expressions slightly dazed. Xiao Wui also found it hard to make up his mind about what to do now. Bold. Leaving the family meeting without permission, how can you bear this position as elder? The first elder seemed to finally react and roared. But the second elder was deaf to his words, walking straight outside without looking back. Stop right there. The first elder was provoked for the first time like this and immediately chased after him. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared from the council chamber. Watching the backs of the two leaving, Xiao Wui sighed, feeling that with the first elder chasing after them, he wouldn't need to worry about that side for a while. However, this family meeting originally meant to uncover the traitor now seemed like a farce, making it hard to accept. The other elders also came back to their senses from the shock. It seemed that the previous fallout between the second elder and the first elder was not as fierce as this time. Atop the outer wall of the council chamber, Xiao Luo watched the two elders, who had just vanished from the chamber in the blink of an eye, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Such exaggerated acting, but things should be coming to a close soon, I have to leave quickly. As for that traitor, seeing this farce, I think he will take this opportunity to escape. There's a good show to watch. Saying this, he flipped over the wall and disappeared outside the council chamber. Chapter 47, The Flaw Revealed. Family Head, this family meeting. The two elders at the forefront left their seats, and for a moment, the family meeting seemed a bit lonely. During family meetings, it was usually the first elder, second elder, and Xiao Wui who discussed things, and only during the voting stage would the other elders feel a sense of participation. And now, in the council hall, the remaining elders were those who usually did not participate in discussions, and the second elder, who had the most suspicion, had also left. This made Xiao Wui feel a bit troubled. But troubled or not, seeing that the clan meeting could no longer continue, he could only reluctantly wave his hand. Let's end today's clan meeting here. We take our leave. The other elders cupped their fists towards Xiao Wui and left their seats. Soon, the large council hall was left with only the third elder and Xiao Wui. Master, this parchment.
The third elder had suffered severe injuries the night before, and his face was still extremely pale, showing no sign of blood. Xiao Wui actually felt quite guilty about this, as he believed that a considerable part of the third elder's injuries were due to him. Before coming to the clan meeting, he had already heard his subordinates mention the third elder's bravery. If he had been present at that time, the third elder probably would not have been injured so badly. Thinking of this, Xiao Wui immediately decided that it was useless to keep the parchment here, it would be better to hand it over to the third elder. Who knows, it might help expose the traitor. Third elder, I will hand this parchment over to you for safekeeping. Although this parchment seems like a common object, if there's any discovery, I will report to the master. The third elder bowed and attempted to take the parchment discreetly, but he could not suppress his excitement and revealed a subtle smile. Xiao Wui found this scene strange, but he did not dwell on it. After all, in this clan meeting, the third elder's side had won, and this was merely polite exchange. It was only natural for him to feel a bit happy. As the head of the family, Xiao Wui had seen such things too many times. After receiving the parchment, the third elder immediately turned and left the council hall, heading outside. Father, is the clan meeting over? Xiao Luo's voice suddenly came through, startling the somewhat distracted Xiao Wui. He saw Xiao Luo sitting on the railing outside the council hall, swinging his legs in the air, appearing carefree and unconcerned. Why are you here, Luo? Xiao Wui asked casually. Mother said to wait for father to catch the traitor and then take you to dinner. Xiao Luo blinked his big eyes and spoke to Xiao Wui. But father hasn't caught anyone yet. Xiao Wui felt a bit bitter, as the head of the Xiao family and Luo's father, he suddenly felt a sense of failure. Even though he had come this far, he still hadn't found the traitor. Now, he felt embarrassed having Luo witness this. But mother said that the traitor would definitely come to this clan meeting. How could you not catch them? Xiao Luo's expression remained innocent and carefree, but the phrase no matter what had a bit more emphasis. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Xiao Wui's initially bitter face suddenly froze. They will definitely come. For some reason, a vivid image of the third elder, with his frail breath and extremely pale cheeks, appeared in Xiao Wui's mind. Why would he still come to the clan meeting in such a state? Also, the third elder was the first to ask for this parchment. Thinking of this, Xiao Wui raised his head to look at the third elder, who was about to disappear at the end of the corridor, and his expression suddenly became serious. Luo, tell your mother that I won't be home for dinner for a while. I have urgent matters to deal with. After saying that, he immediately walked in the direction the third elder had left. Understood, father. Xiao Luo responded to the departing Xiao Wui, but his face was filled with mischief. Humph, silly old dad, in the end, I still have to help you. Otherwise, you'll miss the exciting parts. Xiao Wui's footsteps grew faster, he wanted to catch up to the third elder ahead. Greeting, master. The servants nearby saw Xiao Wui's serious demeanor and quickly stepped aside, looking with curiosity at his back, wondering when the master would look so grave. Xiao Wui had no mood to pay attention to the servants, his gaze was fixed on the third elder not far away. At this moment, although he suspected the third elder, he had no solid evidence, confronting him directly wouldn't help and would only alert the enemy. So for now, he can only follow and see if the third elder would show any unusual behavior. Yet, despite this, Xiao Wui's heart was extremely anxious, as the parchment was still in the third elder's hands. At first, he didn't notice anything wrong, but soon he furrowed his brow. This was clearly not the path to the third elder's courtyard. Where was he actually going? The doubt in his heart made Xiao Wui even more restless, and his footsteps unconsciously quickened. However, at the next corner, the third elder turned back to glance at him, sending a chill down Xiao Wui's spine. For he clearly saw that the third elder was smiling at him. That mocking gaze seemed to be laughing at Xiao Wui. At this moment, Xiao Wui finally confirmed that the third elder was the traitor. And he had been discovered. Since he had been found, there was no need to hide. Xiao Wui instantly summoned his spiritual power. The surrounding flowers and trees were shaken back and forth by the volatile spiritual energy. In just an instant, Xiao Wui arrived at the corner where the third elder had vanished, but he was puzzled. The third elder had clearly rounded this corner, yet where was he? Upon realizing the third elder was missing, Xiao Wui released his divine sense to scan the area. However, at that moment, a figure appeared in the distance. It was indeed the third elder. And at this time, the third elder tightly held the parchment in one hand and clutched a talisman in the other. Outside the council hall. TSK, the Han family treats this old man well, they even got him a wind-chasing talisman. Xiao Luoyao gazed at the third elder in midair, his eyes slightly squinting. He was very familiar with this talisman. Back in Xioshan, he had used this talisman to get through until Guo Wanning came to rescue him. It's just that the one in the third elder's hand was a complete version. The third elder smirked coldly at the approaching Xiao Wui, then infused spiritual power into the talisman. In an instant, the originally slow third elder transformed into a streak of light and shot towards the horizon. Unfortunately, you can't escape. Xiao Luoyao shook his head, sliding down from the railing, heading back to his own courtyard. Boom! At the same time, as the third elder transformed into light and took off, he was immediately rebounded by a huge magic array and fell headfirst into the Xiao family's garden. Chapter 48, Is it the third elder? Xiao Wui stared in confusion at the third elder, like a meteor flying out but instantly rebounded back. This dramatic scene left him a bit dazed. Not to mention how fast the third elder was moving, who had set up the magic array to intercept him in mid-air. Countless doubts tangled in Xiao Wui's heart, causing his brows to furrow deeply. However, Xiao Wui did not dwell too much on this. He knew that even if he thought hard alone, it wouldn't lead to any results. The best way now was to find the intercepted third elder directly. As long as he found the third elder, at least most of his doubts could be resolved. Moreover, the third elder had clearly betrayed them. If left unchecked, chaos would certainly ensue in the Xiao family. So the urgent task was to immediately control the third elder. Thinking of this, Xiao Wui immediately summoned his spiritual power and soared into the sky, flying towards the Xiao family's garden. Although the Xiao family was large, it only took a moment to reach any place in the Jie immortal realm at full speed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wui arrived at the Xiao family's garden. At this moment, a huge pit appeared on the ground that was completely different from what he remembered. He knew this must be the pit created when the third elder was sent flying back. However, at this moment, two figures by the edge of the pit instantly attracted his attention. It was the first elder and the second elder, who had previously stormed out after arguing. And now, the two elders stood side by side at the edge of the pit, showing no signs of their earlier heated argument. What's going on? Clearly, just 15 minutes ago, the two were acting like they would never speak to each other again. First elder, second elder? Xiao Wui hesitated for a moment but finally called out to them. Master! The two elders immediately bowed and saluted upon hearing Xiao Wui's voice. Their expressions seemed normal, as if they had not just been in a life and death argument. At the same time, Xiao Wui noticed from the corner of his eye that the third elder was half buried in the pit, seemingly completely unconscious. All of this left Xiao Wui even more confused. First elder, what is going on? At this moment, Xiao Wui's mind was filled with questions, and he chose to ask. As if sensing Xiao Wui's confusion, the first elder grinned and bowed. This operation was done without informing the master. I hope the master can forgive us. Operation? Looking at the smiling first elder and the now normal second elder beside him, Xiao Wui gradually began to form some guesses. The second elder, as one of the pillars of the Xiao family, wasn't as domineering as he seemed before. But for some unknown reason, half a year ago, the second elder suddenly began arguing with the first elder, and it was then that he changed from a gentle and refined person to his current self. When this situation first arose, Xiao Wui even suspected that the second elder had been replaced by someone else. However, after extensive investigation and probing, he was surprised to find that this was indeed the second elder himself. At that time, Xiao Wui was puzzled as to why the second elder changed his temperament overnight. But no matter how Xiao Wui tested him, the second elder showed no intention of speaking, even holding a grudge against Xiao Wui because of it. In every clan meeting afterward, the second elder would find ways to refute Xiao Wui and the first elder. Though confused, Xiao Wui gradually accepted and got used to the second elder's changes. After all, Xiao Wui had to consider the whole Xiao family. As long as the second elder did not cause any more trouble, that was good enough. It was only now that Xiao Wui began to realize. Could it be that the second elder's drastic change in temperament was all an act? If so, then many of the unreasonable parts could be explained clearly. But why exactly was that? Indeed, half a year ago, the first elder came to see me late at night, claiming that there was a traitor in the Xiao family. Although we never found out who it was, we intercepted communications between the traitor and the Han family. Seeing this, the second elder continued to explain to Xiao Wui. We too staged this act to confuse the enemy and find the traitor in the Xiao family. Upon hearing the second elder's explanation, Xiao Wui's confusion was largely resolved, but still, some questions lingered in his heart. Then why did the two elders do this? The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. If all actions are seen by the opponent, it will be very difficult to find them. The second elder continued to speak softly. So the only way we can quickly find the traitor is for someone to transition from the light to the dark, allowing us to secretly observe and wait for the traitor to expose themselves. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wui finally understood the situation. It seems that the internal conflict in the Xiao family 6 months ago was merely a performance by the first and second elders, aimed at creating an opportunity to identify the traitor later. However, even they probably didn't expect that this opportunity would come just now. No wonder the second elder immediately began to confront him as soon as he opened the clan meeting. It seems this was the method the two elders used to lure out the hidden traitor. Thank you for your hard work, elders, but why didn't you inform me in advance? This would have allowed me to prepare mentally. Xiao Wui chuckled helplessly. Given the current situation, it seems he had been kept in the dark by both elders.
This had caused him to worry for an entire half-year for no reason, which made him feel a bit resentful. The family head has never lied since childhood. We have discussed and collectively decided not to inform you of the plan.
We hope for your understanding.
The first elder and the second elder both bowed, their faces filled with helplessness. At this point, even though he felt slightly resentful, Xiao Wui could only smile bitterly. After all, both elders were also doing it for the Xiao family.
Was that magical array in the air also created by you two?
Xiao Wui pointed to the magical array that had intercepted the third elder in mid-air. Indeed, the old man and the first elder had already anticipated that this traitor would likely escape to the Han family, so we purchased the array diagram in advance and set it up. Upon hearing the second elder's words, all of Xiao Wui's confusion from the past 6 months was finally resolved. It turned out that all this time, the two elders had been playing such a grand game.
Family head, how should we deal with this traitor?
The first elder asked at this moment, his gaze drifting towards the third elder, who was still in the pit, unaware of his fate. But compared to how to deal with the third elder, Xiao Wui was more curious to know if this was really the third elder. After all, the third elder was also an elder-level figure in the Xiao family. If the Han family could infiltrate even the third elder, then there might be more than just the third elder as a traitor in the Xiao family. Thinking of this, Xiao Wui softly asked,
"Is this traitor really the third elder himself?" Chapter 49, Self-Detonation. Upon hearing Xiao Wui's question, the first elder immediately replied,
"Please rest assured, family head, the two of us have just verified clearly that this third elder is not the original third elder, but a person from the Han family." As the first elder spoke, the second elder jumped into the pit, tearing open the clothing on the upper half of the third elder. Then, they urged their spiritual power into his shoulder, and a round emblem gradually appeared on the third elder's shoulder, clearly the family crest of the Han family. Xiao Wui was not unfamiliar with such family gatherings. Each of the 4 great families in Luofeng City had its own exclusive crest. Furthermore, this crest could only be engraved with spiritual power by core members right after birth, displayed later through the activation of spiritual power. At this moment, the appearance of the Han family crest on the third elder's shoulder proved that he indeed belonged to the Han family.
But if that were the case, where had the original third elder gone? Why did this third elder have the same face as the original third elder?
Xiao Wui had previously scrutinized with his divine sense, and this was not a disguise or a human skin mask. Such techniques might be difficult to discern for regular people, but under the scrutiny of the immortal realm's divine sense, all disguises would be revealed. In other words, this traitor truly had an identical face to the third elder.
It seemed that the elder noticed Xiao Wui's confusion, and he spoke again. "Master of the house, I have already investigated this traitor.
It is not their original appearance. They must have taken a high-level transformation pill to infiltrate our Xiao family undetected."
Hearing the elder's explanation, Xiao Wui finally breathed a slight sigh of relief.
Although there were no high-level alchemists in their Xiao family, he had still heard of the famous transformation pill. A 5th-tier pill, after taking it, can change into any appearance one desires. Though the effect was astounding, for cultivators, it was somewhat useless. After all, 5th-tier pills were extremely expensive, and this transformation pill had no other use than its appearance-changing effect. So at this moment, Xiao Wui wasn't too worried about a large number of traitors appearing in the Xiao family, as even if the Han family recognized high-level alchemists, they surely couldn't mass-produce this high-level pill.
Then what about the third elder?
With his doubts resolved, Xiao Wui looked at the face of the traitor wearing the third elder's appearance and slowly spoke. His tone was slightly heavy, for he already had the answer to where the real third elder had gone. At this moment, he simply did not want to accept reality.
The third elder is likely in serious danger.
The elder also showed sadness, but he knew that these were things they had to face in the end. Xiao Wui silently gazed at the traitor with the third elder's face in the pit inside. As a cultivator, Xiao Wui had long grown accustomed to the parting of life and death. After all, once a person dies, they cannot be revived, so excessive sorrow would only cause self-infliction. Now, he was the master of the Xiao family and couldn't hesitate because of these matters. So he took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Then he carefully scrutinized the traitor, beginning to think about how he should handle this traitor properly. The elder and the second elder stood by Xiao Wui's side without speaking, silently standing beside him. However, at this moment, the traitor, who was still in the pit and unaware of their life or death, suddenly opened his eyes, and an overwhelming amount of spiritual power erupted instantly. The dirt on the ground exploded as a result. This sudden turn of events temporarily affected the vision and spiritual sense of the three of them.
When they came to their senses, where was the traitor's figure in the pit?
In midair, a figure quickly flew towards the direction of the Han family. However, at this moment, the traitor no longer had the wind control talisman, and his speed could not compare to before. In just 2 breaths, Xiao Wui and the other two trapped the traitor in the center in an angle.
"Give up. As long as you cooperate, I can spare your life."
Xiao Wui sighed softly and addressed the traitor. He was not some saint, he just needed to ensure the sheepskin scroll was still in the traitor's hands. So the most important thing right now was to stabilize the traitor and avoid any extreme actions. However, at this moment, Xiao Wui noticed the traitor's expression was obviously not right, blood seemed to be constantly seeping out from his skin, and his expression was particularly grim and twisted. I have already used my Han family's secret technique, I cannot survive now. Even if I can't return the item to the Han family today, I won't let you Xiao family have it easy. The traitor's voice seemed to have become hoarse due to the secret technique, and his expression gradually became increasingly deranged. First, subdue him. Xiao Wui quickly made a decision and sent a message to the elder and second elder, then he formed a seal with his hands, and 3 light swords flew from the sky, instantly trapping the traitor. In an instant, the sky was filled with brilliant light. At the same time, the elder and second elder also formed seals with their hands, preparing to capture the traitor in one move. However, what they did not expect was that the traitor did not struggle as they had imagined, he simply stood quietly in place, motionless. This unusual behavior left both of them slightly stunned, while a strong sense of unease surged within. There must be a demon involved in this unexpected situation. Poof. The traitor sneered coldly, he knew that the 3 before him were 2 at the peak of the transformation realm and 1 at the pinnacle of the spirit realm. Let alone that he was currently severely injured, even in his prime, facing these 3 would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. Thus, he never intended to escape from the very beginning. The reason he used the Han family's secret technique was merely to make his spiritual power boil completely. At this moment, the traitor formed a hand seal, a cold smile appearing on his lips as he silently spoke to Xiao Wui. Though no sound came out, Xiao Wui understood. I want you and the Xiao family to accompany me to death. Suddenly, cracks began to appear on the traitor's body, and he started to swell like an inflated balloon. He's going to self-destruct. The elder recognized it at a glance, and quickly changed his hand seal, forming a stronger sealing technique in an instant. He completely sealed off that terrifying aura in midair. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the traitor pulled out a pill from somewhere and tossed it into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the traitor's aura surged several times, and neither Xiao Wui nor the elder were skilled in sealing techniques, this elementary sealing method quickly filled with cracks. Seeing this, the second elder hurriedly formed another seal to add an extra layer, but before he could gather his spiritual power, the seal was completely broken. A massive wave of spiritual force instantly sent the 3 of them flying away. This is bad. This shockwave couldn't harm Xiao Wui, but his face was extremely grim at that moment. They practiced offensive techniques, and they only had superficial knowledge of functional spells. Faced with such a situation, they were utterly helpless. And a self-destruction from a peak spirit realm with the addition of pills and secret techniques could flatten the entire Xiao family. Damn it! As Xiao Wui's eyes turned red and he prepared to fight to the death, a blue glowing sphere instantly enveloped the traitor who was about to self-destruct. Then, the energy within the traitor exploded, but it was completely contained by that blue sphere, revealing not a trace. Xiao Wui looked up in confusion and discovered that at some point in the distance, 3 elders dressed in white robes were smiling at them. Chapter 50, Lingxiao Academy. Who are these people? Xiao Wui looked at the newcomers, seeming somewhat familiar, but after thinking for a while, he couldn't remember where he had seen them. Patriarch. The elder and the second elder exchanged worried glances at the safely sealed explosion, quickly moving to Xiao Wui's side. They also found the 3 in the distance somewhat familiar, but for a moment couldn't recall where they saw them. Xiao Wui hesitated for a moment but still spoke to the elder and the second elder. I will go take a look, the 2 elders can stay here on standby. Seeing Xiao Wui prepare to approach, the elder gently reminded him. Patriarch, this person is highly skilled, we do not know if he is friend or foe, so we must remain cautious. Rest assured, Wui knows what to do. Xiao Wui was quite aware of the elders' concerns. Although they all felt the 3 before them were familiar, being familiar did not guarantee that there were no issues. From their strength, it was clear that the other party was proficient in sealing techniques and obviously not weaker than himself, there was even a good chance they were stronger. Furthermore, although these people had helped them resolve the crisis, Xiao Wui was still unsure of their true intentions, which likely were not born from goodwill. Therefore, he needed to act with caution at this moment. In just a blink of an eye, Xiao Wui had arrived before the 3. I am Xiao Wui, patriarch of the Xiao family. Thank you for your assistance. Xiao Wui cupped his hands in gratitude. Although he still did not know what the other party intended to do. The other party's assistance was genuine, so the proper etiquette still needed to be observed. It was just a simple effort, the head of the Xiao family need not take it to heart. The leading elder in white laughed cheerfully, showing no sign of arrogance despite his help to the Xiao family. This greatly increased Xiao Wui's goodwill towards him, at least he seemed like someone easy to communicate with. May I ask where you come from and why you have come to my Xiao family? If there is any way I can help, I will do my utmost. Xiao Wui spoke again, his tone sincere. Since he couldn't remember the other person's identity, the simplest way was to directly ask. At the same time, this was the biggest puzzle in Xiao Wui's mind right now. The head of the Xiao family truly has forgotten. I have met you 3 years ago at the selection of the Ling Xiao Academy. Although the leading elder in white did not directly reveal his identity, his words triggered Xiao Wui's memories. The president of the Ling Xiao Academy branch, Lu He. This name instantly appeared in Xiao Wui's mind. The weight of this name made even Xiao Wui's breath quicken uncontrollably. In the entire Xia kingdom, there has always been the saying of 1 academy, 2 doors, and 3 sections. This represents the top powers in the Xia kingdom. And among them, 1 academy is the Ling Xiao Academy. Rumor has it that the main academy in the imperial city has inherited from the human race's celestial emperor. As cultivators of the Xia kingdom, everyone takes pride in entering the Ling Xiao Academy. So it's President Lu. I apologize for my lack of proper welcome and hope the president will not take offense. At this point, Xiao Wui had already understood the other person's identity, and a sense of nervousness made his body involuntarily tense up slightly. The head of the Xiao family is too humble. I have actually come to Falling Wine City with a request for the head of the Xiao family. Lu He stroked his beard and spoke with a smile. A request from the Xiao family? Xiao Wui froze for a moment. He never expected that the Xiao family had something that the Ling Xiao Academy would seek help for. In his view, this was even less likely than Lu He casually walking and happening to save the Xiao family in Falling Wind City. Not far away, the Great Elder and the Second Elder also heard Lu He's words, exchanging looks with each other. For a moment, they couldn't believe their ears. I wonder what my Xiao family can do to assist President Lu. Xiao Wui was very puzzled, hesitating for a long time before cupping his fists to inquire. The Ling Xiao Academy is undoubtedly the top force in the entire Xia kingdom, with countless experts. How could it possibly travel thousands of miles to this remote Falling Wind City specifically to request help from the Xiao family? Although it sounded absurd, the fact was right in front of him, leaving no room for Xiao Wui to doubt. Just then, a sound of breaking air came from afar. A figure was rapidly approaching the Xiao family, arriving before Xiao Wui and the others in a moment. City Lord Qi, it's been a long time. Lu He smiled and nodded at Qi Hanhai. At this moment, after seeing the person before him, Qi Hanhai's originally troubled expression suddenly widened in shock. The reason for his rich expression was due to his earlier sensing. Previously at the City Lord's mansion, he felt an extremely chaotic and terrifying aura, and swiftly headed toward the Xiao family. He even kept complaining to himself that the Xiao family was indeed having a troublesome period. Why were there troubles every day? On his way, he then sensed an even more terrifying aura. Though he only felt it for a moment, he accurately sensed the terror of this power. Although he didn't know the exact realm, he sensed it was even a bit stronger than Lord Xia. This made him feel gloom inside. If such a powerful existence truly appeared, he might not be able to help even if he went. But as the Lord of Falling Wind City, there were some things he had to attend to. Until this moment, standing in front of him, he saw Lu He, the Dean of Ling Xiao Academy, and the huge stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. At least from the situation at the scene, Falling Wind City was not invaded by the forces of other countries. But what surprised him was, how could the Dean of Ling Xiao Academy be here? Dean Lu, it's been a long time. At this moment, Qi Hanhai dared not put on any airs in front of Lu He. Although Lu He was known for his gentleness, in terms of status and strength, he was truly far superior to Qi Hanhai. On the ground, Xiao Luo looked up at the increasing number of people in the sky, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. This is getting more and more interesting. At this moment, he was sitting on a relatively high roof, with an ear-snooping talisman stuck to him. So just now, their conversation was completely overheard by Xiao Luo, word for word. Xiao Luo had naturally heard of Ling Xiao Academy. During his time studying, his teacher had boasted about Ling Xiao Academy more than once. He earnestly hoped that Xiao Luo could work hard to enter Ling Xiao Academy. If so, he could bring glory to his ancestors and even help the Xiao family become the #1 family in Falling Wind City. At this moment, Xiao Luo gazed at the crowd in the sky, silently calculating the reason why Lu He had come here. The fact that the Dean of Ling Xiao Academy had come personally and singled out the Xiao family was most likely because the Xiao family possessed something they needed. After all, relying on the current influence of the Xiao family, it was impossible to do what Ling Xiao Academy could not do. Among the new things that the Xiao family had obtained, the one most likely to attract the attention of Ling Xiao Academy was probably that item. The parchment. Chapter 51, 2 quotas. May I ask what brings Dean Lu here? She is willing to help in any way possible. Qi Hanhai was unaware of the previous conversation between Xiao Wui and Lu He, and at this moment, he cupped his hands and spoke. Lord City Lord is too kind. I simply have a request for the head of the Xiao family and nothing else is needed. Lu He explained with a smiling face. Upon hearing this, Qi Hanhai stood frozen in place. Here to find the Xiao family? Could it be that the Xiao family could do something for Ling Xiao Academy? Or that the Xiao family possessed something Ling Xiao Academy needed? Suddenly, something appeared in Qi Hanhai's mind. That parchment. If the Xiao family had obtained something that seemed unusual recently, it was probably this parchment. Although Qi Hanhai couldn't see any peculiar qualities of this item, the fact that the Xiao family and the Han family had gone all out to seize it proved that it was extraordinary. I dare to ask the head of the Xiao family for something. Lu Ha stroked his beard and spoke to Xiao Wei. Request for something? At this moment, even Xiao Wei reacted, as if it had been something the Xiao family had beforehand. Lingxiao Academy wouldn't have waited until now to come. And the item they had recently acquired, most likely to attract the attention of Lingxiao Academy, was probably that parchment. After all, this was something that Luo Er had also said was a precious treasure. However, upon thinking of this, Xiao Wui's face inevitably turned bitter. Dean Lu, it's not that I, Xiao, am unwilling, but that parchment was previously taken away by an insider, and now it is probably gone with the insider's self-detonation. Upon hearing Xiao Wui's words, Qi Hanhai finally understood what the first aura he sensed earlier was about. However, he quickly realized that if the parchment was really with that self-detonating insider, it must have turned to dust under the power of that explosion. It seems the Xiao family was destined to have no connection with this tremendous opportunity. Qi Hanhai knew that Lingxiao Academy would not take things for free. If they really wanted to take something, they would definitely give the Xiao family a huge blessing in return. It's a pity that all of this is just empty talk now. Hearing what Xiao Wui said, Lu Ha indeed laughed loudly, then explained to everyone. Master Xiao need not worry, this wordless heavenly book was written by the immortal emperor, impervious to water and fire, indestructible by blades or guns, and even lightning strikes cannot harm it in the slightest. How could it be destroyed by the mere explosion in this spirit transformation realm? As his voice echoed, Lu Ha activated his spiritual power, and a blue glow shot up from the ground. Enveloped within it was indeed the sheepskin parchment. His. The wordless heavenly book. Everyone present gasped in shock. They had long heard of the great name of the wordless heavenly book, rumored that understanding this book could lead one to comprehend the way of heaven and achieve the status of immortal emperor. However, this wordless heavenly book had always been stored in the Lingxiao Academy's main hall. Even the city lord Qi Hanhai had never had the chance to see its true form. Isn't this wordless heavenly book kept in your academy? How could it stray to my Xiao family? Xiao Wei, though shocked, still asked the question he most wanted to know. Including Qi Hanhai, everyone else also perked up their ears. They too were very puzzled about this matter. Could it be that the Lingxiao Academy was robbed? Since Master Xiao has doubts, I shall tell the truth. Lu Ha stroked his beard, hesitated for a moment, and then began to explain. This wordless heavenly book is actually divided into 10 pages. My Lingxiao Academy only possesses 7 pages, while the remaining 3 pages have scattered throughout the world, whereabouts unknown. This page with the Xiao family is one of them. Upon hearing this, everyone revealed a look of understanding. They had never seen the real wordless heavenly book, so they were unaware of the secrets within. In that case, I, Xiao, am willing to gift this fragment of the wordless heavenly book to Director Lu. Xiao Wei now understood the ins and outs of the matter and immediately cupped his hands in acknowledgement. He had considered this sheepskin parchment to be a treasure. After all, his son buyer had confirmed it several times. But he had never expected this sheepskin parchment to be so valuable. If others knew that the wordless heavenly book was in the Xiao family, it would surely bring endless trouble to the Xiao family and even the entire Luofeng city. Master Zhao's righteousness, my Lingxiao Academy is willing to offer 2 enrollment slots to the Xiao family, and you can explore the wordless heavenly book an unlimited number of times without any conditions. When Lu Ha heard Xiao Wui's words, he immediately stroked his beard with a smile and spoke. His. Qi Hanhai's eyes nearly popped out at those words. He had guessed that Lingxiao Academy would give Xiao family some compensation, but in his opinion, it would merely be some spiritual treasures or pills. But he never expected they would directly offer 2 enrollment slots? And they could explore the wordless heavenly book an unlimited number of times. It should be known that Lingxiao Academy enrolls students once every 5 years, allowing those with exceptional talents above 6 years of age to enroll, and the slots in the branch near Luofeng City are only a few hundred. Now the Xiao family could have 2 reserved slots. How could that not astonish him? Moreover, the chance to explore the wordless heavenly book was an opportunity of incredible significance. Although Qi Hanhai had never truly explored the wordless heavenly book, he understood how harsh the conditions were for comprehending it. Since the establishment of Lingxiao Academy, only about 100 people had explored the wordless heavenly book. But the Xiao family could explore it any time and without limit. This was something Qi Hanhai couldn't even imagine. Compared to Qi Hanhai, Xiao Wui's heart was even more excited. Others did not know, but he was very clear that his daughter Luor had once resonated with this wordless heavenly book. The reason why so few people in Lingxiao Academy had explored the wordless heavenly book was not that they did not want others to explore, but that ordinary people simply could not resonate with it. In their eyes, the wordless heavenly book was just an ordinary sheepskin parchment. Only true gifted geniuses could glimpse the way of heaven within it. Now, Lingxiao Academy has made such a promise to the Xiao family. This is a huge opportunity for the entire Xiao family. Then Xiao will thank Dean Lu.
Lu Ha smiled at Xiao Wei, not caring about his excessive excitement. After all, the promise he made was enough to drive anyone crazy. When the academy enrolls the next class, the master of the Xiao family can send students to the academy, and I will arrange for someone to meet them. Regarding Lu He's assurance, Xiao Wei had no doubts. After all, with the other party's identity, there was no need to deceive him at all. Then I will take my leave first, and we shall meet again when fate allows. Lu Ha slightly nodded to everyone and prepared to leave. However, as he turned, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept over Xiao Luo, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he and the people beside him turned into 3 streaks of light and disappeared into the sky. Dean, was the promise to the Xiao family too much? Is that kid really worth such treatment? The white-robed attendant beside him asked with doubt. To this, Lu Ha simply smiled slightly. This kid's luck is so great that even I can't predict the future direction. If guided properly, perhaps the human race may welcome a new immortal emperor in the future. Chapter 52, Peak of Qi Gathering. Summer comes and winter goes, 2 years have passed like a fleeting moment, and before one knows it, another summer has arrived. The lotus flowers in the center of the lake seem even more enchanting than in previous years. Xiao Luo has already exited his training state, gazing silently at the lotus flowers in the lake's heart. In this world, abundant spiritual energy nurtures not only early enlightenment but also accelerates physical development. At just 5 years old, Xiao Luo is now 4 feet tall, and his demeanor has gradually transformed from childish to that of a gentleman. However, at this moment, Xiao Luo looks troubled, as if something is causing him great worry. Damn it! It's been 2 years. This broken system is still acting dead. At this rate, when will I receive the next task? Xiao Luo helplessly gazed at the empty screen of the system in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. The time span between tasks from this system is simply too long. He had hoped to use the system to rapidly soar in cultivation. Yet 2 years have passed, and this broken system hasn't issued a single task. For this, Xiao Luo could only express his helplessness, having no choice but to conduct his cultivation step by step every day, seizing any chance when his parents were absent to study charms. 2 years have gone by. I have only reached the peak of the Qi gathering stage, not even reaching the Yuan gathering stage. Xiao Luo complained while holding his head, feeling quite distressed. This was far from what he had expected. In the distance of the pavilion, 2 servants stood still, exchanging helpless glances at Xiao Luo's complaints before they stopped reacting. Over the past 2 years, they had frequently seen their young master lamenting about his slow cultivation progress, especially recently, as the complaints had become more frequent. At first, they thought their young master was just being dramatic. Before Xiao Luo was born, the most talented person in Luofeng City was Han Yuan from the Han family, who broke through to the Yuan gathering stage at just 12 years old. But even Han Yuan, when compared to Xiao Luo, could only be considered mediocre, as he was still in the mid-Qi gathering stage at the same age. Now, however, Xiao Luo had already reached the peak of the Qi gathering stage, just a step away from the Yuan gathering stage. Such talent is unheard of. But for some reason, their young master still keeps complaining about his slow cultivation. Wouldn't that make others want to spit blood in anger? As they listened more and more, he gradually became numb, and in his heart, he firmly believed one thing. The young master of his family truly thought that his cultivation speed was too slow. Xiao Luo finished his usual complaints and began to daydream again. It's not that he was unwilling to cultivate, but for him, cultivation was too boring and tedious. Sitting in meditation from morning to night was simply unbearable. So every day he would take some time to space out and empty his mind. Xiao Wei and Guo Wanning both noticed this, but because of Xiao Luo's terrifying cultivation speed, they didn't say much. After all, they both knew the saying about forcing a seedling to grow taller, so they let Xiao Luo be. With his mind wandering, Xiao Luo's eyes caught a glimpse of the flying sword spirit tool hanging on his chest, so he reached out and picked it up to toy with it. Strangely enough, Xiao Luo had learned early on that the spirit tools obtained in the path of the immortal could not last long, usually disappearing quickly after the owner took a breath, with those lasting a bit longer only lasting 2 or 3 years. But the spirit tool flying sword in his hand, since coming out of the path of the immortal, had already stayed by his side for more than 4 years, but it showed no sign of disappearing. Compared to when he first got it, it only seemed a bit dim, and even if one didn't take a close look, they might not notice at all. He had previously asked his father, but Xiao Wei could only stare back at him, clueless. From that moment on, Xiao Luo knew that this matter seemed unusual. However, although Xiao Luo felt puzzled about this, he didn't pay too much attention. After all, no matter how he looked at it, this thing couldn't be considered a bad thing. Counting the time, it should be the enrollment ceremony in the next couple of days. Sitting on the mat, Xiao Luo toyed with the spirit tool flying sword in his hand and murmured to the lotus flowers in the lake. As the day to enter Lingxiao Academy approached, although the principal Lu Ha had personally stated 2 years ago that he would arrange someone to pick him up, nothing was guaranteed. What if the principal forgot about it or couldn't recognize him because he had changed too much?
Moreover, Xiao Luo didn't like having his fate in someone else's hands, so he immediately took out a stack of yellow paper from his pocket, preparing to draw some talismans to ensure a smooth enrollment tomorrow.
Luo.
At that moment, Guo Wanting's voice approached, walking over with a plate of exquisite pastries. Xiao Luo was used to this, after all, Guo Wanting often brought him pastries before.
Luo, is your talisman practice going smoothly?
Guo Wanting came to Xiao Luo's side, and seeing the stack of yellow paper in his hand didn't feel surprised, instead she spoke softly. More than a year ago, Guo Wanting had fulfilled her promise and found a talisman master to teach Xiao Luo. At first, she only wanted Xiao Luo to retreat in the face of difficulties and focus on his cultivation, but she never expected that her precious son not only had terrifying cultivation talent but an even more monstrous talent for talismans. The talisman master only demonstrated in front of Xiao Luo, and Xiao Luo was able to perfectly replicate it in just 2 short hours.
In fact, the details of the talisman were even more perfect, making the talisman master exclaim in astonishment.
Of course, what Guo Wanting didn't know was that not only these simple talismans, but all talismans in the world had long been mastered by Xiao Luo. He claimed second place, and no one dared to claim first.
This 2-hour time was still something Xiao Luo specifically acted out to avoid being exposed.
The result was that in just half a month, the talisman master came to Xiao Wui and them, looking embarrassed and stating that he was no longer worthy to teach Xiao Luo, suggesting they find someone more capable. Xiao Luo's parents were both surprised and delighted. After all, they saw Xiao Luo as possessing another extremely terrifying talent. For Xiao Luo, his goal had been perfectly achieved. After all, he only needed an excuse to showcase his ability in drawing talismans, so in the future, he wouldn't need to hide when using them. Mother, everything went smoothly. Xiao Luo waved the yellow paper in his hand and casually picked up a piece of cake to speak to Guo Wanting. Guo Wanting glanced at Xiao Luo gently, and her expression of satisfaction grew even stronger. Over the years, both she and Xiao Wu had seen Xiao Luo's progress. Their precious son had brought them more and more surprises. As if recalling something, Guo Wanting approached Xiao Luo, looked at him, who was almost at her height, and reached out to smooth his slightly wrinkled clothing.
Luo heir, tomorrow is the entrance ceremony for Lingxiao Academy.
Relax a bit today and rest early, so you and your father can go over there early tomorrow.
Chapter 53, Why worry about not rising?
To Guo Wanting's words, Xiao Luo felt no surprise at all. Although Guo Wanting often came to visit while Xiao Luo was practicing, coming at this particular time surely meant she would mention this topic.
Mother, don't worry. I know what to do. I will rest well today and go with father to register early tomorrow.
Xiao Luo looked at Guo Wanting, who was seriously fixing his clothes, and felt warmth in his heart.
Although daily practice was extremely dull, Guo Wanting's occasional visits and homemade snacks made Xiao Luo very grateful. Are you planning to draw talismans to prepare for tomorrow's ceremony?
Once Guo Wanting finished tidying his clothes, she noticed the stack of yellow paper in Xiao Luo's hand and asked. Yes, although Dean Lu has already promised that someone will assist, I'm worried something might go wrong, so I want to prepare some talismans for self-defense.
Xiao Luo did not hide anything and spoke his thoughts directly.
Since he had shown remarkable calmness beyond his peers a few years ago, both Xiao Wu and Guo Wanting had eased their attitudes toward him. This made things much more convenient for Xiao Luo. He could say many things directly without having to speak indirectly. That's good, after all, the world is unpredictable, preparing more is always good.
Guo Wanting spoke softly, her gaze toward Xiao Luo growing even more tender.
What Xiao Luo had shown over the years had filled her with comfort as a mother. She even felt that her precious son was a gift from heaven. Luo heir not only carried great fortune but also possessed true fairy talent and terrifying skills in drawing talismans.
With Luo heir, how could the Xiao family not rise?
Since realizing this, both she and Xiao Wu had been much less worried about Xiao Luo than before. Because she knew Luo heir would always consider many things on his own, and she hardly needed to worry as a mother. Xiao Luo and Guo Wanting chatted for a long while before heading home together. After all, tomorrow was the entrance ceremony, and they needed to rest well.
The next morning,
the Xiao family's carriage swiftly drove out from the city gate of Luofeng City, accompanied by dozens of high-level servants, rushing into the distance, attracting the astonished gazes of passers-by. However, no one knew that at this moment, Shi Hanhai was standing alone on the city wall of Luofeng City, watching the Xiao family carriage leave.
As the most talented genius in the history of Luofeng City, he held high hopes for Xiao Luo.
If Xiao Luo could truly make a name for himself, then the entire Luofeng City would rise because of him.
Lingxiao Academy. Located 300 miles northeast of Luofeng City, it covers an extensive area. Although it was not built on a spiritual vein, the large gathering spirit array carved expertly by array masters made the spiritual energy within the academy extremely rich.
In front of the courtyard gate, the reception square was already full of countless carriages of all sizes, and some carriages were even blocking the road outside the gate. However, only a few people arrived by carriage, most from farther away chose to come directly by sword. They all rushed here to sign up for the entrance ceremony of Lingxiao Academy. Although Lingxiao Academy only accepts about 100 students every 5 years, the number of applicants far exceeds this number. At times, it can be more than 10 times. Xiao Luo stood in the square, looking at the sea of people in front of him, and even he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Beside him stood a graceful young girl, with skin as smooth as cream, who seemed somewhat startled and looked at Xiao Luo with a bit of confusion. Xiao Yan was a descendant of the Xiao family's collateral branch. Xiao Luo's knowledge of Xiao Yan was only based on the hint from his first system task. It was the first time he had seen her in person.
Luo, Yenner, stay close and do not wander off alone.
Xiao Wei frowned and swept a glance around before speaking to Xiao Luo with concern. Although he had come here before, it was only as a member of a nearby force. He would never have squeezed into the square with the applicants so early. At this moment, looking at the endless heads of people, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Back when Lu Ha made promises to him, he hadn't said anything about how to contact the guides once they arrived. And now, with so many people around, if Xiao Luo left their line of sight, they wouldn't be able to rescue him at the first moment if he encountered danger.
Husband, what should we do now?
Guo Waning's face showed worry, and after hesitating for a moment, she gently spoke up next to Xiao Wei.
This scene was unexpected for them. There were just too many people.
It was difficult to find the guides in the crowd. Even if they weren't careful, they could easily get separated right on the spot. Faced with Guo Waning's question, Xiao Wei was also momentarily at a loss for ideas. The current situation had exceeded their expectations, and the guides that Director Lu had mentioned were nowhere to be seen, which made them feel troubled.
Are you all here to participate in the assessment?
Just as Xiao Wei was unsure of what to do, a voice came from behind them. Two figures dressed in Lingxiao Academy's robes appeared before them, presumably the examiners this time.
Yes, indeed. Are you two sent by Director Lu to assist us?
Xiao Wei showed delight, quickly bowing in salute, obviously taking the newcomers for the designated guides.
Sent by Director Lu?
The two examiners exchanged strange glances. They had only stopped by, seeing that the people in front of them seemed unfamiliar with the place, so they came kindly to offer directions, not expecting to hear such a response.
That's correct. Xiao Wei bowed again.
Sorry, I am not the person you are looking for. The registration elder is over there, you can go ask over there. One of the examiners scoffed, then raised a hand and pointed in one direction. Hearing this, Xiao Wei realized that he seemed to have mistaken the person, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face.
Then thank you very much, I shall go inquire now.
Luo, Yenner, come with me to the registration area. With a light sigh, Xiao Wei said. Today's incident made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Before departing, he had confidently assured his family that Director Lu Ha promised him 2 spots directly into Lingxiao Academy, but now such a situation had occurred. If he could find the guide, that would be fine. If he couldn't find one, then he would lose a lot of face. If only he had known earlier to ask for some token.
The two examiners noticed that Xiao Wei did not seem to be joking.
They really walked towards the registration elder, unable to hold back their laughter. This made Xiao Wei, who was ready to leave, look somewhat unnatural. Seeing her father being mocked, Xiao Luo cast a glance at the two and spoke in a deep voice.
May I ask, elders, what is so funny?
Our Lingxiao Academy has been established for so long, and yet I have never heard of a principal personally recommending someone to join.
Don't you take a good look at yourselves in the mirror? How do you dare to speak arrogantly, bringing only shame upon yourselves? Another examiner snorted coldly, clearly displeased with Xiao Luo's defiance.
It's none of your business what kind of people we are. If you think this young man is unworthy, you can take him to the assessment office and see for yourselves.
Facing such disdainful examiners, Xiao Luo showed no good attitude.
Such actions made Guo Waning smile apologetically, pulling Xiao Luo behind her. Just as she was about to say something to apologize, the other party spoke first.
Fine, we will go with you. If not for Principal Lu's invitation, we would have personally kicked you out of this place.
From now on, you may never step foot into Lingxiao Academy. Meanwhile, on a rooftop in the distance,
2 figures stood tall there. Elder son, why don't you go and welcome them?
The principal thinks highly of this child, and I am curious what kind of genius is worthy of such praise.
If they can't even overcome this little hardship of selection, I think we shouldn't waste our time recruiting them. Chapter 54, Blind to the Obvious. Are you here to register?
An old man with white hair and a white robe sat in a chair, staring at Xiao Luo and the others, his expression blank.
Behind them stood the 2 examiners from before.
I am Xiao Wei from the Xiao family.
May I ask if the elder knows how to register for the admission arranged by Principal Lu?
Xiao Wei cupped his hands respectfully towards the registration elder.
Although he was the head of the Xiao family, one of the 4 great families of Luofeng City, this identity seemed to hold no weight in Lingxiao Academy.
Moreover, he could clearly feel the fluctuations of spiritual energy from the nearby realms. They had already searched around, but found no leads on any guides. The place was filled with only those participating in the admission assessment, except for the registration elder before them. So Xiao Wui prepared to ask, perhaps Principal Lu had already made arrangements, and he just needed to announce their names to have them registered directly.
You mean, Principal Lu personally arranged for you to enter Lingxiao Academy?
The registration elder squinted his eyes, sizing up Xiao Wui, Xiao Luo, and Xiao Yan beside him. His gaze was unfathomably deep, as if it were an abyss in which one could easily get lost.
Precisely.
Xiao Wui respectfully bowed again.
Do you think this is just any place? Principal Lu personally arranged it? Why don't you say that you are the principal of this branch?
The registration elder's mouth curled into a cold smile, his gaze filled with mockery, as if he were watching a joke unfold. The elder's attitude left Xiao Wui stunned for a moment, then he realized that perhaps Principal Lu had not even spoken to this elder. As the elder finished speaking, those waiting in line around them started to notice.
Who is this person, trying to climb the social ladder at Lingxiao Academy? Truly thinks highly of himself. Keep your voice down, didn't you hear he's related to Principal Lu? What if we offend him, ha?
The murmurs from the crowd made Xiao Luo frown slightly. He looked up at Xiao Wui, his face showing discomfort, and a nameless anger rose within him. The examiner standing by wanted to directly drive the Xiao family away, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by Xiao Luo.
We don't need to climb any social ladder at all. Just arrange the assessment as normal.
Xiao Luo's voice was slightly immature, but it struck like thunder, causing those around him who mocked Xiao Wui to be momentarily stunned. But the next moment, the crowd, coming to their senses, once again displayed ridicule, and the two examiners couldn't help but laugh again, forgetting for a moment to drive them away.
Instead of directly expelling them, watching their jokes was much more entertaining.
A little kid with no experience, he hasn't learned anything good, but he has picked up his father's bad habits. The ability to boast has clearly been inherited, it's obvious they are blood-related. However, before the elder in charge of registration could respond, a voice that made the Xiao family frown came from behind.
Oh, isn't this the master of the Xiao family? What brings you here to register at Lingxiao Academy?
This is not Luofeng City, the master of the Xiao family should think carefully about his actions. Han Ling had somehow made his way behind the Xiao family members and spoke to Xiao Wui. Behind him stood Han Li, who was the same height as Xiao Luo and wore a proud expression.
Han family master, I see you are well. I wonder if your face still hurts. Xiao Wui didn't show any kindness to Han Ling and quickly retorted. Hearing this, Han Ling's expression changed instantly, turning ugly.
Shi Hanhai's slap had not caused him any physical harm, but the humiliation was like a boneworm, eating away at him endlessly. Now being brought up again by Xiao Wui caused his blood pressure to rise, his face turning red.
Humph. Xiao Wui, don't get too proud.
You know the rules of Lingxiao Academy, trying to hook up with connections is just wishful thinking.
As Han Ling's words fell, the crowd around them began to boo, which improved Han Ling's mood considerably.
If the man in black had not been scared away by that mysterious eunuch, he probably would have been dead by now. His hatred for the Xiao family had nearly become his demon, so much so that he felt immense relief whenever the Xiao family suffered.
Enough! What do you all think this place is? Making such a racket, what kind of decorum is this?
The elder in charge of registration's voice mixed with overwhelming spiritual power echoed out, causing the whole ground to tremble with it. The bustling crowd instantly fell silent, their faces turning pale as they looked at the elder in charge.
Even Han Ling's face turned a few shades worse.
The elder's strength exceeded his expectations, he couldn't understand why someone so powerful was assigned to handle registration at the entrance.
If you want to register, do it quickly, if not, get lost. The elder in charge frowned again, impatiently speaking, showing no regard for anyone present. The crowd dared not say anything in response and could only bow to the elder in apology. Humph. If you want to take the assessment, come over and let me have a look.
The elder in charge grunted coldly and ignored the others, turning to Xiao Luo and Xiao Yan. He then fixed his gaze on Xiao Luo, his expression full of disdain. Kid, I hope your skills are as tough as your mouth. Hearing this, Xiao Yan glanced timidly at Xiao Luo, and only after Xiao Luo nodded silently did she slowly walk up. The elder placed his hand on Xiao Yan's arm, and after a moment, wrote down her age on a piece of paper beside him.
Put your hand on this identification jewel.
As Xiao Yan extended her hand, the elder watched the identification jewel expressionlessly. Xiao Luo gazed at the spiritual root identification jewel, his eyes flickering. He had heard that this object would display different colors depending on the person's spiritual root placed upon it, with stronger brilliance representing stronger and purer spiritual roots. Only a moment passed, and the spiritual root identification jewel in Xiao Yan's hand emitted a pink glow.
Almost turned everything around into pink. Spirit root? The root bone is good, qualified to participate in the assessment. The registration elder looked at Xiao Yan with slight surprise and nodded in satisfaction. Then Xiao Luo also stepped forward, and the registration elder looked deeply at Xiao Luo. But as soon as he placed his hand on Xiao Luo's wrist, his expression changed. He asked with a strange look. You are only 5 years old? Yes, elder, can I not participate in the entrance ceremony? Xiao Luo expressed his confusion at that moment. He had always thought it unreasonable to only allow those over 6 years old to take the assessment. The root bone will only fully develop after 6 years. Testing before that can easily lead to buried talents, and resources distributed will not match their gifts. You come to participate in the assessment at 5 years old, aren't you afraid of losing out? Hearing the voice of the assessment elder, the onlookers once again chuckled softly, and Han Ling wore a sneering expression with a cold smile. Are you sure you want to insist on taking the test? The assessment elder raised his eyes to look at Xiao Luo, his gaze slightly squinted. Sure. Xiao Luo nodded, his expression unshaken by the behavior of the people around him. Are you kidding? He had a system, and now he carried the primordial Dao body. If he failed the assessment, then no one could pass the entrance examination of Lingxiao Academy. Seeing this, the registration elder did not say anything more, just signaled Xiao Luo to place his hand on the identification pearl. In an instant, colorful light flashed from the identification pearl. The radiance illuminated the entire testing ground, turning it into a rainbow of colors, and the brightness from that small identification pearl made it almost impossible to look directly. You. The registration elder's eyes showed astonishment, and he was momentarily speechless. His expression drew the crowd of onlookers into a state of dumbfoundedness. They had seen powerful spirit roots before, but they had never heard of one as strong as this. What's more, what is a colorful spirit root? Elder, can this kid's root bone qualify him for the assessment? Xiao Luo withdrew his hand, looking indifferently at the registration elder before him. And the surrounding crowd perked their ears, waiting for the registration elder to announce the results he had discovered. The registration elder was brought back to reality by Xiao Luo's question, realizing he had lost composure, but the look of shock in his eyes had not faded. If this colorful spirit root was simply a dull color, it would mean it was a mottled mixed spirit root, having a bit of everything but being strong in nothing, generally termed as a waste spirit root. But the spirit root of this kid in front of him, although colorful, radiated such strong light, indicating that this child's spirit root was divine. Sighing lightly, he slowly opened his mouth. Young master, your root bone has the mark of a true immortal, something I have never heard in my life. As if thinking of something, the registration elder stood up from his chair and bowed his hands to Xiao Luo. Earlier, I had no eyes to see and hope the young master does not take offense. The two examiners were also wide-eyed, and in their hearts, they were secretly relieved, thankful that they had not driven them away. Otherwise, if the higher-ups knew such a genius was kicked out by them, their good days would come to an end. The elder's words, they had clearly heard. Could it be that this kid was really invited personally by the director? Thinking of this, the two rushed over and bowed deeply to Xiao Luo's family. We, too, had no eyes to see, please do not blame us. Looking at the registration elder and examiner's attitude, the surrounding people couldn't help but click their tongues. Xiao Luo didn't mind these small matters. After he indicated that it was no problem, the examiners even personally guided Xiao Luo's family towards the assessment venue inside. Only Han Ling looked sullen, his eyes filled with resentment as he watched the Xiao family leave, surrounded by everyone. Chapter 55, Let Me Come. The assessment venue of Lingxiao Academy is divided into 3 areas. There are 3 different assessments. At this moment, the place where Xiao Luo and the others were is the first assessment ground. Unlike Xiao Yan, who appeared a bit timid due to unfamiliarity, Xiao Luo was constantly looking around, observing the surroundings. This assessment ground was almost like a huge square, and at the very center of the area stood a massive stone tablet. As the person whose name was called stepped up and placed their hand on it, the stone tablet would immediately burst forth with a corresponding color. Father, do you know what this stone tablet is? Xiao Luo quietly asked Xiao Wei. He had already surveyed several times, and besides this stone tablet, there were no other facilities in the entire arena. This meant that the first assessment was related to this stone tablet. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Xiao Yan also curiously perked up her ears and quietly leaned closer. She was very interested in this information. Upon hearing Xiao Luo, Xiao Wei immediately cleared his throat, a proud smile appearing on his face. Since arriving at Lingxiao Academy, he had been humbled. He even felt that the tall and mighty image of a strict father he had built with great effort was about to be ruined. And now, the content that Xiao Luo was inquiring about happened to be something he knew. Wasn't this just a great opportunity to redeem himself? Xiao Wei glanced at the stone tablet and spoke passionately. This stone tablet is called the Emperor's Tablet. Legend has it that it was created from a stone platform used for cultivation by ancient celestial emperors, and it contains a trace of the power of the Tao. Paired with formations carved by top formation masters from the Great Xia, as long as one places their hand on it, it will evaluate the person's potential based on their spiritual roots and physical body, displaying different colors. Listening to Xiao Wui's detailed explanation, Xiao Luo gradually revealed a look of understanding. It seemed this was just a normal device for measuring potential by placing one's hand on it, it just displayed colors instead of values. Then father, what do the different colors correspond to in terms of rank? Xiao Luo pointed at a young man who was placing his hand on the tablet. The young man lightly placed his hand on it, and in just a moment, it emitted a dazzling purple light, causing cheers from the crowd. These colors correspond to qualities in ascending order: white, blue, purple, gold, red. The higher the quality color, the more brilliant the light. Xiao Wui looked at the young man testing in the distance and continued. In Lingxiao Academy, purple is the most basic requirement for entry. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo finally understood. No wonder those people gasped earlier. It turned out that purple meant passing. From the moment he entered until now, nearly everyone had been blue, and there was even one white. Purple was indeed rare among them. I wonder what quality I will be. Xiao Luo thought to himself. Don't be nervous, Luo, you will surely be the strongest. Guo Wanting seemed worried that Xiao Luo would feel pressured and immediately comforted him. Don't worry, mother, Luo knows what to do. Xiao Luo smiled lightly at Guo Wanting, his eyes filled with confidence. Looking at her precious son, who was almost as tall as herself, revealing that confident expression, Guo Wanting nodded with relief. Her son had truly grown up. Yenner, you also don't be afraid, relax a bit. Guo Wanting then gently spoke to Xiao Yan. However, this advice clearly didn't work well on Xiao Yan. After all, Xiao Luo was confident because he had a system, but Xiao Yan did not. She was feeling quite uncertain inside. She couldn't even imagine how disappointed her father would be if she was eliminated and had to go home. Don't worry, you can definitely do it. Xiao Luo looked at Xiao Yan's tense expression and tried to reassure her. Of course, he was not just saying this for the sake of it. He had predicted this situation long ago and even specially prepared a talisman that could stimulate his inner spiritual power in a short time. If Xiao Yan really couldn't do it, he would find a way to help her cheat and pass. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Luo's clear eyes, her expression slightly easing. At the same time, they had already arrived near the stone tablet. The staff on stage immediately spoke in a loud voice, Xiao Yan. Only then did Xiao Luo notice that the order of going on stage seemed to be determined by the order they had passed from the first registering elder. Go ahead. Xiao Luo gave Xiao Yan a reassuring look and gently patted her shoulder. However, no one noticed that a specially treated talisman had quietly been stuck on Xiao Yan's shoulder, hidden under the outer cloak. Although nervous inside, Xiao Yan knew that she definitely couldn't avoid this test. Then, with a flutter of anxiety, she slowly walked to the stone tablet. Just stretch out your hand and touch it. The staff urged with a blank expression. Xiao Yan looked back at Xiao Luo and Xiao Wui, and after seeing their reassuring gazes, she took a deep breath, raised her hand, and pressed it hard against the stone tablet. In an instant, dazzling light flooded the entire venue, even the sky seemed to dim a little. In the purple light, strands of golden light mixed in. Wow! The crowd, originally prepared to watch a show, erupted with exclamations, some even unable to believe their eyes. Xiao Luo's gaze was also somewhat dazed. He hadn't even activated the talisman yet. This meant that this girl indeed had such a strong talent. Such rich purple mixed with gold was just a step away from being pure gold. Even the previously expressionless staff member's face was no longer indifferent, now showing a satisfied smile. Not bad, you're the most talented one among this batch of applicants. You can proceed to the next round. Hearing the staff's words, Xiao Yan's heart was instantly filled with wild joy. Immediately, she deeply bowed to the staff and quickly ran towards Xiao Luo. I did it! Looking at the girl's happy joy, Xiao Luo also showed a knowing smile. How about that? I told you you could do it. Yenner, with such high talent, your future will surely be limitless. Guo Wanting had now come to Xiao Yan's side, and even Xiao Wui showed a satisfied expression. What he was most worried about was Xiao Yan. After all, he knew how extraordinary his precious son was. Now seeing Xiao Yan's talent so high, he even started to expect if his son's talent might be pure gold. The staff on stage did not pause because of this interruption. After recording, they once again spoke loudly to the audience, Xiao. Wait, let this young master come. Chapter 56, Blood Red Light. Everyone followed their gaze and saw Han Li standing below the stage with a proud expression. The examiner frowned slightly as he looked at Han Li below the stage. Where did this kid come from? With so many people, he's causing trouble? Kid Han Li, just eager to show off. I hope the messenger does not blame me. After seeing the examiner's displeased expression, Han Li smartly approached him, respectfully bowing. The initially displeased examiner's expression softened considerably. These low-level examiners rarely received respect, so seeing Han Li so perceptive, and with Han Li right behind Xiao Luo, he said nothing more and simply gestured for Han Li to come up. Thank you, messenger. Han Li addressed the two examiners as sir repeatedly, making them feel delighted, their expressions gradually revealing a hint of joy. When he walked onto the stage, he deliberately approached Xiao Luo, his eyes filled with provocation, softly speaking. The humiliation you made me suffer back then, I will make you experience it twice as much in the future.
For such meaningless trash talk, Xiao Luo was immune, looking at Han Li with the same kind of care one would show to someone simple-minded. This kind of harsh words that only children would say, he had never uttered more than a couple in his past life. As if sensing Xiao Luo's gaze, a trace of malice flickered in Han Li's eyes, but he said nothing more. He already knew what Xiao Luo had done to him back then. Now, the best revenge on Xiao Luo was to stomp his pride into the ground hard. So that Xiao Luo would understand that even if he made small moves on the path to immortality, it wouldn't change anything. He would always keep Xiao Luo beneath his feet. Place your hand on it. As Han Li walked up to the Imperial Steel, the examiner spoke to guide him. Even though he had just said harsh words to Xiao Luo, Han Li was still very nervous about what was about to happen. After all, he had never participated in any tests before, so he seemed hesitant at this moment. However, unlike Xiao Yan, even though Han Li had no action at this moment, the examiner did not immediately urge him. Han Li took a deep breath, then opened his eyes and slammed his hand firmly on the stone steel. In an instant, golden light burst forth. The whole examination hall was almost coated in a layer of golden light that surged from the steel. Almost everyone present was momentarily stunned, then a chorus of gasps erupted. It's golden. It's actually a golden talent. I have never heard of such terrifying talent before. I only heard about it before, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. I heard the last person with a golden talent was directly recruited by the president into the main academy. Han Li was momentarily dazed, but after seeing the dazzling golden light and feeling the fervent cheers around him, he gradually understood and was suddenly filled with wild joy. He even turned back provocatively to look at Xiao Luo. The Xiao family's information was naturally known to the Han family, and Han Li also clearly understood what this golden talent meant. In the stands, Han Ling's eyes also showed a hint of excitement. Although he usually praised Han Li, just now he actually had no confidence. Now seeing his son with such talent, as a father, he suddenly felt that his efforts for so long were not in vain. His son was indeed a dragon among men. On the distant hall's roof, two figures watched the soaring light pillar. Elder son, this kid has some good talent. Could he be the boy that Director Liu advised to recruit directly into the academy? One of the figures spoke. This golden talent, while not considered the absolute peak talent, was still rare in their branch. With such talent, it is not impossible for him to directly enter the inner academy. In response to her companion's chatter, Sun Qing'er remained silent and only shook her head slowly. Although she was also very interested in this boy with golden talent, she was even more curious about the Xiao family's young man at the moment. After all, it was the director himself who pointed him out. She really wanted to see what skills this boy had to attract the director's attention. Moreover, while the Han family's boy had a golden talent, the golden light was not that rich, at most just barely qualifying as golden talent, not much higher than the previous girl. It was still too early to draw conclusions solely based on this. In the examination hall. Xiao family head, I didn't expect my son Li to be so outstanding. I suppose your nephew's talent is not lacking compared to my Li, right? Although the words sounded very polite, anyone could see Han Ling's face filled with supreme pride. This is clearly a show-off. Yet those around did not see anything wrong. After all, this golden talent was indeed something to be proud of. In the face of Han Ling's mockery, Xiao Wui merely curled his lips in disdain. In that case, I congratulate you, young master. Faced with Xiao Wui's indifferent expression, Han Ling was not angry. Instead, he felt even happier. In his eyes, Xiao Wui must be feeling guilty and unwilling to talk to him. Husband, the Han family. Faced with the mockery from the Han family, the protective mother Guo Wanting suddenly felt restless. But just as she was about to speak, she felt someone gently tugging on her hand. Mother, there's no need to be angry. I will go up now, and the Han family will soon know what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Xiao Luo smiled confidently. He hadn't originally planned to do anything to the Han family, but he certainly wouldn't spoil such a self-inflicted humiliation. Good, Luor, go ahead. Guo Wanting softly spoke to Xiao Luo. Xiao Yan stood beside them, seemingly wanting to say something encouraging, but the words stuck in her throat, unsure how to start. She could only watch as Xiao Luo stepped onto the stage. Xiao Luo, do you see now what it means to be a genius? As Han Li brushed past Xiao Luo, he spoke smugly. He did not lower his voice on purpose, so almost everyone around could hear Han Li's arrogant words. In the face of Han Li's cheeky mockery, Xiao Luo simply glanced at him silently, whispered two words, then walked straight up without looking back. Fool. Although Han Li didn't hear the words, he saw it clearly. Xiao Luo was clearly cursing at him. Though angry, Han Li knew he could only back down for now. But he quickly figured out that he could wait until Xiao Luo came down to mock him properly. Every process was the same. After Xiao Luo stepped onto the stage, he didn't wait for the examiner to speak and directly placed his hand on the Imperial Connotation Monument. Without any hesitation. The examiner couldn't help but take another look at Xiao Luo. After all, it was rare to see such a calm and confident young man placing his hand on it.
The next moment,
Heavens and earth changed color, a streak of red light shot up into the sky, drowning the entire world in a blood-red glow.
Chapter 57, Shatter. Wow!
This time, it was not the crowd below who swore, but the examiner beside Xiao Luo. They had been doing this job for many years, and though they had seen many geniuses, until now, the greatest talent they had seen was just a brilliant golden talent. And this person was none other than Sun Qinger, the current elder of Lingxiao Academy. But now this boy was actually causing red light to appear. What a freak! Not only had they never seen such talent, but they hadn't even heard of it. The surrounding crowd was petrified, almost everyone was left in shock, their minds crashing at the sight of the soaring blood-red light.
Far away on the roof of the palace. Wow!
Originally calm, Sun Qinger sprang up as if propelled by a spring, staring in shock at the distance. Elder Sun, it seems we have an extraordinary presence at Lingxiao Academy this time. The middle-aged man beside Sun Qinger had an extraordinary sparkle in his eyes. They had only heard tales of this red light, they had never even heard of anyone who could truly summon it. Listening to the words of the man next to her, Sun Qinger's face grew slightly awkward. At that moment, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have made a mistake. If this child really had such talent, he would definitely be coveted by major powers. And now, because of her recklessness, such a genius was exposed before everyone's eyes. If something went wrong with Xiao Luo in the future, she would be hard-pressed to escape the blame. Geniuses not only attract envy but also jealousy. But just as they were preparing to go control the situation, two shadows suddenly appeared at the examination site. The leader was the dean, Lu Ha. Beside him stood the vice president of Lingxiao Academy, Sun Shang. Even they looked shocked at this moment. The strange change at the scene did not calm down after their arrival. The red light, which had appeared until now, showed no signs of fading, instead, it grew even stronger. Meanwhile, the instigator of this event, Xiao Luo, had his eyes closed. At this moment, he distinctly felt something was attempting to approach his body from the Imperial Fate Stone. The ground began to shake, and the people around started to feel uneasy, with some even considering whether to escape. An immense pressure that came from the depth of their souls spread from the Imperial Fate Stone, crashing against everyone's souls like violent waves. Even Lu Ha felt unsure inside. He had only heard that a few of the top figures in Daxia had once triggered red light. And it was also his first time witnessing it with his own eyes. Fortunately, this terrifying tremor did not last long, and the towering red light gradually faded away. Xiao Luo then opened his eyes. Everyone who had come back to their senses stared dumbfounded at the stage, not looking at Xiao Luo, but at the huge crack that had unexpectedly appeared on the Imperial Fate Stone. What was happening? The Imperial Fate Stone was actually broken. Although the crowd was a bit restless, once they saw Lu Ha personally arriving, they did not panic too much. Lu Ha immediately stepped onto the stage, not paying much attention to the broken Imperial Fate Stone, but instead scrutinizing Xiao Luo from head to toe. He understood very well that although the Imperial Fate Stone was precious, at this moment, Xiao Luo was clearly more important. Though 2 years had passed and Xiao Luo had grown significantly, Lu Ha still quickly recognized him by his aura. Xiao Luo of the Xiao family, greetings to Dean Lu. Before Lu Ha could act, Xiao Luo immediately bowed to him. Good, good. Lu He's expression, though he tried hard to compose himself, couldn't hide his excitement. When he received the notice from the main academy about a young man named Xiao Luo crossing paths with their branch, he had to ensure his growth. Although he was confused then, he chose to follow the orders of the main academy. Now, seeing the scene before him, he seemed to understand something. But then he found it strange. Wasn't he supposed to have arranged for Sun Qinger to bring Xiao Luo and them? Why was she not here now? Dean, this child's assessment result. The examiner beside him hesitantly asked Lu Ha in a low voice. According to the rules, he should be assessed as red level, but the broken Imperial Fate Stone left them confused. Upon hearing this, Lu Ha came back to his senses, signaled for Xiao Luo to wait a moment, and then gently touched the Imperial Fate Stone. After sensing for a moment, he withdrew his hand. Red level. Lu Ha spoke to the examiner beside him, then took the already broken Imperial Fate Stone and put it into his Jiankuan bag, and took out a new one to place it there. The assessment continues. As he said this, he stepped down from the stage with Xiao Luo under the puzzled gaze of everyone, coming to stand by Xiao Wei. Head of the Xiao family, long time no see. Dean Lu, it's been a while. Xiao Wei immediately cupped his hands in greeting. At this moment, he was very happy. His precious son had surprised him greatly. In his expectations, being gold level would have been remarkable, but he didn't expect it to be red level now. Lu Ha, hearing this, did not say much but gently patted Xiao Luo's shoulder, smiling as he said, "This child will surely become a great talent in the future. You are fortunate, head Xiao." "You flatter me, Dean Lu." Xiao Wui's words were true, but the surprise on his face could not be hidden at all. This oversight in arrangements has troubled the head of the Xiao family, and after the assessment is over, I will surely compensate everyone.
Although the Xiao family did not mention their original promise, Lu He was not prepared to pretend he didn't know. At this moment, the talent displayed by Xiao Luo was so impressive that if he did not show some sincerity and someone else took him away, he would have nowhere to cry. Director Lu is being too polite. Xiao Wui bowed again but did not decline. I have some matters to attend to, so I cannot accompany you for now. After bringing Xiao Luo to Xiao Wui's side, Lu He felt that his purpose for appearing this time was already fulfilled. There was no hurry for the rest, as there would be plenty of time later. He then said goodbye to Xiao Wui and flashed to Sun Qinger's side with Sun Shang. Let's talk, what's going on? Lu He stood expressionlessly next to Sun Qinger, while it was her father, Vice President Sun Shang of Lingxiao Academy, who spoke first. Seeing her father's expression, Sun Qinger could only stick out her tongue and awkwardly say, Dad, I just wanted to see how powerful that kid is. Nonsense. How can a big matter assigned by the president be treated so lightly? Sun Shang's disappointed look made Sun Qinger involuntarily shrink her neck. She knew her father was already angry. The middle-aged man next to them was now as quiet as a cicada in winter and did not dare to speak. Alright, old son, there's no need to put Qinger in a difficult position now that things have come to this. In the end, it was Lu He who intervened to smooth things over. Sigh. It's just that you all spoil Qinger so much that she acts woefully in such important matters. Sun Shang felt a bit annoyed, but since his longtime friend and superior had spoken, he felt it was not appropriate to say much more. Old son, don't you want to know how much potential this child really has? Why did the Imperial Tablet shatter? Upon hearing this, Sun Shang was puzzled. He had heard about the red talent, but this was his first time seeing the Imperial Tablet shatter. Why did the Imperial Tablet shatter? A trace of the power of the Heavenly Tao has vanished. What do you mean by vanished? Sun Shang was taken aback and could not react for a moment. Although the Imperial Tablet contained the power of the Heavenly Tao, without someone to guide it, even if it was damaged, the power would not escape. Could it be that? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility that even he found hard to believe. It's just a possibility, after all, to comprehend the Heavenly Tao at such a young age is quite unbelievable. Lu He sighed lightly, his white robe swaying in the wind, his gaze fixed on Xiao Luo in the distance, his lips moving. The arrival of this little guy is hard to say if it will be a blessing or a curse for the great Xia. At this moment, Xiao Luo was still a bit dazed, realizing he felt an inexplicable addition of something in his dantian, where he stored spiritual energy. However, no matter how he tried to control this thing, it did not respond at all. Could this thing be the trace of the Heavenly Tao my father mentioned? Recalling what Xiao Wui said when introducing the Imperial Tablet, along with the shattering of the tablet and the strange feeling when he placed his hand on it, Xiao Luo was almost certain this was the power of the Heavenly Tao. It seems that due to my primordial Tao body, this power of the Heavenly Tao has integrated into my body, but what exactly is its use? Xiao Luo pondered quietly. Compared to absorbing the power of the Heavenly Tao, Xiao Luo now felt more like a container for this trace of power. This Heavenly Tao power had merely entered his body from the stone tablet, but he completely could not summon it at all. Ugh. It feels a bit useless. Xiao Luo felt somewhat helpless. This thing sounded like a treasure just by its name, but I can only see it but cannot use it. This is somewhat torturous. I just hope that the power of the heavens stays quiet in my body and doesn't cause trouble. Guo Waning's voice interrupted Xiao Luo's thoughts. Looking at Guo Waning's graceful face, which now showed a hint of worry, Xiao Luo smiled and said, Mother, I'm fine. Luo just feels a bit unreal for a moment. Upon hearing this, Guo Waning finally let go of her worries, and joy returned to her face. Xiao Luo's moment of distraction was just seen as a reaction to the recent events. Our Luo has such talent, the Xiao family's revival is in sight. Xiao Wui, at this moment, rarely didn't have a stern face, generously offering his praise. Now looking at his treasured son, he felt more and more satisfied. Luo's talent exceeded all his expectations, and this huge surprise made him very happy. Beside him, Xiaoyan didn't speak, but joy also filled her brows. The crowd around looked towards the Xiao family from afar, discussing excitedly. This is the Xiao family from Luofeng City, right? I didn't expect such a remote place to produce such a genius. Ah, if only my family's brat was like that. Really, it's infuriating to compare. The people of the Xiao family walked towards the second exam site amid this wave of discussions. The surrounding people instinctively made way for them. Watching the Xiao family's departing figure, Han Ling felt like he was about to gnash his back teeth to dust. Humph, it's just cheating. Han Li snorted coldly, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. These honors and praises should have belonged to him. But now, they were stolen by that Xiao family brat. How could he accept that? Oh? Lear, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, Han Ling looked at Han Li with curiosity, not understanding why his son would say such things. The red light was most likely not caused by Xiao Luo but resulted from the accidental damage to the Imperial Monument, leading to the leakage of heavenly power. Han Li spoke confidently. In the past, during the path to immortality, Xiao Luo only gained his own spirit weapon sword through despicable means. Using such despicable tricks again now seems reasonable. That makes some sense. Han Ling nodded upon hearing this. He only heard about the power of the heavens and was far from comprehending it, so his understanding was not detailed. Now, hearing his son say this, he felt it made sense. It really fits with the cunning tactics of the Xiao family. But the first round's matter has already settled, and discussing the Lingxiao Academy now may not draw their attention. Han Ling leaned down, his eyes glinting with a hint of brilliance, whispering near Han Li. However, in the remaining 2 rounds, he won't be so lucky. Our Lear will definitely step on him. Yes, father. Luor, Yenner, this second round usually tests comprehension, but the questions vary each year, so even your father does not know what exactly to expect. Walking along the path to the second exam site, Xiao Wui slowly began to explain to Xiao Luo and Xiao Yan. Listening to Xiao Wui's explanation, Xiao Luo silently nodded. He had already guessed the general direction of the exam, so it was not surprising to him. After all, a person's comprehension and spiritual root complement each other. Without one, future achievements will not be high. Even if a person's comprehension is high, if their spiritual root is poor, they cannot cultivate high-level techniques and spells. Conversely, the same applies. This is also why there are many high-level immortal cultivators in this world, but high-level talismans and array masters are extremely rare. However, although the exam content varies each year, the assessment criteria remain the same. Xiao Wui pointed to the second exam site not far away. For this exam, the evaluation criteria are divided into Heaven, Earth, and Mystery. Huang Xijie and reaching the Xien stage can pass this round. Listening to Xiao Wui's words, Xiao Luo already had some plans in mind. Although this cheap old dad didn't provide any useful information, it seems that reaching the Xien stage is enough to pass. However, this system didn't grant me any super comprehension or similar talent skills, so I still need to be cautious. Soon, the Xiao family arrived at the second examination site. Xiao Luo surveyed his surroundings, but found that this place looked almost identical to the first examination site, except for the central area being surrounded. In the enclosed central area, it seemed to have bookshelves. Why are there bookshelves? Could it be that they need to read on-site to comprehend the content? Unfortunately, it seems that no one is taking the exam at the moment, so even if Xiao Luo wanted to observe others, he couldn't do so. Congratulations to everyone for passing the first round of the assessment. At that moment, an examiner suddenly stood in the central area of the examination site and spoke loudly using spiritual power. The second round of the test is about to begin. Let me briefly introduce the rules. As you can see, there are many secret methods and skills here. You may choose anyone to refer to at will. This exam's time limit is 1 incense stick. After the time is up, the elders will conduct a comprehensive evaluation of each candidate based on comprehension difficulty and depth. Hearing this, Xiao Luo's eyes lit up slightly. Indeed, it was not much different from his guess. Various secret methods and skills, doesn't that mean there will be entry-level talismans among them? What an easy question. If it were any other test content, Xiao Luo would still feel somewhat guilty. After all, aside from talismans, he hadn't been in contact with any other skills or secret methods during this period, which also led him to have no clear understanding of his own comprehension. But at this moment, according to the examiner's words, the exam content could be said to be tailor-made for him. It seems he truly found a pillow when he was sleepy. It seemed that Xiao Wui noticed his precious son's unusual behavior and frowned slightly. But soon he reacted and glanced at the examiner with a somewhat strange expression. "Husband, what's wrong?" Guo Wanting asked. She didn't quite understand why the father and son had such strange expressions. Could it be that there was something wrong with this exam? To Guo Wanting's inquiry, Xiao Wui did not hide anything and slowly spoke. "Madam, according to the examiner, this exam is mostly about talismans." Xiao Wui didn't continue, just hinted at it. Guo Wanting immediately understood, her expression gradually becoming strange. Among the myriad of laws in the world, only talismans, formations, and alchemy are the most difficult to comprehend. And their lure, it's hard to say about anything else, but as for understanding talismans, he is simply a genius-level figure. They still cannot forget the expression of the talisman master who was invited to teach Luor when he left, as if he had seen a ghost. This exam is mostly Luor's home ground again. With the examiner's explanation, Xiao Luo now understood all the details of this exam. Unlike the first round where each was conducted one by one, the second round of the exam is assessed in units of 50 people. At this moment, as the examiner announced the beginning of the entry, 50 people, including Xiao Luo and Xiao Yan, approached the enclosed central area. When the 2 orderly examiners saw that everyone had entered the examination site, they closed it off again. Then they formed hand seals and shouted. A stick of incense in the cauldron at the edge of the examination site was instantaneously lit, and green smoke rose with the wind. The second round of assessment officially began. Once inside the examination site, everyone began to search for the skill manuals related to their areas of expertise. How is it? Do you have a target? Xiao Luo looked at Xiaoyan, who was following him, hesitated for a moment, and then asked. This little girl, although a year older than him, should logically be called sister. But his situation could not be judged by common sense. Seeing Xiaoyan's troubled expression, he knew she was at a loss for what to do. Well, it seems I have to take care of this sister instead. Xiao Luo secretly thought to himself. No, I'm just a little nervous. Hearing this from Xiaoyan, Xiao Luo felt relieved. What he feared most was not anything else, but that Xiaoyan had no skills or techniques she excelled in. After all, he couldn't cheat and help Xiaoyan with her understanding in this stage. It's okay, I'll help you find the techniques you need. Xiao Luo chuckled softly and said to Xiaoyan. Anyway, he was just pretending to look at those techniques, so he decided to take Xiaoyan to find the right technique for her. It seemed that Xiao Luo's words really eased her nervousness, and Xiaoyan began to chat with him. Through their conversation, Xiao Luo learned that Xiaoyan's faction was a side branch, and they did not even live in the Xiao mansion. No wonder Xiao Luo had never heard of Xiaoyan before today. Their faction was proficient in illusion techniques. Upon hearing that Xiaoyan knew some illusion techniques, Xiao Luo finally felt at ease. Illusion techniques could be considered a type of advanced skill. Although they were not top tier like talismans, formations, or alchemy, they were still quite difficult to master. If she could truly understand them, getting a mysterious rank would be easy, and even obtaining an earth rank would not be impossible. Though there were many bookshelves, it was good that they were already labeled, making it not too hard to find. Because of Xiao Luo, all the other candidates around voluntarily made way for them. After all, that shocking red light had been too astonishing, no one wanted to be remembered by Xiao Luo for such a small matter. Thanks to this smooth progress, Xiao Luo quickly found the bookshelf that contained the illusion techniques. What about you? Xiaoyan held the illusion technique book tightly to her chest, looking worriedly at her toes, seemingly not at ease, and asked. I'm going to that side to get a basic talisman for reference. Xiao Luo felt no need to hide anything from Xiaoyan. Talisman? Xiaoyan obviously knew how difficult it was to learn talismans, and now that Xiao Luo said he was going to comprehend talismans, she immediately felt worried. If he lost the chance to enter Lingxiao Academy because of this, it would indeed be too much of a loss. It's fine, I know what I'm doing. You can just focus on understanding. Xiao Luo didn't explain much, just smiled lightly to reassure her. Oh. Looking at Xiao Luo's confident eyes, Xiaoyan nodded obediently. Recalling the shock Xiao Luo had brought her, it seemed she had no reason to doubt him. Xiao Luo looked at Xiaoyan, where there was not a hint of elder sister's demeanor, she plainly resembled a well-behaved little sister next door. Satisfied, he nodded and then turned to walk towards the talisman section. Since Xiao Luo passed the first stage, wherever he went, he would attract countless gazes. Everyone present was curious about what Xiao Luo would ultimately choose to comprehend. But as Xiao Luo gradually approached the last row of the bookshelf that held the talisman techniques, the crowd couldn't help but widen their eyes. They looked uncertainly as Xiao Luo took out a basic talisman book from the shelf. Could it be that he wanted to comprehend talismans? Oofed, are you really taking yourself seriously? Before Xiao Luo even opened the book, Han Li's voice came from behind. Everyone's gaze immediately shifted from Xiao Luo to Han Li. What is this kid trying to do? He's provoking the weirdo who triggered the red light. Is this person already crazy? Facing the doubts around him, Han Li did not show any cowardice, but instead spoke confidently. You can hide from others, but you can't hide from me. You just found a way to shatter the Imperial Essence tablet, causing the heavenly Tao power within to leak out and create the red light. As Han Li's words fell, the onlookers couldn't help but widen their eyes. They originally thought Han Li was just a fool, but now it seemed there was more to the story. Oh. Xiao Luo glanced at Han Li, completely too lazy to bother with this idiot. He didn't even want to explain this matter at all. However, Han Li did not think so, and immediately showed a victorious smile. TSK, you can't pretend for long, I'll soon step on you. Hearing this, the crowd finally noticed that the cover of the secret technique in Han Li's hand boldly displayed 3 large characters. Alchemical Art. Chapter 60, True Colors Revealed. This brother is actually holding an alchemical art. I remember now, during the first round, this brother was the one who triggered the golden light. So that's how it is, no wonder he practices the alchemical art. It seems he is not aimlessly trying. Maybe that Xiao Luo truly is a fraud. The onlookers began to discuss animatedly due to this twist. Han Li narrowed his eyes, looking up at Xiao Luo, his expression filled with disdain and pride. The development of this matter was just as he expected. Xiao Luo lacked the confidence to counter him, and the crowd's focus returned to him. He enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention. Seeing Han Li's smug expression, Xiao Luo helplessly shook his head. Fool. Without waiting for Han Li to respond, Xiao Luo immediately turned and walked towards the edge. He couldn't be bothered to explain to everyone what had happened just now.
Instead of doing those boring things, he'd rather find a place to take a nap and be more comfortable. You. Xiao Luo's voice was not loud, only Han Li clearly heard what Xiao Luo was saying. At this moment, anger filled his brain, and he wanted nothing more than to rush over and pin Xiao Luo down to teach him a lesson. But just as Han Li took a step forward to grab Xiao Luo, an examiner suddenly appeared before him. His eyes looked completely emotionless, and facing Han Li, he slowly spoke. No fighting is allowed in this assessment. Any violation of the rules will result in immediate disqualification. The examiner's voice struck everyone's hearts like a giant bell, even making their ears start to buzz. Some people's faces even turned pale. The candidates, who were just about to watch the fun, scattered instantly, leaving only Han Li with a grim expression looking at the examiner. Yes. Though extremely unwilling, Han Li understood that he had to yield now, otherwise, with the examiner's strength, he would be subdued in an instant and thrown out. Hearing Han Li's assurance, the examiner did not make things difficult for him, simply nodded silently before disappearing from the assessment area. Poof. Watching the examiner leave, Han Li finally breathed a sigh of relief, then glanced coldly at Xiao Luo's back, picking up the alchemical art and turning to the other side. The most important thing now was to pass this assessment. As for Xiao Luo, there would be other chances to deal with him later. Xiao Luo found a corner, then directly sat down with a thud, opening the entrance of the secret technique. His gaze fell on the secret technique book, but he did not read a single word. The content of the book had long been etched in his mind. As long as he wanted, he could write out a whole book from the entrance to the grave of the secret technique on the spot. So Xiao Luo had no need to read this secret technique. Right now, it was merely an act for others to see. Why does Han Li have an alchemical art? After sitting on the ground, Xiao Luo began to think continuously. Compared to the useless content in this book, he was more curious about Han Li's situation. The four major families in Luofeng City actually each have one or two alchemists, but these alchemists are only low-level ones, and they usually just make some very ordinary pills. Their real skills are not high, and the idea of teaching others alchemy is simply absurd. After all, they themselves are still in the entry level, and their skills are pitifully low. In this situation, it was rather abnormal for Han Li to take out a secret method of alchemy, unless he had a high-level alchemist guiding him behind the scenes. With this thought in mind, Xiao Luo couldn't help but think back to the black-robed person who came with the Han family to snatch the Book of the Unwritten. Even though the entire Luofeng city had failed to recognize that the parchment was the Book of the Unwritten, the black-robed person had identified it at a glance, which was enough to show how vast their experience was compared to ordinary people. Moreover, their relationship with the Han family was close. Could it be that these black-robed people were the true masterminds behind the Han family and were also skilled in alchemy? Xiao Luo thought to himself, sorting through the whole matter. But he still had no idea about the true identity of the black-robed person behind the Han family. It seems I can only wait until later to find out. Xiao Luo sighed lightly, refocusing his thoughts on the secret method of the talisman in his hands. More than half of the incense time had already passed, and although he didn't need to comprehend the talisman's symbols, he still needed to find one that could be demonstrated. Xiao Luo rested his head on his hand, flipping through the secret method of the talisman with boredom, when suddenly his eyes lit up and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Got it, this one will do. Third grade talisman, 7 treasures spirit gathering talisman. It can quickly gather the surrounding spiritual power and surround it to accelerate cultivation. The higher the grade of the talisman, the more spiritual power and mental energy it requires. Each grade increase multiplies it exponentially. Even Xiao Luo, at this moment, would find it quite strenuous to draw a third-grade talisman. So, he had originally thought about directly drawing a second-grade talisman, but he didn't expect that this secret method of talismans would even include the 7 treasures spirit-gathering talisman. The spiritual power required for the 7 treasures spirit-gathering talisman was already quite low among third-grade talismans, and Xiao Luo had also received a reward that reduced the required spiritual power to draw the talisman. With these factors, it might be worth a try. Moreover, even if it failed, he could always draw a second-grade talisman. Satisfied, Xiao Luo closed the talisman secret method just as the incense time ended. Comprehension time is over. All examinees, please proceed to the elder judges one by one to demonstrate your understanding. At the same time, the examiner spoke loudly. Soon, the examinees, who were still scattered around the examination area, immediately lined up in a long queue. Because Han Li had jumped the queue earlier, for this round of assessment, Han Li was positioned between Xiao Luo and Xiao Yan. Humph, you can't keep pretending for long, you'll soon be exposed. Han Li stood in front of Xiao Luo, waving the alchemy book in his hand, looking very pleased. At this moment, he felt very confident. He was sure that during the upcoming examination phase, he would crush Xiao Luo beneath his feet. After all, he had already successfully refined second-grade pills, and such an achievement was extraordinary even in the entire daxia. Idiot! The person who spoke was not Xiao Luo, but Xiao Yan, who stood ahead of Han Li. What did you say? Han Li immediately turned around, glaring at Xiao Yan.
Xiao Luo's mockery was one thing, but why did this woman dare to insult him? However, although Xiaoyan was nervous at this moment, she did not show any fear. She still raised her head and spoke to Hanli, saying, "I said you are an idiot. You." Hanli was about to explode, but when he saw the examiner's cold and stern gaze, he immediately deflated. Knowing that he couldn't act against the Xiao family members right now, he could only mumble under his breath, gritting his teeth. "Consider yourselves lucky. I hope you all pray that you don't fall into my hands in the future." Xiao Luo's gaze passed over Hanli and glanced at Xiaoyan, who simply smiled sweetly at him. "Ah, this little girl is quite interesting." However, just at that moment, the examiner's voice rang out. "Xiaoyan. Chapter 61, can we start?" Xiao Luo and the others were already quite near the front of the entire group. The few candidates in front clearly only made it through the first round by luck, but during the second round, they almost gained nothing. The best among them only grasped an entry-level sword technique from a sword manual, but since this manual was too easy, it was only rated as a yellow tier upper grade. One can see how strict these 2 rounds of screening are. No wonder every time during the enrollment ceremony, only 100 people from the entire Great Xiao Western region can get in. This ratio is just too low. Xiao Luo couldn't help but silently complain in his heart. Xiaoyan, whose name was just called by the examiner, suddenly stiffened, and the momentum she had shown against Hanli crumbled at that moment. Then she looked at Xiao Luo with a face full of plea for help. "Go ahead, it's okay." Facing Xiaoyan's big, watery eyes, Xiao Luo naturally wouldn't hold back his encouragement and gently spoke to her. This scene in Han Li's eyes made him feel a bit jealous. Xiaoyan's appearance was already extremely outstanding, and at such a young age, she was already a beauty. At this moment, seeing Xiaoyan so dependent on Xiao Luo made Han Li extremely angry, and he shot a furious glance at Xiao Luo. However, Xiao Luo simply ignored Han Li and just gave a gentle smile to Xiaoyan. As if Xiao Luo's words had truly granted her courage, Xiaoyan took a deep breath and turned to the examiner. "Child, just demonstrate what you comprehended after handing over the secret technique to me." Unlike the strict examiner, this elder in charge of the assessment had a kind face, and his tone was exceptionally gentle. This made Xiaoyan's remaining tension dissipate in an instant, and she respectfully handed over the secret technique with both hands to the elder. "Alright, let's begin." Seeing that this child was so sensible and obedient, a satisfied look appeared in the elder's eyes, and he gently stroked his beard as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan once again bowed and began to channel her spiritual energy, formed hand seals, and suddenly looked towards Hanli. Hanli looked into Xiaoyan's eyes, only to find her pupils shining a sinister red light, incredibly strange. In an instant, the weather changed abruptly, the originally clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. A giant centipede burst from the ground, its black shell reflecting colorful lights as it charged towards Hanli. Hanli, who had been standing not far from Xiaoyan, turned pale at this moment. Since childhood, his greatest fear had been centipedes, and now seeing such a giant one rushing towards him made him feel paralyzed with fear. He was almost stunned in place, only able to watch the centipede head towards him. Just as the centipede was about to attack Hanli, a large hand suddenly appeared, and with a wave, the giant centipede exploded into smoke and dissipated into the air. It was as if nothing had happened at all. At this moment, Hanli finally realized that he had just fallen for an illusion. "Seeking death, dare to play with me?" But before Hanli could get angry, Xiao Luo gently patted Hanli's shoulder. "Do you want to tidy up your pants first?" Upon hearing this, Hanli finally realized that his pants were now soaking wet. Shame and anger instantly filled Hanli, and his face turned red from embarrassment. Realizing this, he quickly formed hand seals and forcefully used his spiritual energy to dry his pants. Although this incident happened in a flash, the nearby candidates and many onlooking clan heads saw everything clearly. Some people couldn't help but laugh out loud. Feeling the whispers and gazes around him, Hanli felt like needles were pricking his back, wishing he could split a hole and slip inside. His hatred for the Xiao family only intensified. "You." The elder in charge of the assessment retracted his hand and gave a bitter smile. He never expected that when Xiaoyan showcased her skills, she would set her sights on Hanli behind her. Although he previously did not understand the relationship between the Xiao and Han families, he could infer their attitudes since entering the testing grounds. What was more critical was the earlier attitude of Director Lu towards the Xiao family. Though the director did not personally instruct, every elder was smart, they could tell what the director meant just by thinking about it. At this moment, even with such an incident, he could only turn a blind eye. He then stroked his beard and began to comment. At such a young age, being able to use this level of illusion is truly remarkable. The use of spiritual energy is precise, and the breath is steady. It clearly shows you have mastered it completely, rated as low-grade Earth stage. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding candidates were instantly in an uproar. The illusion technique used by Xiaoyan was effective one-on-one, so they had no idea what had just happened, only able to guess through Han Li's reaction. However, since it was the elder who spoke, they naturally would not question it.
But Xiao Yan had already amazed everyone with her performance in the previous round, and now she had taken the lead again in this second round. Being the first candidate to successfully advance, and even at the low Earth stage, this inevitably put enormous psychological pressure on the other candidates behind her. Hearing the elder's evaluation, Xiao Yan was instantly filled with joy and looked happily at Xiao Luo. Candidates who pass will enter the third test area shortly. Before Xiao Luo could respond, the examiner already led Xiao Yan away from the assessment area.
Han Li.
With Xiao Yan gone, the examiner called out loudly again. However, at this moment, Han Li was still somewhat unstable due to what had just occurred. His face was nearly turning purple.
Examiner. I have an objection.
At that moment, Han Ling, waiting on the outside of the examination area, spoke loudly.
Who are you? The examiner glared at Han Ling in anger. Han Li is my son. Can you let him rest for a moment before continuing the assessment? Han Ling quickly bowed and spoke.
He clearly saw his son's state. If he participated in the assessment like this, it would surely affect his performance.
Do you think this Lingxiao Academy is run by your Han family? Can the rules be changed just because you want them to? The examiner's face darkened as he scolded Han Ling.
The rules are like this, but as a member of Lingxiao Academy, we uphold the teachings of past sages and the belief in creating peace for all ages. At this moment, the assessment elder slowly stood up and walked to Han Li's side, raising his hand to channel a strand of spiritual energy. It is a bit too harsh on this child now. Seeing this, the examiner quickly bowed in respect. You are right, elder. The previously distressed Han Li, under the nourishment of this strand of spiritual energy, felt as if he was basking in a warm spring breeze, and his expression gradually normalized. Seeing this, Han Ling finally felt relieved and thanked the elder again before stepping back. As long as his son could perform normally, crushing the Xiao family was undoubtedly within reach.
Child, can we begin?
Elder, rest assured, the boy has already recovered and will surely overwhelm the crowd. In response to the elder's inquiry, Han Ling smiled with pride, turning to look at Xiao Luo. After a cold snicker, he directly walked towards the alchemy furnace prepared in the testing grounds.
Chapter 62, Third Grade Heaven Stage Talismans.
In the second testing area, most of it consisted of bookshelves, and a small portion was various equipment that candidates might use. Among them was the alchemy furnace.
At this moment, Han Li stood beside the alchemy furnace, starting to pick herbs.
Although his movements were not skilled, his face was filled with confidence.
Is this the solid spirit pills formula?
The assessing elder silently watched Han Li's actions, his expression slightly moved.
This solid spirit pill is a second-level pill, even some skilled second-level alchemists may not be able to refine it perfectly. But now this kid is actually preparing to refine the solid spirit pill? Among the onlookers, there were many heads of families who understood alchemy. Seeing Han Li's actions, they all widened their eyes.
If this boy can successfully refine the solid spirit pill, he will most likely take first place in the second round. I didn't expect, such a young age can refine a second-level pill, truly remarkable. I think not necessarily, don't forget there's another even more terrifying little guy behind him.
If I'm not wrong, he can also draw second-level runes.
That's too early to say, having high potential doesn't mean he has equal perception. At this moment, Han Li was completely unaware of the distractions around him. Only because the solid spirit pill was still at a crucial moment, if he didn't concentrate all his mental energy to control the heat. A slight mistake could cause all his efforts to go to waste.
Half a stick of incense later.
A flash of golden light appeared from the pill furnace, a sign that the second-level pill was ready.
Could it be that this kid really succeeded?
If it weren't for the barricade set up in advance, there would have been a crowd surrounding Han Li by now. Even the assessing elder couldn't help but stand up and come to Han Li's side, staring at the pill furnace before him. Han Li was also very excited, even though his past success rate in refining second-level pills was not high. But to ensure victory, he had to take this risk. However, heaven does not disappoint the diligent. In the end, he successfully refined the solid spirit pill.
Looking at the assessing elder coming to his side, Han Li proudly opened the pill furnace.
The fragrance of the pill instantly spread out.
A smooth, round pill lay quietly inside the furnace.
The assessing elder immediately took out the pill and carefully examined it, while the crowd held their breath, waiting for the final result.
Han Li successfully refined a second-level pill, high-grade mysterious rank. After a detailed inspection, the assessing elder looked at Han Li with satisfaction. Really succeeded?
Good kid, so young yet able to refine a second-level pill, your future is limitless. Truly remarkable, truly remarkable. Feeling the admiration of those around him, Han Li had already thrown aside any previous unhappiness. At this moment, having achieved such results, naturally no one would bring up what had happened earlier. Then Han Li prepared to exit the arena. But as he passed by, he glanced arrogantly at Xiao Luo, his eyes filled with provocation.
Such a blatant provocation, those experienced heads of families could see it clear as day. This Han Li was clearly issuing a challenge to Xiao Luo. And for Xiao Luo, the genius who emitted red light, they were also curious what kind of performance he would have in this round. Xiao Luo. Although the crowd was lively, the competition area was already orderly. After calling out his name, Xiao Luo slowly walked towards the assessment area. Rune. The assessing elder received the secret method from Xiao Luo's hand, his eyes turned somewhat strange. If it weren't for some previous failures, he would even think that every student in this batch was a genius. This illusionary refining rune was actually connected, even if another one who grasped formations came later, he would not be surprised. Yes, elder. Xiao Luo bowed slightly. Facing such a courteous Xiao Luo, the assessing elder nodded with satisfaction. He knew this kid had the principal backing him, yet he still understood etiquette, which was quite rare. Then let's begin. The assessing elder softly spoke. Xiao Luo then walked towards the table where the yellow paper and vermilion were placed. Although drawing talismans and refining pills are both at the highest level of difficulty, the time required is vastly different. The second grade pill just took half a stick of incense to refine, while this talisman, if successful, only needs a moment. I saw Xiao Luo pick up a brush, dip it in cinnabar, and start drawing on yellow paper. The assessment elder stared at Xiao Luo's strokes, his face instantly filled with astonishment, even his pupils widened in shock. Third grade talisman. The crowd watching could not see the specific talisman Xiao Luo was drawing, but from the elder's expression, they could guess somewhat. To make the assessment elder so flustered, it must be a talisman of extremely high difficulty. Perhaps, it is very likely a third-grade talisman. Of course, this was just their guess, and they dared not jump to conclusions before the final result was announced. The assessment elder fixed his gaze on Xiao Luo, watching his movements as fluid as flowing clouds, completely natural. The patterns on the talisman looked as if they were made by heaven, perfect to the extreme. Staring at that naturally formed talisman, the assessment elder was instantly frozen in place. Why is it so perfect? If it were merely a second-grade talisman, he could accept it. After all, there are always some geniuses in this area. But now, those so-called geniuses are like toddlers learning to speak in front of Xiao Luo, simply not worth mentioning. Elder, I'm done. Xiao Luo's voice awakened the assessment elder from his shock. The assessment elder tremblingly picked up this talisman, unsure of how to respond for a moment. Such talent, he had never heard of it before. No one around recognized what grade of talisman Xiao Luo had drawn, but from the assessment elder's reaction, they could surmise that this talisman was definitely extraordinary. Everyone looked forward to the assessment elder's final conclusion. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside the assessment elder. Dean. The assessment elder hurriedly saluted. Hiss. The crowd around continuously gasped in awe. Not only was the assessment elder's reaction unusual, but now even the dean was also moved again. And the dean appeared twice, both times for Xiao Luo. Luha took the 7 treasures gathering spirit talisman from the assessment elder's hands and examined it closely. Even in his eyes, astonishment flickered from time to time. If he hadn't watched Xiao Luo draw this talisman from afar just moments ago, he would never believe that such a perfect third-grade talisman could come from Xiao Luo, who was only at the pinnacle of the chi-gathering stage. Luha looked deeply at Xiao Luo, and at this moment, he finally understood why the main academy had insisted that he keep this kid no matter what. This kind of monstrous talent is probably rare in the entire Great Xia. The crowd held their breath and focused their attention on Luha, waiting for the final result. Luha looked around, took a deep breath, and slowly spoke. Xiao Luo, you have drawn a third-grade talisman, the 7 treasures gathering spirit talisman, a top-tier heaven grade. Chapter 63, Monster. After Luha spoke, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Heaven grade. Top tier. Wow. A 5-year-old draws a third-grade talisman? This kid must have crossed the Naiha Bridge without drinking Mangpa soup. Such talent can be called a monster. The onlookers widened their eyes, all in disbelief. The exclamations in the crowd surged like waves, sweeping through the entire Lingxiao Academy. Almost everyone was chanting Xiao Luo's name, each of them witnessing history. Except for Han Li. Damn it! At this moment, Han Li's eyes widened, staring hard at the floor beneath him, while everyone's cheers pierced his heart like thorns. Why him? Just a second ago, he was reveling in the cheers of the crowd, but now he felt like a scarecrow in a wheat field, completely ignored. Clearly, these cheers should belong to me. Han Li's expression gradually became frenzied, even his consciousness began to blur. Li Air. Han Ling noticed Han Li's abnormality from the side. Immediately, he formed a hand seal, a warm stream of spiritual energy flowed through his arm into Han Li's body, helping him to ease his emotions. This heart-calming technique is not some profound magic, it is only that it is seldom needed. The elder who assessed Han Li had also used this technique earlier. With Han Ling's help, Han Li quickly regained his composure.
Father. Han Li's expression dimmed, lacking even a hint of the previous pride he held. Han Ling saw this and felt pain in his heart, raising his gaze towards the distant Xiao family, his eyes gradually turning fierce. Then, he quietly took out a pill from his pocket and slipped it into Han Li's hand. Lear, talent does not determine everything, your hard work over the years has not gone unnoticed by your father. You will definitely be able to step on Xiao Luo in the third round. Luo, Yenner, after passing these first 2 rounds, you have already passed the assessment, Xiao Wui explained while leading the way to the third arena. Then what about the third round? Xiao Luo was slightly curious. If what their father said is true, then what is the meaning of this third round? The third round, rather than being an assessment, is more like a ranking, Xiao Wui said, feeling quite satisfied with Xiao Luo's puzzled expression, a strange sense of accomplishment swelling in his heart. After all, such things that can bring this expression to his beloved son are few and far between. He then slowly began to explain. Ranking? As Xiao Luo listened to Xiao Wui, his eyes revealed a flicker of understanding. The first 2 rounds assessed physical roots and talent combined with the understanding of one's own soul. By now, a person's potential and comprehension were mostly understood. The third round, if it were to repeat the previous assessment, would be rather dull and repetitive. Perhaps this final round of assessment is to verify the results of the first 2 rounds through actual combat. Xiao Luo had clarity in his heart, but Xiao Yan, on the other hand, remained in the dark. Master, you mean? Yenner, you don't always have to call me master, if you don't mind, just call me uncle, Xiao Wui said with a smile, glancing at Xiao Yan. His enthusiasm for Xiao Yan was not entirely due to her cleverness, he also had some selfish motives. Although Xiao Yan's talents were not as extraordinary as his own Luo, she was still among the top in the entire Great Summer's western region. Her future achievements would certainly not be low. As Luo and Yenner appeared to have a good relationship, if he could plant a seed in Yenner now, it would not be impossible for her to join their line in the future. Yenner wouldn't dare to mind uncle. Xiao Yan's face turned bright red, as if she had encountered something that made her shy. This scene made Xiao Luo blink in surprise. Wasn't this just a change of address? Why was she so shy? Although he was curious about this, he had no intention of asking. Good, good. Xiao Wui nodded in satisfaction and then spoke to Xiao Yan again. The third round actually isn't much, it is just a grouped ranking match for all who passed the first 2 rounds. If there are less than 100, all will be accepted. If there are more than 100, then those beyond the 100 will be eliminated. As Xiao Wui spoke, he pointed toward the third arena. This third round is a team ranking match, the future distribution of resources in the academy will largely depend on the results of this third round. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded, finally understanding. Father, this ranking battle should only start once everyone has completed their assessments, right? Xiao Luo looked around, very few candidates had entered the third arena, and they were already among the early arrivals. There were even more people, countless and dense, pouring in from behind. This. Xiao Wui was momentarily at a loss for words. He had come to understand things before, but each time he came, he merely accompanied Qihan Hai in passing, gathering a rough idea of the situation before leaving directly, completely unaware of the specific details. Now, being questioned by his son, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Hello, may I ask if you are the head of the Xiao family? Just as Xiao Wui was thinking about how to cleverly dodge the question, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Who are you? Everyone turned around to see a young disciple in a white robe bowing respectfully to Xiao Wui. I am a junior disciple here to escort you. The third round of the assessment will take place 3 days later, as we need to wait for all candidates to complete the first 2 rounds. As he spoke, the white-robed disciple bowed slightly again, then stepped aside. I am here to escort the head of the Xiao family to the guest room to rest. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wui's expression softened a bit. Fortunately, this escorting disciple helped him out, and he nodded naturally, saying, Then I will trouble you, young master. You flatter me, please follow me. Although Lingxiao Academy was not built on a spirit vein, it was surrounded by mountains and rivers, boasting beautiful scenery. The scenery along the way made Xiao Yan lost in thought for a moment. This is it. Please stay in this courtyard for the next 3 days. A designated disciple will bring meals 3 times a day. Upon reaching a relatively secluded courtyard, the escorting disciple bowed again. All right, thank you. Xiao Wui looked at the courtyard before him. While it wasn't grand, it was spacious enough. All the people from the Xiao family who came this time could easily stay here. Then I will take my leave first. As the escorting disciple left, Xiao Wui began to assign rooms to the members of the Xiao family. However, whether intentionally or not, the rooms of Xiao Yan and Xiao Luo were tightly connected, while the other servants were arranged in a separate room. Xiao Luo felt somewhat speechless about this, but he was too lazy to argue. He could only helplessly look outside the courtyard. The competition would not start for 3 days, so it seemed he could only find some fun by himself during this time.
Chapter 64, Fishing. Do you have any plans for a while? A voice suddenly sounded from behind. Xiao Luo, who was enjoying the sunset, didn't need to look back to know it was Xiao Yan. Her voice was soft and sweet, at least to Xiao Luo's ears, it was quite recognizable. Plans? This time, it was Xiao Luo's turn to ask. Usually, when someone asks you this, it probably means they have some plans and want to invite you to join, or she herself wants to get involved in your plans. Whichever it wasn't good news for Xiao Luo. Yes, for example, do you want to go for a walk together? Xiao Yan didn't look at Xiao Luo, seemingly also admiring the sunset. Her profile, illuminated by the afterglow of the sunset, looked particularly beautiful. Xiao Luo loved looking at beautiful girls, having liked them in the past and still liking them now. However, in the past, there were no beautiful girls around him. Now that there was a chance to see one, he naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Sure, do you have any goals? This place was unfamiliar, and if they just walked around aimlessly at the entrance, they would likely be considered fools who couldn't find their way home. Xiao Luo wasn't too worried about being seen as a fool, after all, he had drawn enough attention during the day. He felt that at least for a short while, his genius halo was still useful. But he thought they should at least do something when they went out. Do you have any plans? Xiao Yan could tell that Xiao Luo had agreed to her suggestion, and her expression brightened with joy. A beautiful girl's smile was always very captivating, not to mention Xiao Luo already liked looking at beautiful girls. Let's go fishing. Xiao Luo, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out a long bamboo pole from his backpack. At the end, there was a fishing line tied. This world has no good fishing gear for Xiao Luo to choose from. This simple fishing rod was made by Xiao Luo out of boredom, wanting to catch carp in the lake, so he secretly made it to play with. Sure, but are you familiar with this place? Xiao Yan immediately agreed, as if she didn't really care about what they were going out to do. It's my first time here. Xiao Luo pulled back the fishing rod and shrugged. This was undoubtedly an unfamiliar place, the word familiar had no connection here. Then where should we go fishing? Over there, I've spotted a great spot by the lake. We will definitely catch fish. Xiao Luo raised his hand, pointing to a small piece of lakeside inside Lingxiao Academy. There was a flat stone platform over there, which he didn't know the purpose of but seemed perfect for fishing. Wait a moment, I'll go pack some things. After looking in the direction Xiao Luo pointed, Xiao Yan suddenly turned and walked toward her room. She didn't even give Xiao Luo a chance to refuse. However, faced with the beautiful girl's request, Xiao Luo was always happy to comply, just hoping he wouldn't have to wait too long. After all, time to relax was very precious for him. Fortunately, Xiao Yan came out very quickly, even before the last rays of sunset disappeared. Taking advantage of the final glimmer of sunset, Xiao Luo saw that Xiao Yan had changed into a dress. Although it wasn't extravagant, it perfectly accentuated the figure a beautiful girl should have. Though they were still young, they couldn't help but develop early. Do I look good? Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment, then asked. But her eyes were nervously looking at her toes, as if the not-so-confident Xiao Yan had returned. It looks very good. Xiao Luo never sparred in praising beautiful girls, especially since Xiao Yan was indeed stunning. Hearing Xiao Luo's compliment, the sparkle in Xiao Yan's eyes brightened a bit. Let's go. After appreciating the beautiful girl, Xiao Luo waved his hand, indicating for Xiao Yan to follow him. After walking just a few steps, as if thinking of something, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Xiao Yan behind him, softly reminding her. Be quiet when we go out, don't let my parents notice. Although Xiao Yan didn't understand why Xiao Luo was so worried about being discovered, she still nodded obediently. Seeing his request met, Xiao Luo felt relieved and continued to walk ahead. But just as he reached the front door, two attendants standing at the entrance gave Xiao Luo a harsh lesson. Young master. Their voices were clear and strong. Xiao Luo had already noticed earlier while admiring the sunset that there was no one in the front yard, which is why he wanted to sneak out. But who would have thought two attendants would be stationed in the dead corner at the door? If it wasn't for his cheap old man's doing, he wouldn't believe it. Luo? Where are you going? Sure enough, after the attendant's question, the door behind them creaked open, and Xiao Wui's voice rang in Xiao Luo's ears like a tightening spell. Father, Luo is going out with his sister to have a look. Xiao Luo turned his head helplessly, only to see Xiao Wui and Guo Wanning standing in front of their own door. Alright, be safe. Huh? Xiao Luo froze in place. This isn't right, this conversation shouldn't be don't do pointless things, go practice or something like that? What is this be safe nonsense? Facing Xiao Luo's confusion, Xiao Yan acted much more normally, simply shyly smiling at Xiao Wui and Guo Wanning. Yenner will be careful, uncle and aunt. Hiss. Wait, did I miss something? Why is this little girl calling them uncle and aunt so calmly now? Am I the one who was adopted? Countless doubts spiraled into a circle in Xiao Luo's head, making him feel a bit dizzy. Luo, go ahead, come back early. Guo Wanting's gentle voice awakened Xiao Luo once again. Faced with the inexplicably smiling Aunt Xiao Wei and Guo Wanting, Xiao Luo felt even more confused. What does this mean? However, Xiao Luo quickly realized that getting too tangled up in such matters was meaningless. Although his adoptive father had always been strict with him, it seemed that recently he had shown some signs of loosening up. Overall, this could still be considered a good thing. Since it was a good thing, there was no need to delve deeper. Thinking of this, Xiao Luo made a promise to Xiao Yan in front of Xiao Wei and Guo Wanting. After all, he didn't guarantee exactly what time he would return, so no matter when he came back, it wouldn't count as breaking his promise. Once the sun sets, the temperature begins to drop. But for the cultivator Xiao Luo, he hadn't truly felt what cold was like in a long time. Although this might mean losing some distinction between morning and evening, or between seasons, it was not entirely a bad thing for Xiao Luo. At least he could see beautiful young girls wearing nice little dresses all year round. Although Xiao Yan started the topic in the courtyard, once they actually went out together, she spoke much less. Xiao Luo didn't mind this, instead, he enjoyed the peace and quiet. Otherwise, if this little girl asked him some topics he couldn't answer, he would have to expend a lot of brain cells to find a way to respond. The two of them swayed along the way and quickly arrived at the place they had previously scouted. However, at this moment, there was already an uninvited guest here. Chapter 65, The Uninvited Guest is Principal? Xiao Yan was the first to react, feeling her body a bit out of control. The Lingxiao Academy was an absolute giant for the Xiao family, even just the western branch of Daxia was not something a small Xiao family could compare to. And the principal was the figure standing at the pinnacle of this giant. A huge pressure made Xiao Yan feel a bit short of breath. But just as Xiao Yan was preparing to leave, Xiao Luo appeared in front of her. Xiao Luo of the Xiao family, I greet the principal. From Xiao Yan's perspective, she saw that Xiao Luo didn't seem to feel any pressure, and his greeting was not even that formal. Doesn't he fear it? Lu Ha seemed to have noticed Xiao Luo and Xiao Yan passing by long ago, now only smilingly turned around. What are you two young ones doing here? Fishing. Xiao Luo answered very straightforwardly. Oh? You can fish too, little fellow? Lu Yi's response showed he was a bit surprised, with a hint of undefined meaning on his face. It's boring during cultivation, so I thought I'd try it out myself. I'm fishing here, I wonder if the principal would approve. Do as you like. For Lu Ha, this was not a big deal at all. Moreover, he felt he owed the Xiao family for not fulfilling his promise to assist them earlier, so since Xiao Luo liked fishing here, he might as well let him fish. Hearing the principal say this, Xiao Luo happily took out his homemade fishing rod from his bag and sat down next to Lu Ha. He didn't seem to care about Lu Yi's status as the principal at all. Xiao Yan, who had originally felt immense pressure, looked at Xiao Luo and suddenly felt that this matter was not so frightening after all. At least when Xiao Luo was by her side, she didn't feel scared. Immediately, she came to Xiao Luo's side, adjusted her dress. Sitting aside. Lu Ha turned to glance at Xiao Luo and Xiao Yan sitting next to him, but he didn't mind and quietly resumed fishing. The setting sun had completely sunk into the mountain gorge, and the lake's surface reflected the last rays of sunlight. The shimmering waves looked truly beautiful. Director, should we compete to see who catches more fish? Xiao Luo suddenly spoke, startling Xiao Yan beside him. Oh? The fish in this lake are not that easy to hook, once they sense a human nearby, they will immediately escape. Hearing Xiao Luo speak, Lu Ha squinted and smiled, not paying much attention to the challenge Xiao Luo boldly proposed. Are you really going to compete with me? Fishing like this always lacks some fun, it wouldn't hurt to have a competition with the director. Xiao Luo chuckled. He was originally just out looking for fun, even though there was a beautiful girl beside him, she clearly wasn't very willing to talk at the moment. So, he could only find some other amusement. Lu Ha actually quite liked Xiao Luo. This little guy's temper suited him well, the students he had met before were either terrified or overly arrogant. But Xiao Luo was just right in this regard, clearly achieving such results today but not being proud at all. He also showed no trace of fear in front of him. With this kind of mentality, he would surely become a great figure in the future. Alright, since you insist, then I shall accompany you. Lu Ha smiled at Xiao Luo and said. If you manage to win against me, I will promise you one thing. Anything is fine? With a reward on the line, Xiao Luo suddenly became alert, his eyes shining with excitement. As long as I can do it, feel free to ask. Lu Ha stroked his beard, his expression quite kind. Xiao Luo understood very well that this kind of wish sounded broad, but the phrase as long as I can do it did limit it significantly. For instance, asking to become the director was definitely not possible, most outrageous requests would also be a no, because he simply couldn't do it. However, even so, it was enough, he was just looking for some fun, and this was already an unexpected joy. Then I shall humbly accept. Xiao Luo chuckled lightly and began rummaging in his Jiankuan bag. Can you do it?
Xiao Yan had been sitting beside Xiao Luo for a while. Her single casual remark made Xiao Luo quite disheartened.
Don't ever ask me if I can do it in the future. Why? Don't ask so much, it's just not allowed. Alright then.
Although Xiao Luo did not explain the reason, Xiao Yan still obediently agreed.
Seeing Xiao Yan so obedient, Xiao Luo finally nodded in satisfaction.
He then glanced at Lu Ha not far away, trying to hide the unease in his eyes. He didn't want Director Lu to realize that this was actually an easy task for him. Xiao Luo was quite skilled at fishing. If it was just about catching fish, it couldn't be easier. However, the fish in this lake might have been nourished by spiritual energy, making them exceptionally sensitive, which was why they were difficult to catch. But Xiao Luo had cheating tools. He then took out 2 talismans from his pocket, handing one to Xiao Yan beside him.
What's this?
A little tool for fishing, just stick it on your body and it uses spiritual energy.
Xiao Luo explained as he activated the concealment talisman and stuck it to himself for demonstration. Lu Ha, observing Xiao Luo and Xiao Yan, couldn't help but be momentarily stunned and chuckled.
He had forgotten about the terrifying talisman talent of Xiao Luo, and this concealment talisman, as one of the least commonly used talismans, was particularly suitable for him. However, the duration of the concealment talisman was limited. Even with Xiao Luo's talents, he couldn't draw many in a short time. So Lu Ha wasn't worried about losing. But in the next moment, Lu He's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Xiao Luo directly took out a stack of yellow paper from the qiankuan bag, and also pulled out a brush, and started drawing a talisman on the spot. Usually, drawing talismans is an extremely complicated task, not only requiring no interruptions, but also demanding extreme mental strength from the individual.
But what was happening with Xiao Luo's talisman drawing speed, which was as quick as making an imprint?
In less than the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, the stack of yellow paper in Xiao Luo's hand had already been drawn into concealment talismans.
Lu Ha opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But thinking of Xiao Luo's terrifying potential and that monstrous talent, he ultimately still swallowed his words. Even so, Lu Ha still didn't think Xiao Luo would win. After all, he had been fishing here for many years and knew the habits of these fish like the back of his hand. How could Xiao Luo, who had just arrived, be his opponent? However, before Lu Ha could calm his mind, he saw Xiao Luo take out a strange fish food from his breast pocket and toss it into the lake. The next second, the originally calm lake started to boil as if it were bubbling. Chapter 66, Mo Family of Fan City. So many fish. Xiao Yan covered her mouth and looked at the spiritual fish constantly churning in the lake, startled and exclaimed. In fact, not only Xiao Yan, even Lu Ha stood dazed in place. He had been the head of the Lingxiao Academy's Western Region branch for over 60 years, and he had fished for that long. In all that time, he had never seen such spiritual fish before. What in the world did this kid feed the fish? Why are these fish gathering at the water's surface? Xiao Yan didn't understand fishing and had no idea what Xiao Luo had just tossed in. Just some bait I developed out of boredom. Xiao Luo did not hide it, simply explaining briefly. He then took out some of the concealment talismans he had just drawn and handed them to Xiao Yan. Here, take these. The duration of the concealment talismans is not long, so you need to use them again before they expire. Although Xiao Yan did not understand the properties of the concealment talismans, she still obediently nodded and took them. Is this all I need? Of course not, you also need a little patience. Xiao Luo quickly took out his simple fishing rod and fish basket from the qiankuan bag, hooked a piece of bait and threw it into the water. As soon as the fish hook approached the water's surface, a fish flew out and bit the hook. This left Lu Ha, who was nearby and trying hard to maintain his dignified position as the headmaster, utterly dumbfounded. He had just said to be patient, but here was a fish caught immediately. This was a spiritual fish, not a starving ghost. Why was this fish so interested in Xiao Luo's bait? Watching you fish seems so easy. Xiao Yan blinked, resting her chin on her hands, looking at Xiao Luo, who was throwing fish into the basket. It was just a coincidence earlier, but fishing itself is not difficult. Actually, Xiao Luo was also a bit surprised, not expecting that the bait transformed with spiritual power would attract these spiritual fish so much. Although the first catch was not exaggerated, he was catching fish at an average speed of 1 fish per minute. In just a short time, the fish basket beside Xiao Luo was already filled with spiritual fish, and the number continued to increase. In contrast, Lu Ha not only didn't catch a single fish, but even the school of fish that had gathered in front of him had swum over to Xiao Luo's side. This left Lu Ha feeling very frustrated, as Xiao Luo, who was fishing for the first time at this spiritual lake, was using a simple bamboo rod, yet was easily surpassing him, who prided himself on being experienced. This little guy really was surprising. I lost. Lu Ha sighed and decisively put away his fishing rod. After all, the outcome was already clear, and there was no need to continue the competition. Headmaster, thank you for your guidance, I just took a little shortcut. Regarding Lu He's admission of defeat, Xiao Luo immediately bowed. The bait and the fishing rod are all your own, how can this be considered cheating? But can you tell me, old man, how exactly did you acquire this bait?
Lu He smiled and waved his hand. Fishing is basically one of his few interests, and now, being crushed by Xiao Luo, he was not unwilling, but still wanted to understand how Xiao Luo won. Hearing this, Xiao Luo immediately took out a talisman from his pocket and handed it to Lu He beside him.
What is this?
Despite Lui's vast knowledge, he had never seen this talisman before, and his brow could not help but slowly furrow. Though the grade of this talisman isn't particularly high, he had never seen anything like it. It must have come from a great talisman master. Perhaps, it was created by the master of this little brat right in front of him.
This talisman is called the Spirit Transformation Talisman, and I drew it out of boredom. It can convert spiritual energy into whatever it sticks to, so those baits are just ordinary baits after transformation.
Xiao Luo explained, seeing Lu He's frown deepen.
Upon hearing Xiao Luo's words, Lu He's brow showed no signs of relaxing, instead, it tightened even more. You mean to say, this talisman was created by you?
Correct. Looking at Xiao Luo, who remained calm and neither servile nor overbearing, Lu He suddenly let out a bitter laugh, but his brow slowly loosened. Now he finally understood why the main academy urged him to take this kid seriously. Previously, Xiao Luo had already drawn a third-grade talisman, which requires quite a terrifying talent to succeed, but Lu He could well imagine it. After all, the human world has passed down some legends of immortal emperors. However, if someone so young can create talismans, Lu He had never heard of anyone who could achieve that. Such a monstrous talent truly has no predecessor or successor. Regarding this, Lu He really wanted to express his feelings, but just as he was about to speak, he heard a series of light footsteps from behind. Kid, how much do you sell your fish for? Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo turned around and saw two youths standing behind him, looking as if they were copied from one mold. For some reason, both of them were quite stout, even taller than Xiao Luo. Although he only met the other youths who participated in the assessment once, Xiao Luo could mostly recognize them. But he had no impression of the two in front of him. They must have arrived later to participate in the assessment and passed. Brother, don't look at the fish, quickly look at that young lady, she has quite a bit of charm. Before Xiao Luo could speak, the other youth beside the one who just spoke continued. As he spoke, there was even a hint of teasing in his eyes. Hearing this, Xiaoyan instinctively moved a little closer to Xiao Luo. You two should leave, this fish is not for sale. Sensing the gaze of the two youths not far away, Xiao Luo remained expressionless and dumped all the spirit fish from the basket back into the pond. The spirit fish, sensing the presence of living beings, vanished from the water in the blink of an eye. Good kid, do you know that we come from the Emo family of Fan City? This young master has never had anyone dare to oppose what I want. Seeing Xiao Luo so unappreciative, a hint of gloom flashed in his brow. Silently surveying the area, besides Xiao Luo and Xiaoyan, there was also an old man he had never seen before not far away. Although he was usually rude and unreasonable, he understood worldly affairs very well. Before he spoke, he had already noticed the old man's gaze toward this kid was filled with admiration and respect. This must not be an elder of the academy, it seemed to be just a servant of the young man before him. Thus, if that's the case, then what was there to fear? Immediately, spiritual energy surged within him, and he raised his hand to punch towards Xiao Luo with the sound of wind and thunder. Xiaoyan was so frightened that her face turned pale. The youth before her was clearly a body cultivator. In the lower realm, physical cultivators have a clear advantage because of their defense, so it is usually believed that physical cultivators at this level are invincible. This is also one of the reasons why Xiaoyan is worried, when even attempting to form hand seals to help Xiao Luo. But in the next moment, a spiritual sword appeared at the boy's neck, easily breaking through his proud protective aura. A drop of fresh blood slid down the sword blade and fell to the ground. At this moment, the boy's face was pale, and he stared intently at the spiritual sword, swallowing hard. Xien, level spiritual sword. Chapter 67, Swords Have No Eyes. Xiao Luo formed hand seals, slightly narrowing his eyes. If the other party did not attack, he actually did not want to cause trouble here. After all, he was not yet an official student of Lingxiao Academy and was not familiar with the rules and situation here. But if the other party wanted to bully him, he naturally would not endure it. Lu He watched the commotion unfolding but did not step forward, he simply stroked his beard and sat back watching the drama unfold. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party was not a match for Xiao Luo. Bold. Do you know who we are? The boy's younger brother shouted again, yet his eyes betrayed his inner panic. His strength was actually slightly inferior to his brother's, and seeing his brother trembling under the spiritual sword, he dared not take a step forward. In ordinary times, they relied on their family's influence in Fan City and acted without restraint. Even the city lord could only turn a blind eye. But now, being easily defeated by a young man, how could they accept it? Who you are has nothing to do with me. If you don't know your place, don't blame the swords for being merciless. As soon as Xiao Luo's words fell, the spiritual sword pressed against the boy's neck was suddenly knocked away.
What a merciless sword. Today, I want to see who dares to harm my son. In the next moment, a towering man with standing hair appeared between Xiao Luo and the two troublemaking boys. This must be the master of the Mo family, as mentioned by the two boys. Though he did not attack, Xiao Luo could sense that this man's strength was probably not lower than that of his cheap father. Physical cultivators are indeed invincible at the same level, but it is extremely difficult to cultivate. Most physical cultivators struggle their whole lives to break through to the spirit connection realm. Yet the master of the Mo family stood before him, having achieved the immortal realm, indicating that in Fan City, he was likely a figure that could block out the sky. No wonder he raised such spoiled and unruly sons. I did injure him, so what? Even so, Xiao Luo was not flustered, he merely chuckled and took a gentle step to the side. And that direction was where Lu Hao was seated. Faced with Xiao Luo's demeanor, the master of the Mo family did not immediately explode with anger. He seemed rough on the outside but was keenly observant. This young man remained so calm, suggesting he had something backing him. Moreover, the spiritual sword that was just knocked away was a peak xien level spiritual sword, meaning this kid probably had quite the powerful backing as well. But at that moment, he caught sight of Lu He sitting not far from Xiao Luo. Cold sweat instantly dripped down his back. He knew exactly who Lu He was, and judging from where this young man was seated, it was likely that he had been sitting with Lu He. Could it be that this young man has connections with Lu He? Thinking this, the rough man's expression darkened a bit. He had encountered a tough opponent. The only chance to retreat safely was to apologize to this young man. After all, this matter could easily be blamed on children's bickering. As long as handled properly, it would not be a big deal. But just as he was about to speak, a voice came from behind him, his own son's voice. Dad! He is the one who hurt me. Quickly, get rid of him. The boy, who had just been scared into trembling, saw his parent arrive, and changing his face again, his eyes filled with gloom, he stared intently at Xiao Luo and Xiao Yan before him. A heavy killing intent was even directly written on his face. The other young man stood there with a wicked smile, clearly believing that Xiao Luo was already in deep trouble. Looking at the fierce-eyed young man, Xiao Luo could not help but show a trace of regret in his eyes. He had given an opportunity, but it was obvious that this guy in front of him did not have as much brains as his old man. Brat! Slap! A crisp sound of slapping immediately rang out. The head of the Mo family looked at the dazed young man with rage on his face, his body trembling with anger. Dad, what are you doing? The young man obviously did not understand why his father would hit him back. However, the head of the Mo family had no intention of explaining, just shouting angrily. Apologize to him. I won't apologize. Before, you said to just hit whoever you didn't like, but why now? Slap. This slap directly knocked the young man to the ground, spitting blood, covering his face, and looking in shock at the head of the Mo family. Xiao Luo watched the young man before him, desperately suppressing the urge to smile. If he was going to seek his own death, that was fine, but how could there be such a stupid guy to drag his father down? Thinking about it, the old man behind him probably couldn't sit still either. Just as if to confirm Xiao Luo's thoughts, a voice came from behind him. Alright, head of the Mo family, please go back. Louis's face was pale as he stood up from the stone platform and stepped forward. Director Liu, I am Moxia from the Mo family in Fan City. I hope Director Liu will be magnanimous. Before Moxia could finish his words, Louis's voice rang out again. This child's mindset is lacking. Head of the Mo family should go back and teach him well. Come back in 5 years. Upon hearing this, Mo family's young master finally reacted. He realized that the old man in front of him was actually the head of Lingxiao Academy. But who was that kid? Why could he talk and laugh with Director Liu? Mo family's young master looked at Xiao Luo in shock. He did not understand. But not understanding didn't mean he regretted. Thud. Xiao Luo looked at the young man who suddenly knelt on the ground and raised an eyebrow. Brother, I was wrong. I did not recognize the mountain. Please do not blame me. Saying this, he began to slap his own face. His younger brother, with good sense, ran over and knelt down beside him, starting to slap himself as well. Xiao Yan stared in daze at the dramatic scene before her, instinctively looking at Xiao Luo. No wonder he was so calm. Could it be that all this was within his expectations? Xiao Luo looked at the two brothers before him, who were full of humility, and couldn't help but shake his head slightly as he turned and walked to Xiao Yan's side. Let's go home. What about here? No worries, the director will handle it. Xiao Luo smiled, then exchanged a glance with Lu He. Lu He looked at Xiao Luo with an expressionless face, but deep inside he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. This kid probably calculated himself from the very beginning. It seemed he had planned to use himself as a shield, which was why he deliberately clashed with these two brothers. Yet his behavior had no flaws at all, and even served to eliminate pests from Lingxiao Academy in advance. It seemed that in the future, Lingxiao Academy would inevitably be turned upside down by this little demon king. Thinking of this, Luha couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. After greeting Luha, Xiao Luo quickly left the scene with Xiao Yan. Not only did he find some fun tonight, but he also earned a verbal promise from the director. As for how the earlier matter would be handled in the end, he actually didn't care. He just didn't know why, but on the way back, he could always hear the sound of slapping coming one after another. Chapter 68, Enemies Gathered Together. In the next 2 days, Xiao Luo indeed did not see the two brothers from the Mo family again, nor did he see the head of the Mo family. It seemed that, as expected, they were all expelled directly by Luha. Regarding this matter, there was not a single mistake in Xiao Luo's guess, and he did not mind at all. After all, today was the day of the ranking battle. Xiao Wui brought everyone from the Xiao family to the third examination venue. In the first 2 days, there were very few people, but today it was already packed. Of course, not all of them were candidates for the ranking battle, many were actually the candidates' parents or servants. For example, the Xiao family currently had more than 10 people, but only Xiao Luo and Xiao Yan were actually participating in the exam. So many people. Xiao Yan looked around at the crowd, her eyes filled with more curiosity than nervousness. For some reason, during the past few days, she had always felt inexplicably nervous, but after spending time with Xiao Luo, perhaps influenced by his carefree spirit, she felt increasingly relaxed. It seems like there are more candidates this year than before, the competition must be even fiercer. As Xiao Wui led the Xiao family through the crowd, he sighed. However, he was not worried at all that Xiao Luo and Xiao Yan would be eliminated. After all, their talent was ridiculously high, especially his precious son. Anyone who saw him would comment on his extraordinary abilities. If they were to be eliminated, it would indeed be against the laws of nature. It seemed that someone recognized Xiao Luo and immediately brought their own child to Xiao Wui's side. Xiao family head, I've heard so much about you. Xiao Luo always scoffed at such commercial flattery, so he immediately took a few steps back, coming to Xiao Yan's side to avoid the spotlight. And Xiao Wui also knew he didn't recognize so many other family heads, it was merely because his precious son was too famous, so others sought familiarity through him. The phrase, "the sun shines bright by the father's name," was more fitting for him at this moment than ever. Fortunately, not many people recognized Xiao Luo, most of the later arrivals had only heard of this legend but had never met the real person. This made Xiao Luo breathe a sigh of relief. You don't seem to like this kind of occasion? Xiao Yan tilted her head, looking at Xiao Luo, who was afraid of being recognized. Yeah, I find it troublesome. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Xiao Yan instinctively nodded. Although she didn't understand Xiao Luo's thoughts, he always seemed to know a lot, so there must be a reason for his feelings. Soon, Lu Yi's figure appeared on the high platform of the examination venue. Beside him were a group of elders. Ladies and gentlemen. Xiao Luo immediately began to blank out this cliché, turning his attention to look around. Having time to listen to the old man talk nonsense was not as interesting as looking for interesting things. As for the competition format, it wasn't important to him. After all, he only needed to fight his way through, while the judges had to consider much more. What are you looking at? At this moment, Xiao Luo was right beside Xiao Yan, so his actions soon caught her attention. I'm looking at which opponents are tougher. Xiao Luo replied softly. Actually, he couldn't tell the specific strength of the others, but he couldn't just say he was too lazy to listen to the old man's speech. Oh. Xiao Yan nodded. She didn't doubt Xiao Luo, after all, he truly had the strength to say such things. Fortunately, Luha didn't talk for too long before examiners came forward to guide everyone. With so many people wanting to finish the exam in one day, it was necessary to hold multiple sessions simultaneously. However, the third examination venue was not large, and with so many people standing, it felt a bit crowded. Attempting to conduct the third round in such a cramped space was basically unimaginable. This inevitably piqued Xiao Luo's curiosity. But soon, an examiner came to the Xiao family's front and respectfully bowed to Xiao Wui. Xiao family head, the first round is about to begin, please have your young master and young lady get ready. Okay, but where will this assessment take place? Xiao Wui looked around and felt the same confusion as Xiao Luo. However, the other side seemed to have anticipated this, and with a slight smile, they explained to Xiao Wui again. Xiao family head may not know, but this third round of assessment is not held in this place, but in a space personally carved by the principal of Lingxiao Academy for the competition. After speaking, he pointed at the complex pattern on the ground. At this moment, Xiao Wui finally noticed that the entire ground of the third assessment venue was surprisingly drawn with an enormous spatial array. Once the array is activated, it can easily transport the people standing within it. What a grand setup! It seems only a place like Lingxiao Academy can afford something like this. Xiao Luo silently looked at the array beneath his feet, secretly complaining in his heart. Although he did not understand the array, he could tell from the examiner's words that this teleportation array was merely for spatial transportation. And the place they would battle was mostly a small space individually opened up by the powerful beings of Lingxiao Academy in the past. In this way, it could easily solve the problem of insufficient space and greatly shorten the time for the third round of assessment. Will we have to be assessed separately? Xiaoyan softly spoke, glancing at Xiao Luo. So you have to do your best too. Xiao Luo softly replied. He knew that if the assessment took place in such a small world, it would almost completely eliminate waiting time, and they could directly move to the next combat match according to the rules. If all went well, they might finish all the battles in less than a day. Her voice was very light, seemingly lacking confidence. If you do well, I can take you to eat grilled fish. When it came to comforting children, Xiao Luo considered himself quite experienced. Usually, just painting a big pie could easily solve the problem. Okay. It was hard to tell if the grilled fish was really so tempting, but Xiaoyan's eyes seemed to brighten a bit. However, at that moment, the chief examiner announced loudly. The first round of assessment begins. Around them, the light of the teleportation arrays began to appear one after another, and the examiner responsible for the Xiao family approached Xiao Luo, making hand seals. A flash of white light dazzled, and after a mysterious feeling of weightlessness, Xiao Luo found himself standing in a seemingly boundless small world. At this moment, only Xiao Luo was present there, as the opponent had clearly not yet been transported in. He took the opportunity to carefully observe his surroundings. There was only the ground here. Besides that, there was no sun, moon, or stars in the sky, only endless chaos. Yet even so, it did not appear dark, it was quite magical. It seemed that the powerful being who created this small world had established some kind of rule, allowing everything here to be seen clearly. However, just then, a flash of white light appeared not far from Xiao Luo. But when he recognized the newcomer, he couldn't help but chuckle. It really confirmed that old saying, a true enemy does not gather without a reason. Xiao Luo. After a moment of dizziness, Han Li saw the person before him, and immediately, his eyes were filled with fury. At this moment, he was both shocked and delighted, and his expression appeared somewhat twisted. I didn't expect to meet you in the first match, this saves a lot of trouble. Xiao Luo frowned as he looked at Han Li, who was grinning menacingly at him, and couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Is this guy okay? Why does he seem crazier than before after just a few days apart? But obviously, Han Li had no intention of explaining anything to Xiao Luo. He immediately drew out his long knife and pointed the tip at Xiao Luo. The blade sparkled with a cold light, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. But before Han Li could make his move, he was astonished to find that the precious knife in his hand was slightly trembling. This kind of unusual sight was something he had never encountered before. It seemed as if he was fearing something. Thinking of this, Han Li's eyes followed the blade to look at Xiao Luo. A ridiculous thought suddenly appeared in his mind, and he immediately shook his head to dismiss this utterly absurd idea. This blade was a low-grade profound tier treasure, and he had begged his father for a long time to obtain this spiritual treasure. There were not many in the entire Han family. Even if Xiao Luo had a comparable spiritual treasure, it would only be similar to his own, especially since Xiao Luo had not summoned his spiritual treasure at this moment. How could his treasure feel fear? Could it be that Xiao Luo himself? No, it's impossible. Han Li's eyes became even more frantic. He hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to forcibly enter the blade, swinging it with great force, as a streak of deep blue light rushed towards Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo sidestepped, but felt a chill when the blade light appeared beside him. The cold ice spiritual energy. Boom! The blade light, evaded by Xiao Luo, smashed down with a loud crash, immediately creating a gap in the originally flat ground, with a massive sound echoing in the space. Accompanied by a bone-piercing chill, countless ice crystals flew out from the gap. Xiao Luo clenched the magic formula, forcibly dispelling the chill, and summoned his spiritual sword to counterattack Han Li. Han Li, who originally intended to deliver a second strike, had to abandon his offensive and turn to defense. But soon, a look of surprise reappeared on Han Li's face. Both he and Xiao Luo were at the peak of the qi-nourishing realm. Logically, their strengths should not be too different. But why was the offensive of this spiritual sword so strong that he had to exert all his spiritual energy to respond to every attack, and even nearly dropping the treasured blade from his hand twice? Such a huge gap can only mean one thing: the spiritual sword is of a much higher grade than his treasured blade. Upon this realization, Han Li's eyes grew even more resentful. Ever since he was ambushed by Xiao Luo during the Immortal Path assessment, although his father had forcibly altered his spiritual treasure, an acquired item would never be as good as an innate spiritual tool. So for these years, he had been pushing himself tirelessly, wanting to bridge this gap, wanting to stand on top of Xiao Luo once again. He had already worked very hard, but why was it that Xiao Luo could always keep him suppressed in every aspect? Why was he destined to be stepped on by Xiao Luo? Even when he sought a profound tier spiritual treasure for this assessment, he was still steadily suppressed by Xiao Luo. He knew that if this continued, it wouldn't be long before he would be defeated. Unwillingness filled Han Li's heart. Clang! The huge sound of metal clashing came, and Han Li's treasured blade finally could not withstand the offensive of Xiao Luo's spiritual sword, flying out of his hand. The outcome is already decided. Xiao Luo recalled his spiritual sword, lightly speaking while looking at Hanli, who was slumped on the ground. In the third examination arena, almost everyone watched the scene through the huge profound light mirror. Their expressions varied. Even the elders on the high platform could not hide the surprise in their eyes. Hanli's talent could indeed be ranked among the best among these candidates, but even so, he could hardly last a few rounds against Xiao Luo. Moreover, it was clear to anyone that Xiao Luo had not used his full force, he was merely using his spiritual energy to drive the spiritual sword for simple attacks. This boy, as long as he is guided properly, will surely achieve great things in the future. Sun Shang, the vice president of Lingxiao Academy, stroked his beard, completely revealing his admiration for Xiao Luo in his gaze. Dean, I want to personally take him as my disciple. Sun Qinger looked at the proud figure in the profound light mirror, but suddenly turned to look at Lu Ha. As soon as this was said, the surrounding clan heads were startled and turned to look. Although this was not the main campus of Lingxiao Academy, being recognized by an elder as a personal disciple was enough to show that this boy's talent was terrifying. This still depends on his personal desire, even I cannot force it. Lu Ha never expected that Sun Qinger would directly ask him for this disciple as soon as she opened her mouth. He had dealt with Xiao Luo before. This little fellow not only had terrifying talent, but his mind was also not simple, so he would definitely not easily become a disciple just because of his words. Immediately, he could only give a dry laugh and respond to Sun Qinger. Hiss. Upon hearing this, a gasp of cold air echoed around them. If it were just Elder Sun wanting to accept a disciple, it may have been surprising but still within reason. However, the information contained in President Lu's words was quite significant. Even the president held such an attitude. Who exactly was this kid? Soon, with the revelations from informed individuals, everyone learned that this young man before them was the one who ignited the red light, with understanding capacity deemed monstrous, a heavenly tier talent named Xiao Luo. The stunned heads of families, who had previously displayed shocked expressions, gradually revealed looks of relief. If they were elders, they would probably just perform a scene of snatching the disciple right there. However, just as everyone thought Xiao Luo had already claimed victory, they saw Hanli take out a pill from his pocket and swallow it. Originally, I didn't want to use this treasure pill. Xiao Luo, everything is forced by you. After swallowing the pill, Hanli slowly stood up from the ground, and the gentle spiritual energy around him suddenly became extremely chaotic. Xiao Luo narrowed his eyes, staring at Hanli not far away. He saw him stretch out his hand, and that treasured sword he had sent flying instantly returned to his grip. Although he didn't know what kind of pill it was, it seemed to be a high-grade pill that could directly enhance spiritual energy and squeeze out potential. At this moment, Hanli's aura had jumped from the peak of the Qi gathering stage to a level close to the early stage of the essence gathering stage. It seems I was not mistaken, there indeed is a high-level alchemist behind the Han family. Xiao Luo gazed at Hanli, deep in thought. He was not concerned about Hanli's rampage after all. After all, he still had trump cards to use, he definitely had a way to win this battle. However, in Hanli's eyes, this was a naked provocation, which intensified the resentment in his gaze. Xiao Luo. Prepare to die. At this moment, he couldn't care much anymore, madly swinging his treasured sword, numerous azure sword lights weaving toward Xiao Luo like a net. Everyone was holding their breath for Xiao Luo, yet only Xiao Wui and Guo Wanting remained completely unfazed. Xiao Luo simply used one hand to form seals, channeling spiritual power to control the spiritual sword, blocking the sword lights one by one. With the other hand, he directly pulled out a brush and yellow paper from his pocket. He actually began to draw talismans on the spot. Chapter 70, Victory and Defeat Determined. Hiss. Almost everyone at the third examination venue gasped in shock. Although talismancers are rare, those present were all reputable heads of families from various cities in the western region of the Great Xia, and they all had a bit of knowledge about talisman techniques. Moreover, dueling was a common sight in the cultivation world, and almost everyone had seen it. But they had truly never seen anyone drawing talismans while fighting. What kind of monster is this kid? Not only the heads of families, but even the elders of Lingxiao Academy couldn't help but widen their eyes. This child's talent is truly monstrous. If guided properly, his future is limitless. As the vice president of Lingxiao Academy, Sun Shang was not supposed to say such things in public, but Xiao Luo had genuinely shocked him. Next to him, Sun Qinger's eyes grew more fervent. Earlier, she wanted to take Xiao Luo as her disciple, merely because she saw the talent that ignited the red light. She herself had no concrete concept of Xiao Luo's talent. But now, seeing Xiao Luo in battle, she truly understood what that sky-high red light represented. Inside the space. With his cultivation level approaching the essence gathering stage, Hanli should have held an absolute advantage, yet now he was being pushed back by a mere spiritual sword and was unable to pose any threat to Xiao Luo. At this moment, Hanli, though forced to remain motionless, noticed Xiao Luo, who was drawing symbols. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Hanli had to take Xiao Luo's terrifying talent and symbols seriously. The enhancement brought by the elixir was time-limited. From the moment he consumed it and increased his power, the boost from the elixir began to gradually diminish. At this moment, as Han Li defended against the attack of the spirit sword, he felt his own power waning. He understood that if he allowed Xiao Luo to finish drawing the symbol, winning would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He could no longer sit and wait. Han Li immediately roared angrily, and a massive amount of spiritual power erupted from his body, even blowing away the spirit sword that was suppressing him by Xiao Luo. This was the might formed after he explosively released all the spiritual power contained in the elixir, and it was a desperate strike. If this strike failed, he would have no chance of turning the tables. He then brandished his treasured blade and charged wildly towards Xiao Luo. Watching Xiao Luo rapidly enlarge in his vision, Han Li couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. He knew that at his current speed, even if Xiao Luo exerted all his strength, it would be impossible for him to control the blown-away spirit sword to defend. And Xiao Luo's symbol was not yet finished. However, in the next moment, a strong sense of unease enveloped Han Li's heart. The current situation clearly seemed like a dead end for Xiao Luo, yet why did Xiao Luo show no signs of nervousness? Even the corners of his mouth were accompanied by a faint smile the entire time? Could it be that he was so confident he could block Han Li's desperate strike? Although Han Li felt that something was wrong, the situation had reached a point where he couldn't hold back any longer. He had no way to retreat. Die! Han Li furiously gathered all the remaining spiritual power in his body onto the treasured blade, and a massive icy blade light slashed down towards Xiao Luo. In this scene, almost everyone held their breath for Xiao Luo, except Lu Ha, whose eyes flickered with sharp light, smiling bitterly and shaking his head. This kid is really a monster. Facing this earth-shattering strike, Xiao Luo remained unchanged, calmly staring at the blade light about to descend upon him. Your blade is good, but it's unfortunate that it's with the wrong person. From the moment Han Li summoned his treasured blade, Xiao Luo could sense fear emanating from it. That blade was afraid of him. So he was never afraid that this blade could harm him. Moreover, his symbol was already completed. You are too slow. Facing the incoming attack, Xiao Luo did not dodge but silently watched the blade light approaching him with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. A symbol fell from his fingertips, steadily standing between him and the blade light. Countless armor pieces surged out from the symbol, instantly forming a large shield that completely protected Xiao Luo behind it. Third-grade symbol, Xuanwu shielding symbol. Break for me! Seeing the shield protecting Xiao Luo, Han Li's eyes became even more frenzied. He had used all his spiritual power in this blow and could no longer afford any regrets. Now, he could only exhaust every ounce of spiritual power in his body to shatter this bothersome shield and Xiao Luo behind it. Boom! The tremendous noise caused the ground to shudder, and even the Xianlight mirror felt some impact. However, to Han Li's surprise, the seemingly almost transparent shield showed no signs of damage, and it didn't even crack upon receiving his strike. A strong sense of defeat turned Han Li's complexion pale. But before Han Li could take action, he found that two symbols had appeared beside him, one on the left and one on the right, unbeknownst to him. Xiao Luo pinched the formula with his hand, stirring the spiritual power to activate the talisman. Countless flashes of lightning surged from the talisman, transforming into a thunder cage that enveloped Han Li within. A third-grade talisman, Purple Mist Thunder Sound Talisman. The Xuanwu shield armor dissipated in the wind, revealing Xiao Luo behind it. The outcome is decided. Xiao Luo spoke indifferently once more, but this time he did not withdraw his attack. The thunder cage still trapped Han Li inside. With just a thought, Han Li would be engulfed by this lightning. At this moment, Han Li's face was ashen, and in the next instant, he was teleported out of this realm. First match, Xiao Luo wins, 10 points. A voice echoed from inside Xiao Tian. In the third examination area, almost everyone bore witness to the battle process of Xiao Luo, staring at each other in bewilderment. On the platform, even the elders of Lingxiao Academy felt their brains stop thinking. Old Lu, this kid was brought in by you, are you truly unaware of his background? After a long silence, Sun Sheng turned to Lu Ha, who was sitting beside him. Facing Sun Sheng's doubt, Lu Ha could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Earlier, they thought Xiao Luo was already very abnormal by wielding a spiritual sword to fight while drawing talismans, but now it seemed they were too shallow. This kid not only fought while drawing talismans, but the talismans he drew were also third grade. He even drew 3 of them at once. Such a miracle, how could it still be summed up with just the simple word genius? Earlier, during the second round of assessment, everyone had thought that it was outrageous for Xiao Luo to draw third-grade talismans at such a young age. But now it appeared that the so-called top-tier heavenly talent assessment was merely the limit of the evaluation, not Xiao Luo's true limit. Lu Ha sighed softly, looking at the figure in the Xianguang mirror, and slowly spoke. This child has exceptional talent, with the demeanor of a true immortal. We must do our utmost to cultivate him. Since the fall of the immortal emperor, until today, Lingxiao Academy has stood strong to save the people, yet the hidden forces have become more and more powerful, and we feel increasingly powerless. This child is our hope. Chapter 71, Not Once Defeated.
The Xianguang mirror has more than one surface. All the examinees entering the competition arena can find their reflections through different Xianguang mirrors. The first round of the competition was drawing to a close. After Xiao Luo's battle, the once confident heads of various families began to stare intently at their own children's figures, silently praying that their children would not encounter this freak, Xiao Luo. It wasn't that they were worried about accidents in the fight. After all, this was Lingxiao Academy, something they had certainly considered. Each time the teleportation array was activated, a healing formation would activate simultaneously. Powerful healing energy could instantly restore the contestants to their peak condition. Thus, even if Han Li, whose spiritual power was exhausted, was teleported, he would have already recovered his physical state at that moment. However, injuries are easy to heal, but inner demons are hard to cure. At this moment, Han Li no longer had the arrogance from before. His entire demeanor showed a sense of hopelessness. Being struck down at such a young age was not a good thing for his future cultivation path. In severe cases, he could even die under the thunder tribulation due to inner demons. This was something all the family heads were worried about. As everyone finished the first round, the light of the teleportation array flashed again, and everyone was matched once more.
Ah! Can we concede?
In the vicinity of the Xiao family, a woman exclaimed in shock upon seeing her child matched with Xiao Luo, hurriedly asking the examiner beside her. This left the examiner at a loss for a moment. He had been an examiner at Lingxiao Academy for at least several decades, having seen enough examinees through 4 or 5 realms, but this was the first time he had encountered a request for immediate surrender in the third round. It made him momentarily flustered as well.
At this moment, the only option was to consult the elder's opinion.
But before he could speak, he saw the woman shaking her head in disappointment and softly saying, "No need." Hearing this, the examiner froze in place, instinctively looking at the Xian light mirror, his eyes instantly widening.
Just a moment ago, his hesitation had only lasted an instant, and yet the match was already over?
He saw Xiao Luo making a hand gesture, the spiritual sword firmly pressing against his opponent's throat, speaking indifferently, "The outcome is decided." At this stage, everyone was still at the nascent Qi realm, and their protective spiritual energy was as fragile as paper against the peak of Xian tier spiritual swords.
I concede.
This scene made the examiner swallow hard. This kid not only had monstrous talent, but his methods were also terrifying. He believed that if he suppressed his own realm to match the same level, he probably wouldn't last 2 moves under Xiao Luo's hand. In the subsequent matches, Xiao Luo almost crushed every opponent in his path, winning consecutively. And the way he won was almost always by using his spiritual sword to instantly break through his opponent's defense and hold their vital points, forcing them to surrender. Although, by conventional logic, it could be argued that Xiao Luo had the advantage due to the tier of his spiritual sword, no one dared to challenge this theory. After all, Xiao Luo had already proven that his talismans were far more terrifying than the spiritual sword. Now, using only the spiritual sword seemed to be merely more convenient. On the other hand, Xiaoyan, although not possessing Xiao Luo's terrifying strength and talent, relied on illusions which were inherently inclined toward actual combat techniques. This allowed her to rank highly, with only 2 defeats out of 3, both caused by opponents with extraordinarily thick spiritual power who forcibly broke through her secret arts, leading to her loss. In the center of the third competition field, on the highest platform, there was the largest Xian light mirror, displaying the scores and rankings of all the candidates. At this moment, Xiao Luo was leading by a sheer cliff, like an unreachable mountain peak, having never suffered a defeat.
Xiao Wui's eyes flashed with brilliance, his expression unusually excited. He had previously considered that his son Luor had terrifying potential and could easily enter the Lingxiao Academy.
But he had never imagined that Luor's strength would be so terrifying, able to crush everyone in the same batch at Lingxiao Academy. Such talent and power clearly indicated that his precious son was a person destined for great fortune. Time passed quickly, and the midday sun was especially bright. The final match at Lingxiao Academy had now come to an end. As the teleportation array shimmered, Xiao Luo and Xiao Yan returned to Xiao Wui's side.
Good boy.
At this moment, Xiao Wui's face was flushed, and he excitedly patted Xiao Luo on the shoulder, completely abandoning any semblance of being a strict father. Just returning and being praised so openly by his seemingly easygoing father, even though Xiao Luo knew the reason, he was still somewhat surprised. After all, his father rarely gave such direct compliments.
Luor, you've truly brought pride to your father this time.
Guo Wanning spoke gently, her eyes filled with smiles.
Xiao Yan, standing aside, could tell from Xiao Wui and Guo Wanning's reactions that Xiao Luo's performance must have been exceptional.
But when she looked up and saw the overwhelming lead in the scores, she was still taken aback.
Yenner, you're impressive too.
Our Xiao family is truly fortunate to have both of you little ones.
Guo Wanning gently pulled Xiao Yan into her embrace, speaking softly. Auntie, you're joking. Yenner still has a long way to go.
Xiao Yan lowered her head, though her cheeks were flushed with a deep redness.
You're already very impressive.
Xiao Luo chuckled lightly, looking at Xiao Yan.
Mm.
In response to Xiao Luo's praise, Xiao Yan's face seemed to turn even redder.
This afternoon, would you like to go to the library? Afternoon? Xiao Luo was slightly stunned. Wasn't there a test in the afternoon? And where exactly was the library? Seeing his reaction, Xiao Wui helplessly tapped his head. You brat. You didn't listen to a word when the rules were announced. Xiao Luo felt a sharp pain and couldn't help but cover his head, shaking it in dissatisfaction, but his eyes betrayed his guilt. He had completely been seen through by his father, but he couldn't say he was tired of hearing such things, so he simply didn't want to listen. In the end, it was still Guo Wanting who smoothed things over. She shot a glare at Xiao Wuyo and spoke gently. Luor, the morning will be the final assessment, and in the afternoon, based on the assessment scores, we will enter the library. The higher the score, the deeper we can go, and the more powerful the secret methods we will obtain. Upon hearing Guo Wanting's explanation, Xiao Luo finally nodded in realization. It seemed the assessment only lasted for one morning. But that was fine, he was already bored with this tedious exam, as everyone else was too weak. As for the library, he found himself quite interested. Although he currently had a strong affinity for spirit swords, he was clueless about swordsmanship. Despite having a peak-level spirit sword, he could only use his spiritual energy to create simple flying sword symbols. If he could find suitable secret methods there, that wouldn't be bad. Thinking of this, Xiao Luo immediately nodded in agreement. Alright, let's go together. As more and more teleportation circles displayed their brilliant lights, the other candidates were gradually brought out one by one. The Xiao family, which had previously gone unnoticed, had now become the focus of the entire venue. Chapter 72, You're Talking Nonsense. Feeling the eyes around him that were constantly sizing him up, Xiao Luo felt a bit helpless. He could sense the discussions about him, he didn't quite like this feeling. But he hadn't really done anything, just mechanically repeating the flying sword symbols. Fortunately, this process didn't last long. After Lu He finished announcing all the rules, the third assessment was finally concluded. Luor, you need to take good care of yourself over here. Guo Wanting's eyes were slightly red, clearly reluctant to leave Xiao Luo. Mother, don't worry, Luor will take good care of himself and will also help take care of sister. Xiao Luo sweetly rushed into Guo Wanting's embrace. He knew better than anyone how much she loved him. Besides, it's not far from Luofeng City. During the holidays, I will come back to see you, mother. Although Xiao Luo originally meant to comfort Guo Wanting, it seemed his words only made her eyes redden even more. Xiao Wuyo reached out to pat Xiao Luo's head, his gaze was gentle. Luor, you've grown up. Take good care of yourself and your sister here, your mother and I will be waiting for you in Luofeng City. If you feel tired, come home and stay for a while. Listening to Xiao Wuyo's gentle tone, Xiao Luo forced a smile and nodded earnestly. Only after watching the Xiao family's carriage leave did Xiao Luo slowly sigh. Let's go back. Xiao Yan had been standing quietly beside them without speaking. Xiao Wuyo and Guo Wanting were not her kin, after all, her family had split generations ago, so there was hardly any blood relation left. She had only met the head of the Xiao family and the matriarch a few days ago. As an outsider, she felt it was inappropriate to say anything, so she could only silently watch. Yet, she could still empathize with Xiao Luo's feelings at this moment, as she too had felt similarly when leaving her own family. Mei Chem, let's go. Xiao Yan softly replied, then quietly followed behind Xiao Luo. However, such emotions came quickly and faded just as fast. Xiao Luo soon returned to his normal demeanor, starting to examine the token in his hand. After all, it wasn't a parting forever, just a short separation. This token was given to them by the examiner when the third stage assessment ended, one for each candidate who successfully passed the third test. It was said to record each person's assessment results and the practical scores from the third stage assessment, in order to enter the library to choose. However, the examiner did not explain how to use it in detail, only mentioning that it was enough to take it to the library. Shall we go to the library now? Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Luo, who had been fiddling with the token, tilting her head and softly inquiring. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo nodded. After the assessment, the family had already had lunch together, and Xiao Luo did not have a habit of napping, so heading directly to the library was fine. The beautiful scenery along the way improved Xiao Luo's mood quite a bit. Do you want to choose any secret methods or divine abilities? Xiao Luo stopped playing with the token in his hand and turned to look at Xiao Yan. With my score, it might be a bit difficult to choose a divine ability, I can probably only learn some relatively ordinary secret methods. Xiao Yan looked at the token in her hand, chuckling lightly in response. Xiao Luo did not refute this. Divine abilities are magic techniques passed down from the ancient celestial emperors, and their power is said to reach the heavens when cultivated to the peak, hence they are called divine abilities. Moreover, Lingxiao Academy has inherited part of the celestial emperor's legacy, so even Xiao Luo did not doubt that this branch in the western region of the Great Xia had secret methods and divine abilities. However, Xiao Luo was unclear about how many points and contributions were needed to exchange for secret methods in the library. Xiao Yan did not feel too disappointed about this, she had no particular obsession with divine abilities. What about you? Have you thought about what you want to choose? Have you considered any divine abilities or secret methods? Unlike her, Xiao Luo's score, according to what the examiner said, was likely the highest in the history of the Lingxiao Academy's Western Region branch. If even Xiao Luo could not obtain a divine ability, then no one would be able to get one. Me? I will probably choose the Sword Tao divine ability. Xiao Luo did not hesitate, this was something he had considered long ago. Since obtaining the spiritual tool Flying Sword in the Xien path, Xiao Luo had already planned his cultivation route of integrating sword symbols. But now, his cultivation of symbols had seen significant progress, while his swordsmanship had remained close to nothing. And now he had a chance to choose a divine ability or secret method, so he would naturally not miss it. As they spoke, the two arrived at a large door. From Xiao Luo's intuition, the library should be a tower or at least a building, but before him, there was only a door set in the mountainside. Could it be that the mountainside was hollowed out to store books? Or is this thing an arbitrary door? Carrying these strange thoughts, Xiao Luo walked straight to the door, only to find it completely empty. But according to the examiner, there should be an elder guarding the library to check the tokens, so why was there not a single person in sight? Xiao Yan followed behind Xiao Luo, also looking around. But at that moment, Xiao Yan suddenly felt a chill behind her and instinctively turned her head to look, only to be scared straight into Xiao Luo's direction. Ah! Xiao Luo quickly turned around upon hearing this, only to see a ragged, emaciated old man appear before him. Lingxiao Academy's attire is a uniform white robe, which looked completely different from the old man's appearance. Who are you? Xiao Luo protected Xiao Yan behind him and quickly took out a Xuanwu shield talisman from his pocket. However, the old man did not pay any attention to Xiao Luo's and Xiao Yan's reactions, instead, his gaze drifted straight to the talisman in Xiao Luo's hand. Oh? A Xuanwu shield talisman? Kid, you are quite wealthy, which family are you from? The old man's voice did not sound very old, lacking any sense of decay, and instead carried a hint of playfulness. Xiao Luo looked at the old man before him and quickly understood, bowing respectfully. I am from the Xiao family in Luofeng City. May I ask if you are an elder of this library? Cough, it's all just a title. The elder waved his hand, then picked up the black turtle shield talisman that Xiao Luo had on his fingertip and started to play with it. Xiao family. I don't have much impression, just a newly rising family? This talisman, old man remembers, is not cheap, your family is really generous. Hearing this, Xiao Luo raised his head, bowed slightly, and smiled as he spoke. Elder, you jest. This talisman was drawn by me during a battle just now, not purchased. You're talking nonsense. However, this time the elder didn't even bother to look at Xiao Luo, retorting without hesitation. Do you think I'm a fool? Can you fool me like that? If the elder does not believe it, you can take a look at this token, there should be a record within. Xiao Luo casually threw the token over to him. Looking at the token in his hand, the elder stared at Xiao Luo with suspicion and then began to sense with his spiritual power. But the next second, his expression changed drastically. Damn! Chapter 73, The Library Pavilion. Seeing the elder's unbelievable expression, Xiao Yan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly. Although she hadn't stayed long by Xiao Luo's side, she clearly understood how extraordinary he was. He was so extraordinary that all doubts evaporated into thin air. Elder, can you believe me now? Xiao Luo looked at the elder, who looked as if he had seen a ghost, and asked with a smile. However, the elder did not respond immediately, he just took a deep look at Xiao Luo and then carefully examined the token again. Strange, this token has no issues. He kept examining the token while muttering to himself, seemingly struggling to accept the records contained in the token. Xiao Luo, however, was not in a hurry, since he had no other matters at hand, waiting was no trouble. After a long while. You are called Xiao Luo? Exactly. The library pavilion elder approached Xiao Luo, returned the token, and then quickly circled around him, as if he were eyeing some rare treasure. It was not until he made 3 laps that he finally stopped, yet the astonishment in his eyes remained. Hiss, you wouldn't happen to be a reincarnated celestial emperor? Elder? Though Xiao Luo did not dislike the elder, being stared at like this was somewhat uncomfortable. Moreover, he didn't know how to respond to such a question, he couldn't claim to be the chosen one burdened with a system, right? Upon hearing this, the elder finally noticed the helplessness in Xiao Luo's eyes, realizing he might have lost his composure, and quickly cleared his throat twice. The token is fine, you can go in now. Unlike his tone earlier, even now, this ragged old man's tone was particularly gentle. My name is Feng Moyuan, if you encounter any difficulties, you can come here to find me. Thank you, elder. Xiao Luo respectfully clasped his hands, he understood that this was Feng Moyuan extending an olive branch to him. However, since he was still unclear about the elder's identity, he did not show much reaction. Fortunately, Feng Moyuan did not mind and instead looked at Xiao Yan standing to the side. Xiao Yan immediately understood and proactively handed over her token.
Actually, Xiao Yan's performance was also quite impressive, but with an extraordinary presence like Xiao Luo, the rest would seem less outstanding by comparison. Thus, Feng Moyuan merely glanced at it and nodded for her to pass. Remember, do not linger for too long inside, or if you get lost, even I would find it hard to locate you. When Xiao Luo and the two reached the entrance, they heard Feng Moyuan's reminder behind them. Before Xiao Luo could speak, the great door suddenly burst open, instantly pulling both him and Xiao Yan inside.
The blinding white light and overwhelming feeling of weightlessness made Xiao Luo frown. Fortunately, this sensation disappeared in an instant.
At the same time, he found himself inside the library pavilion. Inside the library pavilion, there were densely packed bookshelves filled with various cultivation techniques and manuals.
Not even a glance could see the end.
Taking a careful look, Xiao Luo also discovered that this place was not a cave, but a small world similar to the third assessment.
It really is a random door.
Xiao Luo couldn't help but silently complain, but his eyes suddenly caught sight of Xiao Yan, whose face was slightly pale.
Are you okay?
I'm fine, it's just that the transmission was a bit uncomfortable. Xiao Yan quickly shook her head to indicate that she was unharmed. Seeing that it was only like this, Xiao Luo let out a sigh of relief and raised his head to look ahead. Although there were many bookshelves, they were all very orderly. The two immediately randomly chose a path and walked inward. The low-ranked ones outside were not even secret methods, just some basic techniques, and he was too lazy to even look at them. It was better to quickly enter and find a sword technique that suited him. Walking in the passage, Xiao Luo could truly feel how vast and dense the bookshelves were. He couldn't even imagine how many books were hidden within. However, they had not walked far when a barrier-like thing appeared before them. Xiao Luo took out his token, holding it tightly in his hand, and reached out to touch it. The originally solid barrier rippled like the surface of water, and Xiao Luo easily stepped in. Xiao Yan followed suit and passed through effortlessly. It seems this is the barrier the examiner mentioned. Let's continue forward, these basic techniques are of no use to us. Okay. Xiao Yan still sweetly nodded her head, following behind Xiao Luo. After passing through 7 or 8 barriers, Xiao Luo then noticed that there were indeed people here. Some had entered before them, which was why they hadn't seen anyone. Now, the library was filled with students participating in the third assessment. When everyone saw Xiao Luo, they cast him surprised glances. As a newcomer, Xiao Luo was simply too dazzling for them. Xiao Luo chose to ignore their gazes, but Xiao Yan was slightly nervous, even subconsciously grabbing the corner of Xiao Luo's shirt. Xiao Luo wanted to comfort her, but for a moment he didn't know what to say, so he hesitated and ultimately chose to give up. As they continued to pass through barriers, the number of people choosing secret techniques around them became fewer and fewer. Until the 17th barrier. This was the limit of where Xiao Yan could come. I'm fine looking for a suitable secret technique here, you can go ahead. At this moment, Xiao Yan realized she was still holding on to Xiao Luo's shirt and quickly let go. But at this moment, the confusion in her eyes and the slight blush on her earlobes had already betrayed her thoughts. I'll go and come back soon to find you. Xiao Luo nodded slightly, without hesitation, and turned to walk into the next layer of light curtain. He knew the time to anger those inside was limited. Xiao Luo clearly remembered Feng Moyuan's warning and wanted to avoid any accidents, so it was best not to waste time. Without Xiao Yan by his side, Xiao Luo's pace noticeably quickened. Earlier, to accommodate the nervous Xiao Yan, he had been walking slowly with her, taking a lot of time along the way. Now, in just a moment, he crossed into the 20th layer of the light curtain. Looking at the light curtain appearing ahead, Xiao Luo lowered his head and weighed his token in hand. Trying to reach out and touch it, unexpectedly, the light curtain did not allow him to pass through easily, but was as hard as an insurmountable iron wall. It seems the bookshelves behind can only be visited another time. At this moment, Xiao Luo was quite sure there would definitely be more opportunities to come to the library in the future and go even deeper. Otherwise, if my own score can't reach the deepest part, it is likely that no one in the entire academy will be able to enter. Thinking of this, Xiao Luo returned the token to his bosom and began to examine the surrounding bookshelves. I wonder if there are any sword techniques here. Chapter 74, Sword Techniques. As one goes deeper into the library, the collections become rarer, and accordingly, the bookshelves will be fewer. On the 20th level of this library, there was only one bookshelf. Unlike the previous bookshelves filled with manuals, this bookshelf only had 10 boxes. As the saying goes, rarity makes things valuable, and it seems very likely there are treasured techniques stored here. With a glance, Xiao Luo reached out and carefully took down the box on the far left and opened it. What was inside was not a book as he had expected, but an object resembling a bamboo slip. However, the material looked more like jade, even exuding a rich spiritual power. Essentials of the 7-tiered symbol? Xiao Luo subconsciously read the words on the seal out loud. In the next moment, he was stunned.
This item would definitely be a treasure if placed outside and would cause quite a frenzy among talisman masters. After all, drawing symbols requires understanding. The higher the level of the symbol, the more talent is required exponentially. But this item in his hand could allow a 6th tier talisman master to transform into a 7th tier master. This shows just how rare it is. Yet, for Xiao Luo, this thing was completely useless, not even worth a scrap of chicken. Tisk, it's a worthless item. Xiao Luo shook his head and carefully placed the jade slip back into the box. He then opened the next box and began to look. Heaven and Earth's Imperial Fist. Aurora Fracture Flash. By the time he reached the 9th box, the excitement in Xiao Luo's eyes had gradually turned to numbness, and his mood inevitably dipped. Though none of these items were techniques, they would all be rare treasures in the outside world. But right now, these items offered him no improvement at all, which made him feel a bit frustrated. Looking at the last wooden box, Xiao Luo sighed softly and reached out to take it down slowly. Unlike the other 9 boxes, this one looked much older, with its original paint weathered and barely recognizable, even covered with a thick layer of dust. It seemed like nobody had touched it for a long time. Xiao Luo subconsciously blew on it to clear some dust but underestimated the amount, and was suddenly choked by the heavy dust, coughing repeatedly. Once he finally recovered, he gently stroked the patterns on it, feeling the spiritual energy emanating from it, but he couldn't help but feel worried. If this last one is garbage too, wouldn't I return empty-handed? Is my score being wasted like this? Or can I save it to use next time together? Should I go back to the 19th or 18th level to see if there are suitable sword techniques to practice? Strange thoughts surged in his mind, making Xiao Luo increasingly restless. Forget it, let's see what this thing is first. Shaking his head, Xiao Luo dispelled all the strange thoughts in his mind, took a deep breath, and slowly opened the wooden box. A jade slip that was comparatively more exquisite than the previous ones came into view, and even the seal was quite elaborate. Dragon's Lament? Xiao Luo was slightly taken aback, just looking at the name, he couldn't figure out what it was. What should I do? Should I try to probe with spiritual power? Thinking of this, Xiao Luo didn't hesitate, pouring a wave of spiritual power into the jade slip, and a brief summary of the content appeared in his mind. It really worked! Before he could marvel at the miraculous recording methods in this library, his heart was instantly filled with overwhelming joy. The dragon-slaying chant, this was the sword technique created by the Heavenly Emperor during his adventures in the immortal realm. Later, in the war between immortals and demons, it was used to behead an evil dragon, thus it was renamed Dragon-slaying chant. Sword technique. Isn't this exactly what I've been looking for? Xiao Luo's eyes couldn't help but reveal excitement, and he quickly put the jade slip back into the wooden box and headed towards the light screen he came from. When the examiner handed over the token, he specifically explained that all the chosen secret methods must be taken back to the main gate and confirmed by the elders before they can be taken away. As Xiao Luo passed through the barrier of the 20th layer, he distinctly felt the jade pendant in his hand vibrate. Wow, did I just return overnight to where I started? Looking at the token in his hand with 0 points, Xiao Luo was slightly stunned. But he didn't mind, after all, he had obtained what he wanted, if it was cleared, then so be it. He immediately took the token back to the 17th layer. Have you chosen? The moment he crossed the barrier, Xiao Luo saw Xiaoyan holding a book in her arms, which he guessed was the secret method she had chosen. Yeah, I chose an essential guide on illusions, what about you? Sword technique. Xiao Luo chuckled softly, waving the wooden box in front of her eyes. You really got a secret technique. That's awesome. Xiaoyan's voice was filled with joy, even attracting the attention of fellow disciples nearby who were searching for secret methods. Let's go. Xiao Luo scanned the surroundings and then led the way towards the main gate. Having gained experience, their pace was much faster compared to when they first came. They quickly arrived at the main gate. At this moment, Feng Yimo Yuan was talking to a woman dressed in a white robe. As if sensing Xiao Luo and Xiaoyan coming out of the gate, both Feng Yimo Yuan and the woman turned to look at them. The woman wore a flowing white dress, her figure tall and graceful, even the dress couldn't conceal her exquisite curves. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, and her features were like a painting. Even the slight glimpse of her collarbone exposed by her dress shone under the sunlight like jade. She completely matched Xiao Luo's criteria for a beautiful woman, but at that moment, the woman seemed to be curiously examining the two of them, which puzzled Xiao Luo a bit. Kid, you arrived just in time, let me introduce you, this is Elder Sun Qinger from Lingxiao Academy, she's a junior of mine and wants to take you in as a true disciple. Are you willing? True disciple? Xiao Luo hadn't even figured out the situation yet, and they were already asking him to become a true disciple? He knew very well the benefits of being a true disciple. Just by having that status, he could enter the main academy each year to study for a while, and there would even be a chance to comprehend the unspoken classic. However, he could already comprehend the unspoken classic without limits, and honestly speaking, based on his talent when enrolling, his treatment would definitely not be worse than that of the so-called true disciples. While having a beautiful master sounded nice, there'd better be some benefits involved as well. Thinking of this, Xiao. Yet Xiao Luo, as if perceiving nothing, held Xiaoyan's hand and bypassed Sun Qing'er to walk towards Feng Moyuan. What are you doing? Xiaoyan's expression was very anxious. In her eyes, the last people to offend in Lingxiao Academy were the elders. Right now, not only had Xiao Luo refused the status of a true disciple, but he had also disrespected the other party like this. What would happen if the other party sought revenge in the future? It's precisely because she looks down on us and doesn't want to directly bring us in, that we are forced to participate in some selection. Xiao Luo spoke in a bland tone, deliberately raising his voice by 2 pitches as he passed by Sun Qing'er. Hearing this, Sun Qing'er wanted to argue, but for a moment, she didn't know how to speak. After all, she had indeed thought this way at the beginning. But that said, Xiaoyan was still somewhat worried. After all, she had come from an environment like this since she was young and knew well not to easily offend others. But Xiao Luo didn't care. He was too lazy to bother with someone who treated him like an outcast just because of misunderstandings. Elder, let's confirm, and once confirmed, we'll prepare to leave. Feng Moyuan received the wooden box tossed over by Xiao Luo, shaking his head helplessly. How did you see that? When the elder couldn't answer what benefits a true disciple could bring to me, it was already exposed. After all, only the person responsible for the reception would know the conditions promised by Director Lu. You brat. Actually, Feng Moyuan understood Xiao Luo's thoughts. He had guessed the outcome when Sun Qing'er spoke to him about this matter. Xiao Luo appeared gentle and accommodating, but in reality, his character was stubborn, quite similar to himself. This was one of the reasons he felt a connection with Xiao Luo. Also, because he anticipated that Sun Qing'er would hit a wall here, he had offered to help and concealed the fact that she was the one receiving. Unexpectedly, Xiao Luo was sharp-minded and deduced it merely from a few words. Having come this far, even Feng Moyuan didn't know what more to say and quietly looked down at the wooden box thrown over by Xiao Luo. Damn! This was the second time he cursed. Even both times were because of Xiao Luo. What's wrong with the elder? Xiao Luo looked at Feng Moyuan's unconcerned appearance, feeling somewhat puzzled. Was it so incredible that he took out a sword Dao secret technique from the library? How did you open it? Feng Moyuan's eyes were fervent, staring at Xiao Luo as if looking at a monster. Even Sun Qing'er, who had been sad beside them, couldn't help but lean over. In her impression, although Feng Moyuan had a bit of a rogue vibe, he was quite stable, and she had never seen anything that could make him so out of character. What the heck? But when she noticed the wooden box in Feng Moyuan's hands, she couldn't help but curse. Both of their reactions, disregarding their status, made Xiao Luo's eyelids twitch. Though confused in his heart, he still chose to answer truthfully. It opened with just a push? What's wrong with this box? Upon hearing this, Feng Moyuan and Sun Qing'er looked at Xiao Luo again, their eyes filled with astonishment. After a while of silence, Feng Moyuan finally spoke slowly. Kid, you don't know, all the collections in the library are actually copies, while the original books are stored in the main academy's treasury. Only this wooden box is different. It has prohibitions, so it is a unique edition, the only one of its kind in the world. Hearing Feng Moyuan's explanation, Xiao Luo's heart grew even more puzzled. If it's a unique edition, why isn't it stored in the main academy but placed in this branch? It said this was arranged by a senior powerhouse of Lingxiao Academy, and it has been sealed here ever since. As for the specific reasons, even old me cannot know. Feng Moyuan quietly observed the wooden box and explained softly. Silently looking at Feng Moyuan, Xiao Luo felt a bit speechless. It was like saying nothing at all. There was no useful information. However, he still respectfully bowed as a gesture of thanks. Thank you, Elder, for your clarification. Since there are no other questions, I will take my leave now. You kid, take it, take it. It's yours, and I won't make things difficult for you. But this matter is serious, and I still need to report it. Looking at Xiao Luo's expression, Feng Moyuan shook his head helplessly, amused yet exasperated, and returned the wooden box to Xiao Luo. After just glancing at the book in Xiaoyan's hand, he turned to look at Sun Qing'er. Qing'er, please temporarily take over my duties, I will go find the dean. But Sun Qing'er's delicate face suddenly filled with shock, but before she could react, Feng Moyuan turned into a beam of light and vanished from the spot. Let's go as well. Xiao Luo gently tugged at the somewhat dazed Xiaoyan, who appeared overwhelmed by recent events, and quickly headed back in the direction they came from. Hey, don't leave yet. However, Xiao Luo was too fast. He had already walked far away, leaving only the anxious beginning of Sun Qing'er's sentence behind. Humph, intentionally ignoring me but still wanting me to be your disciple? No way. No way. I want to go back and study the sword techniques properly. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Luo paid no attention to the people around him and hurried forward. But suddenly, 3 figures in white robes appeared in front of him, blocking his path, and one could easily tell from their attire that they were students of Lingxiao Academy. Xiao Luo, eager to return, did not wish to get into trouble, but the three in front of him seemed uninterested in letting him pass. Even when Xiao Luo tried to sidestep them, they moved deliberately to block him again. What do you want? Xiao Luo grew a bit impatient, his gaze becoming increasingly unfriendly. Xiaoyan, noticing their identity, realized it might be difficult to deal with them, and gently tugged at Xiao Luo's sleeve, trying to give him a hint. But Xiao Luo grasped her small hand in return, causing her cheeks to flush slightly, and she gave up struggling. This scene caught the attention of the three who were blocking the way, and they all displayed disdainful expressions. With your kind of status, you dare hope for Elder Sun to take you as a disciple? Truly laughable. The leading white-robed youth stepped forward, looking down at Xiao Luo from a height. What will you do? Although technically he should be a senior brother, he had no intention of giving Xiao Luo face. This kind of bratty punk has always been beneath his notice. The leading white-robed youth raised his chin, nostrils flared arrogantly as he spoke to Xiao Luo. You will duel with me. If you win, you can become Elder Sun's disciple. Chapter 76, All of You Together. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo finally understood. So this kid had heard somewhere that Sun Qinger was going to take him as a disciple, which was why he came to block him. Recalling Sun Qinger's stunning beauty, it was normal to have little admirers. Are you really going to fight? Xiao Luo hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. Although he didn't mind teaching a lesson to his senior brother, he wanted to return quickly to study the sword techniques, so he had no time to play around with them. Are you scared of me, senior brother Wu Chen? One clearly a sycophant among the white-robed youths spoke up, revealing a set of prominent front teeth. I think you look too young to be at Lingxiao Academy, you should go home and find your mother. Another burly youth mocked as well. So, what will it be? Will you fight or not? Wu Chen continued to look down his nose at Xiao Luo, a hint of smug satisfaction already showing at the corner of his mouth, as if he believed Xiao Luo was already doomed. Xiao Luo looked at the three before him, his gaze revealing a hint of pity for the fools. He had seen stubborn people before, but never quite like this. Even three stubborn fools working together was surprisingly perfect. How about, let's forget it? Xiaoyan looked a bit worried and glanced at the boy blocking their way. She wanted to pull her hand away from Xiao Luo's grip, but found herself firmly held and unable to move. She gently shook Xiao Luo's arm, her voice filled with pleading. Xiao Luo looked back at Xiaoyan, who was full of concern, and couldn't help but sigh. In that case, then. But before Xiao Luo could finish, the boy named Wu Chen stood proudly in front of him as if he had already won. I thought being first in the entrance ceremony would mean something strong, but turns out he's just a useless freeloader. You'd better stay close to that little girl behind you and keep your distance from Elder Sun. Even the two lackeys beside him chuckled, emitting snickering sounds. Where to fight? Xiao Luo's eyes turned icy as he stared at Wu Chen. What? Wu Chen, still caught up in the rejoicing of victory, thought he had misheard when he suddenly heard Xiao Luo's voice and instinctively responded. Where shall I hit you so that you can get quick medical treatment? Xiao Luo narrowed his eyes and spoke again. He originally wanted to let these reckless youngsters go, but they did not know their limits and even insulted Xiaoyan. He had promised his mother to take good care of Xiaoyan, so how could he let her suffer? When that punk started talking, Xiao Luo clearly saw the deep humiliation in Xiaoyan's eyes, yet she said nothing to protect herself. At that moment, Xiao Luo's heart turned cold with murderous intent. But considering their young age and that they were official disciples of Lingxiao Academy, he suppressed his killing intent. However, teaching them a lesson was inevitable. You're clever enough to know that sticking your neck out will get you hurt, so let's go to the training ground. Wu Chen sneered at Xiao Luo's ashen face and turned to head towards the training ground. Clueless fool. The lackey behind him rolled his eyes at Xiao Luo, swearing under his breath. Xiaoyan looked at Xiao Luo with great concern, and just as she was about to speak, Xiao Luo gently squeezed her small hand. It's okay, just leave it to me. Looking at the smile that curved up at the corner of Xiao Luo's mouth, Xiaoyan felt a bit of her unease away. Since meeting Xiao Luo, it seemed like anything was possible, almost like he could do anything. This time, surely he can too. The training ground was not far from where Xiao Luo and the others were, and in just a moment, they arrived inside. At this time, there weren't many people here, making it feel quite empty. Seeing the disciples come here to fight, many ran over to form a circle and join the excitement. Wu Chen squinted at Xiao Luo not far away. He had heard before coming that Xiao Luo was ranked first among the new students and was highly favored by Elder Sun, who even wanted to take him as a true disciple. This made him extremely angry, as he too had wished to join under Sun Qinger but was turned down. This kind of disparity was unbearable for him. The only reason he dared to propose this battle was that he was not blindly confident. The new students were at best at the peak of the Qi gathering realm, while he was genuinely in the gathering origin realm. Although it seemed like only a small gap, the difference between the ranks was like heaven and earth. Even if Xiao Luo was a genius, he believed he could stomp him down and humiliate him severely. Yet even so, he still pretended to act like a senior brother in front of others, then spoke to Xiao Luo. If you can withstand 3 moves, you all come at me together. What he did not expect was that Xiao Luo would directly interrupt his words. Not only that, but his words were so arrogant. What did you say? Wu Chen's eyes widened in shock, staring angrily at Xiao Luo. He realized he had been looked down upon, and he couldn't maintain his composure. At this moment, the onlookers around him also burst into laughter, further pricking his nerves. I'm in a hurry, you all come at me together. Xiao Luo's expression was calm, as if he didn't care about them at all. Kid, are you looking for death? Wu Chen's lackey angrily shouted, pointing his finger at Xiao Luo's nose. Xiao Yan's eyes were gradually filled with worry at this moment. She had only seen Xiao Luo fight the twins and had never witnessed him in a real battle. The most she could do was infer his capabilities from his grades. If he faced a single Xiao Luo, he might have a chance at winning based on his own strength, but now facing 3 opponents of a higher realm, even Xiao Luo might not be able to hold on. Just as she wanted to advise him, Xiao Luo returned her a reassuring glance. Seeing Xiao Luo's annoying expression, Wu Chen shouted angrily and directly summoned his spirit sword, gripping it in his hand, while forming a hand sign and charging at Xiao Luo. But just as he started, he was forced to stop. The onlookers clearly saw Xiao Luo summon his spirit sword the moment the opponent made a move, drawing something simple on it, and in an instant, that sword was pressed against Wu Chen's neck. You! Wu Chen swallowed hard, his face filled with embarrassment and anger. The surrounding onlookers began to whisper among themselves, discussing Xiao Luo's method. Xiao Yan covered her mouth, her eyes widening. She had seen this scene before, when Xiao Luo used this trick on the twins before the assessment. But now the opponent's strength was not something the Imo family's twins could compare to, yet they still fell under Xiao Luo's sword. Such terrifying strength made Xiao Yan look at Xiao Luo with a strange color in her eyes. Boss! Wu Chen's 2 lackeys immediately rushed to his side, summoning their own magical tools to push Xiao Luo's spirit sword aside. Xiao Luo did not continue attacking but instead recalled his spirit sword. With cold eyes, he looked at the 3 again. I'll say it again, I'm in a hurry, so you all come at me together. Kid, did you just sneak attack? Wu Chen's lackey's gaze was fierce, and after confirming that Wu Chen was unharmed, he immediately turned to Xiao Luo. In the eyes of the 3, Xiao Luo merely took advantage of the xien rank spirit sword and sneaked in an attack when they were unprepared. Since they had been sneak attacked by a petty person, they naturally felt it unnecessary to adhere to any martial ethics, ready to strike back and teach this ignorant kid a lesson. But even if the 3 thought this way, the onlooking brothers and sisters did not feel that Xiao Luo had done anything wrong. Instead, they mocked Wu Chen's shamelessness. The sounds of laughter continually pierced Wu Chen's nerves, making him remember the time he had asked Sun Qinger to take him as her disciple, surrounded by the same kind of ridicule. Kid, this is self-inflicted. Wu Chen now just wanted to quickly deal with this immediate threat. If he succeeded, maybe Sun Qinger would consider him superior to Xiao Luo and change her mind. Thinking of possibly becoming Sun Qinger's true disciple, with such a beautiful master, Wu Chen couldn't help but smile. Xiao Luo looked at the 2 fierce lackeys not far away and at Wu Chen, who was grinning like a fool, and couldn't help but slightly twitch his mouth. What kind of karma have I created? Why do I have to encounter these 3 fools while walking on the road? Forget it, I should finish this quickly and get back. Xiao Luo muttered softly, taking out yellow paper and a pen from his bag. The watching brothers and sisters widened their eyes at this sight. There were many geniuses within Lingxiao Academy, and among them were quite a few students skilled in talismans, which made them more aware of matters relating to talismans than ordinary people. It was well known that drawing talismans required focus and concentration, with no room for distraction, and even the slightest wandering thought could lead to failure. But what's going on with this kid who just started school, taking out yellow paper and a pen right on the spot? Is he really going to draw? Originally a bit nervous, Wu Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud upon seeing Xiao Luo's actions. Kid, I heard you have a high talent for talismans. If you actually draw one, it would give me quite a headache. But why do you think I will give you the time to draw talismans? However, in response to Wu Chen's trash talk, Xiao Luo merely glanced over indifferently. You talk too much. He then channeled his spiritual power, holding 3 sheets of yellow paper in mid-air, and his brush began to move rapidly. Kid, this is your own doing. Wu Chen, having lost face due to Xiao Luo's repeated success, finally couldn't hold it anymore, his eyes filled with resentment. Let's go together. His 2 followers quickly gathered their energy, hand-forming spells as they charged towards Xiao Luo together. However, just as they moved, the crowd around them erupted into a thunderous roar. Some people, confused, looked up to see what was happening. They saw that the yellow paper in front of Xiao Luo, which had been blank moments ago, was now covered in symbols, each stroke seeming full of life, brimming with thunderous power. As Xiao Luo finished his final stroke, a strong flash of lightning erupted from the talisman. The purple mist thunder talisman transformed into 3 bolts of lightning, trapping Wu Chen and his two followers who were still midway through their charge.
For someone who was provoking and even insulting Xiao Luo had no intention of showing mercy. Immediately, he formed a spell with his hands, his brows slightly furrowed. Break! In an instant, the lightning prison exploded with a blinding flash, screams piercing the air. In the blink of an eye, Wu Chen and the others had blackened faces, their hair standing on end, with black smoke swirling from their mouths.
The onlookers felt a slight tension. Goodness, do new students have such fierce abilities now? Lingxiao Academy, Western District Branch. Qingyun Pavilion. Junior. Junior. A ragged-looking old man, looking scruffy and somewhat shameless, shouted as he rushed into the hall. Yet along the way, no one dared to stop him. What brings you here today, senior brother? Are you hungry and want some special treatment? Lu Ha stepped out from the hall with a cheerful expression, looking at Feng Moi rushing towards him from afar. Clearly, this wasn't Feng Moi's first time coming here to beg for food. What are you talking about? Feng Moi shrank down in size and appeared right next to Lu Ha, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. Your senior brother is here today to discuss something important with you. Oh? What is it, senior brother? Lu Ha sensed that Feng Moi seemed different this time, quickly stepping aside to invite him in to elaborate. The two quickly entered the hall, and with a casual wave of Feng Moi's hand, all windows and doors were closed, sealed with a simple soundproof array. Seeing this, Louis' smile gradually faded. He knew his senior brother was indeed here to discuss something significant. Feng Moi silently scanned the room, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before finally letting out a sigh and looking at Lu Ha. Junior, this matter is very serious, you must be prepared. The library was stolen? What are you talking about? Then, senior brother, what's this all about? Xiao Luo took a swordsmanship divine ability. Oh, just this matter. It's the broken dragon's cry. What? Lu Ha spit out the mouthful of tea he had just sipped. Broken dragon's cry was taken by Xiao Luo? Correct. Feng Moi was quite satisfied with Lu He's reaction, and then stroked his beard, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Lu Ha. No wonder the main academy arranged it this way. Realizing, Lu Ha murmured, his eyes slightly brightening as he seemed to understand something. Senior brother, does anyone else know about this? So far, only Qinger and that girl by Xiao Luo's side knows. Hearing this, Lu Ha finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Should we not let Xiao Luo practice the broken dragon's cry? Feng Moi hesitated. He still opened his mouth. Lu Ha slightly shook his head and put down the teacup in his hand. The dragon's chant is unharmed, just continue your regular training, but the matter of that box being opened must not be known to others. I will go out for a while, and I leave the matters in the courtyard to you, senior brother. After saying this, Lu Ha transformed into a streak of light and disappeared within Qingyun Pavilion. Training ground. The crowd around was filled with murmurs of discussion. But compared to the earlier noise, it was pitifully small, most likely intimidated by Xiao Luo. Are you okay? Seeing this, Xiaoyan rushed to Xiao Luo's side, her expression slightly worried. I'm fine, let's go. When Xiao Luo saw Xiaoyan, he chuckled softly, and immediately prepared to leave with her. But before he could turn around, the crowd once again stirred. Elder Sun is coming. It's Elder Sun. Sun Qinger quickly walked towards Xiao Luo and the others. Without saying, Xiao Luo already knew she was here to accept disciples, so his brow furrowed slightly. However, this scene was captured by the ground-bound Wu Chen, who felt a surge of joy and immediately shouted. Someone hit me. Elder Sun, save me. Chapter 78, Punished. Xiao Luo considered himself well exposed to the world. But he never expected to encounter a trickster at Lingxiao Academy today. Hearing this, Sun Qinger's footsteps quickened. This seemed to give Wu Chen a glimmer of hope, and he amplified his pitiful cries. Ouch, it hurts so much. The small group beside him also reacted and joined in the lament. Someone hit me. Help! Xiao Luo is not human. His blows are so harsh. At this moment, the three lay on the ground, their originally white robes now completely charred black, even the sleeves unevenly burned short. If unknowingly, they seemed more justified now. The spectators, initially watching the show, were dumbfounded by such shameless behavior, and some wanted to step up and defend Xiao Luo. But when they saw Sun Qinger's gloomy face, they instinctively recoiled, immediately dispelling the thoughts of intervening. Though Sun Qinger was extremely beautiful, she had a notorious reputation at Lingxiao Academy. It was said that someone once came to propose marriage and was frightened away by Elder Sun, who even destroyed a treasured object in the process. Although later students weren't sure of the truth of this rumor, each one saw Sun Qinger and kept their distance, quietly believing it. Sun Qinger quickly approached Xiao Luo and Wu Chen, her face like frost, with no emotion in her eyes. This made Xiao Luo slightly puzzled.
This person, judging by her aura and appearance, was undoubtedly Sun Xinger, but why was she so different from when he saw her before? Could it be that what he met earlier wasn't Sun Xinger but some twin sister? However, regardless of the situation, it was good news for Xiao Luo. He originally thought she was pursuing him to accept him as a disciple, but it seemed not to be the case now. Since she was not accepting disciples, other matters were all good to discuss. The slightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. However, this made the pitiful Wu Qian on the ground yell even louder. He had already realized that he most likely wouldn't gain Elder Sun's favor, so if he couldn't have it, Xiao Luo couldn't either. At the very least, he had to ruin Xiao Luo's image in Sun Qinger's heart. Xiao Yan looked at the trio of shameless tricksters, her face instantly turning ugly, with a hint of angry irritation. You shouldn't slander us. Ouch. We've already been beaten like this. You still argue. Ouch, I'm dying from the pain. Elder Sun, you must stand up for us. Looking at Wu Qian and the others wailing on the ground, Sun Qinger turned her head to glance at Xiao Luo. A flash of inexplicable brilliance crossed her eyes. Because she had to help watch the library, she was momentarily unable to get away, which allowed Xiao Luo to run right under her nose. After waiting a long time for her senior uncle to return, she hurriedly chased after him, only to see a shocking scene before her. Although she had seen Xiao Luo act before, it was only in battles with opponents of the same rank. Now, looking at the three people on the ground, looking like coal, she finally realized that Xiao Luo was probably even more terrifying than she had imagined. Fighting above his level, and even against three at once. Moreover, judging by the situation at the scene, it was highly likely that it was a one-hit kill. Did you do this? Sun Qinger tried to keep her voice calm. That's right. Xiao Luo nodded. He looked at Sun Qinger, his brow furrowing again. Just now, he distinctly saw a flash of brilliance in her eyes. Perhaps, Sun Qinger still had not given up on her plan to take him as a disciple. Since that was the case, he had no intention of explaining anything. Anyway, he would be in the right if this matter escalated to the dean. Perhaps this way, he could also free himself from Sun Qinger's entanglement. However, the expression on Xiao Luo's face, in Wu Qian's eyes, was one of fear of Sun Qinger, instantly making Wu Qian happy, and he cried out even louder in agony. It hurt so much. Ouch. What on earth happened? Sun Qinger was silent for a moment before she asked. However, before Xiao Luo could speak, the Wu Qian on the ground immediately shouted loudly. Elder Sun, this junior brother Xiao wanted to spar with me, and since I saw he was new, I agreed. I didn't expect him to ambush me with a talisman, leaving my brothers and me heavily injured. I hope Elder Sun can hold justice for my brothers. Xiao Yan glared at Wu Qian, who was turning black and white, her small face flushed with anger, and hurriedly shielded Xiao Luo behind her, mustering her courage to retort. No. They were clearly bullying people. However, as soon as she started to speak, she was gently pulled behind by Xiao Luo. It's okay, leave it to me. Looking at Xiao Luo's smile, Xiao Yan, who was still furious, inexplicably nodded. Seeing this, although Wu Qian was puzzled as to why Xiao Luo would back down, he thought it was still a good thing. The surrounding brothers saw it all, their expressions outraged, but they did not dare to step forward due to Sun Qinger's reputation. Hearing the clamoring of the disciples around, Sun Qinger's brows slightly frowned. She stole a glance at Xiao Luo and the three people on the ground who were blackened like charcoal. Her lips could not help but twitch slightly. She had thought this kid was impressive before, but she didn't expect that now three gathering you on stage could not even match him. It seemed she had underestimated him somewhat. Alright, I understand the situation, you will go to the punishment hall for punishment later. Sun Qinger turned to Xiao Luo and spoke softly. Hearing this, Wu Qian and the others could not help but show a triumphant smile, no longer pretending to be in pain, as they directly got up from the ground and bowed to Sun Qinger. Thank you, Elder Sunday. Aren't you going to go receive punishment? Hearing the voice from behind, Sun Qinger slightly frowned and looked back at Wu Qian and the others with an unhappy expression. Ha! Wu Qian was completely stunned. What does this mean? Are they saying that the punishment is for themselves? So why was he looking at Xiao Luo for what? The brothers who had previously sympathized with Xiao Luo were secretly cheering for this turn of events. However, unlike Wu Qian, Xiao Luo could not help but sigh at this moment, his eyes showing deep helplessness. Don't you think I intentionally hurt them? That only proves your talent is high enough. What's wrong with that? Sun Qinger spoke astonishingly. Everyone, including Wu Qian, was stunned, feeling as if they had been struck by lightning. What the heck? Although it was indeed Wu Qian's fault, was Elder Sun being a bit too double-standard? Is this still the Elder Sun they knew? They had heard that Elder Sun was always focused on cultivation. I can't be bothered to take on a disciple, let alone show favoritism to any specific student. But now Elder Sun is openly showing favoritism towards Xiao Luo, which makes them a bit uneasy. This also left Wu Qian, who stood behind Sun Qinger, at a loss for words for a moment.
The three of them exchanged glances, staring at each other's comically dark faces but couldn't manage to laugh. Sun Xinger looked at Xiao Luo, her originally cold expression gradually softened. She lightly bit her crimson lip, seeming to struggle internally. Just as everyone was puzzled over what exactly Sun Xinger was thinking, they suddenly heard her softly say again. Xiao Luo, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Chapter 79, The True Immortal Failing to Descend. Hiss. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp, even doubting whether they had heard wrong. Is Sun Xinger admitting her mistake to Xiao Luo? The three behind her, already in a bit of a mess, were frozen in shock. They had thought of every possibility, but they never imagined that Sun Xinger would bow her head to Xiao Luo and admit fault. Why must you do this? Xiao Luo felt helpless. The current situation made him look like a scummy man who abandons love after pleasure. But the truth is, he is the victim. As long as you are willing to be my true disciple, I will agree to anything you ask. Sun Xinger's voice was very soft, making it hard to imagine this was the same stern and devoted cultivator everyone knew. The onlookers, who had come to watch, were now utterly dumbfounded. What in the world is happening? Elder Sun is actually begging Xiao Luo for forgiveness. Even the coveted status of true disciple that countless people seek is being offered to Xiao Luo. They wouldn't dare even dream of doing such things. It's simply outrageous. Xiao Luo looked at Sun Xinger, who wore an expression of pleading, and sighed deeply. What is happening? At this rate, he couldn't imagine what more astonishing things Sun Xinger might say. How about this, let me think it over, and I will give you an answer later. Xiao Luo wanted to refuse again, but seeing the current situation, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He knew if he continued to refuse, Sun Xinger would definitely not give up, leading to another endless tug-of-war. So, he opted to play along for now, and think of a way later. However, upon hearing Xiao Luo's response, Sun Xinger's eyes instantly brightened, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. All right. Not refusing means there's still room for maneuver, perfect. As for the smile that emerged from Sun Xinger, Xiao Luo couldn't be bothered to delve into its meaning and quickly pulled Xiao Yan away to leave. The students who had been watching the scene could only feel that their brains had stalled. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they had seen a chi-gathering realm strike down a three-tier talisman, and a cultivation fanatic, Elder Sun, begging this chi-gathering realm to be his true disciple. Who is this guy named Xiao Luo? Could he be some true immortal who failed to descend? Not going to face your punishment, just hanging around here? Do you want me to personally punish you? Sun Xinger smiled as she watched Xiao Luo leave, but suddenly her expression darkened as she turned to the three behind her. Disciples dare not. Hearing this, Wu Chen and the others trembled all over and quickly scrambled toward the punishment hall. They knew that if they went to the punishment hall on their own for bullying their junior, the punishment would just be something mild like facing a wall. But if they let Sun Xinger take action, they would probably be bedridden for half a month. The watching brothers were now fleeing in all directions, fearing they might be targeted by Sun Xinger. Why didn't you agree to Elder Sun? Walking on the small path back to the courtyard, Xia Yan looked at the lush greenery by the roadside and suddenly spoke softly. She actually understood Xiao Luo a bit because he had already explained his reasons for refusing earlier. But there was still a bit of a petulant element to it. If one loses the identity of a true disciple out of stubbornness, it might be a bit of a loss. Even though Xia Yan has never been to Lingxiao Academy, she has heard a lot about the outside world since she was young. Thus, she knows very well how valuable this true disciple status is. Even if the identity of a true disciple does not bring Xiao Luo any material gains, it will still offer him many potential benefits. For example, in terms of identity and status, it would not be inferior to the descendants of other clans or the holy sons of sects, and it would carry more influence. These are advantages that ordinary disciples cannot compare to. Actually, it's nothing, it's just that it's hard to let it go in my heart. Xiao Luo didn't really feel much about it. What Xiao Yan knows, he naturally knows too, but in his mind, dignity has always been on the edge of his sword. The identity of a true disciple might give him momentary dignity, but to earn true recognition from others, he still needs real strength. Sun Xinger undeniably has strong capabilities, but he cannot be said to know her well. Finding a master who can truly enhance him is even more important, so Xiao Luo needs to be cautious. Moreover, he feels a little awkward inside, a feeling he cannot quite explain even to himself. Actually, you might want to consider it, Elder Sun is said to be really strong. Xia Yan spoke again, but this time she turned to look at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo looked at the worry in her eyes and chuckled lightly. Okay, I will think about it carefully. The road back to the courtyard was not far. Xiao Luo and the others didn't take much time to return. This was their temporary lodging for these 2 days, and around evening, disciples would come to bring them to their new residence. That would be the place where they would practice and live in the future. The afternoon was still quite long, and they had ample time to study the sword techniques. After a brief chat, Xiao Luo directly rushed into his own room. Looking at the ancient wooden box in his hands, a hint of excitement showed in Xiao Luo's eyes.
He currently had the protection of talismans regarding secret arts, so for a short time, he could rely on his talismans to navigate the world, but he lacked close combat techniques. Now, with this sword technique, he completely had the chance to transform himself into a versatile warrior. Thinking of this, Xiao Luo hurriedly took out the jade slip from the wooden box and placed it in front of him, using hand seals to channel all his spiritual energy into it. Previously, when he roughly checked the jade slip in the library with his spiritual energy, he discovered that the slip could not be viewed like a book but needed a resonance of spiritual energy to unlock it. This kind of storage method has its pros and cons. The downside is that one must completely resonate with the martial arts or abilities within the slip to successfully view the content, otherwise, no matter how strong one is, they cannot achieve resonance. The advantage is that once the jade slip is successfully opened, its contents will be directly engraved in one's mind, and it will never be forgotten. And because Xiao Luo possesses the primordial Tao body, he can resonate with all secret arts and abilities unconditionally, accommodating everything, so the opening requirements are like nothing to him. As the jade slip opened, the method of practicing the dragon breaks the sky appeared instantly in Xiao Luo's mind. Xiao Luo excitedly began to examine it, but his brows furrowed tighter as he continued to read. The dragon breaks the sky is only one sword move. It seems like just a simple swing of the sword, but when perfected, it can lock onto space and sever all things in the world. It feels just like the lock-on feature in games. It's terrifying. However, at this moment, Xiao Luo showed no joy at all. Instead, he held his head in pain, revealing a troubled expression. He couldn't help but let out a roar to the sky. But I can't cultivate this ability at all. Chapter 80, Bribery. After Xiao Luo learned all the content of this broken dragon chant, he realized that his empty primordial Dao body could perfectly match all secret methods and divine powers, but he had overlooked that practicing these powers required a foundation. For example, for the broken dragon chant, the condition for practice was to first comprehend sword intent before proceeding with the training. However, forget about sword intent, he hardly even knew the most basic sword techniques. When he was at home, Xiao Luo was pushed by Xiao Wuying to quickly gather qi into his body and elevate his realm, leaving him no time to practice sword techniques at all. This made Xiao Luo feel a bit speechless. After countless calculations, he never considered that practicing divine powers also required sword intent. After a moment of silence, he finally let out a sigh. Forget it, it seems I can only find a way to learn some basic sword techniques to comprehend sword intent before I can continue practicing the broken dragon chant. But even so, Xiao Luo knew that comprehending sword intent would not happen overnight. This made it impossible for him to feel happy about it. At that moment, a commotion outside the house caught his attention. Xiao Luo hurriedly tossed the jade slip back into his Qiankuan bag. Junior brother Xiao, junior sister Xiao, are you there? We have been ordered to take you both to your respective residences. Outside the door, a male and a female disciple shouted towards Xiao Luo's courtyard. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo felt a bit puzzled. Didn't the examiner say they would come in the evening? But why did they come now? Although he had some doubts, Xiao Luo didn't take it too seriously. Such matters being early or late were quite normal and not worth paying much attention to. Xiaoyan also quickly walked out from her room upon hearing the sound, just in time to meet Xiao Luo, and the two went downstairs together. At this time, Xiao Luo learned that the residences for male and female disciples of Lingxiao Academy were separated, which was quite similar to the dormitory management of his previous life. Junior sister Xiaoyan, please follow me. One of the female disciples said with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan trembled slightly, biting her lip, seemingly hesitant. Junior sister Xiaoyan, what's wrong? The female disciple was curious why Xiaoyan was like this, but Xiaoyan seemed unwilling to explain and just gently shook her head, softly saying, "It's nothing, please wait a moment, senior sister." Then, before the female disciple could react, Xiaoyan turned back to Xiao Luo's side but didn't say a word. Looking at Xiaoyan's troubled expression, Xiao Luo knew exactly what this girl was thinking, and he immediately chuckled and reached out to stroke her hair. "It's okay, we are from the same academy. If you want to meet, isn't it possible to see each other anytime?" Seeing the grievance on Xiaoyan's face not lessening at all, Xiao Luo couldn't help but let out a light sigh in his heart, and then he spoke again. "Then I promise, from now on, whenever I have free time for practice, I will come to find you, okay?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan finally nodded in satisfaction, her earlobes turning a little pink as she softly replied. Alright, then you can go with senior sister now." When Xiaoyan heard this, she immediately followed her senior sister, but every few steps, she would look back at Xiao Luo. The male disciple who was to take Xiao Luo away was also quite considerate and didn't urge him, merely standing silently beside Xiao Luo, waiting. It wasn't until they could no longer see them that the male disciple finally spoke. "Junior brother Xiao, you can follow me now." "Thank you, senior brother." Xiao Luo clasped his hands in thanks and followed behind the male disciple out of the courtyard. Although Lingxiao Academy had beautiful scenery, Xiao Luo noticed that the direction they were headed was even more extraordinary, situated beside mountains and water. Even the disciples passing by around them had significantly decreased.
Do all the disciples of Lingxiao Academy have such good living conditions? Xiao Luo couldn't help but feel amazed inwardly.
In his impression, places like this usually required living in large dormitories and sharing bathhouses and outhouses.
Even washing up would require waiting in line.
But the more they walked, the fewer people there were, and the flowers and trees around seemed to faintly disperse a spiritual aura. At that moment, Xiao Luo noticed that the male disciple leading the way would occasionally glance back at him.
Although the movement was quite discreet, Xiao Luo still sensed it.
Finally, after the male disciple secretly observed Xiao Luo for the 10th time, Xiao Luo couldn't help but ask,
"Senior brother, why do you keep looking at me?"
As he spoke, he quietly pinched a Xixia Thunderbolt talisman in his hand. Having been targeted for assassination by the Han family years ago had made Xiao Luo develop a vigilant character. Moreover, the behavior of the male disciple leading the way was indeed somewhat strange. Although there shouldn't be any evil beings affecting them within Lingxiao Academy, there was always a chance of an exception. Especially since Xiao Luo had revealed his monstrous talent during the assessment, being attacked was not unexpected. If the other party made any unusual moves, he would immediately activate the talisman and escape. As long as he reached a crowded place, he would be safe. However, just as Xiao Luo was ready to take action at any moment, the male disciple hesitated for a while before softly speaking up.
"Xiao Shidi, do you have some relationship with elder son?"
"Ha?" Xiao Luo was stunned. He never expected the other party would say such a thing. However, the male disciple clearly misunderstood Xiao Luo's expression, thinking that Xiao Luo had acknowledged it. He immediately revealed an enlightened look, waved his hand, and quickly spoke to Xiao Luo. "Rest assured, Xiao Shidi, I will keep your secret." As the male disciple spoke, he made a gesture of zipping up his mouth with a zipper. But just as Xiao Luo was about to explain, the other party spoke again. "Xiao Shidi, we have arrived. This will be your courtyard from now on." The male disciple stood still with Xiao Luo and pointed to a courtyard that was about the size of a small soccer field. Xiao Luo looked up at this spacious courtyard and finally understood what was going on. It was likely that all this was the doing of Sun Qinger, otherwise, how could she arrange such a luxurious courtyard for him? Creak. Just as Xiao Luo was still wondering how to deal with this, the courtyard door was pushed open, and Sun Qinger in a white dress appeared before them. As expected, Xiao Luo felt no surprise at all and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "Thank you for your hard work." Sun Qinger nodded at the male disciple, who suddenly looked like he had taken a stimulant, beaming with joy. Then, with a face full of envy, she disappeared from Xiao Luo's sight. "So, what is this about?" Xiao Luo had no respect for Sun Qinger and casually pointed to the courtyard. "Of course, it's prepared for you. Do you like it?" "The courtyard is nice, but I know without guessing that to stay here, I must agree to become your true disciple." "So clever. Then I won't stay, goodbye." Xiao Luo didn't hesitate, turning to leave in the direction he came from. However, just as he took a step, Sun Qinger behind him inexplicably made him stop in his tracks. "I can help you successfully practice the Dragon Grit." Chapter 81, Are You Really That Good? Looking at Xiao Luo's stiff body, a hint of pride appeared at the corner of Sun Qinger's mouth. "So, have you considered it?" Xiao Luo suspiciously turned to look at Sun Qinger, his mouth twitching slightly. If it were any other conditions, he probably wouldn't care. But now Sun Qinger said she could help him practice Dragon Grit, the temptation was quite strong. As if seeing Xiao Luo's wavering, Sun Qinger seized the moment, lightly moving closer to Xiao Luo, tilting her head, with strands of hair cascading from her ear, whispering to Xiao Luo. "As long as you are willing, I will do my utmost to cultivate you." "Wait, why do you call yourself a teacher?" Xiao Luo looked at the stunning face so close to him and wrinkled his nose. "I think you will definitely agree." Sun Qinger completely lacked the cold demeanor she showed in public, as if the person at the training ground earlier was not her at all. "How are you going to help me?" Xiao Luo fixed his gaze tightly on Sun Qinger's eyes. "Directly helping you skip the cultivation of sword intent is definitely not possible, otherwise even if you succeed in cultivating the broken dragon's cry, it would only be an empty shell. But I can help you cultivate sword intent at the fastest speed." Sun Qinger smiled slightly, seemingly confident that she had grasped Xiao Luo's heart. Before coming to find Xiao Luo, she had already asked her master, and learned that cultivating the broken dragon's cry absolutely required sword intent. This was her confidence. "How can you prove that you can help me cultivate sword intent faster than others?" When Xiao Luo asked this, he felt a little lacking in confidence. He had clearly seen the confidence in Sun Qing's eyes. That kind of powerful confidence could not be faked. "Because in this Lingxiao Academy, I am the strongest sword cultivator." As Sun Qinger said this, her entire aura changed instantly, revealing a sharpness like a sword. Unlike simply releasing spiritual power, this was purely sword intent, filling the surrounding space with a murderous air. Deal. Xiao Luo did not hesitate any longer, since Sun Qinger was the strongest sword cultivator, following her to cultivate sword intent was undoubtedly the best choice.
Moreover, having a beautiful master to admire was also quite nice. He then turned and walked towards the courtyard they had just been in. Sun Xing'er looked at Xiao Luo's back entering the courtyard and revealed a slight triumphant smile. 3 days later. In the courtyard, Xiao Luo. Sun Xing'er looked at Xiao Luo in front of her with a face full of melancholy, her eyes filled with bitterness. As the strongest sword cultivator in Lingxiao Academy, she was very confident in teaching an exceptionally outstanding disciple. Not to mention a genius like Xiao Luo, who could be considered a monstrous talent. She had even imagined pointing at Xiao Luo, who would become an immortal emperor under her guidance, and saying, "This is my disciple." But reality had given Sun Xing'er a loud slap in the face. Over the past 3 days, aside from eating and sleeping, she had almost spent all her time thinking of ways to teach Xiao Luo swordsmanship. Yet, despite having a terrifying talent, in these 3 days, Xiao Luo had only managed to grasp some extremely simple advanced sword techniques. At this rate, to cultivate sword intent, it would take at least several decades or even 100 years. This also led Sun Xing'er into deep self-doubt. At this moment, Xiao Luo held a spiritual sword in his hand, feeling very guilty as he looked at Sun Xing'er, who had completely fallen into an emo state, unsure if he should comfort her. He actually knew the reason for the situation. Although outsiders saw his talent as monstrous, all these were just rewards from the system. In reality, this was his true talent, and the last time he practiced swordsmanship was in the youth palace. But just as Xiao Luo hesitated, a layer of light curtain appeared out of nowhere before him. Now that you are over 20, go to Xiaoyan's tombstone to pay respects. Recall how Li Shang and Han Li framed Xiaoyan, leading to her expulsion from Lingxiao Academy, and how she suffered to protect you, feeling immense anger. Please, host, go to the Li family and defeat Li Shang to avenge Xiaoyan. Reward, innate sword body. Note, Li Shang is in the mid-stage of spirit transformation realm, and the task difficulty is high. The system gives the host 1 year to complete the task. The long-awaited task made Xiao Luo pause in surprise. But when he read the words before him, his eyes revealed a hint of fervor. Innate sword body. Truly, just when he was worried about how to handle the broken dragon's cry, the system brought a treasure. Although the innate sword body was not as powerful as the primal chaos body, it could max out his sword talent. With this innate sword body, cultivating sword intent would be as simple as reaching into a pocket. Although usually a person cannot possess 2 physiques, this is merely a common case and does not include the Hongyuan Dao body. The Hongyuan Dao body accommodates all things under heaven, naturally including physiques. But who is this Li Shang? If I remember correctly, everything the system mentioned before was related to the Han family. Why is there suddenly a Li family? Xiao Luo squinted his eyes, revealing a hint of confusion in his gaze. There is indeed a Li family in Luofeng City, but in the entire Xiyu region of Daxia, there are more Li families. Thinking of this, Xiao Luo suddenly caught a glimpse of Sun Xing'er, who was still in an emo state. His eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over. Master, do you know how many people with the surname Li are in Lingxiao Academy? Why are you asking this? Sun Xing'er's emo state was interrupted by Xiao Luo, but her eyes still held a deep melancholy. I just remembered a playmate from a few years ago. We promised to enter Lingxiao Academy together, so I wanted to inquire. Xiao Luo effortlessly spun a lie with his exceptional facial management. The Li surname is originally a prominent one. Even if the number of disciples in Lingxiao Academy is not too many, there must be at least 100. Sun Xing'er seemed uninterested in what Xiao Luo specifically said and casually responded. Hearing this, Xiao Luo silently nodded, feeling no sense of loss. He simply wanted to try his luck. Moreover, he had other plans. Master, does Lingxiao Academy have any competitions or activities? Xiao Luo pondered for a moment and turned to ask Sun Xing'er again. Based on the information provided by the system earlier, Xiao Luo could judge that Li Shang's talent must be extraordinary, even surpassing Han Li. Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken through to the mid-stage of the transformation spirit realm at such a young age. Such extraordinary talent would definitely shine in various competitions. So, if he directly participated in the competition, the probability of encountering him would be very high. Sun Xing'er's once bleak expression brightened upon hearing Xiao Luo's words. You want to participate? Since I have become your disciple, I should do something to bring you some honor. Xiao Luo waved his hand in a generous manner. Are you really that good? Sun Xing'er's eyes were filled with suspicion. She knew very well what kind of person Xiao Luo was. He was someone who would not act without profit. Others begged to become his true disciple, while she actually requested this from Xiao Luo. But now, Xiao Luo took the initiative to seek to give her honor. Something felt off, very much so. Then forget it. Hey, don't. I was just joking. Sun Xing'er's face once again revealed a sense of despair. It's over, Sun Xing'er, you are done for, being completely in the grip of a little guy. 1 month later, the youth competition. Chapter 82, the youth competition. The youth competition? This was the first time Xiao Luo had heard of such a competition.
All under 10 years old can participate in Lingxiao Academy. Sun Qing'er nodded slightly, resting her chin on her hand and tilting her head to look at Xiao Luo. You are only 5 years old now, are you sure you want to participate this year? In such age-restricted competitions, the most advantageous would definitely be those close to the age limit. Given Xiao Luo's current age, he would surely suffer a big loss. However, the task deadline was only 1 year. If he didn't seize the time, it would be a disaster. Just this year, could you help me sign up? Okay, then you focus on practicing your sword, and I will go register for you. Sun Qing'er said, then turned to leave. In the large courtyard, only Xiao Luo stood alone with the spirit sword, making it feel somewhat empty. After confirming that Sun Qing'er had left, Xiao Luo put away the spirit sword. He had already found a way to easily grasp the sword intent, so there was no need to practice swordsmanship in such a hard and tiring way. Having nothing to do at the moment, Xiao Luo decided to go out for a stroll. The true disciples of Lingxiao Academy each have a set of exclusive robes. Unlike the simple robes of ordinary disciples, these robes are adorned with golden edges, and even the fabric is made of precious materials. Worn on the body, it can resist low-level poison and help gather spiritual energy to aid cultivation. Her status is quite noble, even for the newly admitted Xiao Luo. Ordinary disciples must call him senior brother when they see him. In the entire Lingxiao Academy, there are only 8 true disciples. This has led to many disciples turning their heads to take a look as Xiao Luo walks down the road. Have you heard? This is Xiao's senior brother, who was just admitted and became a true disciple against the rules. Rumor has it that his talent is shockingly impressive. Not just that, it's said that elder son begged him to become a true disciple before he agreed. Is that true? Along the way, Xiao Luo received not just envious glances, but countless gasps of amazement. Hearing the talk around him, Xiao Luo's lips twitched slightly. Although it was indeed true, why did so many people know about it? No wonder when he said he wanted to go out for a walk yesterday, Sun Qing'er looked at him strangely and refused firmly. It seems she already knew. However, soon, the whispers about Xiao Luo around him lessened significantly. Because not far away, a large crowd was gathered, seeming to be watching something exciting. Indeed, it is human nature to watch the fun. Xiao Luo was no exception, quickly moving forward with the crowd. But because of his special status, people around would automatically make way to avoid bumping into him. Feeling the ease of passage through the crowd, Xiao Luo suddenly thought that being a true disciple might not be bad. At least he didn't need to push through people to enjoy the scene. Senior sister, what are you doing? Before Xiao Luo could reach the front, a familiar voice reached his ears. Xiao Yan? Why is she here? And judging by the situation, she seems to be the main character in this commotion up front. Thinking of this, Xiao Luo quickened his steps. Doing what? I want to ask you what you are doing. These shoes were specially customized by my father from skilled artisans, yet you dare to dirty them? Finally arriving at the front of the crowd, what entered Xiao Luo's view was Xiao Yan's back and the shouting female disciple. After sizing things up, he understood the situation. It was a simple matter. Xiao Yan had accidentally stepped on the other person's shoes. Although Lingxiao Academy has regulations requiring the wearing of specially issued clothing and shoes, some people resent the idea of wearing the uniform in their hearts. After all, not everyone needs the title of Lingxiao Academy disciple to enhance their own status. Xiao Luo understood their thoughts well. He was also reluctant to wear a uniform in the past. So even though Lingxiao Academy provides shoes, some higher status disciples still wear different shoes to express their personalities. The elders often turn a blind eye to this. Clearly, the female disciple opposing Xiao Yan is one of those. That's why she has the confidence to argue back. Senior sister, it's my fault. I apologize to you again. Or I can help you clean them, how about that? This was the first time Xiao Yan encountered such a matter. She could tell at a glance that the other person was either rich or noble. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. These shoes are worth more than you. The other party clearly had no intention of letting Xiao Yan off. Such arrogance made Xiao Luo frown. Junior brother, do you know who that female disciple is? After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Luo quietly asked a nearby disciple. The disciple was a bit impatient at first, but upon seeing Xiao Luo's true disciple outfit, his expression immediately changed to one of respect and he replied politely. Ah, senior brother Xiao, you may not know, that girl is named Yin Ke. She is the daughter of the law enforcement department, very domineering and overbearing. The disciple hurriedly glanced at Yin Ke not far away and whispered. Brother Xiao, are you really going to meddle in this matter? I advise you not to, as her position in law enforcement is almost equal to that of an elder, and she is very protective and petty. Once she targets you, you will inevitably face difficulties. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo's brows furrowed even deeper. He hadn't expected such bullying to exist within Lingxiao Academy. Then, sister. Even though Xiao Luo couldn't see Xiao Yan's face, he could tell from her voice how flustered she was. He had promised his mother to protect Xiao Yan, yet she had encountered such a situation. He immediately wanted to step in to mediate. But before Xiao Luo could take any action, Yan Ke spoke again, glaring at Xiao Yan with disdain. You either buy me a new pair, or kneel on the ground and apologize. Otherwise, this matter will not be over. Hearing this, Xiao Yan bit her lip, her face full of grievance, her body even trembling slightly. Sister, you, don't go too far. How dare you talk back? Yan Ke raised her hand, ready to slap down, but suddenly her hand was caught and could not move. She turned around in surprise. The previously lively discussion around them fell silent in an instant, and even the fierce-looking Yang's expression changed. They all saw Xiao Luo's magnificent robe that symbolized a true disciple. How could you be here? Xiao Yan had been nervous about what had just happened, but when she saw Xiao Luo, she gradually relaxed. I just happened to pass by. Xiao Luo didn't care about the surrounding gazes, he looked at Xiao Yan gently. The onlooking disciples felt a pang of surprise at Xiao Luo's gentle attitude towards Xiao Yan. It seemed that Yan Ke had really kicked a hard rock this time. We'll talk later, I need to handle this situation first. Xiao Luo said softly to Xiao Yan, then turned to look at Yan Ke. However, unlike his gentleness towards Xiao Yan, Xiao Luo's expression became extremely dark upon turning around. What do you want to do? Yan Ke looked at Xiao Luo in front of her and quickly recognized his identity. After all, Xiao Luo was somewhat of a legend in Lingxiao Academy. Other true disciples gained their status through age and a certain level of cultivation along with significant contributions, but Xiao Luo was an exception. Brother Xiao, why are you here? Yang's expression was very unnatural, but she still forced a smile. At this moment, even a blind person could see how close Xiao Luo and Xiao Yan were, and she had just humiliated Xiao Yan. The surrounding disciples varied in their expressions. Lingxiao Academy, as a gathering place for elites, often had lively events. But such explosive drama was something they rarely got to see. Many had already called their friends, inviting them to watch the competition between the true disciple and the daughter of the law enforcement department. Why do I need to report where I'm going to you? Xiao Luo's tone was very cold, and the whispers around them instantly vanished. The surrounding silence was terrifying. Even the forced smile on Yang's face began to waver. I heard you are from the law enforcement department, so you must know that Lingxiao Academy strictly prohibits bullying the weak. Xiao Luo ignored the reactions of the people around him and spoke to Yan Ke again. Brother Xiao has misunderstood, I did not bully the weak just now. It's just that this junior sister was a bit excessive, so I wanted to teach her a small lesson. Although Yan Ke was the daughter of the law enforcement department, her status was still inferior to that of a true disciple. So, after weighing the situation, she still chose not to get angry, only softly offering a defense. However, her arguments sounded somewhat forced and weak. Don't say Xiao Luo, even if it were anyone else, they wouldn't believe this is real. This is simply looking for an excuse to let it go, wanting to just settle the matter. At this moment, Yan Ke is very frustrated. She usually acts arrogant, but no matter what she does, she always knows how to control the situation. Even if she is really investigated, she can say it was just a small misunderstanding, and considering the face of the criminal hall's law enforcement, it would just end quietly. However, she never expected that today the seemingly ordinary female disciple actually has a true disciple supporting her. If she had known about this connection earlier, she wouldn't have hesitated to step on her, or even give her a pair of shoes. What harm would it do? But now that things have come to this, even if she regrets it, she can only swallow her anger. The surrounding disciples watching the show all turned to Xiao Luo, wanting to know how this newly promoted true disciple would respond. Oh, in that case, I think you are a bit too much. Come, sister, let me slap her as a light punishment. Xiao Luo's eyes were cold, and the corner of her mouth curved into a slight smile. Goodness, this was simply the year's biggest drama. The surrounding disciples watching in excitement immediately showed expressions of thrill. Xiao Yan actually turns out to be Xiao Luo's sister. She even turned against the daughter of the criminal hall for her sister. At this moment, Xiao Luo's smile seemed like that of a devil in the eyes of the watching disciples. How could anyone say such words with a smile? However, they not only didn't find it excessive, but they even felt a sense of thrill. Yan Ke relied on her status as the daughter of the criminal hall's law enforcement to act arrogantly, and the ordinary disciples could no longer tolerate her. But she had never committed any serious offenses, so even the elders couldn't do anything to her. Today, however, Xiao Luo gave them a sense of relief. You. Yan Ke's last trace of a smile completely vanished, her face showing slight anger. Don't go too far. My father is the law enforcement of the criminal hall. Even if you are a true disciple, you've just entered. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Xiao Luo smiled coldly, looking at the truly exposed nature of Yen Quebec. Another troublesome character. Then she spoke again, loudly. So you can know the law and break it? Our Lingxiao Academy upholds justice and protects the righteous path for all living beings.
How can you act shamelessly? Everyone looked at Xiao Luo, their eyes revealing admiration. Xiao Luo's words completely blocked Yan Kei's, even tying her firmly to the pillar of moral shame and beating her hard. Yan Kei had never experienced such treatment, and couldn't help but stamp her foot in anger. What do you want? Do you want to fight me? At this moment, her face was already red, showing signs of blood pressure rising. Why don't let it go? Xiao Yan had heard of the criminal hall, and now with Yan Kei's backing being the law enforcement, even though Xiao Luo is a true disciple, her backing is ultimately not as powerful as the others. It should be noted that Xiao Luo is still new, the elders might not offend the law enforcement of the criminal hall over this small matter. It's okay, just leave it to me. Xiao Luo looked at Xiao Yan with a gentle smile, slightly squeezing her tender little hand to help her relax a bit. Then she once again changed her expression to a dark one as she looked at Yan Quebec. How about this, you kneel and apologize to my sister. If you do that, we'll just let it go. The same words struck Yan Kei like a boomerang landing on her head. At this moment, the arrogant words sounded particularly discomforting to Yan Kei herself. Xiao Luo. Don't go too far. Yan Kei was already blinded by anger. If you think this is excessive, then why did you say such things to my sister? Xiao Luo pressed forward, even taking a step closer. You're just a bunch of commoners, how dare you compare me to this lowly woman? Smack. A loud slap echoed, cutting off Yan Kei's words completely. The immense force even made her stagger back several steps before she lost her balance and fell to the ground. The brothers and sisters around watching the show had no solid background, so how could they dare to lend a hand? They hurriedly avoided her, which led to Yan Kei sitting directly on the ground. You dare to hit me? I will definitely report this to my father and have you punished in the punishment hall. Yan Kei's face was red and swollen, covering her face with rage as she glared at Xiao Luo. Punishment hall? If you're brave enough, come and catch me. But if you insult me again, I don't mind making your other cheek swollen too. Xiao Luo's expression was cold, looking down at Yan Kei from where he stood. The brothers and sisters who were originally watching the show fell silent in surprise. They never expected this new true disciple to act so decisively. Meanwhile, Yan Kei, covering her face on the ground, did not dare to say anything more, just looking at Xiao Luo with fear in her eyes. Let's go. Finally, it was Xiao Yan who broke the silence. She reached out gently to tug at Xiao Luo's sleeve. She felt it was enough, her grievances had vanished under that slap just now. Since it was clear, there was no need to be aggressive anymore. Okay, then let's go. Xiao Luo nodded, not looking back at the still fallen Yan Quebec. He understood the principle of stopping while ahead, since Xiao Yan felt it was okay, he had no intention of continuing to strike. After all, if this continued, he would turn from the justified side into the unjust side. The crowd quickly parted to give way to this fierce figure, fearing they might accidentally provoke him. Only Yan Kei, filled with resentment, continued to stare at Xiao Luo and the others. Chapter 84, Vanished. Xiao Yan walked beside Xiao Luo, feeling a bit awkward as she noticed the curious gazes of people around her. How did you become a true disciple? After hesitating for a long time, she finally found a topic to ease the tension. She then glanced at Xiao Luo's robe. In just a few days not seeing him, she had not expected Xiao Luo to have leaped to become that exalted true disciple. It's not that a benefactor master insisted on making me her disciple, so I naturally became a true disciple. Xiao Luo seemed indifferent about this matter, shrugging casually as he spoke. Ah, so the rumors outside are true? Xiao Yan widened her eyes, covering her mouth in disbelief as she looked at Xiao Luo. Which part are you referring to? Elder son begging you to become a true disciple? That part is true. Looking at Xiao Luo's nonchalant expression, Xiao Yan suddenly chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Xiao Luo looked a bit confused. It's nothing, I just think your expression right now really suits your style. My style? Yes, clearly overly powerful, but just doesn't care much about matters like this. Xiao Yan nodded seriously. Maybe. Xiao Luo smiled and then asked. By the way, why are you here? Isn't it because someone said they would come to find me when free, but when they didn't show up, I thought I'd come see? Xiao Yan's tone was calm, as if she was just stating a fact. But her eyes were full of grievances, clearly unhappy with Xiao Luo but reluctant to express it. Xiao Luo looked at Xiao Yan, who was starting to tear up, and quickly waved his hand to speak. It's unjust. I was trapped in the yard by my master practicing sword for 3 whole days. If it weren't for my master going out today, I might still be practicing. Really? Upon hearing Xiao Luo's words, Xiao Yan raised her eyes to stare into Xiao Luo's eyes, as if trying to see some flaw. But most of what Xiao Luo said was indeed the truth, and he was skilled at managing his expressions, so there was no flaw to be found. That's for sure. Then fine. Xiao Yan seemed to have finally let go of that slight resentment in her heart, becoming happy again. shall we go see my courtyard? Xiao Luo saw this and took the opportunity to speak up quickly. Sure. They were not far from Xiao Luo's courtyard, so after receiving Xiaoyan's affirmation, the two of them quickly arrived at the yard. You and your master live here? At this moment, Xiaoyan was like a curious child, darting back and forth in the courtyard. She had heard people say before that only true disciples of Ling Xiao Academy could have their own courtyard. Now it seemed she had underestimated it. This courtyard was much bigger than she had imagined. No, my master lives next door, this courtyard is mine. Xiao Luo casually pointed to a courtyard next to his that looked almost the same. I see. Looking at the emotions reflected in Xiaoyan's eyes, Xiao Luo hesitated for a moment and slowly spoke. Are you envious? No, I am looking forward to it. Looking forward to it? Yeah, I will also work hard to cultivate and become a true disciple. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Xiao Luo was momentarily taken aback, then he lightly chuckled and quietly swallowed back the words on his lips. He originally wanted to suggest that Xiaoyan move in and live with him. Such a thing would be easily agreed upon by Sun Qinger with just a casual word from him. But now, he could not say it anymore. Then I will wait for you. Really? Really, I think it won't be long. Yeah. For some reason, Xiaoyan felt quite happy looking into Xiao Luo's eyes. Maybe it was because Xiao Luo could understand her. But in the next moment, Xiaoyan's expression suddenly became anxious as she hurriedly asked Xiao Luo. Wait, what time is it now? It's probably just past the hour, why? Xiao Luo was a bit dazed, not understanding why Xiaoyan was suddenly so urgent. Oh no! I'm going to be late for class. I have to go now, remember to come find me sometime. After saying that, Xiaoyan dashed out of Xiao Luo's courtyard in a flash. Watching Xiaoyan's departing back, Xiao Luo couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a bitter smile, gently shaking his head. Since entering Ling Xiao Academy, he had directly become a true disciple, personally guided by Sun Qinger. So he didn't need to attend classes for unified learning. This had completely made Xiao Luo forget about such a thing. Now, looking in the direction where Xiaoyan had left, he suddenly felt a stir in his heart. When there's an opportunity, I should go take a look at the class. Anyway, staying here to practice swordplay wouldn't yield results in the short term. It would be better to check on the ordinary disciples. This way, at least he and Xiaoyan wouldn't have any distance between them. Then Xiao Luo sat down on the spot to continue his breathing practice. This was the only way for him to improve himself at this stage. While cultivating, Xiao Luo had no sense of time. He only felt a bit tired and slowly opened his eyes. He looked up at the sky and couldn't help but pout. It takes so long to register, I don't believe she's really waiting in line. As he shook his head, he got up to prepare something to eat. His stomach had been growling since earlier. Although cultivators could go without food, Xiao Luo just couldn't bring himself to part with those delicious meals. Plus, his cultivation level was not high yet, so he really couldn't fully go without eating. Thus, Xiao Luo still often ate. Fortunately, this courtyard had a kitchen, and the supplies were all quite complete, so he didn't need to go out to buy anything. The kitchen utensils at a glance were all new. It was clear that no one had cooked here before. Xiao Luo immediately rolled up his sleeves and started preparing food for himself. After about half an hour, a table of stir-fried dishes was laid out on the table in the middle of the courtyard. After hesitating for a moment, he still took out 2 sets of chopsticks and placed them on the table. Just when he was struggling with whether to wait for Sun Qinger to return, a series of urgent knocking sounds came from outside the courtyard. Xiao Luo frowned slightly, puzzled as to why someone would come looking for him. Could it be Xiaoyan returning? Creak. As the door was pushed open by Xiao Luo, he saw a disciple he had never met before, looking somewhat flustered. Even now, she was still panting heavily, clearly having run all the way here. What happened? Though Xiao Luo was filled with doubt, his expression did not reveal a shred of it. Upon seeing Xiao Luo, the other person was visibly taken aback for a moment, then respectfully clasped their hands and spoke. Senior brother Xiao, have you seen junior sister Xiaoyan? She went back around the time of the Shen hour. What happened? Xiao Luo couldn't help but frown slightly, a wave of ominous premonition suddenly rising in his heart. Junior sister Xiaoyan has not returned since following senior brother Xiao, so the elders in the courtyard arranged for me to come look for you. Since she is not here, she must have gone somewhere else. I apologize for disturbing senior brother. After saying this, the disciple bowed again and left. Watching the disciple's retreating figure, Xiao Luo finally revealed a look of anxiety. Xiaoyan was missing. Chapter 85, the rest, leave to me. If she really just went off to play somewhere else, Xiao Luo wouldn't worry at all. But he understood Xiaoyan. When she said she was going to class, she was definitely going to class. Her eyes couldn't lie. However, the earlier disciple said that no one had seen Xiaoyan since she left with him, so her disappearance must have occurred during the time she left him. Never mind, I'll go look for her. With Xiaoyan missing, Xiao Luo couldn't eat a bite, so he immediately prepared to go out and search around.
But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something, turned, and came to the dining table, taking out paper and pen from his bag to write a note and placing it under a bowl. After finishing all this, he turned and left the courtyard. The scenery around him was the same as before, but at this moment, Xiao Luo had completely lost the mood to appreciate the view. Passing disciples subconsciously avoided Xiao Luo as they saw him. Xiao Luo walked all the way to the place where he met Xiao Yan today. There was no crowd gathering here, only a few scattered disciples going back and forth. However, whenever they passed by Xiao Luo, they would glance at him intentionally or unintentionally, their eyes showing no concealment of envy. But regarding this kind of gaze, Xiao Luo had long been accustomed to ignoring it. At this moment, his mind was constantly thinking about Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was kind to others and would never make enemies everywhere. So currently, the biggest suspect had to be the Yan Ke, with whom Xiao Yan had just had a conflict. Thinking of this, Xiao Luo quickly headed towards the school building. A female disciple was about to return to her dorm when she looked up and saw a figure blocking her path. Though her face still bore a hint of childishness due to her young age, her handsome face and those peach blossom eyes still left the girl mesmerized. That robe symbolizing a true disciple made her heart tremble, and her cheeks flushed slightly. "Hello, senior brother." Her voice was soft, clearly wanting to give Xiao Luo a good impression. "Have you seen where Yanke went?" Upon hearing this, the female disciple's expression suddenly stiffened. It seemed this true disciple was here to look for the young lady from the punishment hall. Though she felt displeased, she still gently spoke, pointing behind her. Sister Yen went straight towards the punishment hall after class. Considering the time, she must be there now. "Thank you, junior sister." Xiao Luo did not leave immediately but solemnly thanked her before heading in the direction she pointed. The displeasure in the female disciple's heart dissipated with Xiao Luo's words of gratitude, and her expression showed signs of infatuation. Punishment Hall. This is the place in Lingxiao Academy specifically used to punish disciples who have made mistakes. Depending on the severity of the mistake, there would be different punishment measures. Among them, the most severe would be to abolish one's cultivation and expel them from Lingxiao Academy, facing rejection from the entire Dixia. And among the lightest, there might just be a 2-day wall-sitting reflection, a punishment that didn't hurt at all. As for whether it is fair here, Xiao Yan, at this moment, held a reserved attitude. She had just left Xiao Luo's courtyard for a short while when she was forcefully taken to this hall of punishment. Now, she stood in the center of the grand hall, surrounded by disciples of the hall of punishment, all looking at her with indifferent expressions. On the high platform, the law enforcer Yan Yin gazed down at her, dressed in red, his presence commanding without the need for anger. Next to him stood Yan Ke, with a proud expression on his face. The interior of the hall of punishment was originally dark, but now it was brightly lit, and Xiao Yan stood in the light, as if all darkness had nowhere to hide. Her spine straightened, showing no sign of retreat in the face of Yan Yan's imposing demeanor. "Xiao Yan, do you know your crime?" Yan Yan fixed his gaze on Xiao Yan in the center of the hall, seeming somewhat surprised by her calm demeanor. "I do not know." Xiao Yan lifted her head, her eyes locking onto Yan Yan's, without flinching at all. "Well. Good answer. Somebody, make her kneel." At this moment, Xiao Yan was certain that today's hall of punishment held no semblance of justice. Upon entering this hall, her spiritual points had been sealed, and she could not summon even a trace of spiritual power. She could only watch as 2 disciples of the hall of punishment swung their intimidating clubs toward her. The intense pain in her legs made it impossible for her to continue standing. "What wrong have I committed?" Xiao Yan's lips turned slightly pale, yet her gaze remained stubborn. "Good. Today, I'll make sure you understand your fate." Yan Yin glared at Xiao Yan, who was kneeling on the ground, his beard twitching with anger. Since he became the enforcer of the hall of punishment, not a single disciple had faced him without trembling, and this was the first time he encountered someone so contemptuous of his authority. Openly humiliating fellow disciples in Lingxiao Academy. Even condoning your brother's violent act in public. Do you know your crime? Upon hearing this, instead of anger, a hint of mockery appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes. "I do not know. The evidence is insurmountable, leaving no room for your arguments. Someone, punish her." Yan Yan's eyes were fierce. He had had enough of Xiao Yan's repeated disrespect toward him. He needed to teach this young girl a lesson. This hall of punishment is quite imposing. Just as the disciples with punishment tools approached Xiao Yan, a somewhat immature yet clear voice suddenly rang out. Everyone present was taken aback. Who dares to intrude upon the hall of punishment? Yan Yun was the first to react, glaring furiously toward the door, his eyes seeming to want to burn the person stepping out. However, when he saw the lavish robe with golden trim, his expression turned grim. Why was a true disciple here? At this moment, Xiao Yan did not turn back, but her eyes were already moist. She could recognize that voice, it belonged to Xiao Luo. What, is there a place in Lingxiao Academy I cannot go? Xiao Luo's lips curled into a faint cold smile as he took steady steps toward Xiao Yan. A true disciple? Yan Yun furrowed his brow, staring hard at Xiao Luo, his mind racing through all the information about true disciples, yet finding nothing regarding the person before him. But when he saw the true disciple walking quickly toward Xiao Yan, a glimmer of realization appeared in his eyes.
Xiao Luo?
Yan Yun had now realized this was likely the younger brother of Xiao Yan, as mentioned by his daughter. He was also the legendary figure who had been accepted as a true disciple as soon as he entered the academy. If it were another true disciple, he might have been wary, for every true disciple had an elder from Lingxiao Academy backing them. Even he would not dare to provoke them easily. But Xiao Luo was different, he was still new to the academy. Even if Yan Yun offended him, the elder behind him probably wouldn't intervene. As for the absurd notion that the elder begged Xiao Luo to become a true disciple, how could he possibly believe that? With that thought, a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even if you are a true disciple, you cannot overlook the rules of this hall of punishment. Oh, if you didn't say anything, I would have thought you were just a street thug, grabbing people without asking why, torturing them to confess. Xiao Luo showed no sign of slowing down because of Yan Yun's tone, in fact, he quickened his pace a little. Stop right there. Someone, block him. Yan Yun angrily pointed at Xiao Luo. Anyone who makes a move is deliberately harming the true disciples. Everyone, think carefully. Xiao Luo's pace remained unwavering. The disciples of the law hall exchanged glances, hesitating. They were not afraid of being questioned by the elders, but these younger disciples were. If the elders behind the other party really investigated, they might be thrown out to take the blame on the spot. In that moment of hesitation, Xiao Luo had already reached Xiao Yan's side. As he got close, Xiao Luo noticed the marks on her legs hidden beneath her dress. He quickly bent down, took out a small jade bottle from his pocket, and gently placed a pill at Xiao Yan's lips. Only when he saw her eat it did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Are you okay? I'm fine. Looking at Xiao Yan's reddened eyes, Xiao Luo suddenly felt his heart filled with pain and anger. He slowly stood up, protecting Xiao Yan behind him. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 86, Huh? Unorthodox paths? At this point, Yan Yun did not immediately decide to arrest anyone. After all, the other party was a true disciple. If possible, he did not want to escalate things too much. Glancing at his daughter's slightly pale face, he hesitated for a moment and then slowly spoke. Xiao Luo, do you know who you are protecting behind you? Nonsense, this is my sister, how could I not know? Xiao Luo furrowed his brow, his face cold as ice, showing no respect for Yan Yun. This inevitably angered Yan Yun, his brow furrowed, but considering the identity of the true disciple, he managed to suppress his anger. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he spoke again. Do you know that Xiao Yan has openly insulted her fellow disciples and even harmed them? This is strictly prohibited by Lingxiao Academy, yet it was treated as if it didn't exist. This is simply disrespecting the rules of Lingxiao Academy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan turned pale, biting her lip, instinctively wanting to step forward to argue but was gently held back by Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo slowly raised his head, the flickering flames of the torches reflected in his eyes as a cold smile appeared on his lips. As a law hall enforcer, you fail to distinguish right from wrong and instead turn truth upside down. It truly broadens my horizons. As soon as he said this, the surroundings fell silent. Even Yan Yun looked astonished. He could never have imagined that Xiao Luo, a true disciple, would show such disregard for the law hall enforcers. I was the one who slapped her, what does it have to do with my sister? And if we're talking about open insults, why not mention the one standing next to you? Xiao Luo's gaze turned icy as he pointed directly at Yen Quebec. It was clearly her who insulted others first and who struck first. My sister was merely defending herself, yet she has become the one labeled as the aggressor. Where is fairness and justice in this? The surrounding disciples exchanged looks, while they dared not speak, their eyes were filled with shock. This true disciple completely exceeded their expectations. Many had wanted to say such things, but none had the courage. Because they knew that if they spoke up, it would only make the law hall enforcer, Yan Yun, angrier, and that would be of no use at all. Sure enough, Yan Yun could no longer maintain his composure, his expression turned fierce, and he spoke in a deep voice. As a true disciple, to create a disturbance in the law hall, to confront the enforcers, do you also intend to ignore the rules of Lingxiao Academy? Upon hearing this, the cold smile on Xiao Luo's lips gradually faded. What you call creating a disturbance in the law hall and confronting the enforcers is merely seeking justice. If the rules are manipulated and the law hall is unjust, then what use are these rules? What use is your law enforcement? Hiss. It's over, completely over. The disciples around could not help but gasp in shock. They actually admired Xiao Luo, at least he had the courage to say what many dared not say, even confronting the law enforcement of the execution hall. But while this was impressive, the consequences were not something an ordinary person could bear. Even true disciples could not handle it. How dare you, Xiao Luo? Do you think this position of law enforcement should belong to you? Yan Yun's chest rose and fell violently, his face darkened to the point it seemed ready to drip water, clearly angered by Xiao Luo's words. I have no interest in this worthless position, I only seek fairness. The disdain in Xiao Luo's eyes only fueled Yan Yun's anger, which burned hotter, almost ready to burst from his eyes. He hated people looking down on him, that was why he climbed up so high. He believed that as long as he stood high enough, no one would dare to look down on him easily. Finally, he succeeded in climbing to the position of law enforcement in the Lingxiao Academy's execution hall, where most of those he encountered had to show respect when they saw him. In fact, many disciples would even show fear, kneeling on the ground and begging for his forgiveness. He didn't care whether that respect was genuine or not, but at least his soul felt greatly satisfied. He also enjoyed the feeling of holding others' fates in his hands and gradually became intoxicated by it. But now, here appeared someone who dared to look down on him, and it was a disciple. This was an unbreakable bottom line. What are you all standing there for? Xiao Luo looks down on the execution hall, defying authority, guilty alongside Xiao Yan. Take them both down. Yan Yun's expression burned with anger as he turned to the disciples of the execution hall around him. Although Xiao Luo was indeed a true disciple, he could later shift the blame elsewhere if needed. The disciples of the execution hall exchanged glances, seeing hesitation in each other's eyes, but out of fear of Yan Yun's rage, they had to grit their teeth and slowly approach. Let me give you a piece of advice, if you make a move, it would be harming a true disciple, and the consequences when the elders find out, you should know. All I seek is fairness, if you insist on attacking, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Unknown to them, a few Thunderbolt talisman cards had appeared in Xiao Luo's hands, with tiny sparks of electricity dancing across the talismans, indicating they could be activated at any moment. The aura of third-tier talismans made the disciples of the execution hall take it seriously, and their eyes revealed wary expressions. They could sense Xiao Luo's realm. He was merely at the peak of the chi-gathering stage, so they had only feared his identity as a true disciple and weren't worried he would harm them. But now they realized their mistake. Those third-tier talismans might not take their lives, but they would certainly have them in deep trouble. Moreover, Xiao Luo's words were not empty. Once his elders learned of this, their days as disciples would be over. Seeing the hesitation among the disciples below who dared not step forward because of the third-tier talismans, a trace of anger appeared in Yan Yun's eyes. You think these talismans can protect you? They are just tricks. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo remained unperturbed, lifting the talismans in his hand and giving them a slight wave. If that's the case, let them come closer and give it a try? The surrounding disciples looked at each other, instinctively stepping back a step. This kid was arguing with Yan Yun, they didn't want to be offered as sacrifices. Although they had considerable power at the third tier, they would not gain any advantage against the third tier talismans. You think no one can deal with you? Just wait until I handle you, then see if you still have that confidence. Yan Yun's face was dark as he slowly rose. Although he did not want to make a move himself. The core disciples of the punishment pavilion were unexpectedly absent these days, and the outer disciples were of no help. Now, he can only personally intervene to punish this newly accepted true disciple. However, to his surprise, Xiao Luo showed no fear at all, and even had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. What does this mean? Does he not feel afraid? Though he felt something was off, the situation had come to this point, and he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer, so he slammed the table and prepared to approach Xiao Luo. Seeing this, Xiao Luo could only shake his head helplessly and sighed softly. I thought I could reason with him, but it seems I was a bit naive. In the next moment, a pure and mighty sword intent instantly filled the entire punishment pavilion. The disciples with slightly lower cultivation could not help but break into a cold sweat and fell to their knees. Even though nothing was around them, it felt as if they were surrounded by countless sharp swords. It seemed that if the opponent were to exert just a bit of force, they would be crushed into powder by these 10,000 swords. What on earth is this? Not only the disciples, but even Yan Yun, who originally wanted to take action, turned pale, unable to move from where he stood. Xiao Yan couldn't help but reach out and grasp Xiao Luo's corner of his clothes, her face extremely pale. She didn't understand what was happening. Only Xiao Luo remained composed, looking at Yan Yun with a mocking expression. Outside the punishment pavilion, a cold voice slowly rang out. Today, this punishment pavilion is quite lively. A figure in a white dress slowly appeared at the entrance of the punishment pavilion. This drew the attention of everyone present. Sun Qinger was surrounded by sword energy, as if a sword deity had descended, making it hard to look directly at her. Even the surrounding spiritual energy was violently disturbed by that pure sword intent. Elder Sun. Such powerful spiritual force, such pure sword intent, could only be wielded by her. Sun Qinger disregarded the crowd around the platform and walked directly to Xiao Luo's side, locking eyes with him. You came so late. Sun Qinger was momentarily at a loss for words, only feeling that her disciple was in dire need of a beating. After confirming that Xiao Luo was fine, she quickly averted her gaze and looked up at Yan Yun. She was afraid that the next moment she would be driven to the brink of anger by this rebellious disciple. Excuse me, Enforcement Master,
What wrong has my rebellious disciple committed to trouble everyone in detaining him here?
Sun Qing'er's tone was calm, her gaze sweeping across everyone present. If they weren't still surrounded by that overwhelming sword energy, they might have thought she was just asking casually.
Yan Yun squinted his eyes, sizing up Sun Qing'er and calculating in his heart.
As an enforcer, he thought it was just a matter of disciplining a disciple. With Sun Qing'er appearing here, she might not know the real situation, the advantage is mine.
He immediately spoke loudly. Elder son, what brings you to my punishment pavilion?
I was just passing by, heard my rebellious disciple's voice and came to take a look. I didn't know what Enforcement Master Yan was doing.
Sun Qing'er remained expressionless, staring directly at Yan Yun.
So this child is Elder Sun's disciple. My apologies, however, this child has harmed peers, broken the law, and even framed my daughter, which has disappointed Elder Sun's reputation. Yan Yun's mouth curled into a sinister smile, glaring fixedly at Xiao Luo. He did not believe that Sun Qing'er could trust a disciple she had met only for a day. Even if he didn't say it out loud, he couldn't help but be suspicious in his heart.
Oh? Is that really the case?
Sun Qing'er's question was not aimed at Yan Yun but shifted her gaze to Xiao Luo.
Is it? You can see for yourself.
Xiao Luo showed a mocking expression, taking out a recording stone from his pocket and tossing it to the ground. With Xiao Luo's spiritual power activation, the recorded voices suddenly burst forth.
This was the recording from the moment he entered until now.
As the recording stone activated, Yan Yun's face grew even paler. He had been completely outsmarted by that kid. In that moment, Yan Yun's eyes were filled with rage as he looked up at Xiao Luo. Elder son, as you can hear now, this child defies the laws of the punishment pavilion, ignores the rules of our Lingxiao Academy, and even resorts to violence. If we do not punish him, there will certainly be endless troubles in the future.
He chose to take the initiative. As long as he spoke first, Xiao Luo certainly would not be able to refute.
After all, the recording stone only captured sound, without any images, leaving much ambiguous.
With just a little guidance, Sun Qing'er might still believe him even more.
Sun Qing'er's expression was cold, revealing nothing of her true thoughts, only turning to look at Xiao Luo.
Is this really the case?
Of course it is.
What is the reason?
Her daughter bullied others, and I couldn't stand it, so I slapped her.
Xiao Luo nodded slightly, without any hesitation, even a hint of mockery in his eyes.
All the disciples of the punishment pavilion, including Yan Yun, were stunned. They originally thought Xiao Luo would deny it, and Elder Sun would strongly protect him. But Xiao Luo directly admitted it.
Wasn't this jumping into a pit?
Sun Qing'er showed no sign of surprise, merely nodded silently and then looked back at Yan Yun.
Did you hear clearly?
My disciple acted justly, aiding her fellow disciple and punishing a troublesome disciple.
Where is the mistake in that? This. Is Elder Sun's statement a bit inappropriate?
Yan Yun's face turned very ugly at this moment. Even the other disciples widened their eyes, unable to believe it.
This couldn't even be called double standards. This was simply turning right into wrong. What Xiao Luo said and what Sun Qing'er said were completely different.
This was even more outrageous than Yan Yun. At this moment, Yan Yun realized that the entire matter had been a show put on by the master and disciple for others. What he said was completely unimportant.
Xiao Luo's words were just openly mocking him. He had been completely manipulated. I am asking you, what mistake does my disciple have? I am not asking you to question if it is appropriate.
Sun Qing'er's face finally soured, a chilling sword energy making everyone present gasp for air. Yan Yun knew that he had already lost, and now it was not wise to confront them head-on.
He quickly put on a respectful expression, bowed, and spoke.
Elder Sun, it was my oversight, nearly causing a big mistake. I still owe Elder Sun an opportunity. The surrounding disciples silently watched this scene, sighing inwardly. Since they entered the punishment pavilion, they had never seen law enforcers treat others with such respect. It seemed that this time, he had thoroughly kicked the iron plate. Sun Qing'er did not respond directly but turned to Xiao Luo.
Luo, how do you think this matter should be handled?
Hiss.
Around them, Yan Yun couldn't help but gasp.
He had just thought that Sun Qing'er would not support a new disciple. As for the rumors of Xiao Luo asking for a true disciple's transmission, they were sheer nonsense. But now, he knew he was wrong, and horribly so. Looking at the current attitude, the master and disciple were clearly taking Xiao Luo as the leader. Recalling his earlier attitude and words towards Xiao Luo, he wanted to slap himself. But it was too late to say anything now. He could only watch Xiao Luo's reply, silently praying that Xiao Luo would not hold a grudge. My sister was initially the victim, yet she was wrongly detained and tortured by this punishment pavilion, incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. If I hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xiao Luo raised his eyes to stare at Yan Yun and Yan Ke on the stage, causing the latter to tremble uncontrollably, their faces pale.
How does Master think we should handle this matter? Hearing this, Sun Qing'er slightly nodded.
She knew all too well how cunning her dear disciple was, and now that the words had come to this point, if she did not make a stand, it made me, as a master, seem incompetent. Then, I casually drew a sword, pointing the tip straight at Yin Yun. Having committed such a grave mistake, this elder will punish you on behalf of the dean. Draw your sword, just take one strike from me, and this matter will be settled.
Ha? Me?
Yin Yun's face changed drastically, there was no longer any hint of his previous authoritative demeanor, only endless fear on his face.
Take a strike from Sun Qinger? What kind of joke is this?
He knew the reputation of Sun Qinger, the training fanatic. While it seemed that their realms weren't far apart, he understood that even if he bundled 10 of himself together, he wouldn't be a match for her. But now that it had come to this, he had no choice but to endure it. Otherwise, the other side would have more opportunities to attack. Thinking of this, Yin Yun gritted his teeth, drew his spiritual sword, and poured all his spiritual power into a hand seal as he charged at Sun Qinger. Since he only needed to take one strike, he would give it his all, and perhaps he could at least fight to a draw. However, Sun Qinger merely looked indifferently at the charging Yin Yun, lightly tapping the sword tip twice in the air. Two extremely fierce sword chi instantaneously pierced through Yin Yun's protective spirit energy and into his legs.
Let's go.
Sun Qinger then softly spoke to Xiao Luo and Xiao Yan, casually tossing her drawn sword to the ground, no longer looking at Yin Yun, who lay on the ground with his legs stained red, moaning incessantly. Xiao Luo held Xiao Yan's hand, following behind Sun Qinger, with no intention of looking back. Just a quarter of an hour ago, the imposing law enforcer from the punishment hall was now crumpled on the ground, gazing at the departing figures of the three with eyes full of resentment. Yen Ke was even more filled with fear, his robes damp beneath him without him even noticing. The disciples of the punishment hall only scrambled to help Yin Yun up after Sun Qinger and the others had disappeared from view. And this matter had already spread like wildfire, causing an uproar throughout the Lingxiao Academy.
Chapter 88, Retreat to Advance? Punishments. What were you two thinking? How could you go to the punishment hall and stir up trouble?
Sun Shang was now so angry that his face turned red, his neck thick, and his beard trembled constantly. Before him stood Sun Qinger and Xiao Luo, both under reprimand. At first, when he heard that Sun Qinger and Xiao Luo had caused a ruckus in the punishment hall, he didn't believe it. After all, his daughter was an elder, and surely she wouldn't accompany a junior in such foolishness. But after seeing the law enforcer being carried out, he now believed it.
Qinger, you're also an elder, how can you commit such a rebellious act?
Sun Shang looked at Sun Qinger with disappointment, raising his hand high but ultimately unable to bring himself to strike it down, lowering it again. At this moment, Sun Qinger, with her head lowered, slowly raised her eyes, pouting as she stared at Sun Shang, saying, "The punishment hall is abusing its authority, enforcing punishments arbitrarily, and coercing confessions. I was merely acting on behalf of the dean to discipline them." Upon hearing this, Sun Shang, who had just calmed a bit, turned red with fury once more. He knew that his daughter did not take his words to heart at all. "Even so, it's not up to you to interfere in this matter.
How can you bypass me and the dean, taking matters into your own hands?
You may be showing off, but how are we supposed to explain to such a vast number of disciples?
Are we to encourage them to commit violence?" Listening to Sun Shang's furious words, Xiao Luo finally understood.
This matter should have followed the normal process, which meant first reporting to the dean or vice dean, and only after obtaining permission could they step in to resolve it. Though it appeared that Yin Yun was at fault, they shouldn't have acted so directly. After all, Lingxiao Academy isn't some evil cult. Only by acting properly and being upright can one serve as a model and set an example for others. "Dean Sun, this time it was on my part that I acted impulsively. My master was just trying to protect me by causing a commotion in the punishment hall. I hope Dean Sun can forgive my master, and I am willing to bear any punishments myself."
Xiao Luo bowed respectfully.
The eyes were even very sincere. This made Sun Qinger, who was beside her, feel a bit moved. It seemed that it was not in vain to care for her precious disciple. "Look at Luor, so understanding, now look at you, you're not a child anymore, yet still so reckless." Sun Shang glanced at Xiao Luo, then turned to Sun Qinger and spoke sternly.
Wait, why was she the one being scolded?
At this moment, Sun Qinger suddenly realized, and her eyes shifted to the side to Xiao Luo, only to find that he was actually smiling at her. She had been tricked by this little brat again. What a clever move, retreat as a way to advance. But just as Sun Qinger was about to pull Xiao Luo and expose him, Lu Ha, who was drinking tea at the side, interrupted her. "Hey, forget it, old Sunday. In my opinion, this matter is not a bad thing, rules are dead, but people are alive."
Although Qinger and Luor's methods were wrong, they indeed acted to uphold justice and even helped Lingxiao College get rid of a pest.
Lu Ha waved his hand with a smile and placed his teacup on the table. However, his eyes kept scanning Xiao Luo's face, filled with profound meaning. "Old Lu, Qinger can be so willful, and half of it is your fault. You spoiled her too much." Sun Shang turned back to Lu Ha and sighed heavily. He knew that since his superior and friend had said something nice like this, today's reprimand might not go on. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still spoke slowly. This matter still needs an explanation, otherwise, it's hard to convince the public. Hearing this, Xiao Luo's lips curled up in a slight smile, and he hurriedly bowed again and said, "Two deans, the kid here indeed has a method, it may help solve the urgent problem." After Sun Qinger and Xiao Luo left Qingyun Pavilion, the entire Lingxiao College received a notice.
The Judicial Pavilion abused power, misused private punishment, deceived superiors and subordinates, and is guilty of heinous crimes.
Fortunately, the 8th-generation elder Sun Qinger and her disciple Xiao Luo discovered and stopped it and captured them, preventing a major disaster. This judgment expels the Judicial Pavilion's Yan Yun from Lingxiao College, and he shall never return. With this notice, the whole Lingxiao College finally understood the whole story and praised Xiao Luo's bravery and fearlessness. As for Sun Qinger, with the rumors of her cruelty combined, it made her title of Ice Queen and leisurely fanatic even more vivid. However, at this moment, Sun Qinger sat angrily in Xiao Luo's courtyard, turning her head to the side. "Good master, this matter is my fault, can't I just apologize to you?" Xiao Luo squatted beside her, looking up, wanting to cheer Sun Qinger up. Although he had previously ignored Sun Qinger, if he could save Xiao Yan and even avenge her, it was still thanks to Sun Qinger. "Thanks to your clever method, my image has now completely turned into a fierce and terrible figure among the disciples." Sun Qinger snorted lightly, turning her head to the other side, seemingly not wanting to look at Xiao Luo. Hearing this, Xiao Luo couldn't help but smile wryly. In fact, he hadn't expected that once the notice was issued, his good master's image would step further into the realm of a cultivation fanatic and a tough Barbie. Now, it's clear that Sun Qinger had placed the blame on him. "Master, this incident was unexpected, and in the end, neither of us really suffered any substantive punishment." Xiao Luo hurriedly smiled as he approached Sun Qinger from behind and gently massaged her shoulders. The soothing feeling in her shoulders gradually eased Sun Qinger's expression, but she still pouted. "That's you, I'm still under house arrest for a month. The disciple promises to practice diligently this month and make delicious meals for the master every day." As an expert in managing expressions, Xiao Luo was also skilled at reading micro-expressions. At this moment, Sun Qinger seemed to wear a stern face, but the anger in her heart had diminished by more than half. "You should take the opportunity while it's hot, you should be able to get Sun Qinger to forgive you quickly." "Who cares about your cooking? You need to guarantee that you come in first in the youth competition." Sun Qinger slightly turned her head, raising her eyes to look at Xiao Luo who was massaging her shoulders behind her. "All right, it's a promise." Xiao Luo quickly agreed. Seeing how perceptive Xiao Luo was, Sun Qinger stopped keeping a straight face. "Gulu." But just then, Sun Qinger's stomach let out a growl. Looking at Sun Qinger's flushed face that's hard to keep a serious front, Xiao Luo hurriedly spoke. "Master, I'm hungry. Would you honor me with a meal together?" Looking at the food on the table that Xiao Luo pointed to, Sun Qinger nodded, seemingly unwilling. "Even so, I will accompany you to eat a little." Although the food had cooled down, Sun Qinger could still smell the delightful aroma and couldn't help but move her fingers enticingly. Her eating style became more unabashed. But suddenly seeing Xiao Luo stifling a laugh beside her, Sun Qinger pouted. "What are you laughing at? Seeing my master so beautiful, like a fairy in a painting, makes me happy. You are just being cheeky. If you don't come in first in the youth competition, see how I deal with you." Got it. I will practice hard this month." "And you promised to cook for me for a month, you can't go back on your word." "Okay." Chapter 89, The Competition Begins. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. The celestial cranes let out cheerful cries, adding a bit of color to the youth competition. Although the youth competition in previous years was lively, it didn't attract too much attention. After all, only disciples under 10 years old were allowed to compete, which already eliminated the vast majority of disciples, and most disciples weren't interested in this seeming child's fight. However, this year was different. More than half a month before the competition, disciples could be seen discussing the event everywhere. To this day, this originally dull youth competition had reached its peak in historical popularity. And the reason for this was simply because Xiao Luo had signed up to participate. Generally speaking, true inheritors are usually teens over 10 years old, and there haven't been any extraordinarily young true inheritors in the past. But now Xiao Luo was an exception. Entering the sect at 5 years old, he suddenly became a true inheritor. In just a few days, he had already earned remarkable combat achievements, and now announcing his participation in the youth competition drew countless people's attention to what could have been a somewhat boring match. "Master, why are you dressed so festively today?" As Xiao Luo walked with Sun Qinger toward the training arena, he sneakily looked over and couldn't help but tease. Early this morning, Sun Qinger had knocked on Xiao Luo's door, pestering him to make her breakfast while intentionally flaunting her red dress in front of him. Looking at her knee-length red dress and the carefully tied ribbon in her hair, how could Xiao Luo not know that Sun Qinger was hoping he would compliment her outfit?
But Xiao Luo had nearly gone crazy being pestered by Sun Xing'er this past month. How could he fulfill her wish? So he hadn't given her a single compliment from this morning until now. If you can't say anything nice, then don't say anything. Sun Xing'er puffed out her cheeks in displeasure, turning her head away. However, Xiao Luo had long been used to their banter and didn't mind, knowing that Sun Xing'er would still come back to him when she was craving food. As they approached the training arena, the number of disciples around them increased tremendously. Almost everyone couldn't help but glance at Sun Xing'er a second time. Not only because Sun Xing'er was beautiful but also because of her status. Normally, elders wouldn't come to sit among the disciples. After all, such important figures usually sit up high on the platform, not needing to squeeze in with ordinary disciples. Xiao Luo had actually inquired about this and was told it was to boost his morale. Although he didn't quite understand why the presence beside him could boost his spirit, Xiao Luo ultimately chose not to press further. Xiao Luo. Elder son. Xiaoyan's voice came from behind Xiao Luo, and he was not the least bit surprised. This month, although Xiao Luo spent almost all his time training, after the previous lesson, he made a point to visit Xiaoyan every now and then. However, his identity as a true disciple made him stand out too much, causing quite a stir whenever he appeared. In the end, Xiaoyan had no choice but to frequently visit Xiao Luo instead. Because of this back and forth, Sun Xing'er had also become familiar with Xiaoyan. So, they had agreed to watch Xiao Luo compete together today. Yenner, you're here. Sun Xing'er's face lit up with joy upon seeing Xiaoyan. Compared to this little girl who only knew how to scheme against her, she much preferred the obedient Xiaoyan. In fact, she couldn't help but think that if Xiao Luo's talent could be in Xiaoyan, that would be great. You made it? Xiao Luo turned around and greeted the running Xiaoyan warmly. After more than a month of contact, Xiao Luo and Xiaoyan became increasingly natural with each other. After the greetings, Xiaoyan started whispering with Sun Xing'er. Xiao Luo was not interested in this at all, otherwise, he could simply use a listening charm to hear everything they said. Instead of what they were talking about, Xiao Luo was more concerned about his task. He hadn't forgotten that he came to participate in this youth competition to find Li Shang and complete his mission. So, he stretched his neck and began scanning around the other disciples while heading toward the venue. Unfortunately, all the way to the arena, he hadn't seen anyone noteworthy. It seemed that to find clues about Li Shang, he could only rely on this youth competition. As the start time for the youth competition approached, Xiao Luo sat in the stands, somewhat bored, glancing around. On either side of him were Xiaoyan and Sun Xing'er. Clearly, the two wanted to chat but insisted on sandwiching him in the middle, which left Xiao Luo feeling helpless. Surrounded by two beautiful girls, others must be envious, you should be grateful. Sun Xing'er often maintained a cold demeanor in front of others, but she would still occasionally squeeze out a teasing remark for Xiao Luo. Xiaoyan covered her mouth and laughed softly. He. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes at Sun Xing'er, too lazy to argue about such things. At that moment, a figure came into Xiao Luo's sight, Han Li. At the same time, the other party seemed to sense something, turned to look at Xiao Luo, and shivered involuntarily, even paling visibly. The slightly older boy beside him noticed the unusual reaction and also looked back, whispering something to Han Li. Though Xiao Luo could not hear what they were saying from such a distance, his instincts told him that this boy might be Li Shang. The youth competition officially begins. The examiner's voice suddenly rang out, slowly quieting the surrounding noise. The two from afar, Han Li and the other, also quickly returned to their seats. Xiao Luo sat in his seat, constantly pondering the situation over by Han Li. The two clearly seemed quite familiar, but the boy, suspected to be Li Shang, appeared noticeably older. Excluding the possibility that Han Li misidentified him as an older brother, it was likely they had met before. Since they had met before, it was very likely they were both from the Li family in Falling Wind City. He had heard that a few years ago, a prodigy from the Li family in Falling Wind City entered Lingxiao Academy to study. Now it seems like this person is undoubtedly the one. But as for whether this is the Li Shang I am looking for, further investigation is needed. But feeling the countless gazes around him, Xiao Luo silently dismissed the plan to secretly slip away and search for the person. After all, his true disciple robes were too eye-catching, and no matter where he went, he was the center of attention. It seems I need a way to gather information on the other party without attracting attention. Xiao Luo looked around, and his gaze finally fell on Sun Xing'er, who was wearing a red dress beside him. You, what are you doing? Sun Xing'er remained calm, but inside, she was extremely flustered. Every time her precious disciple stared at her like this, it never boded well. Xiao Luo chuckled and smiled at Sun Xing'er, getting closer to her with a flattering expression. Good master, could you please help your precious disciple by getting me a list of the participants? Chapter 90, The Protective Body Exploded? Although Sun Xing'er's clothes were more eye-catching, her identity meant that wherever she went, no one would pay too much attention. Or rather, no one dared to inquire. So in Xiao Luo's eyes, the best candidate for this task was none other than Sun Xing'er. Sun Xing'er helplessly rubbed her forehead.
Just as she thought, this brat would always put on a flattering face when he wanted something from her, without any bottom line. No. Sun Qing'er refused without hesitation. Although this task was not difficult for her, she didn't want to become Xiao Luo's tool. Good master, can I give you a surprise in this grand competition? Please help just this once. Xiao Luo still had a flattering smile, as though he hadn't been affected by her refusal at all. Sun Qing'er's face remained expressionless, but the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She wanted to refuse Xiao Luo again, but she couldn't help it, she always fell for this trick. After all, her disciple had a heavenly talent and always managed to get her some delicious food. It should be known that she had long reached the level of avoiding food and didn't need to eat, but Xiao Luo's cooking skills were so good that she couldn't resist. Then I want a serving of crispy little fish. Sun Qing'er's mouth moved slightly, and she started to bargain with Xiao Luo. Alright, no problem. Hearing Xiao Luo agree, Sun Qing'er finally stood up in satisfaction and walked out. Although some curious disciples wanted to see what Elder Sun was up to, when they thought about her glorious deeds from the other day, they felt a sharp pain in their legs and quickly suppressed their thoughts. It must be said that Sun Qing'er's work efficiency was indeed very high. In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, she returned to Xiao Luo's side. She casually tossed a small jade slip to Xiao Luo. Thank you, master. After Xiao Luo received the jade slip and thanked her, he used his spiritual energy to probe it. Immediately, countless names and profiles of the participants appeared before his eyes. Xiao Luo scanned through them, searching for his target. Fortunately, due to the strict entry requirements for this youth competition, the number of participants wasn't that large, and Xiao Luo soon found Li Shang's name. This made him unable to help but smile slightly. As expected, it was almost exactly as he had guessed. Li Shang, from the Li family of Luofeng City in the western desert of Great Xia, is the second son of the Li family's head. He is 9 years old and entered Lingxiao Academy 3 years ago. He has already reached the mid-stage of the Gathering Yuan realm and is just one step away from reaching the peak of the Gathering Yuan realm. Such an achievement truly qualifies him as a prodigy. Unfortunately, his heart is not upright. Xiao Luo tossed the jade slip into his qiankuan bag and opened his eyes. Found it? Sun Qing'er's lips moved slightly as she softly asked Xiao Luo. Although she didn't know why Xiao Luo needed the list, she guessed it was probably to find someone within it. Found him. Xiao Luo did not hide it, gently nodding his head. Your childhood friend? Not exactly. Then why are you looking for him? To beat him up. Upon hearing Xiao Luo's words, even Sun Qing'er could not help but twitch her mouth. After all this effort to find someone just to hit him? What kind of grudge is this? Though she complained in her heart, Sun Qing'er ultimately held back and said nothing. Xiao Luo immediately began to consider how he could successfully encounter this Li Shang. Right now, this youth competition also follows a point ranking system, and to be grouped with Li Shang, he must have a score comparable to him in today's preliminary round. Only then can he be placed in the same group for the official matches tomorrow. The simplest and most straightforward method was to control his wins and losses to match Li Shang. Li Shang had just gone up and won a match, so Xiao Luo had to win his match as well. Meanwhile, the examiners called Xiao Luo to the stage. Xiao Luo stepped onto the competition stage, raising his eyes to look at the confident young man before him, and slightly bowed as a greeting. He intended to say some polite words, but the other party only nodded slightly, a smirk arrogantly curling at the corner of his mouth. You are Xiao Shixiang, right? I've heard of your deeds, truly impressive. Unfortunately, this competition is not about talent, but about real combat. Even if Xiao Shixiang has great talent, time is still needed to cultivate. With Xiao Shixiang's current realm, today's match, I will definitely win. On the stands, the disciples of Lingxiao Academy all nodded. What this junior brother said was rough but not wrong, and it was indeed the truth. After all, no matter how high the talent, time is necessary for growth. Xiao Luo had only been in the academy for just over a month. How could he possibly compete with disciples who had practiced for several years? Though they had heard the previous rumors, they all thought the talk of defeating 3 Gathering Essence stage opponents in one move was just an exaggeration. After all, such a fact was truly a bit absurd. Watching the chatty young man before him, Xiao Luo couldn't help but smile slightly. He usually disliked verbal battles, so he was also too lazy to exchange insults with the other. He just cupped his hands again, giving a humble and polite feeling. This junior brother, please give me your advice. Then he summoned his spirit sword, positioned it in front of him, and quickly drew a flying sword talisman. The spirit sword shot towards the disciple swiftly under Xiao Luo's control. A Xian-grade spirit sword. The battling disciple quickly got serious, summoning his own magical treasure to confront it. Though Xiao Luo's attacking method was simple, the power of this Xian-grade spirit sword was not to be underestimated. Just relying on his current body-protecting spirit energy could not defend against it. Although he felt a bit flustered facing the enemy, the male disciple felt somewhat reassured in his heart. From the looks of it, Xiao Luo had such incredible rumors mostly thanks to the Xian Great Spirit Sword. The three disciples likely fell in one hit because this Xian Great Spirit Sword took them by surprise. And during this youth competition, using pre-prepared props was not allowed. In other words, the rumored magical talisman talent of Xiao Luo could not be displayed. After all, everyone knew talismans needed to be prepared in advance. Blocking Xiao Luo's strongest talent meant he just needed to be on guard against the Spirit Sword, and then he would surely win. But just as he imagined his successful victory in this match, while the outside world buzzed about his ability to defeat true disciples, Xiao Luo's figure suddenly appeared before him like a ghost. What was this speed? Why did he completely sense no aura of Xiao Luo approaching? How could such a strange ability belong to a chi-gathering stage cultivator? However, at this moment, the disciple's long knife, which had just been ready to fend off the flying spirit sword, had already been sent flying away. At this moment, it was already too late to defend. He could only watch as Xiao Luo approached him. Just when he thought Xiao Luo would take out another spiritual tool to fight him hand to hand, he saw Xiao Luo pull out a brush from his pocket and start drawing directly on his protective spiritual tool. What is he trying to do? The young man was shocked, quickly retracting his flying long knife and slashing at Xiao Luo to force him back. But before he could look at his protective spiritual energy, he saw Xiao Luo slightly raising the corner of his mouth and snapping his fingers with his right hand. Break! Boom! A huge explosive sound suddenly rang out. The male disciple's protective true energy exploded. Chapter 91, Self-Creation. The explosion caused intense smoke and dust, and even the floor made of refined steel stones on the stage was shattered in several places. The previously clear view from the stands was quickly obscured, making it hard for everyone to discern the specific situation on the martial arts stage. What the heck is happening? Why did that disciple's protective spiritual energy suddenly explode? I think I saw senior brother Xiao take out a brush and draw something on that disciple, and then it exploded. What kind of technique is this? All the disciples in the viewing seats craned their necks to try to see what had happened. They had heard that Xiao Luo's talismans were very powerful, but they had never heard of such a technique, even they had never been told about it. Elder son, did Xiao Luo just use a talisman? Xiaoyan blinked her clear eyes, scanning the smoke and dust on the martial arts stage with thoughtful curiosity. She had seen Xiao Luo draw talismans in the heat of battle, and that incredibly fast drawing speed surpassed common sense, enabling Xiao Luo to achieve some incredible uses. Everyone knew that this big competition for the young disciples did not allow for prior preparation of talismans, but they would never have guessed that this rule was meaningless to Xiao Luo. Yes, what Luo airdrew just now was indeed a second-grade explosive talisman. Elder son nodded slightly, casting an appreciative look at Xiaoyan. Many disciples could not see clearly, but she, Sun Xinger, had seen it clearly. At that moment, when both sides were clashing their spiritual swords, Xiao Luo quickly drew an invisibility talisman and stuck it on himself, which was why the disciple hadn't noticed Xiao Luo getting close. After all, while focusing on countering the spiritual sword attacks, that disciple could only judge Xiao Luo's position through spiritual perception. But under the effect of the invisibility talisman, Xiao Luo completely disappeared from the original spot and appeared at the disciple's face. And for that reason, the disciple had a mistaken impression that Xiao Luo was very fast. Taking advantage of the opponent's astonishment in the moment the spiritual tool was knocked away, Xiao Luo directly drew the explosive talisman on the opponent's protective spiritual energy. Such a bold and reckless way of fighting could only truly be accomplished by Xiao Luo, right? A gentle breeze blew, and the smoke on the stage gradually began to dissipate. Only then did the spectators see the male disciple lying on the ground, unaware of life or death, surrounded by shattered pieces of refined steel floor. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo lightly flicked his fingers to call back his spiritual sword, and after retracting the sword and the brush, he raised his eyes to the examiners who looked somewhat dazed. The outcome is clear. Hearing this, the examiner hurriedly flew to the side of the downed disciple and breathed a sigh of relief after a general inspection. The male disciple had not sustained any serious injuries, he was just in a brief faint due to the close-range explosion of his protective spiritual energy. The examiner then publicly announced that Xiao Luo was the victor. Although many disciples did not understand the techniques Xiao Luo used, it did not hinder their admiration for him. In this world, strength is what matters, and moreover, Xiao Luo was able to easily crush the gathering origin stage with just the nascent energy stage, which earned him cheers from the crowd. Truly deserving to be a true disciple. Where did you learn such fancy tricks? Sun Xinger glanced at Xiao Luo, who had returned to sit beside her. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Though Xiao Luo could be infuriating at times, moments like this certainly brought him pride. Self-created. Self-created? Yeah, my current shortcomings as a master should be clear, so I studied some close combat techniques. Xiao Luo spread his hands and looked at Sun Xinger beside him. He knew that although this youth competition was an annual routine, it was no walk in the park. After all, his realm was a hard obstacle. If he didn't improve his close combat methods, it would only get harder in the future.
This was really just a compromise due to lack of options. If he wanted to excel in the youth competition, relying solely on his symbols would be a struggle. So, his primary goal now was to obtain an innate sword body. But before that, Xiao Luo understood that he still needed some close combat techniques, which is why he conducted this experiment. So far, at least the results were quite good. If you could put as much thought into sword training as you do into researching this, you might even cultivate sword intent sooner. Sun Qinger rolled her eyes at Xiao Luo. Sword intent can't be cultivated in a short time, we can't just give up when facing a competition. Xiao Luo had gotten used to Sun Qinger's sarcastic remarks, such attacks hardly hurt him. Humph, but this technique carries a high risk, it's better to use it less in the future. Sun Qinger watched the ongoing match below, her lips moved as she hesitated slightly before speaking up. If the opponent dispels their protective spirit energy, then your technique will become ineffective, exposing you to them instead. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Master. Xiao Luo glanced at Sun Qinger again, a hint of a smile blooming in his eyes. Although his chief master couldn't directly teach him any powerful spells, she was undeniably good for him. In just this short month, she had tailored the chi gathering technique for him, improving its efficiency by a full 30% compared to before. And whenever there was something, she would truly stand up for him. So, Xiao Luo was quite satisfied with Sun Qinger as his master. Now you're sweet-talking, it would be better if you were less cheeky in the future. Hearing Xiao Luo's words of thanks, Sun Qinger, accustomed to Xiao Luo's playful tongue, momentarily felt a bit unaccustomed. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. She instinctively cast a nervous glimpse at Xiao Luo. Upon finding him focused on the match, she finally relaxed a little. Although Xiao Luo's match was exciting, it was ultimately just one match, and the lively atmosphere quickly overshadowed the earlier shock. Only the shattered diamond slabs remained to tell the tale of what had happened. The competition continued as usual. For Xiao Luo, the waiting time was always boring. Watching the disciples go up and down made his eyelids grow heavier. Soon, he began to feel drowsy. Do you want to take a nap? Xiao Yan's voice was soft as she gently patted her thigh under her skirt. Xiao Luo instinctively looked over and immediately woke up. He liked watching beautiful girls and would gladly rest on Xiao Yan's lap for a while, but being seen by others would surely lead to gossip. Although he had thick skin and a high status, could directly ignore such things, Xiao Yan couldn't. If that happened, she might be ridiculed by those around her. Thinking of this, Xiao Luo hastily shook his head with a smile and spoke. No need, I'm not sleepy anymore. All right then. Though Xiao Yan nodded obediently, Xiao Luo could see that she seemed a bit disappointed. As he hesitated whether to comfort her, the examiners below finally announced the name he had been waiting for. Li Shang, come up to the stage. Chapter 92, I admit defeat. Looking at Li Shang, who was called by name to the competition stage, Xiao Luo temporarily gave up on comforting Xiao Yan. Such matters always worsen when pointed out, so he ultimately chose to pretend he didn't see it. After Li Shang stepped onto the stage and performed the usual greeting, both sides clasped their fists and the formal match began. Although Xiao Luo had always been disinterested in watching other matches, he couldn't miss Li Shang's match. After all, he made the dumplings just for this dish of vinegar. He could lose any match, but Li Shang's match was the exception. Because of this, he didn't notice Xiao Yan slightly biting her lip with a mournful look in her eyes. Li Shang was a sword cultivator like Xiao Luo, but unlike Xiao Luo who used flying sword talismans for long-range attacks, he was better at close combat. At this moment, Li Shang formed a sword seal with his hands, and with the boost of spiritual power, he swiftly approached another disciple. However, the opponent seemed unaware of Li Shang's movement and merely stood still, waiting for Li Shang to attack. Xiao Luo observed this scene on the stage, and his brow gradually furrowed. He was skilled at managing expressions and could read others' feelings. At this moment, the opponent showed no signs of nervousness, as if everything was under control. This was not a lack of reaction, but simply a display of skill. He wanted Li Shang to realize the gap between them. Li Shang on stage also sensed something was off, but if he withdrew his attack now, it would only provide a greater opening. So he maintained the sword seal, visibly covering the sword body with spiritual power as he thrust towards the opponent. The force was so great that the air produced a fierce sound of tearing. As Xiao Luo had imagined, after Li Shang launched his attack, the opponent's expression suddenly sharpened, his right hand forming a sword finger, with spiritual energy enveloping it as he faced Li Shang's attack. With each strike of the opponent's sword finger, it precisely pierced Li Shang's sword tip, perfectly dispelling his attacks without harming Li Shang in the slightest. This exquisite control enough proved that his power was indeed far superior to Li Shang's. Xiao Luo raised his eyes to evaluate the disciple, his gaze slightly narrowing. He then glanced at Sun Qinger and softly asked, Master, are you familiar with this junior apprentice? This young man is named Zhou Yunfeng, with extraordinary sword skills, and he is the most likely candidate to become the next true disciple among the younger generation. Sun Qinger did not turn around, only softly replied. If you wish to excel in this youth competition, he will be your formidable opponent. Xiao Luo nodded silently, his gaze continuing to scrutinize the battle between Zhou Yunfeng and Li Shang. Though at first glance it seemed the two were evenly matched, any discerning eye could tell that Zhou Yunfeng hadn't even summoned his spiritual sword, effortlessly neutralizing Li Shang's attacks with just his sword fingers. This state of battle already indicated the outcome. Even among sword cultivators, differences existed. Li Shang had clearly noticed this, so he withdrew his spiritual sword, cupped his hands towards Zhou Yunfeng, and directly admitted defeat. Everyone knew this was a move of inevitability and did not mock Li Shang, instead they praised Zhou Yunfeng's sword skills as being superior to before. Xiao Luo quietly watched the two leave the stage, his heart already formulating some plans. Based on the strength Li Shang had demonstrated, he should be able to win easily unless something unexpected happened, which was within his expectations. What concerned him was the disciple named Zhou Yunfeng. He hadn't been interested in the other disciples not out of arrogance, but simply out of boredom. After all, he could easily use a third-tier talisman to blow them away as long as they didn't uphold martial ethics. Now seeing Zhou Yunfeng, Xiao Luo suddenly felt this competition wasn't as boring as he had imagined.
What's wrong? Are you worried you might lose?
Sun Qing'er noticed Xiao Luo's reaction beside her and began to tease him. Since Zhou Yunfeng entered the Lingxiao Academy, he had displayed an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. Even many disciples who had fought against him believed that Zhou Yunfeng might be a reincarnated sword immortal. Although Sun Qing'er thought this was somewhat exaggerated, she still recognized Zhou Yunfeng's talent. And even specially tutored him for a while. So if Xiao Luo felt pressure, she thought it was quite normal. After all, Xiao Luo had just joined Lingxiao Academy not long ago. Given time, she believed Xiao Luo would definitely surpass Zhou Yunfeng with ease. Xiao Luo glanced back at Sun Qing'er.
If I lose, will you be unhappy?
Of course I will. You are my only disciple, if you lose, I will be very sad. Sun Qing'er continued to watch the duel below, hesitated for a moment, and then softly asked.
So, will you win?
I will win. In fact, Xiao Luo did not care much about the final outcome of this young competition. But since he had promised Sun Qing'er, he would naturally give it his all. Given Zhou Yunfeng's current state, Xiao Luo could not accurately gauge his true strength. Conservatively estimating, it was likely that they were evenly matched. But Xiao Luo's obvious shortcoming was in close combat, so obtaining the innate sword body quickly and developing new tactics became crucial. As disciples registered one after another, it soon came to Xiao Luo's turn again. However, compared to the previous disciple, Xiao Luo's opponent clearly seemed much more nervous. The match hadn't even officially started, yet just standing opposite Xiao Luo, the opponent was already panting heavily.
And upon close inspection, one could even see his right hand trembling uncontrollably.
Xiao Luo felt somewhat helpless about this. He wasn't some terrifying monster, so why be scared like this? However, unlike Xiao Luo, the other disciples understood this disciple very well. After all, they had witnessed the awful defeat of the previous disciple who battled Xiao Luo. And combined with various rumors about Xiao Luo, it was entirely normal to feel pressured. Xiao Shixiang, please show some mercy later. The male disciple bowed deeply to Xiao Luo, his voice slightly trembling. If he wasn't worried about being too embarrassed, he might have simply surrendered. After all, who would want to go up and get beaten?
Okay.
Ha! The male disciple clearly did not expect Xiao Luo to respond like this, and for a moment, he was taken aback. But then he thought this was probably Xiao Shixiang comforting him. He was well aware of the gap between him and Xiao Luo. Unless Xiao Luo let him win, he wouldn't have a chance at all. As the examiner stood in place and announced the rules of the youth competition, the male disciple was slowly taking deep breaths, adjusting his mindset. He even started to consider trying to take a few moves from Xiao Luo. However, just after the referee finished announcing the rules, Xiao Luo's voice silenced the entire martial arts arena.
I concede. Chapter 93, A Show, Deliberate Surrender? The true disciple has lost? Almost everyone was looking forward to Xiao Luo's second match.
And when they saw Xiao Luo take the stage, the many disciples in the martial arts arena gradually became excited.
However, Xiao Luo's single word of surrender instantly made the previously buzzing arena fall silent as if a needle had dropped.
Even the disciple standing opposite Xiao Luo, who was extremely nervous, was standing there in a daze. He had thought of many possibilities, even considering that he might suddenly unleash his potential and become stronger than Xiao Luo. But he never expected Xiao Luo would concede.
This made no sense.
After a brief moment of absolute silence, the arena suddenly erupted into a more boiling sound.
Various guesses and questions rose one after another. I won?
On the stage, the disciple confronting Xiao Luo felt the surrounding noisy voices, yet his mind was blank.
After finally calming down, he finally asked the question he most wanted to ask. Yes, that's right, you won.
Xiao Luo nodded very seriously, then turned to the examiner next to him, who was also dazed and unsure of what to do, and gestured with a nod. He then directly left the stage and walked towards Sun Qing'er. On this short path back to his seat, Xiao Luo could feel the eyes directed at him from all directions. Xiao Luo could even sense the various emotions of confusion and disbelief contained in those gazes. However, he chose to ignore these gazes. After all, he couldn't tell others that he had to lose this match and was too lazy to act, right? Without receiving a direct response from Xiao Luo, many disciples began to speculate about the reason for his surrender. After a very brief fermentation, a considerable number believed that Xiao Luo had suffered a hidden injury from the previous battle. After all, the power of that explosion had shattered several pieces of the steel stone floor. Although Xiao Luo had spiritual energy protecting his body, his low realm made hidden injuries inevitable. In such situations, most people would prioritize ensuring that their injuries did not worsen, otherwise, if a hidden injury was left, it would severely affect future training. Based on this reason, Xiao Luo's surrender became quite reasonable. A small number of others thought that Xiao Luo probably felt he couldn't defeat his opponent. Although Xiao Luo was a true disciple with monstrous potential, he had only just arrived at Lingxiao Academy for a month and was still at the Qi gathering realm. Such a low realm wouldn't even appear in the youth competition in past years. After all, a normal disciple entering the tournament at such a low level was like choosing to be beaten. There was even no chance of winning a preliminary match. No one doubted that with Xiao Luo's talent, given some time, he would become one of the most powerful disciples of Lingxiao Academy, possibly the strongest in its history. But this did not change his current weakness. After all, high talent still needed time to grow. Regardless of which opinion, it could reasonably explain Xiao Luo's reason for surrendering. Why did you surrender directly? Unlike others, Sun Qinger did not need to speculate, she could choose to ask directly. And Xiao Luo naturally would not hide such a thing, so he immediately shrugged and leaned closer to Sun Qinger, speaking softly. Because I want to beat up Li Shang. What do you have against him? Why such a big grudge? Family feud, his father bullied my father, a debt passed down, so I'm going to beat his son, that's reasonable. Xiao Luo's expression was very sincere, his tone filled with genuine emotion, even his reasoning was quite solid. Although after hearing this, Sun Qinger always felt something was off, she couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. But she quickly dismissed the matter, as she was merely a little curious and gossipy. As for who Xiao Luo wanted to hit, there was no issue in him going to do it. On Xiao Luo's other side, Xiao Yan listened to Xiao Luo's serious nonsense, but she did not intend to expose it. Although she had not lived in the Xiao family since childhood, Xiao Wei, as the head of the Xiao family, was well known even to Xiao Yan. To manage the Xiao family to such a level required not only terrifying cultivation but also powerful means. It was always Xiao Wei bullying others, how could anyone bully him? In most cases, not being at a disadvantage under Xiao Wei is already quite good. What Xiao Yan didn't expect was that Xiao Luo had perfectly inherited Xiao Wei's scheming nature. Li Shang clearly came out of nowhere, clueless, and was caught up in the family feud arranged by Xiao Luo. In response, Xiao Yan could only helplessly shake her head lightly. It seemed that the Li family was in for a big misfortune. Although Xiao Luo's surrender caused a huge uproar, the competition still had to continue. As the matches progressed, the stir caused by Xiao Luo gradually calmed down. At least, on the surface, it seemed that way. At noon, during the break. Although cultivators could fast, the disciples participating in the youth competition usually had low cultivation levels and still needed grains to replenish their energy. Xiao Luo warmly invited Xiao Yan to his courtyard for a meal. Xiao Yan initially wanted to refuse, as a regular disciple visiting Xiao Luo often invited unwanted attention. However, upon hearing that Xiao Luo was going to cook himself, she agreed. There was no way around it, Xiao Luo made delicious food, and her stomach had already been spoiled by him. As for Sun Qinger, she happily indulged in her crispy fried fish. Her delicate hand picked up a piece of golden, crispy fried fish and, disregarding her image, tossed it into her mouth, casually asking. Are we still going to keep pace with Li Shang in the afternoon competition? Xiao Luo was stuffing his face and suddenly choked, so he could only nod his head. Should we act a bit? Otherwise, this might still cause some controversy. Xiao Yan gently poured a cup of tea for Xiao Luo and handed it over. After gulping the tea down, Xiao Luo finally caught his breath. No, you all know me. I'm too lazy to act, just surrendering won't affect anything. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Sun Qinger could only exchange a helpless glance with Xiao Yan. They could only let him be. In the afternoon, the youth competition continued again, and all participating disciples still had to compete in 2 more matches to determine the group for the next day. To Xiao Luo's dismay, Li Shang's record was still 1 win and 1 loss. This meant he had to surrender once more to keep his score in sync with Li Shang. For this reason, Xiao Luo spent a long time complaining about Li Shang from his seat. Until he met Sun Qinger's roll of the eyes and finally shut up. I surrender. The last match in the afternoon was Xiao Luo's, and the crowd of disciples was astonished when Xiao Luo chose to surrender again. It was known that Xiao Luo had overwhelmed his previous opponent, but this time he surrendered for no reason again. Only then did the disciples realize. Xiao Luo was intentionally surrendering. Chapter 94, Lessons Learned. All the seemingly reasonable speculations about Xiao Luo's previous surrenders were now utterly shattered. After today's competition ended, almost all the disciples were speculating about the real reason behind Xiao Luo's surrender. This topic even became a subject of gossip for everyone during meals. The sun gradually set, casting a long shadow over Lingxiao Academy. Your performance today has truly worried my father and Uncle Lu. In Xiao Luo's courtyard, Sun Qing'er continued to enjoy her fried fish. Lazily leaning back in her chair, her skirt even halfway up her thighs, showing no concern for her image in front of others. However, Xiao Luo was too busy eating and completely ignored the beautiful scene before him, his mouth stuffed full of food. And then? If someone unfamiliar with Sun Qing'er heard this, they might think it was just ordinary chatter. But Xiao Luo knew his cheap master all too well. She usually said such things when she was fishing for compliments. So he chose to skip the meaningless chatting process and directly hear the result. Of course it was your wise and beautiful master who bore the pressure for you, so those two old men didn't come looking for trouble. Sun Qing'er chuckled lightly and looked up at Xiao Luo. He really loved chatting with his treasured disciple, for she could always guess and understand what he was thinking in an instant. For example, in this situation, if it were someone else, they might foolishly engage in actual conversation, but Xiao Luo understood her completely with just one sentence. So I strongly demand another serving of fried small fish. As the last small fish was tossed into her mouth, a completely empty bowl appeared before Xiao Luo. Looking up at the bowl, Xiao Luo couldn't help but sigh. Master, did you also love to eat like this in the past? Of course not. Then why do you love it so much now? Maybe I've been infected by your bad habits after being with you for so long. Watching Xiao Luo's helpless expression, Sun Qing'er laughed even more heartily in her lounge chair. They often joked like this, so no one took it seriously. But one thing Sun Qing'er was very clear about was that her unrefined nature was indeed influenced by Xiao Luo. At least in her own view, she used to be a very dignified lady. There's no more small fish, but I'll prepare some other snacks for you shortly. Xiao Luo raised his eyes to glance at Sun Qing'er, who was revealing a bit too much skin, and quickly averted his gaze. No problem. Sun Qing'er recognized Xiao Luo's cooking skills, believing that she would never eat anyone else's cooking in the future. After a satisfying meal, Xiao Luo tidied up the bowls and chopsticks on the table and then turned back to the kitchen. When he came out again, he had several round, ball-shaped items in his hand, sprinkled with sesame, emitting a faint aroma of butter. What is this? Sun Qing'er, who had felt a bit drowsy, instantly perked up at the smell. She got up and approached Xiao Luo, eyeing the food in his hands. I call it sesame balls. When Xiao Luo first arrived in this world, he thought the food was terrible. At first, he thought it was just a matter of taste, but over time, he realized it was genuinely bad. So during his time with the Xiao family, he always preferred the pastries his mother made. But the good news was that he had often enjoyed experimenting with food before, and he hadn't expected this to come in handy here. Wow, this is delicious. From now on, even if you can't cultivate sword intent, it's okay, as long as you make delicious food every day, I promise to protect you. Sun Qing'er picked up a sesame ball with her delicate fingers and took a bite, the aroma instantly filling her mouth, making her squint her eyes in delight. She quickly patted her chest to assure Xiao Luo. Of course, Xiao Luo did not take it seriously. After all, Sun Qing'er had made too many promises to him before, and just hearing them had numbed him. The 3 sesame balls were quickly devoured by Sun Qing'er, who then stretched lazily and walked toward the yard. Tomorrow is the official competition, get some rest early, and don't embarrass me. Xiao Luo watched Sun Qing'er's retreating figure and the way her dress could not hide her shape as she stretched, responding softly. Master, you should rest early too, see you tomorrow morning. The next morning. Sun Qing'er excitedly arrived at Xiao Luo's courtyard early. Ever since she realized Xiao Luo's amazing cooking talent, the highlight of her day was urging him to get up early to make breakfast for her. But when she entered the courtyard, she found that Xiao Luo had already gotten up.